Shiao Chan struggled to get up from the ground, blood flowing from his forehead. His mother slapped him hard in the face, and he fell to the ground, looking at the angry faces in front of him, his parents, his sister, and even his once weak brother. He had a disdainful smile on his face. The eldest sister, Xiao Yin, was disappointed and angrily scolded him. Mom and Dad, Xiao Chun is a disaster. Just throw him back to the countryside. Why do you have to bring him home? He suddenly realized that he was standing at the moment after his rebirth, back to the first physics exam after transferring to another school. The first place in the three-school league gave him the opportunity to represent the school in the city physics competition. If he got a good ranking, he would be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University. However, his family believed that he cheated and asked him to give up the qualification and hand it over to Shia Ming. This time, you must give it to Ming. Zhao's mother was merciless. Memories suddenly surged in his mind. Xiao Chun and Xiao Ming were twins, but Xiao Ming was born weak, so his parents blamed him for everything. In his previous life, he was regarded as a disaster star. In his senior year of high school, his grandmother was seriously ill and took him home, but he was still an outsider in the family, and Xiao Ming even bullied him in secret. He tried his best to please his family, but endured indifference and discrimination. His younger brother wore limited edition running shoes, but he wore worn-out sportswear and lived a hard life. At that time, he was sick with a fever, but no one cared until his classmates sent him to the hospital. At the same time, Xiao Ming inherited the Xiao family and became a rising star in finance. And he became a notorious rich second generation in the circle. But Xiao Chun never gave up, showed kindness to his family, handed over all his plans to Xiao Ming, and even took on his negative news. Until that day, Xiao Ming colluded with the robbers, kidnapped him, demanded a ransom, and finally killed him. Why doesn't he just die? Father Zhao's cold voice sounded in his ears. At that moment, he completely gave up. Even after his death, his soul still lingered in the Xiao family, and he watched the end of his family. Xiao Ming was so crazy because of the female star that he burned down the entire Xiao family villa, and his parents and sisters died in the fire. Now, he has finally been reborn, determined to live for himself, and no longer try to please anyone else. Why don't you speak? Zhao's mother asked angrily. How did you get first place if you cheated? Xiao Yin sneered, not hiding her disgust. How do you know I cheated? Xiao Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked coldly, have you investigated me? Xiao Yin was stunned, and then she realized that she had never cared about this brother. Xiao Qian sneered. How can a country boy get good grades? If it wasn't cheating, how could he be better than Ming? She pouted. In his previous life, Xiao Chan was severely punished for contradicting his father and eventually withdrew from the physics competition. Xiao Ming won the championship by cheating and was admitted to Tsinghua University. Now, he no longer swallows his anger. I won't quit. Xiao Chen's eyes were determined, and his deep voice broke the silence in the room. What did you say? The Xiao family was shocked. I said, what's mine is mine, and no one can take it away. Xiao Chan sneered with a firm look in his eyes. Who are you? I raised you. Without me, you would have died long ago. Father Xiao roared. Really? You never cared about me. Xiao Chun countered coldly. My grandma and I depend on each other for survival. The tuition is raised by the villagers, and I earn my living expenses by working. Your family has never given me a penny except for letting me live in the utility room. Father Xiao was stunned, as if he had been hit on a sore spot. Xiao Chun looked at him coldly. Everyone thinks I'm an orphan. Who knows that I have a father who is the chairman of the Xiao group? Shut up. Zhao's father shouted angrily. Xiao Chan sneered. The tone of my voice depends on how you treat me. If you don't want to raise me, why did you give birth to me? The Xiao family looked at each other in shock. Although the Xiao family was not a wealthy family, they considered themselves to be middle class and lived a good life. Zhao's mother came from a famous family, and her parents were university professors. How could she tolerate such vulgar words? Country people have no manners at all. The eldest and second sisters were indignant. Xiao Yuena, look at what kind of son you raised. Zhao's mother was so angry that she was shaking all over. Rebellious son, I'll beat you to death. Father Xiao was furious and waved his hand to hit him again. Xiao Chen suddenly reached out and grabbed his father's arm, stopping the slap abruptly. You dare do that? I'm your father. Father Xiao looked incredulous. Yes, I am indeed your son. Xiao Chen's eyes were slightly red, and his tone was cold. You have never thought that Xiao Ming's weakness has nothing to do with me. You think that the bankruptcy of the Xiao family is my disaster. But have you ever thought about this? I am your biological child, and I have my share of responsibility. Why should all the responsibility fall on me? In an instant, Zhao's father and mother's expressions changed slightly. Yes, is all this really his fault? Mom and Dad, don't blame my brother. I didn't do well in the exam, and he didn't cheat. Shia Ming looked aggrieved. Ming, we have already discussed this issue. Shiao Chan interrupted him coldly, feeling even more disgusted. As expected, Shia Ming was still as hypocritical as ever. You are still speaking for him. Mother Xiao turned to Shiao Chan, anger and disappointment mixed together. Look how sensible your brother is. He is really unlike you. Our family has never had peace since you came. The second sister sneered, her eyes full of hostility. Sister, don't blame your brother. I didn't mean to destroy the blue and white porcelain you took a picture of. Shao Ming continued to fan the flames. Xiaoyan's face changed. In her memory, the blue and white porcelain worth hundreds of thousands of yuan was broken because of Xiao Chen's negligence. She didn't pursue the matter, but Xiao Chen never admitted his mistakes. Xiao Chen, for the last time, withdrew from the competition. Father Xiao was furious. What if I don't? Xiao Chen smiled slightly, his voice cold. Then get out of the Xiao family. I don't recognize you as my son. Father Xiao gritted his teeth. Okay, is this also what mother meant? Xiao Chen turned to his mother. If you don't listen, we will really drive you away. Zhao's mother said coldly. A trace of tears appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes, but then he sneered. Since you were like this, why force it? He turned back to his room, took out a pen and paper, and walked in front of everyone. The whole family looked at him, and Xiao Yan said coldly, have you thought it through? If you really decide, apologize to your brother and us. Xiao Chen nodded, bit his finger without hesitation, and wrote in blood. I sever my relationship with the Xiao couple. We are not related by blood, and we are not compatible with each other. After you sign this agreement, we will have no relationship from now on, he said calmly, leaving a blood mark on his hand and placing it in front of his parents. The Xiao family was shocked, and Xiao Yan's eyes widened. You want to sever the parent-child relationship? Yes. Xiao Chen's voice was unwavering. I have decided that all this is the final lesson I will learn from the Xiao family. Father Xiao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He said angrily, you have become too powerful to threaten me. I will give you one more chance. Tear up this paper and apologize to your brother and us. Only then can you be saved. Forgive me? No need. Xiao Chan sneered. Sign this blood oath. I will leave the Xiao family, and the disaster star will stay away from you. Isn't that good? Father Xiao was furious. Where did you go after you left the Xiao family? That's my business. You don't need to worry about it. Xiao Chen responded coldly. Brother, don't be like this. I know that my parents favor me, and I should leave. Xiao Ming shed tears with a hint of pride in his eyes. Xiao Chan smiled, his eyes as cold as ice. Let's go. The Xiao family is no longer my home. He continued to write an IOU, 10,000 per year, a total of 180,000. I was born with your kindness, but you have never supported me in these years. I will give you another 100,000 for mental damages. He sneered, rounded off 300,000. Father Xiao and Mother Xiao were stunned. Xiao Chan handed them the IOU and said coldly, this 300,000 is what I owe you. I will pay it back after I leave. What do you mean? Father Xiao was furious. Why settle the accounts so clearly? This is my debt, and the IOU is clearly written. Xiao Chan put away the IOU with a smile. After I leave, I will no longer be attached to the Xiao family. He was about to leave, and Father Xiao looked at him coldly. You will regret it. Don't worry, I won't. Xiao Chen's smile was a little cold. Xiaoyan finally followed him into his room. The room was surprisingly simple, with almost no warmth. She looked at Xiao Chan tidying up and suddenly felt a little guilty. She looked at the family photo on the desk, which was the only thing he treasured. Are you really going to leave? Xiaoyan held him back, her voice low. What am I staying here for? To be regarded as a disaster by you and be blamed for breaking antiques. Xiao Chan sneered, his eyes cold. Do you suspect me of stealing things? You are always disobedient. Why can't you just say sorry? Xiaoyan frowned, her voice filled with helplessness. I've apologized enough. Why should I bow my head for something I shouldn't have apologized for? Xiao Chen looked at her with contempt. It will be better for your family to live in harmony. Wouldn't it be better without me? Okay, let's go. Xiaoyan waved her hands angrily. You are the disaster star. Xiao Qian said disdainfully. Let him go and don't come back. Xiao Chen shook off Xiaoyan, put on his bag, and walked out the door without hesitation. Xiaoyan followed him and watched his back. Is the Xiao group trying to endorse some kind of health wine now? Xiao Chun suddenly turned around and asked. How do you know? Xiaoyan was stunned. There will be problems with that wine, and it will be a disaster soon. Xiao Chen reminded calmly. Xiaoyan's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? See for yourself. Xiao Chen ignored him and left. Xiaoyan stood there. Her heart moved, and she picked up the phone. Buy a few bottles of Tibetan flower wine and send them for testing. But Mr. Xiao, the customer is pressing us. The assistant said hesitantly. Go get tested first. Xiaoyan ordered coldly. When Xiao Chan returned to school, he immediately applied for a dormitory. The school paid special attention to him. After all, he had just won the first place in the league. Soon, the head teacher arranged accommodation for him. After making his bed, he hurried back to the classroom. During the evening self-study, he buried his head in the book to consolidate the knowledge he had learned after his rebirth. Although his memory was still clear, he still had to work hard to avoid repeating the same mistakes. His stomachache began to torment him again. He only had a few dozen yuan left, and his meal card was empty. He would not receive his part-time salary until next week. Just as he was enduring it, his deskmate Song Zian appeared. She handed over the hot milk and bread, and her gentle voice startled Shiao Chan. "Your stomach is uncomfortable. Drink some milk." Shiao Chan took the milk and said gratefully, "Thank you." After drinking the hot milk, the stomachache finally eased. "My deskmate, my physics grades are so poor. Can you help me improve them?" Song Zian was a little shy, and her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. "Of course, no problem." Shiao Chan smiled. "You help me, I want to help you too." Song Zian's eyes flashed with surprise. "Really? Thank you." At this moment, someone suddenly came in and said, "The principal is looking for Shiao Chan. Go to the office quickly." "Why?" Shiao Chan was confused, but he still stood up and walked toward the office. As he walked out of the classroom, he heard people discussing in low voices. "I heard that he cheated to participate in the physics league, and his grades are not real." "So he was cheating," someone whispered angrily. Shiao Chan frowned slightly, and an inexplicable chill rose in his heart. In the classroom, Shiao Chan heard whispers, but he remained calm. Just as the students were whispering, Song Zian suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly, "Impossible, he won't cheat." The whole class fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. Song Zian was always taciturn. Why was she so excited today? She ignored the looks around her, walked out of the classroom quickly, and followed Shiao Chan away, her voice firm, "I believe you." The atmosphere in the principal's office was solemn. Father Shiao, Mother Shiao, and Shia Ming were standing inside, and the atmosphere was tense. "I'm Shiao Chan's father. I am reporting that he cheated in the physics competition. His results should be invalidated." Zhao's father's face was full of anger. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly." Principal Li Jun frowned and said in a serious tone, "But you are his father?" Shiao Chan was admitted as a poor student. "How do you explain this?" "He has not been with us since he was a child. He is a disaster." Zhao's mother lost control of her emotions, and her tone was full of resentment. "If it weren't for him, my Shia Ming wouldn't be so weak, and the company almost went bankrupt because of him." She glared at Shiao Chan. Li Jun was a little confused. It was hard to understand why he had such a prejudice against Shiao Chan after learning that they were twins. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Shiao Chan walked into the office. "Principal Im Chen." He spoke calmly. "Are these your parents?" Li Jun pointed at them. "No." Shiao Chan replied coldly. "No." Li Jun's face darkened. Such a reaction made him confused. "What do you mean?" "At noon today, I signed a document to sever my parent-child relationship with them." Shiao Chan said coldly. "So they're not my parents. How dare you deny me?" Father Shiao was furious. "You are a rebellious son. It's better to just die." Zhao's mother's voice was full of hatred. "What did you sign?" Li Jun asked with a serious expression. "Want to see it?" Shiao Chan sneered. "I have documents proving that I have severed ties." "You dare to take it out?" Zhao's father said angrily. "If you dare to step into the Shiao family in the future, I will break your legs." "You people are so shameless." Zhao's mother was so angry that her hands were shaking. Li Jun tried to calm the situation. "Let's discuss the report first." "Shiao Chan, what do you think about the accusation of cheating?" "Principal Li, I didn't cheat." Shiao Chan said firmly. "They are framing me." "How did you frame him?" Zhao's father said angrily. "He came from the countryside, and he got such good scores in the exam. There's no way, there is no problem. They want to take this opportunity to give the quota to Shia Ming." Shiao Chan said calmly, "The top 5 in the 3-school league can participate in the city physics competition, and the top few can be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University." Shiao Chan's analysis left Zhao's father and mother speechless. They were so angry that their teeth were stiff, but they could not refute it. "Mr. Shiao, what is the evidence for your report?" Li Jun asked. "I need evidence." Father Zhao's face was gloomy. He grew up in the countryside and didn't receive a good education. If he didn't cheat, how could he have done so well in the exam? He was only 6th. "Principal, please give my brother a chance." Shia Ming looked pitiful and continued to gain sympathy. Shiao Chan sneered. "Who do you think you are? You actually beg for mercy on my behalf." "Look, Principal, look at his attitude towards his younger brother." Zhao's mother pointed at Shiao Chan. "Why is he so ignorant?" Li Jun's eyes became a little complicated. He could see that Shiao Chan was calm and confident, while Shia Ming was full of hypocrisy. "Shiao Chan, do you have evidence to prove that you did not cheat?" Li Jun looked at Shiao Chan. "I don't need to prove myself. Those who are innocent will be innocent." Shiao Chan smiled. "President Li, you used to be a physics professor at South China University of Technology. Why don't you give me a few questions to test me?" A hint of appreciation flashed in Li Jun's eyes. Okay, I'll test you. He no longer doubted Shiao Chan's innocence, but instead looked at Xiao Ming, feeling even more puzzled. Xiao Ming, come and take the test together. Xiao Chan glanced at him. E. E. There was a trace of panic in Xiao Ming's eyes, and he was obviously not ready to face the challenge. Li Jian directly printed out a few difficult questions from the computer. These 3 questions are difficult. You guys do them. The test questions were divided between Xiao Chun and Xiao Ming. Xiao Chun started to answer the questions without hesitation, very quickly. However, Xiao Ming froze over there, looking anxious. Hurry up and do it. You obviously can do it. Zhao's father and mother urged from the side. Xiao Chun finished quickly, solving several problems in just over 10 minutes. So fast, Li Jun was stunned. The problem was indeed difficult, but Xiao Chun solved it so quickly. Principal, please take a look. Xiao Chun handed over the answer sheet calmly. Li Jun took the test paper, flipped through it, and frowned. So that's how it is. He slapped his thighs suddenly, his eyes lit up. What's wrong? Did he really cheat? Zhao's mother asked anxiously. You misunderstood. Li Jun lowered his head and put down the paper. I believe Xiao Chun did not cheat. I answered all these questions correctly. Why? Zhao's mother was angry. He may have seen these questions before. Judgment that he didn't cheat based on these few questions? That's too hasty. Zhao's father was also dissatisfied. These questions were set by senior professors and are not on the test paper at all. Li Jun responded calmly. If your other son Xiao Ming can also do it, I will reconsider it. Ming Ming can definitely do it. Zhao's mother turned to Xiao Ming. Ming Ming, how are you doing? Xiao Ming pinched his fingers and stammered. Can't do it. It's too difficult. Then he burst into tears, and the tears couldn't stop flowing. Zhao's father and mother were frightened and hurried to comfort him. Ming Ming, don't cry. The questions are too difficult. It's okay. Yes, Xiao Chen must have seen these questions somewhere. After saying this, Zhao's father hurriedly pulled Xiao Ming away, his eyes full of hostility. Li Jun looked at Xiao Chun, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. I spent a long time on the last question myself. I believe you didn't cheat, but your relationship with your parents. Li Jun said in a heavy tone. Principal Li, once a person is prejudiced, everything he does is wrong. Xiao Chen interrupted him coldly. The relationship between us can never be repaired. In his previous life, he was tortured by kidnappers, but his family was indifferent and even thought he staged it himself. He bled to death in a corner where no one cared. In this life, he no longer has any contact with them. I understand, but your parents own a company and live in a villa. Li Jun sighed. You can't be considered a poor student. It doesn't matter as long as we can help those in need. Xiao Chen replied calmly. But your meal allowance is 1,000 per month, and I will support you privately. Li Jun smiled and said, you did well in the joint exam this time, and I will give you a bonus of 3,000 on Monday. A trace of gratitude flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Thank you, principal. The 3,000 yuan bonus solved his urgent problem. Xiao Yan rushed to the company late at night. Everyone in the meeting room looked solemn. Mr. Xiao, the test results of this Tibetan blue wine are out, and it contains substances that are harmful to the nerves. The assistant handed over the report. Is the test reliable? Xiao Yan frowned. It's a report from the Health Bureau. It's authentic and valid, the assistant confirmed. Terminate the cooperation immediately. Xiao Yan said without hesitation. Boss Xiao, this is a $5 million order, the manager said anxiously. We have already prepared the plan and done the online promotion. If we terminate the contract, we will suffer huge losses. Food safety is a very serious issue right now. We can't take any risks, another supervisor interjected. Listen to me, terminate the cooperation, and I'll go to do my dad's work. Xiao Yan said firmly. From now on, all food planning must first undergo a safety investigation. Understood, Mr. Xiao. The people in the marketing department were a little helpless, but they had no choice but to accept it. The next day, when Father Xiao learned of the decision, he was stunned. Yin Yin, did you reject the order for Tsanghua wine? Dad, there's something wrong with this wine. Xiao Yin took out the quality inspection report. Xiao Chun reminded me of this. Xiao Chun, do you believe him? Zhao's father was furious. He is just a high school student. What does he know? Even if there are problems, they are within a reasonable range. We not only lost the order, but also the customer. Xiao Yin said seriously. Don't mention this bastard again. Zhao's father slammed the table. The TV news suddenly broadcast the problem of Tibetan wine, and the chemical composition and hazard information were clearly displayed on the screen. Dad, this wine. Xiao Yan was shocked. Father Xiao was also stunned. The Zonghua wine advertisement in front of him instantly turned into a disaster. Hangqing Media's live broadcast room was also forced to stop broadcasting due to the exposure, and customers terminated their cooperation one after another. Yin Yin, this is an opportunity. Father Xiao stood up eagerly. Go to the company and keep an eye on Hangqing Media. A lot of their clients will terminate their contracts. Seize the opportunity and win back the clients. I understand, Dad. I'll go right away. Xiao Yan quickly regained her composure and prepared for action. Thanks to Xiao Chan for reminding me this time. Xiaoyan said softly. If he doesn't bow his head and apologize, he will never come back. Zhao's father said with a grim look on his face. Saturday milk tea shop. Shiao Chan, wearing a shop assistant uniform, skillfully packed the milk tea. When he was about to leave, a BMW 5 Series stopped by the roadside. The door opened, and Xiaoyan got out. Xiao Chun. She ran straight over. Xiao Chun looked up and frowned. What are you doing here? I came to see you. Xiaoyan glanced at the milk tea shop. Have you been working here? Yes. Xiao Chun responded calmly. You have difficulties. Why don't you tell me? Xiaoyan frowned. What will the Xiao family think of you working here? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the news got out that the Xiao family's biological son works in a milk tea shop? Xiao Chun sneered. Isn't it? Xiaoyan asked back in a stern tone. I don't think it's shameful to earn a living with your own hands. Xiao Chun continued to work. Besides, I have nothing to do with you now. If you've had enough of the trouble, come back with me. Xiaoyan insisted. Apologize to your parents and brother. They will accept you. Xiao Chun smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Xiaoyan, I misjudged you. I thought you had a little more conscience than them. You still want me to go back and apologize? He sneered. Do you feel so guilty towards them? If you admit your mistake, you won't have to work when you go home. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth, unable to hold back her anger. Have mercy on me? Give me charity? Xiao Chun stopped what he was doing. Is there still a place for me in the family? My monthly living expenses are 30,000 yuan. Have you ever given me a penny? Xiaoyan opened her lips and was suddenly speechless. Indeed, the Xiao family had given him nothing except a place to live. Even if you raise a dog, your family will give it some bones, right? Xiao Chen's voice was hoarse. Xiao Yan's eyes froze, then softened. Maybe we didn't think it through before, but it's all in the past. Come home with me and apologize to your family. Why do you want to apologize? Xiao Chen asked back. What is the relationship between us? You can think I'm acting, but please don't disturb my life anymore. He said, turned around, took off his uniform, and put on the table. I will never set foot in the Xiao family again in my life, even if I live on the streets. Xiao Chun, you really don't know what's good for you. Xiao Yan was furious. Your parents gave birth to you, and you are so heartless? Yes, you gave birth to me and owe me 300,000. Xiao Chun responded coldly. You're not here to ask for money now, are you? Okay, give me a month, and I'll pay you back 300,000 after a month. Xiao Yan was stunned, anger boiling in her heart. How dare a high school student who works part-time say that he can earn 300,000 yuan a month? She gritted her teeth and sneered. Do you really think you can do it? I said, 300,000 a week. Xiao Chun nodded firmly. But before that, don't bother me again. Xiao Yan was so angry that her chest heaved. She turned around, got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. The store manager stuck his head out and handed Xiao Chun 600 yuan. Xiao Chun, this woman is really hard to deal with. If the milk tea shop is fined, we can't afford it. This is your previous salary. I'll pay it. Thank you, manager. I really appreciate it. Xiao Chun took the money and smiled. He had been planning to quit after this week, but now it's easier. You are in the 3rd year of high school. You must study hard. The store manager patted Xiao Chun on the shoulder. If you have any difficulties, come to me. Thank you, manager. Xiao Chun bowed slightly. We have 10 cups of milk tea to be delivered to the 12th floor of Huaguang building across the street. Urgent, the clerk shouted. I'll go. Xiao Chun nodded, took the milk tea, crossed the road, and ran quickly towards the office building. Near Starbucks, he saw a familiar figure. Xiao Chun, the girl exclaimed in surprise. Song Zian. Xiao Chun stopped and asked, why are you here? I'm waiting for someone. Are you working? Song Zian's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yes, send the milk tea to the 12th floor. Xiao Chun raised the milk tea in his hand. You said you would take extra lessons for me. Song Zian chuckled. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm free tomorrow, no problem. Xiao Chun slapped his head. Add me on WeChat and contact me when the time comes. Don't stand me up. Song Zian took out his cell phone. Okay. Xiao Chun hurriedly took out his mobile phone, added WeChat, and then hurried into the building. Song Zian looked at his back, sighed softly, and stamped her feet. She originally wanted to invite him to dinner, but she didn't have time to ask. 12th floor, Jingyan Decoration. Jingyan is one of the top 3 decoration companies in Jiangcheng, specializing in the design of luxury villas, with each design fee easily reaching millions. Xiao Chun distributed milk tea to everyone and was about to leave when he suddenly heard an angry voice. I came to you, Jingyan, and spent $1 million on design fees, changed 3 designers, and revised the draft 6 times, but I'm still not satisfied with the result. Are you sure the designer is a gold medalist? Mr. Song, I'm sorry. We have done our best to design your 3,000 square meter villa in Nanshan District. A responsible person apologized hurriedly. But Teacher Bai Wei is already our best designer. Are you still not satisfied? Nanshan Villa? 3,000 square meters. News from his previous life popped up in Xiao Chen's mind. The news report showed the decoration style of the largest villa in Nanshan District. The design fee of the villa, which is 3,000 square meters and worth more than 1 billion yuan, was surprisingly high, but Jingyan Decoration missed this big order. How could this villa be bought in the wrong company? Shiao Chan had an idea and rushed to the meeting room. In the meeting room, chief designer Bai Wei was negotiating with an old man. The old man angrily shouted, "Your design is rubbish. Don't waste my time." Bai Wei explained patiently, but the old man in front of him was not someone who could be easily offended. Song Yunming, the president of Huaya Bank, was a tycoon in Jiangxing. Just when everyone was at a loss, Shiao Chan walked in, wearing a milk tea shop uniform, and said with a smile, "Mr. Song, I know a little about decoration. Maybe I can help." "Who are you?" The general manager was furious. "Get this guy out right now." Shiao Chan was not in a hurry, pointing at the big screen and said, "Mr. Song, the location of your villa is close to the mountains and the water, which represents wealth. The layout of the front yard should be square, in line with feng shui, and full of yang energy." There was an uproar, and Bai Wei hurriedly called the security guard in, but Song Yunming suddenly patted his thigh and said, "Wait a minute, let him talk." The general manager hurriedly stopped the security guard and took Shiao Chan into the meeting room. The color of the villa should be consistent with feng shui, and the ground should be clean and free of moss. Shiao Chan explained the details of feng shui and design fluently. Song Yunming listened with great interest and clapped his hands from time to time. Bai Wei and other designers looked at each other in bewilderment. Shiao Chan's insights opened their eyes. "I like this design very much. It's similar to what I had in mind." Song Yunming nodded with satisfaction. "I'll start making the renderings right away, according to this young man's suggestions." "Mr. Song, don't you regret it?" Bai Wei asked. "Regret? He's the designer I need." Song Yunming laughed. "This guy's a good eye. My name is Shiao Chan, and I'm working part-time in the milk tea shop today." Shiao Chan responded with a smile. "You are very good. No other designer can compare to you." Song Yunming left with a smile. Shiao Chan's design plan was a great success. "Shiao Chan, thank you." The manager quickly pulled Shiao Chan aside. "We still need to discuss the remaining designs in detail." "Okay, I have some requirements regarding consulting fees." Shiao Chan thought. "Of course, Mr. Bai. Please contact Shiao Chan directly." The manager smiled happily. Bai Wei invited Shiao Chan to the office. On the way, Shiao Chan took out his phone and saw Song Xian's WeChat message. "What are you doing?" "Communicating with a difficult old man." Shiao Chan replied quickly. Soon, Song Xian's car stopped downstairs. Before Shiao Chan could react, she saw that he had replied to the message. Just then, Song Yunming came out of the office and said to his granddaughter with a smile, "I met an interesting high school student today." Bai Wei brought Shiao Chan into the office and was about to sit down when a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Shiao Chan, why are you here?" Shiao Chan looked up and saw that it was his second sister, Shiao Qian, glaring at him. "What are you doing?" Shiao Qian frowned. "Are you here to find me?" Shiao Chan looked at her coldly. "Why should I come to you? I don't have time to care about you. You are so uneducated that you would say that." Shiao Qian said angrily, "Don't you regret it? Do you want to go home and beg your parents for mercy?" Shiao Chan sneered. "I regret it? I don't need your help anymore. I tell you, this is impossible." Shiao Qian pointed at Shiao Chan with contempt in her eyes. Shiao Chan smiled calmly. "You really opened my eyes." His eyes swept over her coldly. "Isn't it? Look at yourself, wearing the work clothes of a milk tea shop. You can't move an inch after leaving the Shiao family. Now you come back to beg me? It's too late." Shiao Qian sneered. "Country bumpkins like you are not worthy of living with us. Is your Shiao family a wealthy family or a royal family?" Shiao Chan looked at her coldly. "Read more books when you have nothing to do. Stop reading those novels about overbearing CEOs. Go to the hospital and have your brain checked." Shiao Chan. Shiao Qian was shaking with anger, pointing at him. "Get out of here, or I'll call security." Shiao Chan raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure?" He looked down at the information in her hand, which was prepared by Bai Wei from Mr. Song's villa. Seeing Shiao Qian's internship here, it was obvious that she was just running errands and doing odd jobs. "Sure, get out. You want to go home?" "No way." Shiao Qian was furious. Shiao Chan stood up, turned around and left, sneering in his heart. "Love whoever you want. I won't serve you anymore." Just as he walked out the door, Bai Wei pushed the door open and saw that the office was empty. She asked in confusion, "Where's the person who was here just now?" "Teacher Bai. I scolded him and sent him away." Shiao Qian smiled and prepared to explain. "What? You scolded him away?" Bai Wei's face turned pale instantly. "Yes, I promise not to affect the company in the future." Shiao Qian said calmly. "Shiao Qian, do you know what you did?" Bai Wei was almost furious. "He is the person designated by our major client. Go find him. He doesn't know anything about decoration. How could—" Shiao Qian was panicked. "Shut up. Find someone. If he doesn't come back, be prepared to bear the consequences." Bai Wei ordered sternly. Shiao Qian quickly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message. "Shiao Chan, come back soon." A red dot appeared on WeChat, indicating that Shiao Chan had blocked her. "Shiao Chan, how dare you block me?" She stomped her feet in anger and made a call, but was blocked as well. Bai Wei chased to the elevator entrance and saw Shiao Chan preparing to leave, so she hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute, please. It was the intern who made the mistake just now. Please come back with me. I don't want to see her. Shiao Chan had a blank expression. Please change my intern record. It's really important. Bai Wei requested anxiously, almost kneeling down. You don't understand how important this order is to our company. Mr. Song's villa cost tens of millions to renovate, and this is related to the future of the company. I'll give you 30,000 yuan for consulting. Bai Wei stopped him. 50,000 yuan. Shiao Chan, please. Shiao Chan thought about it and decided not to go back. I will sort out my views tonight and send you a WeChat message. Okay, 30,000 or 50,000 is fine. I'll transfer the money. Bai Wei breathed a sigh of relief and transferred the money quickly, fearing that he would go back on his word. Bai Wei heaved a sigh of relief after confirming it and finally let him go. Back in the office, Shiao Qian was still sitting there, looking pale. Managers and senior executives all gathered around. How is it? The general manager asked anxiously. He promised to contact me in the evening. Bai Wei comforted everyone. It's okay. That's good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shiao Qian, do you know that you almost ruined our big order? Bai Wei scolded her. If Mr. Song's contract falls through because of you, can you bear the consequences? I'm sorry, Teacher Bai. Shiao Qian lowered her head, her face pale. All right, I'll give you a warning and criticize you throughout the company. Bai Wei said coldly. At night at the Shiao family, Shiao Qian complained with tears in her eyes. Dad, Mom, big sister, Shiao Chun is a bastard. He actually used some method to deceive the company leaders and let me be punished. This rebellious son is getting more and more outrageous. Father Shiao was furious. What an ungrateful bastard. We are his family. How could he do this to us? Zhao's mother comforted her. Sister, he didn't mean it. Shia Ming consoled softly. Just like last time, he didn't mean to sell your Cartier bracelet. What did you say? He stole my Cartier bracelet. Shiao Qian was furious. Ah no, sister, not brother. I didn't say anything. Xiao Ming was frightened and seemed to have accidentally let the cat out of the bag. Ming, you knew he stole my bracelet? Xiao Qian glared at him and grabbed his hand. He didn't mean it. He has something to hide. Xiao Ming hurriedly defended Xiao Chun. He did it on purpose. Country bumpkin, thief. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao Qian yelled angrily. Ming, Xiao Chun stole your necklace. Do you have any evidence? Xiao Yan suddenly asked. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Ming was stunned and felt uneasy. Sister, what do you mean by this? Xiao Qian said angrily. He broke vases and stole things as soon as he came. Do you want to call the police? Xiao Yan asked in a low voice. Yes, I will call the police. Xiao Qian must pay the price. Xiao Qian was furious. These are all bad habits taught by that old woman. Zhao's mother glared at Zhao's father coldly. Your mother's teachings are really good. Father Xiao didn't say anything. Mother Xiao didn't like her mother-in-law and almost cut off all contact. I won't eat anymore. You guys eat first. Xiao Yan said irritably, feeling uneasy. She always felt that something was wrong, but she didn't believe Xiao Ming would lie. Have you gone to find that rebellious son? Zhao's father suddenly asked. I found it. Xiao Yan replied. Does he know he's wrong? Don't even think about going home if he doesn't apologize. Father Xiao said coldly. He doesn't even want to come back. Xiao Yan said this and went upstairs angrily, feeling more and more that something was wrong. As soon as she entered the room, Xiao Yan turned on her computer and connected to the surveillance system at home. She checked the records of the day when the vase was broken, but found that the surveillance had been completely deleted. She continued to search and suddenly stopped the mouse. Junior, can you help me recover the surveillance data? Xiao Yan picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message. The next day, Xiao Chen made an appointment with Song Zian for extra lessons. The two met at KFC. Song Zian was dressed sweetly and playfully handed Xiao Chan a cup of soy milk. I ordered breakfast, eat quickly, and then start the makeup class. Thank you. Xiao Chan was a little reserved. For him, this kind of breakfast was already a luxury. If you help me, I'll treat you to breakfast. Is that okay? Song Zian smiled and winked, and Xiao Chan was no longer polite. However, Song Zian's eyes were fixed on him, but he was thinking in his heart, he shouldn't remember me, right? Their eyes accidentally met, and Song Zian looked away in panic, blushing. What's wrong? Xiao Chen looked at her in confusion. Song Zian felt a complicated feeling in her heart, and memories came to her mind. 10 years ago, when she was only 8 years old, Xiao Chun had gently touched her head and said, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Xiao Chun didn't remember her. Time had changed everything. Let's get started. Xiao Chun broke the silence. Song Zian nodded and hurriedly took out the books and test papers and handed them to him. Xiao Chun quickly found Song Zian's weak point and began to explain it to her. Time passed unknowingly, and 2 hours passed quickly. Okay, go back and do the circle questions. I will explain them next time. Xiao Chun stretched. Thank you, Xiao Chun. Song Zian looked at him gratefully. I have never thought of the techniques you mentioned. It's okay, we are desk mates. Xiao Chun touched her head. At that moment, Song Zian's heartbeat suddenly stopped, and the memories of 10 years ago came flooding back. She still remembered his warmth at that time, but now he no longer remembered her. Shiao Chan. She mustered up the courage to say something, but was suddenly interrupted. Shiao Chan, so you are here? Xiao Qian's voice sounded coldly, with strong hostility. Song Zian immediately noticed the unkindness in Xiao Qian's eyes. What are you going to do now? Xiao Chen looked at her with a frown. Did you steal my Cartier bracelet? Xiao Qian asked harshly. Cartier bracelet? Xiao Chen was stunned and didn't react at all. It's the one my parents gave me for my birthday, and it suddenly disappeared. Xiao Qian sneered. Besides you, there's no one else in the family. Xiao Qian suddenly remembered what happened 2 months ago, when Xiao Qian said she couldn't find the bracelet and suspected him, but he didn't say anything at the time. Now that she brought it up again, it must be Shia Ming who did something behind his back. I haven't taken it. Xiao Qian replied coldly. That's you. Country people are not clean. Xiao Qian sneered and pointed at him. If you don't admit it, go to the police station. Do you have any evidence? Song Xian's eyes were cold. Don't make false accusations casually. I have evidence. Xiao Qian took out her phone and said viciously, if you don't admit it, I will call the police. Call the police? Xiao Chan sneered. Okay, call the police if you want. Do you want to do it or should I? Xiao Qian was frightened by his words. She made up her mind and dialed 110 to call the police. Just wait. It will be too late to regret. Xiao Qian sneered. The police arrived at the scene quickly, and because the case involved a large amount of money, the criminal police intervened directly. A criminal police officer asked about the situation, and both parties insisted on their own story. Finally, they decided to go to the police station to take a statement. I'll go with you. Song Zian nervously pulled Xiao Chun. It's okay. I'll just explain it to you. Xiao Chun comforted her. Go back quickly. Don't waste time. I'm afraid she will bully you. Song Zian looked at Xiao Qian with hostility. She can't bully me. Xiao Chun chuckled, turned and left. Seeing the police car leave, Song Zian took out his cell phone and called, Uncle, my classmate was framed. His name is Xiao Chun and he was taken away by the Lingxi branch. The policeman in charge is named Zhou Jun. I'm worried my classmate will be bullied. Please say hello. Song Zian requested anxiously. Police station, interrogation room. Xiao Chun sat in the interrogation room with a calm expression. He had been here more than once before, to take the blame for Shia Ming. Now, he was brought here again for unfounded accusations. Zhou Jun took a deep breath and looked through Xiao Chen's file, frowning slightly. At this moment, he began to doubt. Is this seemingly ordinary high school student really okay? Your brother stole my bracelet. Xiao Qian's voice was full of accusation and anger. I didn't. Xiao Qian responded coldly, with a blank expression. It's not him. Zhou Jun explained patiently. There is absolutely no evidence for your accusation. Xiao Qian was stunned. Impossible. How could there be no evidence? Without evidence, we can only follow the facts. Zhou Jun said firmly. Your brother did not steal anything. She was stunned for a moment. A trace of unwillingness appeared on her face. No. I demand that he be detained for 24 hours and his residence be searched. Zhou Jun frowned. There was nothing wrong with following the procedure, but he knew that Xiao Chun was innocent. If you continue like this, it will be a waste of police resources. He responded coldly, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in his words. Xiao Qian pointed at Xiao Chun angrily. Aren't you going to arrest him? I said, there is no evidence. Zhou Jun knocked on the table. Look for yourself. Who else can enter your house except your brother? Xiao Qian's expression changed, but she was still unwilling to accept it, and she murmured, he is a disaster star. It's his fault that something happened at home. At this time, Zhou Jun's cell phone rang. He looked down, his expression changed, and he immediately walked out of the interrogation room to answer the call. Old Zhou, do you have a student named Xiao Chun? Came the director's voice. Yes, Chief, what's wrong? Zhou Jun asked. The general administration called and asked you to take care of him. If he is okay, release him as soon as possible. The director said briefly. General administration? Zhou Jun's heart sank. Is there someone behind him? Well, Director Song called personally, so don't ask too many questions. The director said in a low voice. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jun's face became solemn. This seemingly ordinary high school student actually had such a big background. He walked into the interrogation room and looked at the two men. The matter has been investigated clearly. You can leave now. I demand that he be detained. Xiao Qian was furious. Detain the suspect for 24 hours, and you must have evidence. Zhou Jun replied coldly. You don't have evidence. Go back now. Xiao Qian was stunned, feeling unwilling, and finally glared at Xiao Chun angrily. This matter is not over yet. She left angrily, and Zhou Jun personally escorted Xiao Chun out of the interrogation room. Are you a high school student? Zhou Jun asked. Yes, Officer Zhou. Xiao Chun answered concisely. If there are any problems at school, feel free to call me. Zhou Jun gave his phone number. Thank you, Officer Zhou. Xiao Chun wrote down the phone number with mixed feelings. He couldn't help but think that in his previous life, Zhou Jun died in the line of duty, and his death date was in these few days. What do you want to say? Zhou Jun asked with a smile. Officer Zhou, When you go to check the nightclub tonight, please wear a bulletproof vest and bring more people with you. Shiao Chan stared at him with a serious tone. Zhou Jun was slightly stunned. Nighttime inspection, is it dangerous? Maybe, I'm not sure. But you'd better treat this as dealing with drug dealers. Shiao Chen's words were full of uneasiness. Zhou Jun's heart sank suddenly. Are you sure? Shiao Chen nodded and left without looking back. Zhou Jun was silent for a moment, then immediately made a phone call. Xiao, bring everyone with you for tonight's night inspection, including bulletproof vests. Okay, Captain Zhou, but this situation? Xiao seemed a little confused. Take it with you. It's not safe these days. Zhou Jun said and hung up the phone. Outside, Shiao Chan just walked out of the police station and found Song Zian waiting for him outside the door. Are you okay? Song Zian breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward. It's okay, why are you here? Shiao Chan was a little stunned. I'm worried about you. Come here and wait. Song Zian's eyes were gentle. Thank you. Shiao Chan felt warm in his heart and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Let me treat you to a meal to make up for you waiting for me for so long. Shiao Chan smiled. Okay, where to go? Song Zian's eyes lit up. There's a place you definitely haven't been to. Shiao Chan smiled meaningfully. Let's take the bus. Song Zian nodded and followed him to the bus stop. When getting on the bus, she took out a 100 yuan bill and prepared to put it into the coin slot. What are you doing? Shiao Chan was stunned and quickly stopped him. I don't have any change. Song Zian was embarrassed. You haven't taken a bus for so long. Shiao Chan smiled and took out his mobile phone. Just scan the code with Alipay. Song Zian blushed, hurriedly took out her cell phone and scanned the code. The two of them rode for 9 stops and arrived at the Wanjian Antique Market. The snack street next to the market was bustling with activity. Song Zian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. These things are really delicious. I've never tasted them before. Wanjian Market, Antique Street. Song Zian's mouth was puffed up like a hamster, chewing a meatball, and her smile was as bright as the sun. Shiao Chan gently picked up the tissue and wiped the juice from her mouth. His movements were gentle, and his heartbeat slightly accelerated. She was stunned, her face flushed like fire. Shiao Chan realized that his action was too intimate, and quickly withdrew his hand, with an apologetic look on his face. Sorry, I ate too fast, he whispered. It's okay. Her voice was soft, but she was secretly happy in her heart. She finally couldn't help but raised her head. Shiao Chan, do you know calligraphy and painting? I know a little and have read some books. Shiao Chan nodded, recalling that in his previous life, he had learned a lot of art in order to please his father. Really? My grandfather likes calligraphy and painting. It's his birthday in a few days. Can you help me pick one? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course, but authentic works by famous artists will be more expensive. Shiao Chan smiled, and hard to find. It doesn't matter if it's expensive, as long as it's real. Song Zian held Shiao Chan's hand and gently pulled him into the antique market. After visiting several shops, Shiao Chan carefully selected and rejected several paintings and calligraphy that he thought were inappropriate. Song Zian listened patiently and occasionally gave some advice, but he rejected them all. These are definitely not what the old man likes. Shiao Chan said confidently. Finally, he stopped at a calligraphy and painting shop. In front of him was a painting with ancient colors and a familiar atmosphere between the lines. How much is this painting? Shiao Chan asked. The shop owner looked at the two students and answered casually. This is Wang Engshi's authentic work, the essentials of the Shurangama Sutra, worth $1 million. Song Zian opened her eyes wide in shock. The value of this calligraphy and painting was equivalent to her pocket money for 2 months. Boss, if you really want to buy it, give me a fair price. Shiao Chan said with a smile. The lowest price, 500,000. The owner held up 5 fingers as a matter of course. I'll give you 300,000. Shiao Chan counterattacked calmly. This, the boss's face changed. How can a genuine Wang Engshi painting be so cheap? This calligraphy was copied by later generations. Shiao Chan sneered, but it has a touch of Wang Engshi's charm between the lines, so it can be considered a collection. The boss was stunned and looked embarrassed. Finally, after some bargaining, Shiao Chan bought the calligraphy and painting for 3,000 yuan. Shiao Chan, you are so awesome. Song Zian held the calligraphy and painting, smiling with her eyes curved into crescents. Tell your grandfather that there is a lot of hidden meaning in these words. He will understand. Shiao Chan was in a good mood. Song Zian nodded, smiling happily. When he went out, Shiao Chan knew that although this calligraphy was not valuable, the disguise and technology behind it were the most noteworthy. Night, police station. Zhou Jun was leading several criminal police officers, wearing fully armed bulletproof vests, preparing to conduct nightclub inspections. This was a severe crackdown in Jiangsheng, as nightclubs have always been the hardest hit by prostitution, gambling, and drugs. Captain Zhou, you're making it so formal. Are you preparing for a drug bust? A colleague joked. Things are going wrong lately, so make more preparations. Zhou Jun replied, his eyes inadvertently becoming serious. The inspection went smoothly until they came to an inconspicuous box. Zhou Jun suddenly stopped and pointed at the door. What is this for? There were some sundries piled outside the door of the box, and the person in charge smiled and explained, this is the staff lounge. There are no guests. Zhou Jun reached out and pushed the door open. Instantly, a familiar chemical smell hit his nose. The smell of burnt heroin. He immediately became alert. In the box, 3 men were sitting on the sofa. Next to them were several army green bags. The smell in the air made Zhou Jun's heartbeat faster. He quickly rushed into the box and pointed directly at the bags. Captain Zhou, this. The person in charge looked pale, obviously not expecting the situation to be so serious. Check these bags. Zhou Jun ordered without question and immediately called the police over. In the bag, a large amount of heroin and drug-making tools were found. Zhou Jun's heart sank. This inspection was originally just a routine task, but it unexpectedly uncovered a huge drug trafficking network. Early morning, Shiao Chan's dormitory. He returned to the dormitory and saw the 50,000 yuan in his account, thinking of his stock investment in his previous life. Today was the day he turned 18, and it was time to go to the securities company to open an account. He is neither impatient nor anxious, and has become accustomed to this kind of life full of uncertainties. Chapter 12. Second-class merits smashed on the head. What are you doing? Police, put your hands up. Zhou Jun pointed at several people and reached for his waist. He thought they were just drug addicts, but as he shouted, several of them quickly reached for the bags beside them. Their bags were bulging, and with Zhou Jun's experience, he instantly guessed that they were weapons. No, get out. Zhou Jun yelled, quickly reached for his waist, and pulled out a pistol. At the same time, 3 earth guns were taken out by the 3 people inside. Boom, boom. The Zhou army fell to the ground and retreated. Several colleagues had already gathered around with weapons, and he shouted, 3 homemade guns, be careful. He then pulled out his pistol, removed the safety, and fired inside. The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce gun battle. The power of the earthen guns was average and was quickly suppressed by Zhou Jun and others. Moreover, a colleague came over with a blast shield, and Zhou Jun and others rushed in under the cover of the blast shield. A large number of armed police rushed to the scene. Among the 3 drug dealers, 1 was killed, 1 was injured, and 1 was captured. Only after these people were taken away did Zhou Jun sit down on the ground, wiping a cold sweat with lingering fear. Afterwards, he found out that these drug dealers were originally dealing with each other, but were caught in a strict investigation. They were hiding in the nightclub, but their drug addiction kicked in, so they started smoking in the box and were caught by Zhou Jun and others. If I didn't bring my weapons today, if I didn't wear a bulletproof vest, the consequences would be disastrous. Zhou Jun couldn't help but think of Shiao Chan. He felt that Shiao Chan was definitely not an ordinary person. But then he felt lucky because he had caught the drug dealer on the spot and seized 30 kilograms of drugs, which was at least a second-class merit. The matter regarding the deputy director of the branch is basically settled. The next day was Monday, and Shiao Chan took 2 hours off to go to the securities company's business department to open an account. The current process is simplified. Just submit the information and it will be reviewed quickly. After completing the formalities half an hour later, he directly opened his mobile phone, downloaded the stock trading software, pre-selected a few stocks, and invested all his 50,000 yuan according to his memory. I left the 3,000 yuan reward from the principal as living expenses. It takes time for money left in the stock market to double. At present, I still have to find a way to make money. Fortunately, I am a person who has traveled through time and space and have enough information, so it is not difficult to make money. When I was about to leave the lobby of the securities company, I ran into Shiao Qian and a man walking by. Li Mingyu, Shiao Qian's suitor. Shiao Qian had heard from Shiao Qian that this guy was a full-time stock trader. Qian, let me tell you, the stock of Northernwood Industry will rise sharply in the future. I've already invested heavily in it. This time, it is estimated that the principal can at least triple. Once you open an account, invest in Northern Forestry. Okay, Mingyu, I'll listen to you. Shiao Qian was a little excited. I have been spending a lot recently and am short of money, so I thought of Li Mingyu and wanted to make some money in the stock market. When she looked up and saw Shiao Chan standing at the door of the business hall, Shiao Qian's face suddenly darkened. She walked up quickly and asked, Shiao Chan, what are you doing here? Where am I and what am I doing? Do I need to report to you? Shiao Chan was a little puzzled. Why do you run into people from the Shiao family everywhere? Shiao Chan. Shiao Qian stamped her feet in anger. Don't be complacent. You were lucky yesterday. You'd better not let me catch you. Otherwise, I will definitely send you to the police station. Then I'll wait. Shiao Chan was too lazy to pay attention to her. He turned around and was about to leave. He had to rush back to class. Shiao Qian, is this your younger brother? Li Mingyu looked at Shiao Chan curiously. That's the bad guy. Shiao Qian said bitterly. He stole my bracelet and refused to admit it. Shiao Qian. Shiao Chan, who was about to leave, retracted his steps. He said to Shiao Qian seriously, if you have evidence to prove that I stole your bracelet, call the police to arrest me. If you don't have any evidence and you continue to spread rumors and insult my character, I'll tear your mouth apart. Shiao Qian simply couldn't breathe. Shiao Chan was serious. In his previous life, he was very cautious towards the Shiao family, especially Shiao Qian. Whenever she got angry, he would bow his head and apologize. When has she ever seen Shiao Chan say something like tear her mouth apart? After a moment, she finally reacted and screamed, Shiao Chan, what did you say? Say it again. I say, if you dare to talk nonsense and insult my personality here again, I will tear your mouth apart. Shiao Chan repeated unceremoniously. You, Li Mingyu, look, he scolded me, are you stupid? Shiao Qian was shaking with anger. She pulled Li Mingyu beside her, hoping that he could stand up for her. After all, this is her suitor. Why not show some respect when encountering such a thing? But Li Mingyu was a little embarrassed. He stammered, Qian, your brother is actually right. You don't have any evidence, so you can't just accuse him. I suggest you go back and look for it. Sometimes I'm like this. I don't know where I put something and I can't find it, but I turn around and find it in a corner. Shiao Qian glanced at Li Mingyu, who seemed to be a good guy. In his previous life, Li Mingyu pursued Shiao Qian desperately, but was always treated as a spare tire by Shiao Qian. In the end, he became discouraged and disappeared, even though he had a good eye for investment. Li Mingyu. Shiao Qian was almost angry to death. She couldn't believe that her suitor didn't help her. Qian, don't be angry. Li Mingyu smilata guarli. Seeing that Shiao Qian was angry, he quickly coaxed her. Let's go eat. I've booked the best seat in the revolving restaurant. That seat is only reserved until 11:30. If you are late, it will be gone. Shiao Qian glared at him and followed him reluctantly. Hello. Shiao Qian called Li Mingyu. What's wrong? Li Mingyu looked at Shiao Chan in confusion. Let's sell the Northernwood Industries stock, Shiao Chan said. Why? I predict that this stock will rise sharply in the next half month. Li Mingyu asked puzzledly. It can't go up. Northernwood Industry mainly produces rosewood furniture. Shiao Chan said. Most of their raw materials are imported from Southeast Asia. In the past week, Southeast Asian raw material production areas have encountered a once-in-a-century pest, resulting in a shortage of many imported raw materials, so the stock market will plummet. Who told you that? Li Mingyu was surprised. If this news is true, then he really has to sell all his stocks. The shortage of raw materials will affect production, and the stock price will definitely be hit hard. You really believe him? How can a poor high school student like him know how to trade stocks? Shiao Qian said angrily. You believe his nonsense? But, Li Mingyu wanted to ask about the situation. But what? Go back and invest all your money in Northernwood Industry. Shiao Qian shouted. Qian, this won't work. Li Mingyu said anxiously. Investment is not a gamble. Even if you're optimistic about Northernwood Industry, you can't invest all your money. This way, Li Mingyu, whose side are you on? Shiao Qian said angrily. If you don't listen to me, I will never talk to you again. Chapter 13. Just invest all your money in the stock market. Li Mingyu didn't dare to speak. He liked Shiao Qian and was really afraid that Shiao Qian would ignore him. Then just invest. It's best to borrow money and invest all of it. Shiao Chan sneered. Just don't cry when the time comes. If you are stubborn, just surrender. It is difficult to persuade a dying man with good words. Shiao Qian is deliberately going against him. But it doesn't matter. He is not reminding Shiao Qian anyway. If she wants to invest her own fortune in it, then she can invest it. It has nothing to do with you. Try not to show up in front of me anymore. Shiao Qian rolled her eyes and pulled Li Mingyu, who was hesitant to speak, away. Shrugging, Shiao Qian also took the bus and left. Anyway, in the past life, Northernwood Industries' stock price plummeted due to insect pests in Southeast Asia, and it happened in the past few days. Judging from Shiao Qian's attitude, she not only wants to invest all her money, but also wants to bring Li Mingyu along. Not only did she die, but she also dragged others down with her. TSK. I hope Li Mingyu can learn his lesson this time and be more sober. Qian, although Northernwood Industry is on a good rise, there are still risks if you go all in. On the way back, Li Mingyu couldn't help feeling a little frightened when he saw her using her mobile phone to buy all of Northernwood Industry without hesitation. He's been a full-time stock trader for several years and has a unique analysis of stock trends. Although he is optimistic about Lindswood Industry, it is still risky to go all in. You invest all your money in Northernwood Industry right now. Shiao Qian forced. No, that would be risky. Li Mingyu refused subconsciously. Besides, your brother? Do you really believe that a high school student like him knows about stocks? If he really knew, he wouldn't be working in a milk tea shop and wouldn't be stealing my bracelet. Shiao Qian got angry when Shiao Chan was mentioned. She shouted, Li Mingyu, if you don't listen to me, we won't meet again in the future. Li Mingyu was in a dilemma. He knew Shiao Qian was angry with his brother. But he really liked Shiao Qian, and he was optimistic about Lindswood Industry stock. But Shiao Qian's words made him hesitate. You actually believe in Shiao Chan and are unwilling to stand on my side. Shiao Qian felt a little unbelievable. In that case, let's not meet again. Don't. Qian, don't go. I'll listen to you. I'll buy all of Lindswood Industry. Li Mingyu finally surrendered. That's good enough. Let's go and have dinner. Shiao Qian's anger turned into joy and she left with Li Mingyu. After returning to school and attending a class, Shiao Chan buried his head in reading during the break. Shiao Chan, someone is looking for you. A classmate passed by and called out, they say it's your family member. My family. Shiao Chan was a little confused. Where do you have any family now? When I walked outside the school, I saw the familiar BMW 5 Series. Without thinking too much, it was Xiao Yan. What are you doing here? Shiao Chan frowned. As soon as she saw Xiao Chan, Xiao Yan felt a sense of strangeness, which made her frown. She originally wanted to have good talk with Xiao Chan, but she got angry when she saw him like this. How do you treat your family? I'm your sister. Family? Sister? I don't deserve that. Your brother is only Shia Ming. Xiao Chan said self-deprecatingly. In your eyes, I am nothing more than a disaster star. Xiao Chan, I came here today to talk to you. Can you please speak nicely? Xiao Yan frowned even more tightly. What is there to talk about? We have already severed our relationship. Xiao Chan was a little puzzled. Is there anything else you want to discuss with me? Xiao Yan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Let's go home for dinner tonight. I don't have a home. That's your home. Don't involve me. Xiao Chan interrupted her. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Chan quietly. She couldn't stand it any longer and said, Can you please stop making trouble? Who made trouble with you? Xiao Chan felt a little puzzled. I'm doing fine in school. Why do you have to come looking for me? Can't I stay away from your Xiao family? What? Do I have to go back and kneel on the ground to beg you, Xiao family members, crying and shouting that I can't leave you? Xiao Chan. Xiao Yan raised her voice. We are a family. You can go home. We can let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones? Thank you. And thank you and your whole family. I have severed my relationship with a couple from the Xiao family. Now, apart from my surname Xiao, I have nothing to do with you. I just want to study hard and get into the university of my choice. So, please stop disturbing my life, okay? Xiao Yan was speechless after being rebuked. She was silent for a moment and said, We didn't break my blue and white porcelain, did you? I broke it. I'm a country bumpkin and have never seen such expensive things. I was playing in my room and accidentally broke it. Can you please stop being angry? Xiao Yan sighed. That's what your brother told you. No matter how I explained it at the time, you didn't believe it. Xiao Chan sneered. In your eyes, I'm just a vulgar country bumpkin. So now, I'm far away from you, and your Xiao family has returned to peace. What do you want to do now? Xiao Yan was speechless. She knew that Xiao Chan was angry and it would be useless to persuade him. She could only say helplessly, You are angry now and can't talk properly. I'll come see you another day. This is a new AJ shoe for you. Xiao Yan turned around and went back to the car to get a pair of shoes. Xiao Chan was a little puzzled. Why was he suddenly so nice to me? What was going on? Oh my god. Could it be that green tea girl Xiao Ming's kidneys are damaged, and they want to use themselves to match Xiao Ming's kidneys? Thinking of this, Xiao Chan took 2 steps back vigilantly and kept a distance from her. In his previous life, he had witnessed all the methods used by the Xiao family. So this is not impossible. No matter what, protecting yourself is the most important thing. What are you doing? Xiao Yan was stunned. Looking at Xiao Chan, who was alert, she handed him a pair of shoes. These shoes are size 39. Size 39 is Xiao Ming's size. Mine is size 41. You bought this according to his feet. Can't you just give it to him? Xiao Chan said coldly. Do you have to bring it out here to discuss me? That's not what I meant. I thought you and Xiao Ming were wearing the same size. Xiao Yan was stunned. After all, they were twins, and she thought they were identical. But she forgot that Xiao Ming was frail and sickly, and developed more slowly than his peers. She was much younger than Xiao Chan in every aspect. Seeing the indifference on Xiao Chen's face, she knew that he had misunderstood again. She wanted to explain, but didn't know how, so she had to put the shoes back. Then I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan as living expenses. No need. If you're fine, just leave. I can still support myself. Xiao Chan was already a little impatient. Chapter 14, Is This Thing Lost? After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan could only sigh. Then remember to call me if you have any difficulties. The biggest help you can do is not to disturb me. Xiao Chan glanced at her and turned away. Xiao Chan. Xiao Yan called out from behind him, then took out a bag. When I opened the bag, I saw a framed photo inside. The photo taken on Xiao Chen's first day at the Xiao family. What? Xiao Chan glanced at the photo. He once treasured this photo, because this is the only photo of him with his parents, sister, and brother. But now, the photo is no longer important. This photo was taken when you came back. Please keep it. Xiao Yan handed over the photo. It's no longer needed. Just throw it away. Xiao Chan glanced at her and turned away. Looking at Xiao Chen's leaving back, Xiao Yan's heart ached. It was as if something important was forcibly torn away from her heart. She held the photo in her hand and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. After another class, it was time to end. Xiao Chan, go eat. The fat man at the next table, Su Dachui, picked up his lunchbox and greeted him. Su Dachui has a carefree personality and is the first friend Xiao Chan made after transferring here. I'm not going. I've finished solving this problem. Xiao Chan said. I'll wait for you. Su Dachui suppressed the hunger in his stomach and waited for Xiao Chan. Just at this moment, Song Zian walked over carrying an exquisite lunchbox. She put the lunchbox on the table, opened it, and saw small compartments inside. There are 3 dishes and 1 soup. Shiao Chan, eat. Song Zian took out 2 pairs of chopsticks and handed one to Shiao Chan. Eat. Shiao Chan's mind was still filled with various formulas, and he was unable to come back to his senses for a while. I couldn't get used to the food at school, so my mom brought it to me from home. Song Zian blinked twice. She made too much. I can't finish it. This is so embarrassing. Shiao Chan scratched his head. This dish looks very tempting. Braised pork ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and kelp and pork rib soup. The cooking skills of a nanny in Song Zian's family are no worse than those of the chefs in 5-star hotels. You helped me with my studies, so it's only right that I give something back to you. Song Zian stuffed the chopsticks into his hand. Besides, my mom always prepares a lot, and I can't finish it, so it's such a waste to throw it away. Well, okay then. Shiao Chan hesitated and took the chopsticks. Song Zian's eyebrows curved like a crescent moon. She took out the dishes, and there was a portion of rice underneath. The specially supplied wuchang rice was not available on the market, so she only picked out a small portion and gave the rest to Shiao Chan. I seem to have been forced to eat a handful of dog food. Su Dachui covered his chest, looking hurt. Studently, you don't have to invite Shiao Chan to eat together in the future. Song Zian turned her head. Why? My Chun-Chun. Are you going to snatch my Chun-Chun away? Su Dachui acted as if he was terrified. My mom brings me lunch every day, and I can't finish it. Song Zian looked harmless. Ah, my Chun-Chun. You are going to abandon me from now on. Su Dachui stood up exaggeratedly and ran away with his lunchbox. Student Song, this isn't a good idea. Shiao Chan was a little embarrassed. You can ask Annie to do less. Of course, I'll take care of your meals from now on. Song Zian sat down, her eyebrows curved into crescents with joy. Let's eat. Fragrant spare ribs and sweet and sour scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It was the first time for Shiao Chan to eat such delicious dishes. Seeing that the box was completely eaten, Song Zian thought that he would have to prepare more tomorrow. It's better to change to a bigger lunchbox, otherwise it won't be enough for my brother to eat. Thank you, classmate Song. Tell Auntie not to prepare so much tomorrow. Shiao Chan took the initiative to pack up the lunchbox. Okay, but my mother probably won't listen to me. Song Zian blinked her big watery eyes. By the way, does your grandfather like that painting? Shiao Chan asked. I haven't given it to him yet. I will give it to him when I get home in the evening, said Song Zian. Night, Jiuzhou 5-star hotel. The hotel was bustling with activity, with red carpets and lanterns hanging. Today is the birthday of Song Yunming, the president of Huaya Bank, and he has booked the entire hotel. The Song family's direct relatives gathered together. As the birthday boy today, Song Yunming also seemed very happy. The table was piled with gifts from the younger generations. As a junior, Song Zian also presented the painting he had chosen at the right time. Zian, what gift did you give your grandfather? An elder teased. It's a painting. I hope Grandpa likes it. Song Zian smiled sweetly. Okay, let me see. Song Yunming took the painting with a smile. After opening it, he knew what it was and said with a smile, not bad, not bad. It is a copy of Wang Engshi's Shurangama Sutra. Although it is a copy, the brushstrokes already have 30% of Wang Engshi's charm, and it is very valuable for collection. So it's not the original. Song Zian's cousin yelled, Cousin, why did you give Grandpa a fake? This painting didn't cost much, did it? It didn't cost much, just 3,000 yuan, said Song Zian. This cousin Zhou provoked her from time to time, and she was annoyed to death. You only gave Grandpa a gift worth 3,000 yuan for his birthday, but the can of Malphone I gave him was worth 50 or 60,000 yuan. Although Zhou looks harmless, he is targeting people everywhere. Haha, the value of the gift doesn't matter, as long as the thought is there. Song Yunming laughed. Zian, I like it very much. As long as Grandpa likes it. Song Zian said with a smile. How can that be? Grandpa likes calligraphy and painting so much. How can you give him a fake? Zhou said relentlessly. Is my cousin stingy? Can't bear to buy the real thing. Song Zian was very angry. Of course not. It's just... Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered what Shiao Chan said when he bought this painting. She said, Grandpa, this painting was chosen for me by my classmate. He asked me to tell you that there is a lot behind the words. Oh, is there something fishy? Let me take a look. Song Yiming picked up his reading glasses and put them on, then began to look carefully. He originally didn't want to reject his granddaughter's kindness, but when he took a closer look, he immediately saw the clue. The thickness of the calligraphy seemed unusual, so he quickly spread it out on the table. Quickly bring me my treasure bag. The housekeeper hurried to get Song Yunming's treasure bag. Song Yunming likes to tinker with antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, so he has his own set of tools. When he took a closer look, he realized that the calligraphy seemed not simple. He asked someone to bring some clean water, and then he used a watering can to spray the water gently. Mr. Song, could this be a calligraphy within a calligraphy? The butler asked from the side. Previously, he went to the market with Mr. Song and bought a set of priceless calligraphy. Judging from Mr. Song's posture, this calligraphy seems to have a different meaning. Chapter 15 Grandma is coming. Yes, it is the word within the word. Mr. Song wet the painting and carefully picked up a layer of paper with tweezers. Sure enough, there was another set of words hidden in the interlayer of the words. This is the Lotus Sutra written by Wu Changsha, a late Qing dynasty painter and calligrapher. Song Yiming picked up the calligraphy with a layer of paper removed, looking excited. It is indeed Wu Changshua's calligraphy. Congratulations, Mr. Song. The housekeeper said happily. It's actually a good calligraphy. Did you buy it for $3,000? How much is this calligraphy worth? The estimated value is at least 400,000. Haha, Xian has really good taste. Ming Hui, you two really gave birth to a good daughter. For a time, relatives gave rave reviews, and Song Xian's parents were also proud of it. Seeing that Song Xian had become the focus again, Zhozha stomped his feet in anger, walked aside, and stopped talking. Xian, where did you buy this calligraphy? Song Yiming asked. Grandpa, this is what happened. Song Xian described the process in detail. Your classmates are really talented. I used to think Tongfang High School was just an ordinary school. Mr. Song praised him highly. If you have a chance, please introduce your classmate to me. Okay, Grandpa. Song Xian said happily. Do you like this word? I like it. I really like it. Ha, this is the best gift I have received today. Mr. Song laughed. Song Xian's eyes curved into crescents, and she was very happy today. During the break, when Shiao Chan was working hard on a math problem, a familiar voice rang out. Is my Chin Chun in this class? Shiao Chan raised his head suddenly and saw a kind face outside the window. A 70-year-old lady with a head full of silver hair. She was neat and tidy despite her age. Although the shirt was a little whitish, it was washed very cleanly. Grandma. Shiao Chan was surprised and happy. He dropped his pen and rushed out of the classroom. Grandma is his only relative in this world. After moving to the Shiao family, I only talk to my grandmother on the phone once a week. It has been half a year since I last saw her. Holding Grandma's hand tightly, Shiao Chen's eyes were red, and he choked up and said, Grandma, why are you here? I came to Jiangsheng for a follow-up checkup, so I came to see you by the way. Grandma Wu grabbed Shiao Chen's hand and looked left and right. Finally, the pair of wrinkled hands touched Shiao Chen's face. Chun Chun, you have lost weight. Her face was full of pity. Are you not living well with your parents? Shiao Chan just kept shaking his head. Tears couldn't stop falling. Grandma, I'm fine. Chun Chun, Grandma bought you a pair of sneakers. Try them on to see if they fit. Grandma Wu put down what she was holding and opened a shoebox. There was a pair of sneakers in it, not a big brand, costing only 100 or 200 yuan at most. Shiao Chan nodded. He took off his shoes, put them on, tried them on, and found they were neither too big nor too small, just right. Grandma, it fits perfectly. Shiao Chan jumped a few times, then took his grandmother's hand and showed a genuine smile. He didn't even bother to take a look at the AJ that Xiao Yan gave him yesterday. But he treasured the shoes his grandmother gave him. The affection between him and his grandmother cannot be measured by anything. This was the first time he had truly laughed from the bottom of his heart in half a year. It's good that it's suitable. Chun Chun, you should go to class quickly. Grandma just wants to see you. We have to hurry back to the countryside. Grandma Wu stood on tiptoe and stroked Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chun leaned down and let her wrinkled hand touch his head, just like when he was a child. Grandma, please don't go back to the countryside, okay? Just live here with me. Xiao Chun held his grandmother's hand. I'm afraid that's not possible. Grandma has no place to live here, otherwise I really want to stay and take care of you. Grandma Wu's face also showed a look of reluctance. Grandma, I can make money now. You stay in the hotel first. I will take a leave to rent a house. Xiao Chun said seriously. I trust your locust flower buns too much, and I want to eat the dumplings made with the shepherd's purse you dug too much. Grandma, please don't leave. Xiao Chan was really worried about his grandmother. The reason he moved to Jiangsheng was because his grandmother was old and in poor health. Because Zhao's mother didn't like Grandma. Even though the Xiao family lived well, Grandma was always alone in the countryside. Now that she is older, Xiao Chan wants to keep her by his side and take care of her. Grandma Wu, why are you here? Song Xian also ran over. Hey, I'm here to see Xiao Chan. Who are you? Grandma Wu looked at Song Xian in confusion. She didn't know Song Xian, but how did this girl know her last name was Wu? Imshun Sklezanta. I've seen your photo in his photo album. Song Xian quickly found an excuse to get away. After not seeing her for 10 years, Grandma Wu no longer recognized me. After all, I was only 8 years old at that time. Now she has grown into a graceful young lady. Oh, hello. Grandma Wu greeted with a smile. Xiao Chun, it's a good idea to let Grandma Wu stay. I can help you find a house. Song Xian said. Grandma Wu's steamed wild vegetables are so delicious. I want to eat them too. Have you eaten it? Xiao Chun was a little confused. Ah, you said that Grandma Wu's steamed wild vegetables are especially delicious. I want to try them. Song Xian was shocked and almost exposed. Now she realized that if she let Xiao Chan know her identity too early, he might not be able to accept it. So I'll keep it a secret for now. I lived with Shiao Chan for most of the month when I was a child, and I missed the wild vegetable steamed by Grandma Wu so much. Grandma, please stay here. Don't worry, I'm grown up now. Shiao Chan grabbed Grandma Wu's hand and said, if you stay here, I can take care of you. Okay, okay. Seeing Shiao Chen's sincere expression, Grandma Wu could only nod in agreement. Arrangements were made for Grandma to stay in a hotel, and during the afternoon physical education class, Shiao Chun and Song Zian asked for leave to find a place to stay. Shiao Chun, my uncle has an unused house in Binhu International. They are abroad and want to find a reliable person to stay with them and help look after the house. Song Zian rolled her eyes and said, how about letting Grandma stay here first? Binhu International? That's a luxury house. Shiao Chun was stunned. Jiangsheng is a second-tier city. Binhu International is a high-end residential area in the area, where a house is worth tens of millions. They don't charge rent. They are looking for someone to help look after the house, said Song Zian. No, it's in the new district, too far away, and it's too luxurious. Shiao Chan shook his head. Let's look for one near the school. Do you have any requests? Song Zian rolled his eyes. It should be close to school, preferably in a village in the city with a strong sense of fireworks, and a separate courtyard is best. My grandma likes to grow vegetables and raise chickens and ducks. Shiao Chen thought about it. Okay, let's look for it. Song Zian made an excuse to go to the bathroom and ran into the bathroom to make a phone call. Uncle Ming, help me buy a house in the urban village near Tongfang High School. It should be a private house. Please hurry up. Contact me after you buy it. After finishing the call, she ran out and looked for a house with Shiao Chen. Chapter 16 Grandma will love you from now on. In a blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed, and I had looked at many houses, but none of them were suitable. Either it's too messy or the rent is too expensive. Shiao Chun, a friend of a relative of mine, has a house in a village in the city, and it's vacant now. After receiving a message, Song Zian smiled and said, I just asked someone, the price is very cheap. Only $300 a month, water and electricity are all free. How about we go over and take a look? Ah, there's such cheap houses in the urban village. Shiao Chun asked with some confusion. Although Tongfang High School is not in the city center, it is relatively close to the university town. Even if it is a private house in a village in the city, the starting price is more than 2,000 yuan per month. Yes, let's go and take a look. Song Zian took his hand and ran over. When they arrived at the courtyard, Uncle Ming, the Song family's housekeeper, had already disguised himself as the owner of the house. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, he folded his hands in front of him and looked very polite. Song Zian coughed twice because his temperament was not well controlled. Uncle Ming then came to his senses and quickly put his hands behind his back. Uncle Ming said with a smile, my son got married and bought a house in another place, so the old house has been idle. Old houses need people to live in them, otherwise they will fall apart quickly. If you're satisfied, just give me a symbolic amount. Uncle, we are very satisfied. No problem, let's sign the contract. Shiao Chen had already looked around. This place has a good exit, the yard is big enough, and there are no illegal buildings around it. There is also a small vegetable market not far away, so it is perfect for Grandma to live here. Okay, you're a good kid, so I'll give you a discount. 2,000 yuan a year. Uncle Ming waved his hand. After signing the contract and paying 1 year's rent, Song Zian secretly made an okay gesture to Uncle Ming. After thanking Song Zian, he took his grandmother over. I asked for leave from my teacher that afternoon and helped my grandma clean up the yard. Grandma Wu is very capable. After working for most of the day, the yard has been completely transformed. Chun Chun, sit down and take a rest. Grandma Wu asked Shiao Chun to sit down and poured him a glass of water. It's okay, Grandma, I'm not tired. Shiao Chun took the water and took a sip. Chun Chun, tell Grandma the truth. Are they not nice to you? Grandma Wu suddenly asked. They, of course, referred to Shiao Chen's parents. Shiao Chun froze while drinking water, then put the cup down. You look normal. It's okay, Grandma. I'm used to it. Those two bastards, you are their son too. How can they be so partial to you? Grandma Wu was a little angry. I will go to the Shiao family tomorrow. I want to ask your mother in person whether you were also born after she carried you for 10 months. Grandma, Shiao Chun held Grandma Wu's hand. Don't ask. I have cut off all ties with them. I can support myself. As long as my grandma is with me, I will be content. Grandma Wu held Shiao Chun in her arms distressfully. Grandma is with you, always with you. At this moment, Grandma Wu suddenly frowned. She pressed her chest, and her face showed a painful expression. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Is your heart feeling uncomfortable again? Shiao Chun was surprised and quickly helped her sit down and poured her a glass of water. My grandmother had a heart condition and passed away early in her previous life because no one took care of her. So he is very worried now. It's okay, it's an old illness. I just need to rest for a while. Grandma Wu drank some water and her brows relaxed. Grandma, you should take a rest. One of my classmates also had insufficient blood supply to his heart, and he recovered after taking Chinese medicine. I have the prescription. I'll go out and get it for you now. After Shiao Chun finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Not far from here was a chain pharmacy called Zongjingtang. In his previous life, he felt very guilty about his grandmother's sudden passing. He also got a good prescription for treating heart disease from Taoist priest. It's a pity that Grandma didn't get to use it. Now that he has been reborn, he won't allow Grandma to leave early again. I went out, scanned a shared bicycle, and ran to the nearest pharmacy. I wrote down the prescription according to my memory and gave it to the clerk to get the medicine. The clerk's attitude was average, with a stern face as if someone owed her millions. And her attitude was extremely perfunctory. Just as she was about to pack up the 6 doses of medicine, Shiao Chan frowned and said, "Sister, one Danshun is missing." Because of his guilt towards his grandmother, Shiao Chan has a very deep memory of these medicines. The medicine was indeed missing an ingredient. If he hadn't discovered it in time, would the clerk have planned to fool him? What's missing? What do you a kid know? The clerk thought it was too troublesome and was even too lazy to get another medicine. This is medicine for humans to take. Salvia miltiariza is the most important ingredient. How can it be missing? Shiao Chan frowned. What if the patient has problems after eating? Little brat, why are you so nosy? The clerk pointed at Shiao Chan and said fiercely, I have packed the medicine. That's all, 500. This medicine costs, at most 100 yuan. The clerk saw that Shiao Chan was a child and deliberately made things difficult for him. First, the dosage is not enough. You're missing one ingredient, Salvia miltiariza. You're short of weight. Second, the price of this medicine is regulated. Your price is considered price gouging. Shiao Chan pointed to the computer of the Drug Supervision Bureau and said, guess what they will do if I call the Drug Supervision Bureau? You. The clerk didn't expect this high school student to be so difficult. Shortchanging goods and driving up prices. The maximum penalty for these two things is at least tens of thousands of yuan. Thinking about the consequences, the clerk still added Salvia miltiariza to the medicine. And I recalculated the price, 150. Shiao Chan picked up the medicine and scanned the code to pay. I was thinking that my wallet was running low again. I had invested 50,000 yuan in the stock market, and I only had the 3,000 yuan reward from the principal. I used the 2,000 to pay the rent, and the fastest return from the stock market will take at least half a month, so it seems I have to find a way to make some money. As he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of a black object on a tattered snakeskin bag in the corner of the store entrance. A light bulb went off in my mind, and I realized that the precious Chinese medicine from my previous life matched the thing in the corner. Purple stem Ganoderma lucidum is a very rare thing and a treasure in traditional Chinese medicine. Its value is equivalent to that of wild ginseng. In the previous life, someone paid a high price to buy it as a medicine. Apparently, a drugstore owner bought it and sold it for $500,000. The one in front of me is twice as big as I imagined. How much is this piece of Ganoderma lucidum? Shiao Chan pointed. 1,000, no bargaining. The clerk snorted and rolled his eyes. An old man dug it up in the mountains, and the boss bought it for 50 yuan. This high school student knows nothing, and the things dug up from the mountains can be priced higher. I'll take 800. Shiao Chan symbolically returned a price. Scan the money and take it. The clerk looked at Shiao Chan in surprise. Shiao Chan suppressed the joy in his heart, took out his mobile phone to scan the code, then asked for a plastic bag and put the Ganoderma lucidum in the bag. Chapter 17, You Are Really Blind. The clerk behind him gave him a mocking look. Shiao Chan glanced at her and said, You own this store, right? My husband opened it. What's wrong with that? The clerk continued as if someone owed her hundreds of thousands. I advise you not to look so sullen every day. This will be bad for your fortune and cause your wealth to pass through your home without entering. The clerk's face turned serious. It's none of your business. If you don't want to buy anything, just leave. Shiao Chan turned around and left, but before he had gone far, the pharmacy owner came running back in a hurry. As soon as he entered the drugstore, he looked at the Ganoderma lucidum placed in the corner. Where's the Ganoderma lucidum that you just put here? The one you bought for $50 this afternoon. Well, a fool spent $800 to buy it, said the clerk proudly. 800? Who bought it? That's purple stem Ganoderma lucidum. The drugstore owner slapped his thigh. Just now I saw someone in my circle of friends wanting to buy it as a medicine. It costs at least 300,000 yuan. You unlucky person. You sold it for 800 yuan for such an expensive thing. The woman's originally proud face was stretched long, and she stammered, A man who looks like a high school student bought it. He may not have gone far. Husband, go chase him and get the medicine back, quickly. Chase? Where to chase? It's all your fault. You always look so sullen. The drugstore owner shouted angrily, You can't even catch the god of wealth. The woman didn't dare to talk back when she was scolded. In comparison, she was more saddened by the fact that she sold something worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for only 800 yuan. I hurried home with the medicine, and my grandma was already preparing dinner. Shiao Chan boiled the medicine, and it was ready when the meal was ready. Grandma, this medicine should be taken on an empty stomach. I have prepared 2 bowls of it today. You could drink 1 bowl and put the other bowl in the refrigerator for tomorrow. Shiao Chan divided the medicine. Okay. Grandma Wu took the medicine from Shiao Chan with a smile. Go and eat quickly. I prepared the meal. Okay, I haven't eaten Grandma's cooking for a long time. Shiao Chan was also very happy. I think the dishes Grandma cooked were all farm dishes. Although the ingredients were ordinary, they all tasted like what he missed. The evening meal consisted of steamed chili rings and mixed seafood. It was a simple meal, but Shiao Chan enjoyed it very much. After dinner, he told his grandmother to contact him if she had any problems, and then left. On the video software that I often watch, I saw a purchasing information, which was to buy purple stem Ganoderma lucidum at a high price. After going out, Shiao Chan called the number left above, and the other party gave an address. The address is a bar, and the person who collected the purple-stemmed Ganoderma lucidum is the bar owner Chen Chao. Chen Chao is considered a relatively powerful person in this area. He is in charge of a bar street, and the nearby thugs have to respectfully call him Brother Chao when they see him. Because there have been so many cases of fraudulent phone calls before, Chen Chao had to be cautious. But when he saw that the other person seemed to be a high school student, he became even more confused. Are the scammers so bold now? Have all the high school students quit? But thinking about his mother's illness, he had to patiently ask, "Do you have what I want?" "Yes, you can check the goods first." Shiao Chan took out the plastic bag and placed the cleaned, purple-stemmed Ganoderma lucidum on the table. Chen Chao stood up suddenly, took the Ganoderma lucidum on the table, and looked at it carefully. This thing was almost identical to what the Chinese doctor had described, except that he was a little unsure. For safety reasons, he turned around and ordered, "Ask Lao Zhao to come over." One of the younger brothers turned and left. Chen Chao lit a cigarette and said, "Wait a moment. I'll have someone check the goods." Shiao Chan nodded. It was normal to inspect the goods. People nowadays are very cunning. Since Chen Chao sent out the purchase information, he has received countless calls from scammers. Chen Chao asked Shiao Chen's name and where he went to school, then glanced at him and said, "Don't think too much. Your stuff is real, and I won't treat you unfairly." Shiao Chen understood what he meant, which was that he was afraid that he was a liar. "You use this medicine to treat lung disease caused by deficiency of both heart and essence, right?" Shiao Chen asked. "How do you know?" Chen Chao was slightly stunned. This purple-stemmed Ganoderma lucidum is designed to treat lung diseases like this. "I read this in a book." Shiao Chen smiled. "My mother has lung disease and needs this as a medicine." Chen Chao said, "If what you give is real, I will reward you handsomely." A moment later, a middle-aged man came over. He was Lao Zhao. He picked up the Ganoderma lucidum, looked at it, then pinched off a little and put it in his mouth. After a moment, he nodded at Chen Chao. Chen Chao breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and said, "Young man, this medicine is indeed what I'm looking for. How about I give you 500,000 yuan as we agreed before and transfer it to you?" "Okay, this is my account." Shiao Chan reported his account. Chen Chao is a loyal man who never procrastinates in doing things. He immediately asked the finance department to transfer the money to Shiao Chan. A moment later, 500,000 arrived. Shiao Chan received the deposit information and put away his phone. "Thank you. Please send this young man back. Also, this is my business card." Chen Chao took out a business card and handed it to Shiao Chan. "I have some reputation here. If someone bullies you at school, just contact me." "Thank you." Shiao Chan took the business card and felt that Chen Chao was quite loyal. He pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Chen, I have some advice, but I don't know whether I should tell you or not." Shiao Chen knew Chen Chao, who was somewhat famous in the underworld. In his previous life, when Chen Chao was negotiating with someone, the other party set up a hongmen banquet and broke both of his legs. Since then, he has become a useless person and has completely disappeared. He seems to be quite loyal and a filial son, so I gave him a reminder. "You say?" Chen Chao was stunned. "Mr. Chen, do you want to discuss something with someone? Is it related to the division of the venue?" Shiao Chen asked. "How do you know?" Chen Chao frowned. Indeed, he and Zhang Hu of North Street are sworn enemies. The two had many conflicts over territory. The relationship has reached an irreconcilable point. So a big brother came out to mediate tonight. "I heard it from hearsay." Shiao Chan smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, be careful of the hongmen banquet." Chen Chao's heart trembled, and when he wanted to ask more questions, Shiao Chan had already left. He sat down, poured a glass of wine, and looked a little gloomy. Zhang Hu never plays by the rules. He is a mad dog. It is impossible to expect him to be disciplined in his preaching. Even if a big brother with high status in the underworld comes forward, I'm afraid he won't be reliable. The Hongmen feast? Was this guy reminding me? But how did he know these things? After thinking it over, Chen Chaojue realized that his situation was not simple. So he quickly ordered, "Arei, call a few more brothers tonight, just in case." "Yes, Brother Chao." A younger brother turned around and called for help. Chen Chao never expected that this would become the choice he would least regret in his life. Chapter 18, I advise you not to be a dog. As expected, Zhang Hu, that mad dog, brought people and weapons to ambush. That night, they had a disagreement and started showing their weapons. Fortunately, Chen Chao was prepared, and the two sides did not fight, and finally both sides gave in. Of course, this is a story for later. The stock market has been almost crazy in the past few days. For 3 consecutive days, all wood industry listed companies that mainly produce rosewood furniture have been in the green. The stock price hit the daily limit for 3 days, with a drop of more than 35%. The once thriving stock market is now in mourning. Li Mingyu had dark circles under his eyes, and his beard was untidy from not taking care of his appearance for several days. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the green stocks. Li Mingyu, you said the stock would double. Why is it falling like this now? Shiao Chan's screaming voice came from the phone. Now you've made me pay so much. Give me an explanation. Qian, the stock market is inherently risky. Li Mingyu's voice was hoarse. He was forced by Shiao Chan to invest all his assets in northern wood industry. Originally, the sales of rosewood furniture abroad increased dramatically, and northern wood industry, which specializes in rosewood furniture, should have been able to make steady progress. But unfortunately, Southeast Asia, an important place of origin, is hit by an insect pest that occurs only once in a century. This resulted in a sharp drop in the raw materials for rosewood furniture and a backlog of orders for northern wood furniture. As a result, shares of northern wood industry and related industries have been hitting their limit down. The original capital was $2 million, but now it has lost $700,000. He lost all his money, which had never happened before in his stock trading career. There are risks? What do you do for a living? Why do you ask me to buy it if you were not sure? Shiao Chan was still aggressive. If you had let me ask your brother a few more questions, you wouldn't have ended up with nothing. Li Mingyu's voice suddenly rose. If you hadn't been angry with your brother and insisted on investing in northern wood industry, our losses wouldn't have been so severe. Li Mingyu. Shiao Chan was almost furious. She screamed, what do you mean? Are you going to put all the blame on me? He's a high school student who's more professional than you. What use do I have for you? If you don't think of a solution, don't come to see me again. Then don't meet me. Li Mingyu's eyes flashed with anger. What did you say? Shiao Chan on the other end was suddenly speechless. I said, let's not meet again. Li Mingyu rapata. Shiao Chan, I'm tired. He hung up the phone and blocked all of Shiao Chan's contact information. After doing all this, he let out a long breath. After being a bootlicker for 3 years, this time, he finally came to his senses. On the other side, Shiao Chan looked at the hung-up phone with an expression of disbelief. How dare you hang up on me? Li Mingyu. I will really ignore you. She called back angrily. Then a cold tone came from the phone. She was blocked. Li Mingyu. Actually blocked me? You. I hate you, Shiao Chan. It's all your fault. You are such a jinx. Woo-woo, Li Mingyu, you are a scumbag. At the Shiao family, in front of her elder sister and father, Shiao Chan cried loudly. She tearfully enumerated Shiao Chen's crimes and blamed herself for the failure of this investment. Even the fact that the backup guy blocked him was blamed on Shiao Chan. Didn't Shiao Chan remind you that there would be problems with the raw materials of northern wood industry? Xiao Yan was relatively calm. Every move of the industry may affect the stock price. If you don't understand such a simple truth, why are you still trading stocks? Sister, which side are you on? Shiao Qian was a little bit unbelievable. In her opinion, her elder sister should be on the same side as her. After all, Shiao Chan is just an outsider in her eyes. Now, the eldest sister would actually analyze things from the perspective of that disaster star. I don't take sides. I don't think Shiao Chan is to blame for this matter. Xiao Yan shook her head gently. He is a disaster. If he hadn't said nonsense about the stock price going down, I wouldn't have lost so much. Shiao Qian angrily said, it's all his fault. Why are you still speaking for this disaster star? Qian Qian is right. Shiao Chun is a bad person. Father Zhao's face darkened. Since he came back, our Xiao family has never been peaceful. Dad, Xiao Yan sighed. Since Xiao Chun said that, he must have some inside information. Insider information? What inside information could he have? A poor high school student who only got first place in the league by cheating. Xiao Qian scolded. He was the one who reminded me not to take the advertising plan for Tsanghua liquor. Xiao Yan looked at Zhao's father. He also reminded me not to buy the stocks that Qian Qian wanted to invest in. Dad, don't you really feel that Xiao Chun is different from before? Father Xiao was stunned. Yes, Xiao Chun is different from before. The Xiao Chun who used to be so cautious in front of his family and sister. The Xiao Chun who used to be submissive and obedient to his family is gone. Instead, he was replaced by Xiao Chun, a mature, independent man with his own ideas. He has been brought up by his grandmother since he was born, and he longs for more care. Xiao Yan's voice trembled a little. He hopes to integrate into the Xiao family and gain our recognition. He was very careful with us and didn't dare to disobey us in the slightest, but we took it all for granted. We forgot that he is only 18 years old. He is the same age as Mingming. Are we ignoring him too much? Father Xiao was silent for a while. Indeed, they had ignored Xiao Chun over the years. But even if he felt a little guilty, he was unwilling to show it. He just frowned and said, isn't that rebellious son suffering enough out there? Tell him that if he doesn't come back this weekend, I will really treat him as if I had never given birth to a son. Dad, I've tried to persuade him several times, but it didn't work. Xiao Yan sighed. Why don't you go and persuade him? I persuade him? If he doesn't come back, then forget it. It's better for him to die outside. Father Xiao was furious and left in anger. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment, then picked up the phone. Junior, how is the hard drive surveillance being restored? Not quite there yet, but it will be soon. Please wait for me for 2 more days, Senior. Xiao Chan applied for a day school permit and went to his grandmother's house after evening self-study. And Grandma Wu delivers lunch to the school every day at noon. At noon, Xiao Chun just walked into the classroom with a bag, and the people in the classroom surrounded him with a bang. The one running in the front was Su Dachui, who used his fat body to block the crowd. He couldn't wait to say, Xiao Chun, what delicious food did Grandma make again? Give me some quickly. I'll exchange it for your chicken legs. Steamed Sephora, japonica flowers, vegetable sprouts, and mung bean and pork rib soup. Xiao Chun said with a smile. These days, the farm dishes made by Grandma Wu have conquered the stomachs of many students in the class. After all, the food we eat in school has very little oil, and the taste is really hard to swallow. Some wealthier people buy KFC and other things, but they get sick of eating too much. The farm dishes made by Grandma Wu made them feel like they had discovered a new world. Give it to me, give it to me. I'll give you fried chicken in exchange. My mother brought some braised beef. I'll change it for you. Chapter 19, Don't Bother Me Anymore. Don't worry, everyone. My grandma brought a lot today, so everyone can have share. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Since she knew that the children liked the food she cooked, Grandma Wu has made a lot more these days. Freshly picked Sephora japonica flowers are mixed with noodles and steamed in a pot, and then the sauce is made with mashed garlic and light soy sauce. The dish made of leeks and eggs is seasoned with just simple salt. The dough is spread out thinly, and the leeks and eggs are put into the roll and then steamed. The city kids had never experienced this taste before, so they ate it with special relish. Anything else? Xiao Chen returned to his seat and saw Song Xian's eager eyes. Yes, I saved it for you. Xiao Chen took out another vegetable. Thank you. Song Xian's eyes lit up, and he threw his lunchbox to Xiao Chen. I'll leave these to you. Take care of them for me. There are still 3 dishes and 1 soup, and the rice portion is large. Today's dish is beef stew with potatoes, and the beef is Wagyu beef air-shipped in. Half a lobster steamed, a few large steamed oysters, and a bowl of pigeon soup. These menus contain ingredients, and they probably cost thousands of dollars. You've been feeding me fat lately. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and picked up his chopsticks to eat. You are a little thin. You should eat something good to nourish yourself. Song Xian grinned. Student Song, what does your family do? Xiao Chun was a little puzzled. Although Song Xian did not reveal her identity as the eldest daughter of the Song family, she also tried to keep her clothes as ordinary as possible. But the dishes her mother brought every day were made from extraordinary ingredients. He could tell that. Just do some loan business. Song Xian rolled his eyes. Ordinary family. Xiao Chen nodded and continued eating. He never dreamed that the so-called loan business referred to Mosaic Bank with a market value of 50 billion. He always felt that Song Xian was a little different, but he couldn't tell exactly how. Is Xiao Chun in this class? Just at this moment, a sturdy head popped in. He had a short flat head, wore sunglasses, and smelled of tobacco. He also has a tattoo on his arm. Although he is a student, he has a strong social atmosphere. Zhao Yu from class 3 has very poor grades and is a bully in the school. He also made friends with a group of idle people in society and skipped classes and fought every day. It's me. Is there anything I can do for you? Xiao Chun stood up puzzledly. He knew Zhao Yu. After all, he was a well-known figure in the school. Xiao Chen ranked first in the physics joint examination. Both of them were very famous, but they had no intersection. Come out with me. Zhao Yu waved his hand. What do you want to do? Su Dachui rushed out with the unfinished vegetable in his hand. He was a little nervous, and there was a hostility about him. This guy is loyal, and thinks Zhao Yu is looking for trouble with Xiao Chun. Don't worry, someone just wants to see him. Zhao Yu glanced at Su Dachui. It's okay, I'll just go out with him. Xiao Chun said. Xiao Chun, let me go with you. Song Xian stood up. She was also worried about Xiao Chun. No need. I'll contact you if there's anything. Xiao Chun smiled easily. Zhao Yu took Xiao Chen out and saw Chun Xiao and a few of his younger brothers standing at the school gate from afar. Brother Xiao, I have brought the people here. Zhao Yu said respectfully. Xiao Chun. Chen Xiao put out his cigarette and walked over. Mr. Chun, is there anything wrong? Xiao Chun asked with some confusion. I haven't had any contact with Chun Xiao since we met that night. Why is he looking for me now? Don't worry. I came here today to thank you. Chen Xiao said, my mother's condition has improved a lot. And thank you for the reminder that night. So that's how it is. You're welcome, Mr. Chun. Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had never dealt with gangsters in his previous life, so he was quite nervous when someone came to him unexpectedly. Zhao Yu, take Xiao Chen out for dinner tonight. I'll treat you. Chen Xiao patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Also, please protect him in school. If there is anything you can't solve, come to me for help. Understand, Brother Xiao. Don't worry. Zhao Yu was somewhat delighted. In his eyes, Chen Xiao was a big shot, but he didn't expect that because of Xiao Chun, he would get in touch with Chen Xiao. It seems that I have to build a good relationship with Shiao Chan in the future. You rebellious son, do you dare to interact with people in society? Suddenly, Zhao's father appeared from the side and rushed over angrily. Then he raised his hand and slapped Shiao Chan hard in the face. Caught off guard, Shiao Chan was slapped in the face by him. Bang! Shiao Chan fell to the ground, blood immediately flowing out of his mouth. You bastard, you really bring shame to my Shiao family. I will beat you to death. Father Shiao was still not satisfied, so he walked forward angrily and was ready to attack. Stop him! Chen Xiao frowned, and the two younger brothers behind him stepped forward to stop Zhao's father. What are you doing? Get out of the way. It has nothing to do with you how I teach my son a lesson. Father Shiao roared, veins bulging on his forehead, and he seemed very angry. Your dad? Chen Xiao pointed at Zhao's father and asked. Mr. Chun, I can handle my own problems by myself. Xiao Chun stood up from the ground with difficulty. He wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes cold. Chen Xiao nodded and asked his two younger brothers to retreat. He and his men watched from aside. What do you have to say? If you don't kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake today, I will no longer have you as a son. Father Shiao was still angry. He has always been a conservative person and thinks he is upright. He does not allow his children to hang out with idle people in society. Admit your mistake? Admit what mistake? Xiao Chun said coldly. Look at how you look now. Do you look like a student? Xiao Chun said angrily. Did I send you to school just to let you hang out with the hooligans in society? What are you talking about? Are you looking for a fight? Several of Chen Xiao's younger brothers were unhappy. Chen Xiao waved his hand and asked his younger brothers to retreat. He wanted to see how Xiao Chan would solve the problem. He always felt that Xiao Chan was extraordinary. After all, anyone who could predict that something bad was going to happen to him at night must not be an ordinary person. Several younger brothers retreated and gave Father Shiao a warning look. What I look like has nothing to do with you. Xiao Chen's face was full of sarcasm. Given me, but not raised. How can you say I'm your son? Idle people in society? Mr. Chen has spent a lot of effort to find medicine for his mother. Isn't that more noble than you abandoning my 70-year-old grandmother in the countryside and not caring about her? No one is born superior to others. As a father, you are not worthy, and as a son, you are even less worthy. With every word Xiao Chun said, Zhao's father's face turned paler. In the end, he was so angry that his face turned blue. You bastard, I will beat you to death. He raised his hand high and slapped him hard again. However, this time his hand tightened and was held tightly by Xiao Chun with one hand. This slap from him could never come again. You dare to fight back? Father Xiao looked incredulous. Chapter 20, I'll fight back next time. Xiao Chun is already 18 years old and is even half a head taller than him. If Xiao Chun resisted, he wouldn't be able to touch Xiao Chun at all. We have severed our parent-child relationship. I solemnly warn you again, don't touch me again. Xiao Chen's tone sank slightly. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Rebellious son, what do you want to do? Do you want to hit me? Father Xiao roared angrily. His dignity as the head of the family was challenged, and what was even more unacceptable to him was that the one who provoked him was actually his own son who had never been taken seriously. This son who used to be obedient to him and dared not disobey him in the slightest is now resisting and might even hit him. Xiao Chun pushed him away, and Zhao's father staggered and almost fell to the ground. He looked at Xiao Chun in disbelief, his whole body shaking with anger. Rebellious son, you. Xiao Chun, what's wrong with your face? Who hit you? Song Zian rushed over. Seeing that half of Xiao Chen's face was swollen and there was blood on his mouth, she was immediately furious. She took out her cell phone and was about to call for help, but Xiao Chun thought she was going to call the police and stopped her. I'm fine, don't call the police. But your face has been beaten like this. Song Zian's tone was filled with uncontrollable anger. I don't care who he is. I will make him pay the price. At this moment, Song Zian, the daughter of the Song family, was full of aura. Even Chun Xiao, who worked hard every day and met countless people from all walks of life, trembled slightly. Ziyan. Xiao Chun stopped her. I'm really fine, this matter ends here. But you are injured. Song Zian burst into tears in a daze. The image of the boy who was bullied for protecting her appeared in front of her. His nose was bleeding and his lips were bruised, but he can still make faces to amuse himself. The 8-year-old girl kept crying and said, Brother, when I grow up, I will protect you too. I will never let you get hurt again, nor will I let you be bullied again. Now that she's grown up, she can't just stand by and watch him get hurt and do nothing. My injury is fine. Xiao Chun smiled casually. Did you hit Xiao Chun? Give me an explanation, otherwise. Song Zian pointed at Zhao's father with all his aura. There is no doubt that if Zhao's father does not give a reasonable explanation, she will make sure the other party has no place to stand in Jiangcheng in the next second. In fact, as the daughter of the Song group and Song Yunming's most beloved granddaughter, she is fully capable of doing so. The Xiao group is nothing more than a lone boat in the ocean, while the Song group is an aircraft carrier in the vast ocean. She is fully capable of completely wiping out the Xiao group. The powerful aura even made Zhao's father, who had been in the business world for more than 20 years, tremble. What followed was more anger. He laughed in anger. Okay, Shiao Chan. Now you are more capable. You can team up with others to threaten me. I'm not a threat, Song Zian said in a cold tone. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation and apologize to Shiao Chan. I apologized to him? Father Xiao felt it was a bit ridiculous. Is there any father in this world who would apologize to his son? Besides, this son was the one he had never liked, so this kind of thing would never happen. Song Zian. Shiao Chan raised his voice slightly. He stopped the tense Song Zian and said softly, forget it. I can handle my own affairs. He is my biological father, so this time, I won't bother with him. Is your father? Song Zian was stunned. After she broke up with Shiao Chan that year, she put all her attention on Shiao Chan. She had never paid attention to his family, so she had no idea that the man in front of her was Shiao Chan's father. It happened before, but we've severed our relationship. Shiao Chan smiled and said, there won't be a next time. I promise. The aura around Song Zian slowly disappeared, and she became the gentle and shy little girl again. She took out a tissue and carefully wiped the blood from Shiao Chan's lips. I said distressfully, does it hurt? I'll take you to the infirmary. Shiao Chan nodded and left with her. When he passed by Zhao's father, he glanced at him indifferently. Xiao Yuanhe, from now on, you and the Xiao family don't disturb my life anymore. After saying this, Shiao Chan and Song Zian left together. How dare you call me by my name? Xiao Yuanhe was furious, but when he came to his senses, Shiao Chan had already left. Are you his father? Qin Xiao glanced at Zhao's father. I'm his father, so what? Father Xiao raised his head. You don't know how to appreciate a precious gem. You treat such a good son like an enemy. Qin Xiao was speechless. He concluded that Shiao Chan was definitely not a simple person. But this old man seems to have some problems with his brain. Instead of being nice to such a capable son, he treats him like an enemy. Qin Xiao took his men away, leaving only Zhao's father standing there. He felt that he had lost face in front of Shiao Chan. In the infirmary, the doctor prescribed some medicine to reduce swelling and relieve pain for Shiao Chan. Song Zian brought an ice pack and applied it carefully to Shiao Chan. Are you feeling better? Seeing Shiao Chan's face slightly red and swollen, she felt more and more distressed. Much better. I'm fine, don't worry. Shiao Chan felt a little embarrassed and wanted to take the ice pack from her hand. But Song Zian stubbornly applied cold compress to him. Your dad, why'd he treat you like this? Song Zian asked, biting her lip. Because of prejudice, because they want to find an outlet for their incompetence. Shiao Chan's voice was a little cold. But I have severed all ties with them. This is the last time. If there's a next time, I will definitely fight back. Song Zian nodded. She remembered the Xiao family. If anyone dares to hit my brother, no matter who he is, I will fight to the death with him. The way you look just now. Shiao Chan suddenly remembered the scene of Song Zian with his full aura. At that time, she didn't look like a 17-year-old girl at all. His powerful aura is no less than that of an adult. It's like a cat with its fur standing on end, trying desperately to protect the most important thing to it. Is he very fierce? Song Zian blushed. No, it's very cute. Shiao Chan smiled. He said in a daze, besides Grandma, you're the only one who tried your best to protect me when I was hurt. Song Zian felt like something was blocking his chest. She couldn't imagine what kind of life Shiao Chan had lived over the years. Seeing that Song Zian's eyes were red again, Shiao Chan quickly smiled and comforted her. Okay, it's all over. Don't mention these things in front of my grandma. I'm afraid she will worry about me. Chapter 21, she's not right for you. Okay, I know. Song Zian nodded. The injury from this punch was not serious, and he left the infirmary after taking some painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. After a supplementary class in the afternoon, and after school in the evening, Shiao Chan was still taking extra lessons with Song Zian. Is Shiao Chan in this class? Just at this moment, a voice came from the door. Shiao Chan, someone is looking for you. The classmate in front called out to Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan raised his head in confusion, only to see that the person coming was Li Mingyu. What do you want? Shiao Chan walked out with some confusion. It's only been a few days since we last met, but Li Mingyu seems like a completely different person. Before, he was neat and tidy and paid great attention to his image. But now Li Mingyu has sunken eyes, dull eyes, and he hasn't shaved for several days. He looks sick, like a heavy smoker. Shiao Chan, I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Northernwood Industries' stock price has hit the daily limit for 4 consecutive days. Li Mingyu took out a cigarette and wanted to smoke it, but then realized that this was a school, so he put the cigarette away. The raw material import area encountered pests, raw material production decreased, and Northernwood Industries' export orders could not be delivered. Shiao Chan looked at him sympathetically and said, so the stock market crash was to be expected. I really regret not listening to you. I have lost more than 700,000 yuan in principal in the past few days. Li Mingyu's expression was painful, and his eyes were bloodshot. So what do you want to do? Shiao Chan asked. I'd like to ask you, should I sell the stocks at loss now, or continue to hold on and wait for the price to go back up? Li Mingyu looked at Shiao Chan as if asking for help. I'm just a high school student, but you graduated from the finance department of a prestigious university. Why are you asking me for advice? Shiao Chan was a little surprised. I believe you. Li Mingyu only said 4 words. You are different from others. Ordinary high school students don't understand stocks at all, nor do they have such keen insight as you. Li Mingyu said firmly. Since you've said that, I advise you to cut your losses in time. Shiao Chan said, not only the northern wood industry, but the entire redwood furniture industry is suffering a heavy blow. But it is obvious that rosewood furniture is very popular overseas, and the export rate has been rising continuously. Li Mingyu's eyes were almost desperate. According to my prediction, the pest infestation is just the first step. Shiao Chan said cryptically, a typhoon is coming soon. As far as I know, a cargo ship loaded with mahogany furniture has already set sail. If something happens to this ship due to the typhoon, what will it mean for the entire stock market wood industry? That is simply a catastrophic disaster. Li Mingyu was stunned. So sell it in time and don't focus on this stock. Shiao Chan said, this ship will sink, and in the next few days, listed companies in the rosewood sector will face a real earthquake. Okay, I'll throw it. I'll throw it right away. Li Mingyu nudda habili. Then he looked up. Shiao Chan, can you tell me some inside information? What's the inside story? Shiao Chan was stunned. It's the inside story of the stock market. I feel that your predictions about the stock market are very accurate. I sold my stocks and got 1.2 million in capital. Li Mingyu gritted his teeth. I would like to ask you, where should I invest this capital? You really dare. Shiao Chan smiled bitterly. Does Li Mingyu really trust himself so much? He really dares to listen to a high school student like me. But his intuition was correct. Shiao Chan was more than just accurate in his predictions about the stock market. In his previous life, his several plans and predictions on the stock market made the Shiao family become the top family in Jiangxing. After his rebirth, he had almost maxed out all the cheats. Li Mingyu really asked the right person. The global economy is in recession and all industries are in depression, so there is basically no place to invest, said Shiao Chan. But you can focus on precious metals, followed by biology and aerospace. I have a few stocks that I can recommend to you. Li Mingyu quickly took out a pen and carefully wrote down the first sentence Shiao Chan said. However, the stocks that Shiao Chan mentioned are all falling sharply at the moment. These stocks have fallen sharply, are you sure? Li Mingyu was a little confused. This is just my suggestion. It's up to you whether to join or not. Shiao Chan said lightly. Li Mingyu gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decided to take a gamble. Thank you, Shiao Chan. I will think about it carefully when I get back. Li Mingyu said, then I'll go back to class. Shiao Chan waved his hand and glanced at Li Mingyu as he left. You are very good at predicting financial trends. If you put your energy into this, you will definitely achieve something in the future. Besides, Shiao Chan is not suitable for you. I know. Li Mingyu nudda habili. How could he not know that Shiao Chan was not suitable for him? And he also knew that in Shiao Chan's eyes, he was just an indispensable spare tire. He spent too much on Qian, and her occasional emotional outbursts would affect his judgment. This time, he made up his mind to draw a clear line between himself and Shiao Chan. If there is no woman in your mind, you will be a god when you draw your sword. After Shiao Chan's guidance, Li Mingyu was able to quickly climb out of the quagmire. With his abilities, his future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. When Shiao Chan returned to class, Song Zian asked curiously, Shiao Chan, what did that person want to see you for? Consult me about stocks. Shiao Chan smiled. You also know about stocks? Song Zian blinked. I understand a little. Shiao Chan smiled slightly. My loan company. Song Zian emphasized the word loan and said, we are in need of an investment manager. I think you can definitely do the job. Stop messing around. Have you finished the physics questions? Check them for me. Shiao Chan tapped her forehead gently. He thought Song Zian was joking, but he didn't know that the loan company Song Zian mentioned was actually Jiangcheng Guangyuan Capital Company. Specializes in investing in a series of financial products such as stocks, bonds, funds, etc. It is also very well known in Jiangxing. This question is too difficult. I don't know how to do it. Song Zian bit the tip of the pen and frowned, looking very cute. Come, let me tell you. Shiao Chan took out the test paper and began to explain the physics paper of yesterday's exam. It was not until after school in the afternoon that Shiao Chan assigned her new homework. Song Zian pestered Shiao Chan to go back with him, so there was no choice but to take him to his grandmother's house. As soon as I got home, I felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. I saw Grandma standing in the yard, rubbing her hands together, seeming a little nervous. Grandma, what's wrong? Shiao Chan rushed into the yard. Only when he entered the yard did he find that Zhao's mother and Shia Ming were also in the yard. The expression on Zhao's mother's face was not very good. She wore delicate makeup and expensive clothes. He raised his head and pointed at Grandma Wu. What's the point of you living here? If this gets out, people will say that I, as the daughter-in-law of the Shiao family, am deliberately making things difficult for you, right? I think you are deliberately making a fool of me and embarrassing me. Chapter 22, The Shiao Family, is a joke. I'm not. Faced with this daughter-in-law, Grandma Wu was a little at a loss. This daughter-in-law came from a good family and was wealthy, so she had always looked down on him. Since I married my son, I have hardly lived with him. Go back to your hometown immediately and don't embarrass yourself here. Zhao's mother scolded. Grandma came to Jiangsheng to live with me. What does it have to do with you? Shiao Chan walked forward and stood guard over his grandmother. Song Zian was also well aware of the eccentricities of Shiao Chan's family, so she pulled Grandma Wu to sit aside. Shiao Chan, Zhao's mother was angry and had nowhere to vent. Seeing Shiao Chan made her even angrier. Why would your grandma come to Jiangsheng for no apparent reason? So it was you who instigated this. What do you want to do? Do you want outsiders to laugh at our Shiao family? Don't keep saying how great your Shiao family is. What kind of wealthy family is your Shiao family? Shiao Chan said coldly. You are just running a shabby company, and you act as if everyone in the world wants to curry favor with you. From your tone, I would think you were the mistress of some powerful noble in Yanjing. Shiao Chan you. Zhao's mother did not expect Shiao Chan to say such a thing. What's wrong with me? Grandma is in poor health and has no one to take care of her in the countryside. Shiao Chan said coldly. As a daughter-in-law, you never care about Grandma. Why do you have to interfere with me taking care of Grandma? It's fine if you don't want to take care of her, but you won't let me do that. Shiao Chan, shut up. Zhao's mother finally exploded. She pointed at Grandma Wu and said, Look, this is all taught by you. You deliberately made him go against me. Go against you? Are you overthinking it? Shiao Chan, I'll be very grateful if you Shiao family members don't show off your intelligence every now and then. If you have nothing to do now, go out and don't come here again. I can live well with my grandma. Shiao Chan you. Mother Zhao's face turned pale with anger. She didn't expect that her son, who had always been obedient to her, would become like this. Brother, how can you talk to Mom like that? Mom is also worried about you and Grandma. Shia Ming spoke in a sullen tone. You and Grandma can go back with us. Mom and Dad will forgive you. Can you please shut up? Shiao Chan raised his eyebrows. You have no right to speak here. Brother, Xiao Ming looked at his mother aggrievedly. Mom, I just want to persuade my brother. Shiao Chan. As expected, Zhao's mother was just fooled by this. She shouted angrily. He's obviously your brother. How can you speak to him in such a tone? I don't have such a sickly brother. Shiao Chan sneered. You are like a woman every day, crying at every turn. I think it's unlucky. Shiao Chan. Mother Xiao was almost furious. She pointed her finger outwards and said, Get out. Get out of here. Let me make it clear, this is my home. Shiao Chan raised his eyebrows. If you want to get out, you should be the ones. Now, immediately, get out of my house and don't come here again, or I will be rude to you. What did you say? You want me to get out? Zhao's mother looked incredulous. This is her son, and he actually dared to tell her to get out. That's right, get out. Shiao Chan pointed outside. You are so vulgar and unfilial. Shiao Chan, I shouldn't have given birth to you. Zhao's mother was furious. Yes, you shouldn't have given birth to me. For someone like you who thinks you are noble, you can only use words like vulgar and unfilial to scold others. How about I teach you? Shiao Chan approached her and sneered. You should say that I shouldn't have gotten pregnant with a bastard like you, right? You Shiao Chan you. Mother Xiao almost couldn't catch her breath and passed out. She would never have imagined that her own son could say such vulgar words. Because of her good family background, she has always been superior and looks down on her mother-in-law. She couldn't utter a foul language, but when it came to filial piety between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she was very understanding. In Shiao Chen's words, hypocrisy. You really come from scholarly family. Shiao Chen laughed. Are you ashamed to even say a word like bastard? I advise you not to disturb my life anymore. Shiao Chen glanced at her and said, When I get serious, all the people in the Shiao family combined are not as good as me. Mom, let's go. My brother is so scary now. I'm afraid he will beat us. Shiao Ming held his mother's hand and said in a teasing tone. Moreover, this guy squeezed out 2 tears of grievance, and his look was really pitiful. Okay, Shiao Chan, you're doing very well. Zhao's mother's face turned pale. From now on, you will live with this old woman. If you have the ability, never return to the Shiao family. From the moment I left your Shiao family, I had no intention of going back. Shiao Chan said coldly. It is you Shiao family who are harassing me crazily. I'm telling you once again that I have severed ties with the Shiao family and will not be returning to the Shiao family. Okay. Ming, let's go. Zhao's mother turned around and left. She was afraid that if she stayed here any longer, Shiao Chan would get so angry that he would have a heart attack. Shiao Chan helped his grandmother into the room, while Song Zian glanced at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, the little T-boy, rolled his eyes and smiled harmlessly. Hello, young lady, my name is Xiao Ming. Yes, I've heard that you are Shiao Chen's younger brother. Song Zian nodded. Sister, do you have a good relationship with my brother? Xiao Ming asked. Yes, we have a very good relationship. We eat together and go to school together. Song Zian nodded again. He also tutored me. Oh, A hint of jealousy appeared in Shao Ming's eyes. From childhood to adulthood, he would grab anything that belonged to Shiao Chan. He would also interfere with those who had a good relationship with Shiao Chan in order to completely isolate Shiao Chan. At that moment, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Miss, actually my grades are also very good. I study at Yinshi High School." Speaking of Yinshi High School, he was afraid that Song Zian had never heard of it. He added, "Yinshi High School is an aristocratic school in Jiangcheng, and the annual tuition is more than 200,000 yuan. And the educational resources there are the best, and the admission rate to Peking University and Tsinghua University is the highest every year." "Oh, really?" Song Zian looked at him as if he was an idiot. "My uncle is one of the directors of Yinshi High School, and she is considering whether to expel this T-shy grandson." Seeing Song Zian rolling her eyes, Shao Ming was delighted, thinking that she was interested in him. So he continued to talk nonstop. "Miss, I have good grades and can tutor you. And the one-on-one teachers my dad hired for me are all masters who graduated from 985 universities. If you need to catch up on any of your lessons, you can come to my house and take the lessons with me." "No need. Shiao Chan supplement is good enough." Song Zian watched the guy's performance quietly. Chapter 23. Shao Ming, you really look like a clown. What is Song Zian's identity? Lack of educational resources? She transferred from Yinshi High School's international class just for Shiao Chan. Moreover, the private tutors hired by the family are all experienced professors, some of whom are scholars who have retired and are re-employed. The eldest daughter of Song's Flower and Leaf Bank. How could she lack your resources? How could you, a middle-class family, be so superior? This grandson is showing off his resources in front of her? Nothing wrong with that, right? He's so teasing, really annoying. You mean my brother? Humph, he got his physics grades by cheating. When mentioning this, Shao Ming was filled with indignation. But then he said with a sensible look on his face, "But I know my brother didn't do it on purpose. He just wanted to get good grades and make my parents happy. It's understandable that he broke the vase at home and stole my second sister's bracelet. I don't blame him. I really don't blame him." Song Zian was so angry that she laughed. This little green tea girl didn't blame her brother on the surface. But in fact, he revealed everything about Shiao Chan without reservation. Of course, these are all accusations made against Shiao Chan. "Shao Ming, has anyone told you?" Song Zian said, "Those who spread rumors and speak ill of others behind their backs will go to hell where their tongues will be pulled out. Also, what I hate most is people like you who say one thing in public and another behind your back." "Sister, I'm not I." Shiao Chan panicked. He squeezed out a few tears in a hypocritical and pitiful manner. "Besides, you are a man, 18 years old. You always act pitiful and cry. Are you still a man?" What Shiao Chan said is absolutely right. It's unlucky to be with someone like you. It's really unlucky. After Song Zian finished speaking, she turned around and went into the house without giving Shao Ming a chance to react. Shao Ming stood there in a daze. He had not yet recovered from Song Zian's words. In the past, he used this method to conquer the hearts of many young ladies. A man like him, with a frown on his face and tears in his eyes, can instantly make people want to protect him. But this trick of his didn't work in front of Song Zian. No, he was unwilling to accept this. This young lady was so beautiful. Why should she be so nice to Shiao Chan? His face was a little distorted, and he would take away anything that belonged to Shiao Chan. He alone can enjoy the love of his parents, and his sisters can only be nice to him. How can Shiao Chan be worthy of such a beautiful girl by his side? Puppy love. I'm going to report you for puppy love. Grandma, are you okay? Shiao Chan helped his grandma sit down, ran over, and poured a glass of water for Grandma. After all, Grandma has a bad heart. Who knows what that shrew said just now make Grandma angry. "I'm fine, Shiao Chan. Don't worry about me." After drinking a sip of water, Grandma Wu pulled Shiao Chan with some care. "How have you been living in the Shiao family in the past 6 months? They don't like you, and they don't treat you well at all. It's Grandma's fault. Grandma shouldn't have sent you to the Shiao family alone. Grandma, it's all over." Shiao Chan smiled and said, "We will live together from now on. I will take good care of you, make a lot of money, and buy you a big house to live in. Let's just pretend that those relatives of the Shiao family never existed." Grandma Wu nodded, tears falling uncontrollably. "Grandma Wu, don't be sad. Shiao Chan and I will take care of you together in the future." Song Zian walked over. Okay, Zian, thank you so much." Grandma Wu held Song Zian's hand. She really liked Song Zian, and the old lady had already seen through the little girl's thoughts. "I think this girl likes my Chun-Chen. She is beautiful and kind, which is really great." "It's okay, Grandma Wu. Let's cook, I'll help you." Song Zian said with a smile. "Okay, I'll make whatever you want to eat." Grandma Wu stood up. "Fried eggplant and corn and sweet potato porridge." Song Zian said. "Okay, I'll do it." Grandma Wu stood up and said, "Chun-Chun, stay with Zian for a while. I'll go cook." "Shiao Chun, your younger brother." Song Zian hesitated to speak. "Very tea." Shiao Chun took over her words. Yes, very delicious." Song Zian nodded repeatedly. "Did he tell you that I cheated on the test? But don't blame me. I just wanted to get Mom and Dad's attention. I also told you that I broke, and stole things at home, but he didn't blame me. Shiao Chan asked with a smile. Haha, Shiao Chan, you really know your brother too well. Song Zian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I know him too well. Shiao Chan sighed. In his previous life, this younger brother was very scheming. In the end, he was afraid that Shiao Chan would take away everything from the Shiao family and kill him. Beneath his harmless appearance, he harbors a sinister heart. I scolded him. Song Zian stopped laughing. Hey, he has a face that makes girls want to protect him, and he can arouse people's sympathy with him if he uses a little trick. Shiao Chan looked at Song Zian in surprise. Are you not fooled by his appearance? What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Song Zian shook his head and said, he's too pretentious, and it looks fake at first glance. And people who say one thing in public and another behind the scenes are really annoying. Huh, he probably never failed. He's probably hiding in his mother's arms crying now. Shiao Chan laughed. Woo-woo, Mom. That little sister is so fierce. In the car, Shia Ming lay in his mother's arms and cried like a baby of several hundred months old. I invited her to our home and had my private tutor give her extra lessons. Not only did she refuse to tell me, she also said that my tongue would be pulled out. Woo-woo, there's so much malice in this world. What did I do wrong? Be good, Ming Ming, don't cry. Zhao's mother held Xiao Ming in her arms with heartache. She is blind. We won't play with her. Your sister, you will be back soon. Play with her then. Only then did Xiao Ming wipe away his tears and burst into laughter. After school on Friday morning, Shiao Chan was still preparing the feast that Song Zian's mother had sent him. Song Zian was eating the dishes sent by Shiao Chan's grandmother. The two of them fed each other and chatted with each other, having a lot of fun. Shiao Chan, Teacher Su asked you to go to the office after dinner. A classmate ran over and said, okay, thank you. Is there anything I can help you with? Shiao Chan asked. This? The classmate glanced at Song Zian, scratched his head and said, it's not a big deal. You'll know when you go there. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Shiao Chan was also a little confused. But he didn't care and went to the office after dinner. After graduation, class teacher Su Xiao started working at high school. At the age of 28, she dressed rather seriously because of her job. Seeing Shiao Chan coming over, she put down the lesson plan in her hand. Shiao Chan, I came to talk to you about something today. Teacher Su, what's the matter? Shiao Chan asked puzzledly. There have been some rumors in the class recently. Did you know that? Su Xiao said with a serious tone. You have good grades, and now is an important period. You are a promising candidate for Peking University or Tsinghua University. You must not let some things delay your studies. Teacher Su. Shiao Chan opened his mouth. What's the matter? Don't beat around the bush with me. Just tell me directly. Some people say that you are in love too early. Lydia. Su coughed lightly. Chapter 24. Are you in love with classmate Song? Me? Puppy love? With whom? Shiao Chan was stunned. Who spread this rumor? That. Su Xiao cleared his throat. Someone reported anonymously. And I also secretly asked my classmates, you and Song Zian are indeed very close. Teacher, that's not true. Shiao Chan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Song and I are desk mates, and I'm helping her with physics. There is really nothing between us. I don't know who spread the rumor, but this person has bad intentions. No, that's the best. Su Xiao was relieved. She smiled and said, it's the teacher who didn't figure it out. But you and classmate Song have a really good relationship. This. Shiao Chan didn't know how to answer. Yes, he and Song Zian are indeed quite close. The two sat at the same table, took extra classes together, ate together, and went home from school together. All we need to do is go to the bathroom together. So in the eyes of outsiders, the two of them might really have some kind of relationship, right? It's okay. The teacher already knows the situation. Su Xiao took a sip of water. She smiled and said, go back and study hard. The mock exam will be coming up soon. Try to get a good score. Thank you, Teacher Su. I will. Shiao Chan nodded. He turned around and was about to leave, but after thinking for a moment, he ran back. Teacher Su. What's the matter? Su Xiao asked. You don't have to dress so rigidly. Shiao Chan scratched his head and said, classmates discussed privately that Teacher Su would look good in a skirt and with a perm. Su Xiao was caught off guard and his face turned red because of Shiao Chan's words. She felt really embarrassed to be said like this by a student. Teacher, I'm going back to the classroom. Shiao Chan bowed and ran out. Su Xiao, who stayed behind, felt her face getting hot, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. What did Teacher Su ask you to do? In the classroom, Song Zian had already packed up the lunchbox. No, nothing. Shiao Chan stammered. There must be something. Seeing his embarrassed look, Song Zian felt that Shiao Chan must be hiding something from him. Well, it's really nothing. Shiao Chan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, not knowing how to answer. Just forget it if you don't want to tell me. Song Zian glared at Shiao Chan, then thought about asking Teacher Su himself. There are only 2 classes on Friday afternoon, and then school is over. Shiao Chan said hello to Song Zian, then left quickly. Shiao Chan first went to the supermarket outside and bought a lot of things, then turned around to see if anyone was paying attention to him. He turned and left only after he was sure that no one was paying attention. Instead of going back to his grandmother, he ran to the bus stop and got on a bus. Little did he know that his sneaky actions were all seen by Song Zian. What are you doing so mysteriously? Song Zian frowned. Miss, shall we go home? The Song family's driver opened the car door respectfully. Don't go home yet. Follow that bus. Song Zian pointed at the car that was leaving. Hurry. Yes. The driver quickly sat in the driver's seat and followed the bus. Hey, Uncle Lee, don't get too close. I'm afraid my classmates will see me. Don't go too far. What if you lose me? Fortunately, the driver was a good driver, and he drove the Bentley carefully until he saw Shiao Chan get off the bus. Uncle Lee, please stop the car. Song Zian hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt. Miss, where are you going? If you come home late, Mr. Song will be worried. The driver shouted. It's okay, I'll tell my dad. Don't follow me. Song Zian waved her hand, afraid of losing Shiao Chan. The place where Shiao Chan got off was in the north of the city, and this place was relatively remote. Song Zian followed Shiao Chan to a Taoist temple. The Taoist temple has been in disrepair for many years, and the statues of gods look a little mottled. The yard is quite large, but the incense burner is dilapidated, and it is obvious that no pilgrims have come to burn incense for a long time. Shiao Chan knocked on the door of the Taoist temple, and a little boy of 8 or 9 years old poked his head out. Seeing Shiao Chan, he said happily, Brother Shiao Chan is here, Brother Shiao Chan is here. He ran in happily, and was soon greeted by a group of children. They surrounded Shiao Chan, hugged his legs, and pulled his clothes. Don't make trouble, brother is about to fall down. Shiao Chan smiled and supported a little boy who climbed on him. Xiaohu, don't be naughty. Be careful not to fall down. Grandpa, brother Shiao Chan is here. It was not until a Taoist priest appeared that the children got off Shiao Chan's body. The old Taoist priest was in his 70s or 80s. Although his Taoist robe had become white from washing, it was spotless. He had his hair tied up in a bun and had a kind face. Haha, Shiao Chan, you're here? Yes, master. I came to see you. Shiao Chan distributed the things in his hand to the group of children. There are pencils, erasers, and other learning supplies in it. The children took their things and left laughing, while Shiao Chan picked up the broom and began to clean seriously. The old Taoist priest sat aside, tremblingly, watching Shiao Chan sweeping the floor with a smile. The evening drum and the morning bell, the setting sun, the fallen leaves under the phoenix tree, the young man sweeping the floor, and the white-haired Taoist priest form a beautiful picture. After sweeping the floor, he began to wipe the altar in the Taoist temple. Shiao Chan worked hard to clean the temple. The destined person has arrived. The Taoist narrowed his eyes and looked towards the door. Shiao Chan followed his gaze and saw Song Zian standing blankly in the setting sun. The setting sun shone in from behind her, making her look almost breathtakingly beautiful. Song Zian, why are you here? Shiao Chan asked in surprise. I saw you were mysterious at the school gate and didn't go home, so I just followed you here. Song Zian was a little at a loss. Looking at everything around her, she asked, Shiao Chan, what's going on? Come in quickly and I will tell you slowly. Shiao Chan smiled. In the setting sun, Shiao Chan told her the story while packing his things. When I was 12, I had a high fever. Neither injections nor medication worked. Even if we were sent to Jiangxing's top 3 hospitals, the doctors were helpless. My life was hanging by a thread at that time. My grandmother, who was in her 60s, carried me to this Taoist temple. The Taoist name of this Taoist priest is Su Ruo, and his lay name is Zhang Huaigu. He saved me with a dose of Chinese medicine. Master is my savior, so after I come to Jiangxing, I will take time to come to his place to help. What about these children? Song Zian looked at the dozen or so children in the yard in confusion. They are both boys and girls. The oldest is 8 or 9 years old, and the youngest is even a toddler. These children are orphans, adopted by the master. Shiao Chan said, some of them were born with disabilities and abandoned by their parents. Some of them are abandoned by their young and ignorant parents as soon as they are born. Song Zian looked at the children in the yard and felt a vague sense of sympathy. Chapter 25, Monitoring Data Recovery. So, this is an orphanage? No, this is a Taoist temple. Its original name was Qingyou Temple. Shiao Chan said, but it's not very famous. How does the Taoist priest support these children? Song Zian asked. While seeing patients, I also occasionally perform rituals to help people attain spiritual salvation. Some of the money also comes from donations from the public, said Shiao Chan. Then the money must not be enough, right? Song Zian looked around blankly. Most of the children's clothes did not fit them. Fortunately, everyone was clean and fair, except for the Taoist priest, who looked so thin that he looked as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. Just barely enough. Shiao Chan said, Master is doing his best to help them. When I have the ability, I will also do my best to help. Song Zian nodded slightly. This skinny Taoist priest made her feel a little respectful. I can ask my uncle to contact the media and help here. No, Master won't do that. Shiao Chan shook his head. Why? There are still many kind-hearted people in society. Song Zian was puzzled. Master said that Buddhism talks about cause and effect, while Taoism talks about responsibility. Shiao Chan replied. He said that in one's life, it is better to change one's fate than to calculate it, and it is better to cultivate one's fortune than to seek it. So, whether it's for him or for these children, the responsibility of karma is actually just a practice. Shiao Chun said this and started to work again. Song Zia nodded, not quite understanding. Looking at Shiao Chun, who was busy, she felt happy because she discovered another shining point in him. Shiao Chun, next time you come here, call me and I will help you too. I can do it alone. You should focus more on physics. The mock exam will be coming soon. Shiao Chun gently scratched her nose. I won't delay my studies. I just want to contribute. Song Zian protested. Okay. Shiao Chun smiled slightly. Song Zian took the broom, swept the floor, wiped the table, and was busy having a lot of fun. The older children came over to help, fetching water and washing them up. Song Zian had never done this at home. It was all done by the nanny, so it was a bit clumsy. Shiao Chun patiently taught her how to save more effort. In a flash, the afternoon passed. When he came, he bought some meat, tofu, etc. There's also cabbage here, and he plans to make a big stew. Master, don't you mind eating meat? Song Zian asked. Master is a righteous man and doesn't mind anything, but for the sake of his practice, he doesn't touch these things, Shiao Chen said. But the children will have meat every day. Song Zian nodded and helped Shiao Chen cook. Fry the tofu in a pan, cut into shreds, slice the pork, soak the vermicelli in water, and cut and wash the cabbage. The daylily and bean curd have been soaked, washed, and prepared. Put lard in a large pot and saute onions, ginger, and garlic. Add the pork belly and stir fry. Then add salt, light soy sauce, and cabbage and stir fry. Finally, add water, wait for the water to boil, and add bean curd and other side dishes. Soon, a big pot of delicious stew was ready. Wow, it smells so good. Song Zian's mouth was almost watering. When my grandmother and I were in the countryside, we would go to help out at banquets, and the host would prepare this treat. Shiao Chan said with a smile. He served Song Zian a large bowl and said, try it now. Okay. Song Zian picked up the bowl impatiently. After taking a bite, she said in surprise, it smells so good, Shiao Chun, your cooking is so delicious. Shiao Chun smiled slightly, picked up a piece of paper, and wiped the soup from her lips. Her movements were gentle and careful, and Song Zian's eyes met hers. For a moment, her heart was beating like a deer. Shiao Chun was also stunned. He was too close to her, and the aura of the girl made him lose his mind. For a moment, the two looked at each other, and their world was extremely silent. There was no children's laughter, no rustling wind, and there was only each other in each other's world. Shiao Chun suddenly realized that he didn't have much friendship with Song Zian in his previous life. However, after being reborn, this girl broke into his world. He didn't know what this meant, but at this moment, he felt that he seemed to have met the right person. Brother, is the meal ready? A little boy suddenly broke in, breaking the world of the two. Okay, it's time to eat. Shiao Chan finally came back to his senses. It's time to eat. The little ones rushed over. Have you washed your hands? Sit down nicely. Shiao Chan smiled and began to serve them food. Each of them had a bowl of stew and 2 steamed buns, and the little ones ate with great relish. The Taoist priest's dishes were light, and he ate slowly and at a leisurely pace. After dinner, Shiao Chun cleaned up the dishes until the little ones fell asleep. Master, here is 30,000 yuan. Please keep it first. Shiao Chun took out the money and handed it to the Taoist priest. I currently have 500,000 yuan in my stock account. I kept 50,000 yuan for myself, gave 20,000 yuan to my grandma, and the remaining 30,000 yuan is for relief to the Taoist temple. In the future, money will come in continuously, and the livelihood of the Taoist temple will not be a problem. The Taoist nodded and took the money. He looked up at Shiao Chun with a deep gaze. Okay, you've grown up. You must remember that the immortal way values life and saves people without limit. Master, what does this mean? Shiao Chun was slightly stunned. You will understand later. The Taoist priest laughed. Master, I don't have much change, so I'll give it all to you. Song Zian also took out the money he had on him. Not many, just a few thousand. She didn't bring her card today, otherwise she would have sent all her pocket money here. Infinite life and blessings. The Taoist priest nodded gently. He looked at Song Zian and said, Miss, you are destined to be together. Thank you very much. No need to thank me, Taoist priest. Shiao Chun and I are classmates. His business is my business. Song Zian said. When we came out of the Taoist temple, it was already completely dark. Student Song, can I take you home? Shiao Chun said. No need, Shiao Chun. Someone is here to pick me up. You should go back quickly. Song Zian waved. After Shiao Chun left, Song Zian returned to the car. She picked up her phone and made a call. Dad, I need some money. How much do you want? Song's father asked on the phone. How about taking 5 million first? Song Zian thought about it. 5 million. Even though the Song family was not short of money, Song's father was stunned. What do you need so much money for? That's right. Song Zian recounted what happened at the Taoist temple. Dad, that Taoist priest is really admirable. I want to help. Song Zian said coquettishly. I'll investigate this matter. If there's no problem, leave it to me. Song's father said, study hard. You're already in your 3rd year of high school. I understand, Dad. You're so nice. Song Zian smiled, hung up the phone, and rushed home. Xiao Group, in the office. Xiaoyan was processing a document, but at this moment, the computer version of WeChat dinged and a message came. When she opened it, she found that the task of restoring the hard drive by her college classmate was successful. Senior Xiaoyan, the data on the surveillance hard drive you asked me to repair has been restored. On WeChat, a computer science major from the same school sent me a message. But the hard drive was badly damaged and the date was too long ago, so the new footage overwrote the original hard drive, so only a little bit was recovered. Okay, thank you, Junior. I'll treat you to dinner later. What's on the hard drive? Xiaoyan asked impatiently. She has always been confused about the blue and white porcelain vase. Everyone thought that it was Shiao Chan who broke it, but no one had any evidence to prove that it was Shiao Chan who broke it. The family only listened to what Shia Ming said. Although my attitude towards Shiao Chan has changed now, I believe that the vase was not broken by Shiao Chan. But she was even more unwilling to hear her seemingly well-behaved brother, Shia Ming, lie. So she found her junior and asked him to help her cover the data on the hard drive. A video was uploaded via WeChat. Xiaoyan couldn't wait to open these videos. The date was shown on the video, and Shia Ming sneaked into his room. A moment later, the sound of a vase breaking was heard from the room. Then he stuck his head out, looked around, and then walked out. When Shia Ming came out, he was holding a bag in his hand. Judging from the extent of the damage to the bag, it contained fragments of porcelain. Chapter 26, This is the Truth. The picture ends here. Xiaoyan's face turned slightly pale, and even her hand holding the mouse was shaking. No, he won't. He obviously won't lie. How could he lie? Xiao Yin murmured to herself. How could he frame Shiao Chan? Why would he do that? Xiao Yin couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that her seemingly well-behaved brother was actually a scheming person. Why did he frame Shiao Chan? Was he afraid that Shiao Chan would take away his family's love for him? That's right, it must be like this, he didn't mean it. Xiao Ming didn't do it on purpose, he's not that bad. Xiao Yin kept making excuses for Xiao Ming in her mind, and suddenly felt that his behavior was excusable. However, she forgot that when Shiao Chan was wronged, no one considered Xiao Chen's feelings. Xiao Yin bit her lip, picked up the USB drive, plugged it into the computer, and copied a copy of the video. Then she stood up, grabbed her bag, and went home. At this time, Xiao Ming is at home, and his parents and sister are also at home. She wanted to ask Xiao Ming in person why he did this, but she stood up for a moment and then sat down again dejectedly. She was unwilling to admit that her well-behaved brother was such a person, and she couldn't bear to embarrass him in front of his family. After thinking for a long time, she gritted her teeth and locked the USB drive in her drawer. Then she cleared everything off the computer. She thought silently. She wanted to think of a win-win solution that would allow Shiao Chan to return home without embarrassing Xiao Ming. At this time, she received a call from Zhao's father. Yin Yin, come with me to discuss an investment. Okay, Dad. Just send me the location and I'll be there right away. Xiao Yin stood up and picked up her bag. Father Xiao is investing in a new project. This project is very novel, and if successful, it will become an expansion of the Xiao Group's projects. Xiao Chun helped his grandmother grow vegetables at home, and a small piece of land in the yard was separated out. Seeds, fertilizers, and plastic film are all ready. Another small area was fenced off with a few chicks inside. This yard is very suitable for Grandma Wu to live in. The old lady can't sit still, so she likes to feed chickens and grow some vegetables. After a morning of hard work, the vegetables have been planted, watered, and covered with film. Chun, go and take a rest. I'll take care of this. Grandma Wu handed over a glass of water with a concerned look on her face. It's okay, Grandma. I'm not tired. Xiao Chun took the water and drank it in one gulp. You need to take a rest. Grandma Wu pulled him aside to rest. Xiao Chun smiled, put the cup on the table, and received a call from Bai Wei. Xiao Chun, do you have time now? Yes, Sister Bai, what can I do for you? Xiao Chun replied in a WeChat message. I'd like to invite you to dinner and ask you some questions. Bai Wei sent a smiley face. Okay, send me the location. Xiao Chun replied. A moment later, a position was sent over, and Xiao Chun stood up. Grandma, I have something to do outside, so don't worry about me at noon. Okay, come back early. Grandma Wu said with a kind smile. After taking a quick shower and changing clothes, Xiao Chun scanned a shared bicycle and set off. Because there were only 2 people, Bai Wei's Xiao Chun sat in the booth. They ordered a few special dishes and chatted while eating. Of course, Bai Wei was asking some questions about decoration. She found that Xiao Chen's thinking was very advanced, and his design ideas were very novel and bold. Sometimes it can even make her mind wander. She took out a small notebook and wrote down the key points Xiao Chen said. Thank you, Xiao Chun. After writing several pages in her diary, she smiled and said, your design ideas are always unique. Sister Bai, you have to pay for the consultation fee next time. Xiao Chun said half-jokingly. You're such a money grubber. Bai Wei tapped him lightly on the head. Shiao Chan. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Shiao Chan looked back and saw Xiao Yin carrying 2 bottles of wine and a document in her hand. Shiao Chan frowned. He felt unlucky to run into members of the Xiao family here. Are you eating here too? Xiao Yin spoke with a lack of confidence, not as firm as before. After all, she was planning to help Shia Ming conceal the fact that he framed Shiao Chan, and she felt a little guilty. If you're not coming here to eat, are you coming here to stay? Xiao Chan asked back. Can you please not talk like you've taken gunpowder? Xiao Yin was a little angry. Xiao Chan, what is this? Bai Wei asked. Nothing, just a passerby. Xiao Chan said unhappily. I'm accompanying my dad to sign a contract for the Yuanqi snack shop, a new model. It will be concluded soon, and we'll go home together later. Xiao Yin paused and said, That's your home. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chan simply laughed. He keeps saying he wants to go home, but what does the Xiao family have to do with him? Xiao Chan, stop being so willful. Just come home with me, and I will explain everything else to my parents. Xiao Yin was rarely patient. First, I have nothing to do with the Xiao family. I have said this many times, and I don't want to repeat it. Secondly, I don't need to explain anything to them. So do you understand? If you do, just go about your business. Xiao Chan said impatiently. Xiao Yin frowned, and when she was about to say something, Xiao Chan glanced at her again. Yuanqi Snacks? You want to invest in this? Xiao Chan had some impression of the Yuanqi Snacks chain company. Focusing on high-end and new retail model, its stores are open in every street and alley. What they actually earn is the franchise fee of the business, but in the end it is just a mess. There are countless similar retail chain franchises. This Yuanqi Snacks is a company in Jiangqing. The PPT is very well made and the pie is very big. But Xiao Chan remembered that he was a member of a fraud gang who disappeared after swindling a large sum of money from investors. There was a lot of commotion at the time, and it seemed that the thunder would happen in the next few days. Yes, is there any problem? Seeing that Xiao Chan seemed to have something else to say, Xiao Yin immediately became serious. She still remembered the last incident with the hidden flower wine. Her younger brother seemed to be very accurate in predicting things. I advise you to stay away from this kind of company if you can. Xiao Chan said lightly. Xiao Chan knew that she would definitely not listen, and the Xiao family would instead increase their investment because of his advice. Well, it would be even better if I lost all my money by then. Why? Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. The Xiao group has almost finished the negotiations with the other party, and all that's left is signing the contract. Moreover, the offline distribution business model planned by the other party is very advanced. Opened 60 stores in 3 years and went public in 5 years. Moreover, the other party made a big concession. Xiao Group was prepared to invest $3 million and hold 30% of the shares. If there was a problem, she had to know what it was. Why should I tell you? Xiao Chun spread his hands. Xiao Chun, when Xiao Yan was about to ask in detail, Zhao's father called. He asked her if she had brought the contract, as he had been waiting in the box for a long time. Dad, I met Xiao Chun, and he said that this project cannot be invested in. Should we reconsider it? Xiao Yan asked. Have you met that rebellious son? Where is he? I'll be there right away. On the other end of the phone, Zhao's father was furious. After hanging up the phone, he came down from the box on the second floor. He didn't care that it was dinner time and there were people all around him. He pointed at Xiao Chun and said fiercely, You rebellious son, what are you doing here? If you don't kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake to us, you will never be able to return to the Xiao family again. Chapter 27, Don't regret if you don't listen. Xiao Chun looked at his father as if he was mentally retarded. Why do you own this restaurant? Are you the only one allowed to eat here? I just came here to have a meal. Why are you Xiao family members so haunting? Look at the attitude he uses when talking to me. Father Xiao pointed at Xiao Chun, his hand shaking. Don't be so excited. We have severed our father-son relationship a long time ago. Xiao Chun said calmly. I have repeated similar words countless times. If we meet on the street in the future, we should just pretend we don't know each other. What's your attitude? I'm your father, so how can I leave you alone? Last time you dealt with people from society, and who did you get to know randomly this time? Father Xiao looked at Bai Wei with an unfriendly expression. In his opinion, Bai Wei was not a decent girl. If you deal with questionable people every day, will you be able to learn well in the future? Bai Wei frowned. How could she, a well-known designer, be described as a shady person? Sister Bai, I'm sorry. Xiao Chen apologized to Bai Wei. Why don't you go back first and I'll handle this? Do you need me to call the police for you? Bai Wei asked. Although from the tone of voice, it could be heard that the psychopath in front of him was Xiao Chen's father. But their father-son relationship doesn't seem to be very good. Moreover, he starts by indiscriminately scolding others. Do you have any manners at all? No. Sorry, Sister Bai. I'll treat you to a meal some other day to make amends. Xiao Chen said apologetically. You go back first, I'll take care of it. Okay, remember, it's your turn next time. Bai Wei blinked, turned around and left. Sir, I'm not loved by my father or mother. Xiao Chen's tone changed. After I was born, no one took care of me except my grandma. The people who gave birth to me are not as good to me as my neighbors. Since you don't care, Just pretend you never gave birth to me. Why do you have to dictate my life now? You dare talk back? Do you really want to piss me off to death? Father Shiao had a bad temper. He raised his hand and was about to hit Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan was not to be outdone and picked up a stool behind him. What are you doing? You dare to fight back. Father Zhao's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Even though Shiao Chan had disobeyed him several times recently, it had not yet come to the point of physical attack. But when he saw Shiao Chan holding the stool with a fierce look on his face, he was still a little angry. Since when did my son dare to fight with me? Just as he was about to explode in anger, a voice came over. What are you doing? Police. Following the sound, Zhou Jun came over with several colleagues. They were dressed in plain clothes and held their ID cards in front of several people. Zhou Jun has been promoted to deputy director of the branch because of his outstanding performance in drug eradication. I had lunch here with a few colleagues at noon and happened to run into Shiao Chan when I came out. Seeing Shiao Chan holding onto the stool, looking alert and ready to defend himself, he stepped forward. This is my son. Look at the police officer. He deals with bad people in society every day. He has become a bad person. Look, he's going to fight with me. Father Shiao seemed to have found someone to talk to. He pointed at Shiao Chan and listed a long list of charges against him. Shiao Chan, put down what's in your hand first. I can solve any problem with you. Zhou Jun said. Officer Zhou, I was just defending myself. Shiao Chan pointed to the slightly swollen spot on his chin. Last time, this person slapped me in public at school. My face is still swollen. Okay, I'm here this time. No one will touch you. Zhou Jun's face darkened, and he looked at Zhao's father with some unfriendly eyes. Although the wound on Shiao Chen's face is almost healed, swelling can still be vaguely seen. How hard was the slap? How could a father be so harsh on his son? And he also knew that Shiao Chan didn't get along with his family. Shiao Chan nodded and put down the stool in his hand. Tell me what happened. Zhou Jun pointed at Zhao's father. It's not against the law for a father to discipline his son, right? Father Shiao was a little displeased. It's not against the law, but you have to know how to do it. If you beat your son and he gets hospitalized, you'll go to jail. Zhou Jun used a lecturing tone. Besides, which parent doesn't want their children to be successful? If there is any misunderstanding with a child, can't both parties sit down and explain it clearly? I don't have a son as rebellious as him. Father Shiao said angrily, pointing at Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan, I'll give you another chance. Go home and kneel down and kowtow to everyone in the family to admit your mistakes, and I will consider letting you return to the Shiao family. If you don't seize this opportunity, don't ever step into the Shiao family's door again. I don't want to repeat myself anymore. Shiao Chan said. You also signed the certificate of severing the Jiaozi relationship. Now, I owe your Shiao family 300,000 yuan as a favor. I will send the money to you next week. From now on, we owe each other nothing. If we meet on the street, we'll just pretend we don't know each other. Okay, you have guts. Father Shiao was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Seeing the people from Yuanqi Group who were discussing investment coming out of the box, he said, Yin, let's go. We have some business to attend to. Dad, Xiao Yin didn't move. Shiao Chan just said that this company has problems and we can't invest. What's the problem? Father Shiao, who had just been humiliated by Shiao Chan, became angry again. He's a high school student. What the hell does he know? Shiao Chan, if there is any problem with this company, just tell your sister. Xiao Yin's tone softened. No problem. It's an investment. What'd go wrong? The most you can do is just lose the money you invested. Shiao Chan said jokingly. Your Shiao family has plenty of money anyway, so it's okay to throw away a few $1,000,000. Shut up. Yin, what's wrong with you today? Do you really believe this bastard nonsense? Father Shiao became even angrier. I have to invest in Yuanqi snacks today. I will increase my investment. I want to invest 5 million. Dad, could you please not act on impulse? Xiao Yin was surprised. The Shiao family is not a wealthy family. Their company is average and they live a middle-class life. Shiao Planning's annual profit is only a few million, and most of the money is invested outside. 5 million is almost all the liquid funds on Zhao's account. If problems arise with the investment and the money cannot be recovered, the Shiao Group will face the risk of a broken capital chain. She knew that Father Shiao was just sulking with Shiao Chan, but being angry couldn't make fun of the future of the Shiao family. Oh, Mr. Shiao really has good vision. The person in charge of Yuanqi Company was overjoyed. Our company adopts a model of operating online and offline at the same time, and our operations, distribution, channels, and products are all competitive. We will open 60 stores in 3 years, achieve a turnover of 50 million, and go public within 5 years. 5 million, I will give Mr. Shiao 45% of the shares, and then I will cash out when the time comes to go public, and I will be financially free. Father Shiao was immediately overwhelmed. He assured the other party that the contract would be signed today and the investment funds would be in place immediately. The corners of Shiao Chen's mouth curved up. It was really hard to persuade a dying man with kind words. These people who speak in Minnan dialect are really good at fooling people. Mr. Shiao, who has been in business for decades, was fooled. That's amazing. Dad, Xiao Yin was still making her final effort. Shut up. Father Xiao interrupted her directly. I'm the head of Xiao Corporation now. You have no right to tell me what to do. Bring me the contract. Father Xiao said with a sullen face. Chapter 28, The Fraud Gang Escaped. Xiaoyan had no choice but to hand over the contract in her hand. The group went into the box, talking and laughing, and Xiaoyan looked at Shiao Chan deeply. She wanted to apologize to Shiao Chan and say sorry, but Shiao Chan had already left with Zhou Jun. Outside the restaurant, Zhou Jun lit a cigarette. As the captain of the criminal police team, he's been under a lot of pressure in recent years. So he had a strong addiction to smoking, but then he thought that Shiao Chan was still a high school student, so he put out the cigarette. Shiao Chan, I have to thank you very much, Zhou Jun said with a smile. Officer Zhou, what are you thanking me for? Shiao Chan smiled slightly. It was you who were brave and fearless and destroyed the drug den. You know everything? Zhou Jun was stunned. Ah, this is on the news. Shiao Chan said with a smile. Although your name was not made public, I know it must be you. You kid. Zhou Jun smiled. This matter really depends on your reminder. If I hadn't listened to you and brought my weapons and bulletproof vest that night, I'm afraid I would have to confess there. That group of people are really fierce. Despite the strict inspection, they showed up at the club with spray guns to take drugs. Zhou Jun still feels scared when he thinks of what happened that night. Really, if Shiao Chan hadn't reminded him, he would have confessed that night. After all, this group of people are extremely vicious and are not afraid of the police. It's also Officer Zhou's good fortune, Shiao Chan said. Okay, stop being so polite to me. You're just being so pretentious. Zhou Jun patted Shiao Chan's shoulder heavily and said, just call me brother from now on. Okay, brother Zhou. Shiao Chan nodded. What's going on between you and your dad? Zhou Jun asked again. I severed ties with my biological father a long time ago. Shiao Chan shook his head. It seems that this misunderstanding cannot be resolved, but I think he doesn't seem to like you. Zhou Jun said. They have another son, my twin brother. Shiao Chan smiled. So, I am dispensable. What did you argue about? Zhou Jun asked curiously. You said there were problems with those investors? There's a problem. Shiao Chan said. Brother Zhou, if you have time, keep an eye on those people. I feel there's a high probability that they will run away. How can you feel that? Zhou Jun's heart moved. If the investment is defrauded, it may involve economic crime. Although he is not an economic investigator, if he makes another contribution after taking office, wouldn't that add another item to his resume? The PPT is so beautiful, and the deception is so powerful. Shiao Chan said. Also, the return on investment is too high, and there are too many promises. So I think there's something wrong. Okay then. Zhou Jun lowered his head and thought for a while. I will ask my colleagues to investigate the origins of those people right away. Then brother, Zhou needs to hurry up. This group of people has been in Jiangsheng for quite a while and registered shell company. Shiao Chan said, the money from the Xiao family has arrived today. I think they have made enough money and it's time to run away. Okay, Shiao Chan, you go back first. I'll call my colleague right away. Zhou Jun realized the seriousness of the problem. If this group of people really ran away with the money, many people would lose everything. Regardless of whether the news is true or not, start investigating first. After all, he believed that what Shiao Chan said was not groundless. Okay, brother Zhou. Shiao Chan nodded, turned around, and took the bus. After what happened today, Shiao Chan wanted to distance himself from the Xiao family. He had relatively sufficient money these days, and his 500,000 yuan in the stock market had been hitting the daily limit for a week in a row. The income has doubled, and I took out 300,000 yuan to give to the Xiao family, and completely severed this relationship in the future. Even after returning home, Zhao's father was still angry. This bastard has really grown up and grown wings. How dare you attack me now? I shouldn't have given birth to him. Dad, Shiao Chan has been getting more and more arrogant recently. Shiao Qian was so angry that her teeth were itching. Where does he get the confidence from? We haven't even asked him to account for the things that were stolen from our house, including the broken vases. Qian, Xiao Yan interrupted her. Those things were not done by Shiao Chan. Sister, are you still making excuses for him now? Xiao Qian was a little bit unbelievable. The reason why Shiao Chan dares to be so arrogant is because you excused him. No, Xiao Yan really didn't know what to say. She had no choice but to change the subject. Dad, almost all of our company's liquid funds are invested in this project. If we can't get the money back by next month, our company's capital chain will be broken. This is too risky. The brave ones will die of overeating, while the timid ones will die of starvation. Father Xiao disagreed. The Yuanqi snack project is very novel. The idea is relatively advanced. If we don't invest, there are plenty of people who will. But Dad, the risk is really too great. Xiaoyan advised. Don't say that anymore. You are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. How can you achieve anything great? Father Xiao knocked on the table and said, I'll let you join the company because I want to train you so that you can manage the company for your brother in the future. He still has several years to graduate. How can I hand over the company to you with peace of mind? Xiaoyan lowered her head. She knew that her father would not listen to anything she said now. But she hesitated for a moment. Dad, there is something wrong with Shiao Chinjua's company. What does Shiao Chan know? Shiao Qian said disdainfully, Sister, don't bring up the health wine from last time. That time he was just lucky. He was a high school student, and he cheated on the exams. Then what's going on with your stocks? If you had listened to Shiao Chun, you wouldn't be stuck with him now. Xiao Yan asked. He is a jinx and a jinx. Xiao Qian's eyes turned red upon hearing this. Now her hundreds of thousands of dollars are stuck in the stock market. The price won't go up, but she can't bear to sell at a loss. It was an extremely painful feeling, as I had lost 2/3 of my capital of several $100,000. She blamed everything on Xiao Chun. She thought that if it weren't for Xiao Chen's bad mouth, she wouldn't have been like this. Xiao Yan sighed. As expected, once prejudice is formed, it cannot be changed. Okay, stop worrying about gains and losses. Father Xiao said, this project was introduced by your Uncle Chun, and he also invested a lot of money in it. What is the relationship between me and your Uncle Chun? Would he lie to me? When it goes public, we will cash out and leave, and we will be financially free in one stroke. Father Xiao envisions financial freedom in the future, and he is also full of confidence in this project. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang. It was the person he called Lao Chun. Your Uncle Chun is here to ask about the situation. Father Xiao answered the phone with a smile. Hello, Uncle Chun. I signed a contract this afternoon and transferred the money. This time I invested $5 million directly, accounting for 45% of their shares. Lao Xiao, it's bad. The person in charge of that company is a liar, and they ran away. Lao Chen's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Chapter 29. Xiao family's capital chain broken. Old Chun, you can't joke with me like this. The smile on Zhao's father's face suddenly froze. It's already this late. How can I still be in a mood to joke with you? That company solicited investments everywhere and defrauded nearly 100 million yuan. Then when an investor called them in the afternoon, the call was already unreachable. When I got to the company, the door was locked and all the computers in the company were taken away. Are you serious? You're not kidding. Father Xiao could no longer sit still, and he stood up suddenly. No kidding, go to the company quickly, the police have been called. The other party hung up the phone after saying that. Dad, what's wrong? Xiaoyan saw that her father's expression was not right, so she quickly stood up and asked. They ran away. We signed a contract this afternoon, and we paid the money, and they just ran away. Father Xiao let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered, slapped his thigh, and trotted out. Sister, what happened? Xiao Qian asked in surprise. The company that Dad invested in this afternoon is a fraudulent company, and now the people have run away. Xiao Yin quickly stood up and picked up her bag. We invested $5 million, which is almost all the company's working capital. Oh my God, what should we do? How could Xiao Chun be right? He is such a bad mouth. Xiao Qian also started to panic. She has been used to a life of luxury, and if the company really goes bankrupt, her already poor life will become even worse. I will go to the company right now to see if it is possible to recover the funds. If we can't, our company's funding chain will be broken. Xiaoyan walked out in a hurry. It was too late to regret now. She had to think of a way to see if she could make amends. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Chun received a call from Zhou Jun. Even through the phone, Zhou Jun couldn't suppress his inner joy. Brother, you are amazing. You said this afternoon that there was something wrong with that group of people. After checking, it turns out that there really is a problem. They opened a shell company, made a PowerPoint presentation, and started to defraud funds. He swindled 100 million yuan in Jiangsheng and ran away in the afternoon, but was caught by my people at the highway exit. Congratulations, Brother Zhou. This is another great achievement. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Have they transferred the money? Some of the money was transferred to overseas accounts, but most of it was intercepted. Zhou Jun laughed. But the loss is small, don't worry. It's good that they were stopped. Those people are really brave. Who said it wasn't? Come on, brother, go to bed early. I still have to cooperate with the Economic Investigation Division in the investigation. Zhou Jun smiled and said, your family will have plenty of money, but it will take some time. Okay, Brother Zhou, you're busy. Xiao Chen hung up the phone. In fact, he didn't care at all whether the Xiao family's money could be recovered or not. The money in the stock market can only be withdrawn on Monday. After it is sent to the Xiao family, he will have nothing to do with the Xiao family anymore. The next weekend, Xiao Chun and Song Zian made an appointment to make up lessons. Xiao Chun, someone has damaged the youth temple, and that person wants to renovate the Taoist temple and reshape the statue into a golden body. When he saw Xiao Chun, Song Zian told him the good news. After she made the call, Song's father immediately asked someone to investigate. I discovered that Qingyou Temple was indeed an orphanage, and no one has paid attention to it for many years, so we plan to inject capital immediately. Moreover, the children will be funded by a large group to raise them, and their tuition and living expenses will be fully covered. Really? Where did you get the news? Xiao Chun asked in surprise. This is gossip, Song Zian said. It is said that the person who injected capital is a bank owner. Business has been good in recent years, so I thought about doing something good. That's great. Master won't have to work so hard anymore. Shiao Chan was delighted. Then he looked at Song Zian with some doubt. Is this news reliable? Reliable, don't worry. Don't you trust me? Song Zian spread out the textbook. Several more physics papers were put out. Shiao Chan took the physics papers, looked at them carefully, and found out her weak points. Not bad, not bad. You have made a lot of progress compared to before. Shiao Chan looked at the score on the test paper and nodded continuously. If we continue like this, in less than a month, the physics score will be raised. Thank you, you taught me well. Song Zian blinked. She looked at Shiao Chan with her big watery eyes. Shiao Chan, which school are you going to apply to? Tsinghua University and Peking University. Shiao Chan spat out the two words without hesitation. He asked in surprise, didn't I tell you that? Oh, let me confirm it again. Song Zian nodded. Then I will also take the entrance exams to Tsinghua University and Peking University, and we will go to school together then. She looked so cute when she looked serious. Shiao Chan couldn't help but gently scratch her nose. Okay, we will go to school together in the future. We agreed. Let's pinky promise. Song Zian smiled and stretched out her little finger. Shiao Chan stretched out his finger, pinky pinched with her, and made an agreement. The two stayed in KFC for the entire morning, and around noon, they finally finished discussing the difficult points of the previous week. Okay, it's almost done. I'll highlight a few key points, and you can go back and do them. I'll check on Monday. Shiao Chan took out the information seriously and marked a few key questions on it. You look so serious, just like a teacher. Song Zian held her chin and looked at Shiao Chan with eyes full of fascination. Brother, you are here too. When the two were about to retreat, a tea-like voice was heard. Shiao Chan cursed in his heart. He could always run into those people from the Shiao family wherever he went. When I looked up, I saw Shia Ming wearing the same clothes as the basketball star. The bags behind him were all signed by some NBA star, and he was holding a basketball in his arms. He gave Song Zian a friendly smile, revealing an expression that he thought was sunny and handsome. Let's go and have dinner. Shiao Chan packed his things and never looked at Shia Ming from beginning to end. Sister, you are here too? Shia Ming came forward and greeted Song Zian. Song Zian nodded with a stern face. To be honest, she didn't like Shia Ming at all. This person is so tea-shy, but her self-restraint does not allow her to not respond when someone greets her. My mother enrolled me in a basketball class with a special basketball coach. This class is Jiangqing's aristocratic training class. It is said that there are retired NBA stars coming to help. Shia Ming raised the basketball in his hand and said, there's Yao Ming's autograph on this basketball. Shiao Chan glanced at him coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. Seeing Shiao Chen's unfriendly look, Shia Ming became more and more proud. Mom and Dad really favor me. Shiao Chan, let's go. There's a fool here that's affecting my mood. Song Zian pretended to retch. Chapter 30, you are so childish. Really, this guy looks like a primary school kid showing off his toys. That's as childish as it can be. Okay, let's go. Shiao Chan nodded. Brother, don't go. Shia Ming stopped Shiao Chan again. Look, we haven't seen each other for a long time. It must be hard for you to eat in the school cafeteria. How about I treat you guys to a meal? There's a Michelin restaurant next door. My dad got me a VIP card. The chefs, they're all Michelin 3-star chefs, and the food they cook is delicious. Shia Ming, can you stop being so childish? Shiao Chan stared at him as if he was a mentally retarded person. Brother, why do you say that to me? I just want to share the joy of being human with you. Shia Ming looked hurt, with slightly red eyes. Don't you know that human beings do not share the same joys and sorrows? Shiao Chan smiled. Perhaps in your eyes, the Shiao family is your family, and you are only arousing my jealousy by sharing their kindness to you with me. But don't forget, I have already severed all ties with the Shiao family. I only have one relative, and that's my grandma. Your crazy showing off has no effect on me at all. On the contrary, I would think you are a clown. Shia Ming was stunned. He was a tea lover, but in terms of output, he was far behind Shiao Chan, who had lived 2 lives and was very worldly wise. Brother, how can you say that? I really am not showing off. Shia Ming pretended to squeeze out a few tears, then said to Song Zian, Sister, you are my brother's good friend, right? He doesn't usually speak so viciously. I don't blame him. Your name is Shia Ming, right? Song Zian was almost unable to bear it anymore. I didn't want to pay attention to him, but this guy was jumping around like crazy, putting his face close to me to be hit. In that case, there was no need for her to be polite to him. Yes, sister, my name is Shia Ming. You know my name? Shia Ming was surprised and happy. You keep jumping around in front of Shiao Chan and me. I don't think it's good for me not to know you. Song Zian said with a smile. Shiao Chan said you were childish. It is absolutely true. You're a grown man. Why do you cry so easily? Do you act like a man? Also, the jersey you're wearing is really ugly. Take it off and stop insulting NBA star-endorsed products. Shia Ming opened his mouth. He felt that he had always been expressing his goodwill to Song Zian. He also felt that he had never offended Song Zian. But why did Song Zian scold him? In particular, he likes basketball, but his physical fitness is poor, so he has never even joined the school basketball team. He could only pester his parents to spend a lot of money to buy various NBA peripheral products to show off. Now that Song Zian said that the clothes he wore were ugly, it really hurt him. Xiao Chen, let's go. I'll vomit if we stay here any longer. Song Zian held Xiao Chen's hand. Miss, I can treat you to a meal. Shia Ming seized the opportunity again. I'm a platinum member of a 3-star Michelin restaurant. I could treat you to a meal. You must have never been to a Michelin restaurant. The food is delicious. Song Zian almost laughed. If Shiao Chan hadn't been around, she would have slapped her grandson in the face. 3 Michelin stars? Her grandfather could get a bunch of top Michelin chefs to come to her house with their knives, to cook with him with just one phone call. How could he say such a rubbish boast? Student Shia Ming, Song Zian said with a smile. Sometimes when people eat, they don't care what they eat. It depends on who you eat with. Xiao Chun and I eat at roadside stalls, spicy hot pot, stinky tofu, everything tastes delicious. But if I'm with you, even if it's imported M12 grade Wagyu beef cooked by a Michelin 3-star chef, I'll feel sick. Xiao Ming opened his eyes wide in astonishment. His usual routine didn't work at all in front of Song Zian. Song Zian pulled Xiao Chun to leave. Before leaving, Xiao Chun glanced at him and said, Xiao Ming, don't blame me for not reminding you. The Xiao family was deceived, and all the funds on the company's books were frozen. So your company is facing the risk of a broken capital chain and may not be able to support your high living expenses in the future. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Ming's face changed. He didn't know anything about the Xiao family's affairs. He was like a flower grown in a greenhouse, indifferent to the things around him. If you don't believe it, forget it. Xiao Chun sneered and left with Song Zian. The incident at the Xiao group this time will not cause the company to go bankrupt. But the Xiao family's business is quite big and they have invested a lot. Once the capital chain is broken, they will be in big trouble. Xiao Ming didn't believe that his family's funding chain had broken. But when he looked at his account, he found that the monthly living expenses of 30,000 yuan had not been transferred in. He quickly took out his cell phone and called Zhao's mother. Mom, why hasn't my living allowance arrived yet? Ming, there are some problems with the cash flow of my family's company. So your pocket money may come later. Don't worry, I'll give it to you in a few days. No, I want it now. Xiao Ming started to make a scene on the phone. I have an appointment to go on an outing with my classmates. I still need to buy AJ. What should I do with the money? Give it to me right now. Okay, Mom will find a way. Right away. Don't be anxious, son. Zhao's mother suddenly panicked. She hurriedly coaxed and promised him on the phone, and finally had to sell some of her jewelry to raise 30,000 yuan for Xiao Ming. Your brother is so annoying. After going out, Song Zian frowned. The ghost is still there. Xiao Chun sighed helplessly. I really want to stay away from the Xiao family. I think they're trying to scam you on purpose. Song Zian looked Xiao Chun up and down. What's wrong? Xiao Chun looked at her in confusion. You and your brother don't look alike at all. Song Zian said. Are you sure you are twins? How could it be false? Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. He has a weak constitution, so he looks a little thin. No, even though he is thin and you are tall, you two really don't look alike at all. Song Zian shook his head. Okay, let's not dwell on this anymore. Let's go eat. Xiao Chun said. What do you want to eat? Street stall. Song Zian said without hesitation. The last time I went to Wanjiayuan with Xiao Chun, I still couldn't get enough of the food. This place is far from Wanjiayuan. Come on, I'll take you to another snack street. Xiao Chun said. Okay. Song Zian nodded happily. Shall we still take the bus? It's not far, just a few kilometers to scan a shared bike. Xiao Chun said. I don't know how to ride. Song Zian was a little embarrassed. You don't know how to ride a bicycle? Xiao Chun was a little surprised. No, I won't. Song Zian's voice was so soft that only she could hear it. Chapter 31, You Can't Ride a Bike? When she goes out, she's always picked up and dropped off by car. Why has she ever ridden a bicycle? It's indeed a bit embarrassing that I can't ride a bicycle at this age. Well, it's not impossible to walk there, but it may take half an hour. Xiao Chun said helplessly. It's okay, we could just go for a walk together. I haven't gone shopping for a long time. Song Zian said happily. So the two of them walked towards the snack street. We talked and laughed along the way and had a great time. Hey Xiao Chun. As soon as I entered the pedestrian street, I heard someone calling. Xiao Chun turned his head and saw that it was not allowed to use a sledgehammer. He was waving at Xiao Chun and Song Zian at a sausage stall. So da Jui. Xiao Chun and Song Zian ran over. Why are you here? This stall is set up by my mother. She has something to do today, so I came over to take care of the stall. Su Dachui said without hesitation. He was not embarrassed to meet his classmates while setting up a stall. He had a carefree and generous personality. Your grilled sausages look so delicious. Song Zian drooled as she looked at the shiny grilled sausages. The main reason is that I'm really hungry at the moment, and my stomach is growling at the smell of the fragrance. Student Song, you have good taste. The grilled sausages in my house are not starch sausages. Su Dachui quickly skewered a few of them. These are freshly stuffed by my mother every day. They are fresh pork, not the garbage made from bone paste. I'll treat you guys. Wow, it's really delicious, with a strong grainy texture. Xiao Chun, try it. Song Zian took a bite. His eyes lit up, and he quickly took another sausage and put it into Xiao Chen's mouth. Xiao Chun took a bite and gave thumbs up. It's really delicious. But at this time, Su Dachui looked at the two of them with a gossipy look. He thought that the online rumor about the two being in love seemed to be not groundless. Wow, look at how intimate they are. At this moment, the Annie from a stall next door reached out and moved a half-person high trash can across the front of Su Dachui's stall. It is noon now, and the people are in the prime of their day. With this trash can lying there, who would come to visit Su Dachui's place? Auntie, your things are blocking my stall. Su Dachui frowned. The shop next door also sells sausages, but they are starch sausages. Firstly, it's not as delicious as the one from Su Dachui, and secondly, it was revealed that the starch sausage is made of bone mud. So almost no one comes to this lady's shop at noon. Seeing that Su Dachui's place had a constant stream of customers, she was not deliberately looking for trouble. The aunt had a gloomy face, said nothing, and was busy with her own business. Su Dachui got angry and moved the trash can to the side. Why did you touch my things? Who told you to touch my things? Unexpectedly, the old lady slammed the table, put her hands on her hips, and came over to find fault. He guessed that Su Dachui was just a high school student, so he started bullying him. Are you being reasonable? How can I still do business with you putting your trash can in front of my stall? Su Dachui looked unhappy. Why are you touching my things? The old lady started fighting. What is yours? Let me tell you, ask around on the street and see who dares to go against me. As the Annie spoke, she moved the trash can back, and this time she completely blocked Su Dachui's stall. Fuck, do you think I'm easy to bully? Su Dachui was angry. He kicked the trash can away and said, try to stop me again. Little guy, what did your mother teach you? Who do you think you were to play with me? The old lady pointed at Su Dachui and started to curse him, and her words were very harsh. They also dumped all the garbage they cleaned up at home in front of Su Dachui's stall. Su Dachui didn't tolerate her and kicked her stall over. Okay, now it's good. I can't do business anymore. The old lady is coming and trying to tear me apart. Su Dachui was a tall and strong man, still young and ignorant, and he picked up his weapon and was ready to start fighting. Dachui, don't be impulsive. Xiao Chan was surprised and quickly stopped Su Dachui. Song Zian had never seen such a scene before and was stunned for a moment. She reacted quickly and tried to stop the fight and finally stopped the furious Su Dachui. You little bastard, if you dare to smash my stall, I will make sure you can't survive on this street anymore. The old lady put her hands on her hips and made a harsh statement. Okay, I'll wait for you. If I can survive here in the future, you will be my grandson. Su Dachui jumped and shouted. The Annie turned out to have connections, and her nephew from the Snack Street Management Office immediately came over with a few people. Xiao, look, this naughty kid has smashed my stall. You have to do something for me. The aunt went forward. Aunt, don't worry, I'll handle it. Zhou Xiaohu from the management office stepped forward. He looked at his aunt's stall, which was smashed to pieces with a dark face, and pointed at Su Dachui. Did you smash the things? Yes, so what? You are bullying me openly. Su Dachui was a young and ignorant man and was not afraid of this guy at all. You are disrupting the market order. Believe it or not, I will close your stall now, and you will never be able to survive here again. Zhou Xiaohu pointed at Su Dachui and threatened him. Who are you trying to scare? I've paid the stall fee. Su Dachui refused to accept. The hammer, stop getting angry. I'll handle it. Xiao Chan patted him. This kid is young and naive and has no idea about the ways of the world. Although the management office of this snack street is not a formal public institution, it is able to control this small piece of land of the snack street. If Su Dachui's mother wants to set up a stall here in the future, she really has to lower her head. Brother, don't be angry. Young people act impulsively. Xiao Chan said with a smile. Who are you? Zhou Xiaohu didn't take Xiao Chan seriously at all. He's just a high school student, a little kid. How dare he cause trouble here? I'm his classmate. What happened today was just a misunderstanding. Xiao Chan said, it's not a big deal. There's no need to mobilize so many troops, right? Hey, you are quite good at talking. Zhou Xiaohu looked at Xiao Chan deeply. Then he turned to the aunt and asked, Aunt, how do you want to deal with this matter? This brat smashed my stall and prevented me from doing any business at noon today. This matter is not over yet. The old lady stiffened her neck and said, pay me money. We accept compensation. Xiao Chan nodded. Su Dachui was indeed impulsive. When something like this happens, it's fine to just have a little quarrel and curse at each other, but there's no need to destroy the stall. But that old lady just now was really annoying. I want 30,000. Unexpectedly, the old lady asked for a huge amount and stretched out 3 fingers. 30,000? These broken things of yours are not worth even 300 yuan. Su Dachui was furious. I said 30,000, so it's 30,000, otherwise don't show up on this street again. The auntie refused to give in. Auntie, 30,000 is a bit too much. Well, your ingredients and toppings will only cost a few hundred yuan. I'll compensate you with 1,000. What do you think? Xiao Chan said with a smile. 30,000, not a cent less, or get out of here. The aunt snorted coldly. How can you be so unreasonable? Shiao Chan, stop talking and call the police. Song Zian said angrily. There is no need to call the police. The auxiliary police patrolling nearby have already arrived. Zhou Xiaohu walked forward and greeted him warmly, handing him a cigarette. It seemed that they were very familiar with each other. Zhou Xiaohu recounted what happened here with some exaggeration. A fat auxiliary police officer pointed at Su Dachui and said, if you smash someone's things, you have to pay for it. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are a student. You are an adult too. It seems that both parties know each other, and the policeman is obviously taking sides. Chapter 32. You are a high school student, and you know our deputy director? Compensation? We didn't say we wouldn't compensate, but isn't 30,000 a bit too much for this ante? Shiao Chan asked. It's not much. You've affected other people's business. How can 30,000 be a lot? The fat and big-eared auxiliary police officer was obviously biased towards the other party. Also, if the amount of money you smashed into other people's stalls is too large, you'll be sentenced. Either pay the money or come with me to the police station. You're really good. Shiao Chan laughed angrily. Little brat, I've already told you, if you offend me, I'll make sure you don't get to hang around here anymore. The old lady looked smug. She held her head high, as if she couldn't control you. Okay then, I'll make a call. Shiao Chan nodded. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to talk about. Looking for someone, right? Who doesn't know a few people? A call was made to Zhou Jun, asking him to coordinate and handle matter. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Shiao Chan said about this situation, Zhou Jun immediately said, wait a minute, brother. I'm nearby and will be here soon. After hanging up the phone, Shiao Chan said to Su Dachui, don't worry, it's okay. Shiao Chan, how about I ask my family to come and handle it? Song Zian said hesitantly. She didn't want to reveal her identity in front of Shiao Chan, for fear that Shiao Chan would distance himself from her in the future, because he would notice something was wrong between them. It's okay, I called someone and they will take care of it. Shiao Chan smiled at him. Okay, you can call for help at such a young age? The auxiliary police officer laughed. I want to see who you can call. Little brat, have your hair grown out yet? Zhou Xiaohu also laughed. Kid, don't be stubborn. Either pay the money or follow me to the police station. The auxiliary police spoke in a businesslike tone. If the matter gets to your school, you might even be expelled from school. The person I called hasn't arrived yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Shiao Chan glanced at him. Call someone? Do you really think you can call the Lord? The auxiliary police laughed angrily. He pointed at Shiao Chan and said, I advise you not to waste your time. It will be useless if anyone comes today. If you don't cooperate, I'm going to cuff you. As this guy said this, he actually took out handcuffs and waved them in front of Shiao Chan. He just saw that Shiao Chan was a child and thought that just scaring him a little would be enough. But Shiao Chan ignored him. However, at this moment, a serious voice came over. Dong Chong, did you take these handcuffs out casually? The auxiliary police officer was startled and turned around quickly, only to see Zhou Jun pushing his way through the crowd and walking in. Zhou Jun was in plain clothes today, but Dong Chong had worked with Zhou Jun before. Moreover, the police station in his jurisdiction is also under the jurisdiction of Zhou Jun branch. Oh, Captain Zhou, no, Director Zhou. Dong Chong's fat face suddenly looked like a smiling chrysanthemum. Zhou Jun is now a well-known figure in the bureau. He caught drug dealers, destroyed fraud dens in a timely manner, and intercepted nearly 100 million in cash. Now the transfer order has come down, and he will be the deputy director of the branch. He's just an auxiliary police officer who doesn't even have a rank, and yet he doesn't show respect to you when you see him. Let me ask you, why do you use handcuffs? Is it necessary to use handcuffs on a high school student? Zhou Jun said solemnly. If you have this spirit, go and deal with thieves and criminals. As a public official, do you want to show off in front of ordinary people? No, it's a misunderstanding. Director Zhou, this is all a misunderstanding. Dong Chong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Brother, are you okay? Zhou Jun looked at Shiao Chan. It's okay, Brother Zhou. Thank you for your help. Shiao Chan smiled. What kind of trouble are you talking about? Zhou Jun said with a smile. It's okay. I'll take care of it. He turned his head and looked at the middle-aged woman. Is the stall yours? Yes, it's mine. The aunt had long since put away her arrogant expression. After all, her nephew had already reminded her that the person coming was a bureau-level official. His nephew works in the Snack Street Management Office, and he has to flatter even people like Dong Chong. If nothing unexpected happens, he will never have the chance to meet someone like Zhou Jun in his life. You want 30,000 for this little thing? Are you blackmailing me? Zhou Jun said seriously. Look, my brothers are just high school students, so you bully them, right? No, not at all. The aunt had a smile on her face, and her arrogant attitude just now had disappeared without a trace. Brother? How could this plain-looking high school student be so close to Zhou Jun? Who did she offend? Director Zhou, it's my fault. I didn't handle it well. Dong Chong was sweating profusely. He was completely speechless, thinking to himself, you should have told me earlier that this kid had such a relationship with Director Zhou. Isn't this harming people? Okay, it's not a big deal. I'll give it to you regardless of how much the things in this stall are worth. Zhou Jun pointed to the messy things on the ground. This is not valuable. The raw materials and seasonings are only worth more than 300 yuan. The ant answered cautiously. Here's 300 yuan. I'll pay for it. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jun took out several hundred yuan from his pocket and handed it over. No, no, Director Zhou, there's no way you can pay for this. Zhou Xiaohu and Dong Chong were terrified. How would they possibly accept this money? I was the one who handled this matter. Go ahead, otherwise you will accuse me of using my power to bully others. Zhou Jun didn't say anything and directly stuffed the money into the other party's pocket. The old lady held the money and the smile on her face became more and more awkward. Okay, everyone go away. Zhou Jun waved to the onlookers, then said to Zhou Xiao, change the stall for your relative, stay away from this little brother. Yes, yes, Director Zhou, I will arrange it. I'm sorry about what happened today, Zhou Xiaohu said with a nod. Young man, don't be so impulsive next time. Luckily, you didn't cause any big trouble today, otherwise you really wouldn't be able to set up your stall. Zhou Jun had no choice but to teach Su Dachui a lesson. Su Dachui bowed his head repeatedly to admit his mistakes. He was secretly happy in his heart that his brother was really good. He was able to get along with a person like Zhou Jun without saying a word. Who would dare to embarrass my mother in this snack street from now on? Brother, I just happen to need your help, Zhou Jun said with a smile. Want to go out for dinner? Okay, Brother Zhou, I'll tell my classmates. Shiao Chan turned his head and smiled bitterly at Song Zian. I'll have to treat you another day. Go quickly. Remember that you owe me a meal. Song Zian's eyes were curved like crescent moons. She waved to Shiao Chun and watched him leave. She recognized that Zhou Jun in front of her was the police officer in charge when Xiao Qian called the police last time. Xiao Chun was able to become so familiar with Zhou Jun in such a short time. His ability is not simple. Thinking of this, she became happier. Zhou Jun looked at Song Zian in confusion. He didn't know this girl, but he always felt that the person looked familiar, as if he looked quite similar to a leader of the general administration. Chapter 33, the Xiao family was cheated. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Jun invited Xiao Chun to dinner and then said, Brother, thanks to your help these few times. The head of our bureau came to ask about it. I dare not take credit for it, so I told him what you reminded me of. He has to see you. After dinner, you have to accompany me to the police station and meet him. Captain Zhou, you're putting me on the spot. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. Haha, it's okay. I'll probably praise you. So Yun left. He thought about it for a moment, then asked, Brother, do you know Director Song from the General Administration? General Administration? Director Song? I don't know him. Xiao Chun looked confused. He knew that the head of the Jiangsheng Public Security Bureau was surnamed Song, but he had no connection with him in either his previous life or this life. He didn't know why Zhou Jun asked this. Don't know him. Zhou Jun was also a little surprised. The last time Xiao Chun was in the police station, Director Song called him personally to ask for his care. But Xiao Chun didn't know him. But looking at Xiao Chen's appearance, he was just an ordinary high school student. It probably has nothing to do with Director Song. There must be other reasons. He recollected and suddenly remembered the girl who had been standing next to Xiao Chan when they were dealing with a dispute just now. Song Zian, she also followed Xiao Chun to the police station last time. Now I remember that girl looked a bit like Director Song. By the way, what was the name of your classmate just now? So Yun asked. Su Dachui, we have a very good relationship. Xiao Chan said, the female classmate with me is called Song Zian. I came here to help her with her lessons today. Zhou Jun secretly slapped his thigh and figured it out. They both have the surname Song, so that girl must be related to Director Song. But since she didn't say it, she must want to hide her identity. Even if I figured it out, I couldn't say it. So that's how it is. It's okay, eat quickly, and then we'll go to the bureau and sit down. Zhou Jun said with a smile. When we arrived at the Linchi branch, the top leader, Xiao Zhengguo, was already waiting. His attitude was very polite. He first invited Xiao Chan to take a seat, and then poured him a glass of water himself. Thank you, Director Xiao. Xiao Chen quickly took the water. Xiao Chen, we have to thank you. Lao Zhou said that the previous intelligence was all provided by you. Xiao Zhengguo said with a smile. If it weren't for you, the people's property and safety would be threatened. Director Xiao, this is my duty. Xiao Chun spoke in an official manner. Besides, these are all the credits of you and Director Zhou. I just provided some clues. Oh, you're too modest. You're really a great young man. Xiao Zhengguo said with a smile. After exchanging a few polite words, Xiao Chun felt it was time to leave. After all, someone of Xiao Zhengguo's level would take time out to meet you. Okay then, Director Xiao, I won't bother you anymore. Xiao Chun stood up. Congratulations to Director Xiao in advance as well. Congratulations? What are you congratulating me for? Xiao Zhengguo stared at Xiao Chun. Congratulations, Director Xiao. You're going to be promoted. Xiao Chun smiled mysteriously. The memory of the previous life was that Xiao Zhengguo was promoted to the political commissar of the municipal bureau. Now he looked very happy. This matter has definitely been confirmed. Hey, old Zhou, what rumors did this little brother hear? Xiao Zhengguo looked at Zhou Jun in surprise. His promotion was almost certain, except for a transfer order. Everyone in the bureau knows about this. Did Zhou Jun reveal it to Shiao Chan? I didn't say anything, Lao Xiao. Zhou Jun was also a little surprised. Then he smiled and said, Old Xiao, my little brother is not an ordinary person. His words are golden. If he says you'll be promoted, then you will definitely be promoted. I know how to read faces. In short, Director Xiao, there will be good news within 3 days. Xiao Chen laughed and covered up. Huh. Okay, Lao Zhou, please send this little brother off for me. That's really interesting. Xiao Zhen will laugh heartily and was in a very good mood. Zhou Jun personally escorted Xiao Chen out. As soon as he arrived at the door of the police station, Xiao Chun ran into Xiao Yan. Because the Xiao family was defrauded of 5 million, a huge amount. And this is all the funds on the Xiao Group's books. After just 1 day of not seeing each other, Xiao Yan was already anxious and angry. She came here today to file a case and take a statement. The good news is that most of the funds have been recovered and the loss is not large. Brother Zhou, you go and do your work. I can go back by myself. Xiao Chan said to Zhou Jun with a smile. Okay, brother, drive slowly. If you have any problem, just contact me directly. Zhou Jun waved to Xiao Chan with a smile. Xiao Chan. Xiao Yan hurriedly came forward. Xiao Chan frowned, turned to the other side, and wanted to bypass Xiao Yan and leave. Xiao Chan, why are you ignoring me? Xiao Yan stepped forward and blocked Xiao Chan again. She bit her lip lightly, her eyes bloodshot. We were deceived. That Yuanqi company is a scam. They took all the money and left. We should have listened to you. So what? Xiao Chun glanced at Xiao Yan. Now the company's capital chain has been broken. The Xiao family has invested too much money and cannot get it back all at once. Xiao Yan murmured. It seems like he is talking to himself, but also seems like he is looking for someone to talk to. What's the point of you telling me this? I warned you at the beginning. Xiao Chun frowned. What difficulties does the Xiao family have? What does it have to do with me? You're also a member of the family. Xiao Yan felt a little aggrieved. When Xiao Chan was at home before, she always acted like the eldest sister. But now she was in trouble and had no one to talk to. So she felt very close to Xiao Chan when she saw him. So she wanted to confide her difficulties to Xiao Chan. But more than that, he placed his hopes on Xiao Chan, hoping that he could help him, even though he is just a high school student. But now Xiao Yan no longer simply regards Xiao Chun as a high school student. Compared to the weak Shia Ming, Xiao Chun seems to be more capable of shouldering family responsibilities. You're overthinking it. I'm not. Xiao Chun shook his head. From the moment I signed the blood oath severing the parent-child relationship, it's no longer the same. So whether your Xiao family has been cheated or not, and whether the capital chain has been broken, that is all your business. Don't expect to find sympathy with me when you tell me. The best I can do is not to laugh at you. Xiao Yan's face turned pale, and then she calmed down. I came here today to see the police officer in charge. Luckily, the money we were defrauded of was intercepted before it was transferred out. That's good. Xiao Chen nodded nonchalantly. But the freezing of funds requires investigation, and the company can't wait. There are 70 or 80 employees waiting to be paid. The company's operations and signed orders require money to run. Xiao Yan was a little anxious. So what do you want me to do? Xiao Chun turned his head and looked at Xiao Yan. I've been squatting in the police station since this morning, and I haven't even seen the officer in charge. You seem to be very familiar with the chief just now. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Chun expectantly. She wanted to ask Xiao Chun for help. Chapter 34, playing the family card. So I want you to help me. You're overthinking. My relationship with others is just for the sake of appearance. Xiao Chun shook his head. I can't help you. You think of a way. Xiao Chun. Xiao Yan took a step forward anxiously, her eyes slightly red. I am your sister. We should be a family. We should help each other. Are you really going to watch the Xiao family fall into the quagmire just because of some misunderstandings? Even if we are not relatives, but just ordinary friends, you will not stand by and watch us die, right? Xiao Yan was really moved. First, she regretted her previous attitude. And second, the company's situation was really bad. Seeing that Xiao Chan was indifferent, she slowly took out the photo from her bag. There are 6 people in the photo. Xiao Chan is standing in the middle, smiling happily. Xiao Chan was silent. Half a year ago, I had just returned to my parents and sister. He thought that he would no longer be the only one who loved him like before. There are parents, 2 older sisters, and a younger brother who seems very sensible at home. He was finally able to live with his family, and the smile on his face at that time was a real smile. However, I didn't expect that half a year later, I would write a letter in blood. Blood ties are shallow, and the 6 relatives are not harmonious. Eventually, he severed ties with his biological parents. Fate really plays tricks on people. Having lived 2 lives, Xiao Chan thought he could be very open-minded. But I couldn't help but feel my nose was sore. After all, deep down in my heart, my desire for family affection is too deep. Xiao Chan, have you really forgotten what you looked like on the first day you returned home? Xiao Yan's voice was a little choked. I really hope that the whole family can be together happily. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. I once hoped that our family could be together happily, but it doesn't matter now. I won't help the Xiao family because they don't deserve it. Xiao Chun turned around and left. Xiaoyan quickly ran up to stop him and handed him the photo. Shiao Chan was silent for a moment, then took the photo and left. Watching Shiao Chan leave, Xiaoyan felt empty inside. Just at this moment, Zhou Jun came out. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. She knew Zhou Jun and seemed to have a good relationship with Shiao Chan. She quickly ran forward and said, "Hello, Officer Zhou. I'm Xiaoyan, Shiao Chan's sister." "Oh, what's wrong?" Zhou Jun looked at Xiaoyan. "Because of the incident at Yuanqi Company, our company's funding chain has been cut off." Xiaoyan explained. "I heard that the person has been caught." "Yes, we have caught him and are going through the process," said Zhou Jun. "It's like this. All our company's funds have been defrauded, and the process is too long, and we may not be able to turn it around. I came here to meet the police officer in charge, but I haven't seen him yet. I just called Shiao Chun, and he asked me to come find you." Xiaoyan prayed silently in her heart. She hoped her lies wouldn't be exposed, but she really had no other choice. "Is that so?" Zhou Jun looked at Xiaoyan carefully. "The funds were intercepted, so the loss is not big. Since Shiao Chan asked you to come, I'll urge them to release some of the funds for your Shiao family first." "Okay, thank you so much, Officer Zhou." Shiao Chan breathed a sigh of relief, and she looked at Zhou Jun guiltily. On Monday, as soon as the bell rang, Su Xiao walked into the classroom. The moment she stepped into the classroom, the whole classroom was in an uproar. Su Xiao, who usually wore plain and simple clothes, put on exquisite makeup for a rare moment. She was wearing a white shirt and a dark blue knee-length skirt. The hair that was usually tied up was straightened and draped over her shoulders. The black frame glasses that he usually wore were gone and replaced with contact lenses. The whole person's temperament suddenly improved a lot, no longer the usual old-fashioned image. He looks more like a very elegant white-collar worker. The classroom was filled with whistles from the boys, and the girls held their faces with their hands and had stars in their eyes. "Teacher Su is so beautiful. Teacher, if you dress like this every day, I will never skip classes again." The teacher has finally woken up. Let's see if the students in class 3 will brag about their teacher being the school beauty. Quiet down. Su Xiao didn't expect that his casual dressing would cause such a big reaction among the students. She smiled and pressed down with both hands. "In today's Chinese class, you could be a little more unrestrained. But you must understand the key points and don't mess things up. Otherwise, you will see a stern and mean me again tomorrow. We will definitely study hard. I promise, I will definitely work hard." "Teacher Su, do you have any reward for our good performance?" "What reward do you want?" Su Xiao asked. "Just skip subject 3. A naughty boy shouted. "Yes, subject 3, subject 3. Be quiet and see how you perform." Su Xiao didn't refuse, which meant there was hope. There was a sudden cheer in the classroom, and then all the students sat down obediently to attend class. "Teacher Su, today we have opened up the run and do meridians," Song Zian said quietly. "It should have been done a long time ago." Shiao Chun smiled slightly. Su Xiao still took his words to heart. This class was very successful. The average grade of class 1 was average, and there were many naughty students. But in this class, everyone was surprisingly serious. Su Xiao would not easily skip subject 3, so he left the homework and would check in the next Chinese class. If it is done well, then consider it. During the physical education class, Shiao Chun asked for leave again. He cashed out 300,000 yuan from the stock market and put in a card. He took the card and went to the Xiao family. The doorbell rang in front of the Xiao family's duplex villa. It was Xiao Yin who opened the door. Seeing Shiao Chun, she was surprised and happy. "Xiao Chun, you are back?" Without waiting for Xiao Chun to respond, she ran back. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Chun is back." Not long after, Zhao's father and mother came out together. Part of the money from the Xiao family company has been recovered. Although it was only over 2 million, it was enough to solve the company's urgent needs. Zhao's father also learned that the reason why part of the money was recovered so quickly was because of Xiao Chun. So this time he surprisingly didn't get angry, but he looked at Xiao Chun with mixed feelings. "Xiao Chun, coming quickly." Xiaoyan took Xiao Chan's hand and walked into the villa. "I'm not going in." Xiao Chun gently broke free from Xiaoyan's hand. "Aren't you going home?" Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. "I came here today to pay you back your money." Xiao Chun took out the bank card. He stuffed it into Xiaoyan's hand. "The password is 6 zeros. There are 300,000 in it." "All right, you become more capable." Father Zhao's face darkened. "Where did you get this money?" "I earn it honestly. Not a single penny was ill-gotten gains." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean? After paying back the money, you're going to completely cut off ties with us?" Zhao's mother's tone was somewhat unfriendly. "What else?" Xiao Chun said calmly. "I'll return the money to you, and we'll be even from now on. We're clear." Zhao's mother suddenly raised her voice. "Just because you say we're clear, we're clear? What else do you want?" Xiao Chun frowned. The money has been repaid, and the relationship with the Xiao family has been completely severed. If the Xiao family continued to make further demands, he had no intention of indulging them. Chapter 35. The debt has been paid, and we are no longer related. "I'm telling you, Xiao Chun, I carried you for 10 months before giving birth." Mother Xiao pointed at Xiao Chun, unable to suppress the anger in her chest. "Now, I am willing to give you a chance." As long as you sincerely apologize to everyone, we will consider accepting you back. Shiao Chan looked at his mother. Although she came from a good family, she still looked superior. He grinned. Apologize? If you apologize to me, I might consider forgiving you. What did you say? You forgive us. Zhao's mother looked incredulous. Even though she knew that Shiao Chan was different than before, she still couldn't accept it when she heard these words. When did Shiao Chan, who was always careful to please everyone at home, become so tough? That's right, I forgive you. Shiao Chan raised his head and said, if you apologize, if the Shiao family encounters difficulties in the future, I can consider our blood relationship and help you. Shut up. Zhao's mother was shaking with anger. I shouldn't have been soft on you. I shouldn't have asked you to come from the country. Otherwise, how could so many messes happen in our family? Shiao Chan, apologize to your mother right now. Father Shiao said in a deep voice. Is this the same thing again? Shiao Chan felt a little speechless. I have already returned the money to you. You also signed a certificate of severing parent-child relationship. So, I don't want to continue to be entangled with you endlessly. Goodbye. Shiao Chan was about to leave when his mother stepped forward to stop him and said in a stern voice, Shiao Chan, stop right there. What else do you want to do? Shiao Chan raised his eyelids. Apologize to us. Zhao's mother said angrily, don't think that you can ignore us just because you were lucky enough to make a few bucks. We will always be your biological parents and your elders. You gave birth to me, but didn't raise me. How dare you say you are my elders? Shiao Chan found it ridiculous. What's the point of emphasizing blood relationship? The couple just wanted to regain their pitiful self-esteem as parents because they had lost face. Shiao Chan, don't push your luck. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you were lucky enough to help us once. Father Shiao lectured him. You broke the vase at home and stole your second sister's bracelet. We haven't settled the score with you yet. Then why don't you call the police? Shiao Chan felt it was ridiculous. If you were so sure it was me, why don't you call the police and have me arrested? Don't mention saving my face. And don't say I'm your biological son. You never take me seriously. Dad, it's not Shiao Chan's fault about the vase. Xiaoyan couldn't help but speak. She has video proof that Shiao Chan was wrongly accused. Oh, brother is here, why don't you come in? At this moment, Shia Ming poked his head out. Xiaoyan swallowed her words in time because she had to save Shia Ming's face. Because she didn't want to believe that such a well-behaved Shia Ming could be such a vicious person. She wanted to find an opportunity to tell her parents about Shia Ming because he was so sensitive and sensible, and being exposed in public would definitely be a serious blow to him. Shiao Chan watched coldly. This Chotzi was causing trouble again. Mom and Dad, I have forgiven my brother for the wrong things he did in the past. He is a family to us. Can we let him go home? Ming, look at his attitude. And why are you still speaking for him? Zhao's mother was still angry. He glared at Shiao Chan coldly and said, if you were half as sensible as your brother, your relationship with your family wouldn't be so strained. Sure enough, they're the same person but different genders. Compared to your brother, you are trash. Yeah, you didn't expect that after 10 months of pregnancy, you would give birth to a piece of garbage, right? Shiao Chan laughed angrily. Whether you want to admit it or not, this garbage came from your stomach. Shiao Chan, you shut up. Zhao's mother stomped her feet in anger. How could you say such vulgar words in front of Shia Ming? It's okay if you're a trash, but what if you lead Shia Ming astray? Brother, why are you so critical of me? What did I do wrong? Can I change it? Shia Ming looked even more aggrieved. Please don't make Mom and Dad angry, okay? Ming, please go inside and stop talking to him. Zhao's mother hugged Shia Ming and said, this man is simply unreasonable. Let's go. That's right, the mock exam is coming up soon, and you have to be in the top 30 in the city, so don't let it affect your mood. Father Shiao also glared at Shiao Chan fiercely, and the family of 3 was about to enter the room. Wait, give me back the IOU. Shiao Chan said, I'll give you 300,000 yuan. We're even. Give it to him. Father Shiao waved his hand. Mother Shiao went into the house and found the IOU. She threw it to Shiao Chan, and the family of 3 went into the house and disappeared. Shiao Chan was too lazy to pay attention to this family and turned around to leave. Shiao Chan. Xiaoyan called him. Anything else? Shiao Chan asked. Yes, I'm sorry. Xiaoyan apologized softly. What are you apologizing to me for? Shiao Chan was a little puzzled. Actually, I have already investigated the matter of the vase. It has nothing to do with you. Xiaoyan lowered her head in embarrassment. Oh, it has nothing to do with me? Then could it be that the vase broke by itself? Shiao Chan sneered. Besides, no one will believe your empty words, right? I have evidence. I have restored the surveillance. The vase was broken by Shia Ming. Xiaoyan explained quickly. As soon as she said this, she realized how could she say this in front of Shiao Chan? After all, she hasn't found a good opportunity yet. And after all, she knows that Shiao Chan was wronged. You mean you've already found out everything? And there's even a video? Shiao Chan turned around. His face was a little heavy. Then why didn't you say it in front of your parents and brother just now? Shiao Chan, I'm sorry. Xiao Yanqing knew that what she did was wrong. I think Shia Ming also has his own difficulties. He is not that kind of person. If I say it in front of everyone, he will be embarrassed and lose face, so? Haha. So, I deserve to be wronged by them again and again. Shia Ming looked a little angry. Although he has lived 2 lives, he has experienced the partiality of his family members countless times. But when he heard Xiao Yin say this, he still felt a little angry. So he needs face, but I don't. Xiao Ming is a family with you, and I, Xiao Chun, am a bastard? No, it's not that, Xiao Chun. Please listen to my explanation. Xiao Yin said anxiously, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't know how to explain. Yes, it is too biased after all. When she found out that all this was done by Xiao Ming, she instantly came up with many excuses for Xiao Ming. But what about Xiao Chun? Has she ever thought that he is only 18 years old? He also needs understanding and care from his family, and she didn't even consider Xiao Chen's perspective. How sad and heartbroken must he be when he was wronged and scolded by his family? She didn't think about it. She was just considering Xiao Ming's face, but she didn't think that all this was planned by Xiao Ming. The younger brother who looks innocent and weak, but actually has a lot of inner drama, is never an easy person to deal with. Xiao Chun looked at her quietly, waiting for her to explain. However, Xiao Yin opened her mouth several times and finally uttered only 3 words weakly. I'm sorry. Haha, I should be the one to say sorry. Xiao Chan smiled, and he felt extremely cold in his heart. This sister who he thought was somewhat rational turned out to be no different from those people. It was his fault that he still had some hope for her. This time, he completely broke the string in his heart. After 2 lifetimes, he should have woken up long ago. He should stay away from the Xiao family and watch them go to hell step by step. I shouldn't have any illusions about anyone anymore. I shouldn't. Xiao Chun smiled, tears in his eyes. Chapter 36 Xiao Yin, you are the same as them. Xiao Chun, I will explain it clearly to my parents, and I will also take care of Xiao Ming's situation. Xiao Yin said in a negotiating tone. Give me some time, I will definitely think of a way to have the best of both worlds. Your so-called best of both worlds approach is to take Xiao Ming's face into consideration? Xiao Chun nodded. Okay, I understand. Ew, I'm glad you can understand your sister. Xiao Yin breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Xiao Chan had figured it out. I understand. After all, you are a family. Xiao Chen grinned. As he spoke, he took out the family photo that Xiao Yin gave him yesterday from his bag. He looked at the family photo, and there seemed to be a hint of determination in the depths of his eyes. I saw him slowly raise his hand and hold up the family photo high. Xiao Chun, what are you going to do? Xiao Yin looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. He just raised the photo frame and smashed it to the ground. Crash! The photo frame broke into pieces. Xiao Yin suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao Chun in disbelief. This photo was once Xiao Chen's most precious photo. He placed the photo in the most conspicuous place on the desk and wiped it clean. How much he longed to be with his family and how much he longed to integrate into the Xiao family. However, now he has smashed to pieces the thing that he once valued most. Xiao Yin suddenly felt as if her heart was shattered along with the photo frame. At the moment the photo frame broke, several vague memories flashed through her consciousness. She didn't know whether this memory belonged to Xiao Chan or to her. All she saw was a blurry corpse with its hands and feet cut off and its ears cut off. She seemed to see again her former home turned into a sea of fire. She also saw a man who looked like Xiao Ming, with distorted features, laughing madly at the villa which was in flames. These images flashed by, but they hit Xiao Yan's chest like a heavy hammer. Her heart seemed to be shattered. In the midst of pain, she seemed to know that the blurry corpse was Xiao Chan. The burning villa and the heart-wrenching cries were from myself and my family. The twisted and hideous face that was laughing crazily as it looked at the villa overlapped with Xiao Ming's harmless face. Her heart ached. She pressed her chest and looked at Xiao Chan in horror. Everything that just happened was an illusion and like a dream, but she felt the same way. Xiao Chen reached out and took the photo out of the broken frame. Then he tore off his own photo and threw the family portrait with one person missing heavily to the ground. He said nothing more and walked away with big strides. From then on, he severed all ties with everyone in the Xiao family. Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun. Xiao Yin shouted weakly at his back. But Xiao Chun didn't look back after all. She slowly bent down and picked up the family photo with one person missing, and the pain in her heart grew little by little. Her tears fell in big drops. Xiao Chan felt more relaxed than ever before. Having completely drawn a line with the Xiao family, he will have a bright future ahead of him. From then on, he focused on making his life more brilliant. When I got back to school, physical education class wasn't over yet. There was just a group of people gathered together, and it seemed that a classmate was injured. I turned my head and looked around, but didn't see Song Zian. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that Song Zian was injured? He rushed forward and pushed through the crowd. Sure enough, Song Zian was seen squatting on the ground, covering one of his feet with a painful expression. What's wrong? Xiao Chun rushed forward and asked. Xiao Chun, you're finally here. Su Dachui breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Chun. Song Zian just sprained her ankle, and the PE teacher isn't here. Why don't you send him to the infirmary? Xiao Chun said anxiously. I'm waiting for you, Su Dachui said embarrassedly. What are you waiting for me for? I'm really impressed by you guys. Shiao Chan quickly stepped forward to help Song Zian up. How do you feel? Does your foot still hurt? It hurts, Song Zian said aggrievedly. Let me help you. Shiao Chan tried to help Song Zian up, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt such excruciating pain that she cried. Shiao Chan had no choice but to squat down, carry Song Zian on his back, and run to the infirmary. You two are a couple. It would be embarrassing for others to see you off if you didn't come, Su Dachui said to their backs. Right, look at these two. How well matched they are. I suddenly feel a little envious. The classmates were talking about it, and everyone in the class had already classified the two as a couple. To send the patient to the infirmary, Shiao Chan must be here. If someone else gives it, wouldn't it take away the main feature? How does it feel? Does it hurt? Are there any broken bones? Shiao Chan carried her on his back and asked as he hurried to the infirmary. It's a little better now. Song Zian put her arms around Shiao Chan's neck. The whole person was lying on Shiao Chan's back. Feeling his strong back and the scent of an adolescent boy, I felt dizzy. Why are you so careless? Shiao Chan said with some blame. I didn't notice it when I was jumping rope. It wasn't intentional. Song Zian replied with a red face. Hold me tighter. I can't carry you anymore. You should lose weight. Shiao Chan teased her. Indeed, if Song Zian, who is 168 centimeters tall, were smaller, he really wouldn't be able to carry her. Hateful. Song Zian couldn't help but hit Shiao Chan, but she knew that Shiao Chan was just trying to distract her and make her feel less painful. Shiao Chan chuckled, finally ran to the infirmary, put her down, and called the doctor. The doctor examined Song Zian and said, It's nothing serious. No bones were injured. Apply bruises lotion to rub it on. Don't go to physical education classes this week. Be careful not to do any strenuous activities. The doctor gave me half a bottle of medicine and then went to work. Shiao Chan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He bent down and took off Song Zian's shoes. What are you doing, Shiao Chan? Song Zian's feet shrank instinctively. I'm going to apply medicine on you, Shiao Chan said as he took off her socks. Then he reached out and grabbed her ankle, poured a little bruises medicine on the palm of his hand, and then gently rubbed her injured ankle. The moment he touched her feet, Shiao Chen's hand trembled slightly. Song Zian's feet are round and slender, and her skin is fair and tender. The smooth toes create a perfect shape and are full of beauty. The thoughts of the young boy and girl are separated by a layer of paper, but cannot be touched. After a long time, Shiao Chan gritted his teeth, calmed himself down, and began to massage her. This way the medicine will work faster. Song Zian bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from screaming out. The soles of her feet were very sensitive, and Shiao Chen's holding them and kneading them gently and carefully made her feel like she was about to fly. While feeling shy, she was also enjoying it very much. After all, the boy in front of her was someone she thought about every day. Shiao Chan applied the medicine on her, and then carefully put on her shoes and socks. When I looked up, I found that Song Zian's face was frighteningly red. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Shiao Chan was startled. Then he subconsciously touched her forehead with his hand. You don't have a fever, do you? No. Let's go back to the classroom, Song Zian said concealingly. Can you walk? If you can't, can I still carry you? Shiao Chan asked with concern. Yes, just hold me. You don't have to carry me. Song Zian blushed even more. I'm really afraid of being carried on his back again, and I'll fall for him completely. Okay, let's go. Shiao Chan helped her leave the infirmary. When he went out, he ran into Su Xiao. She had heard the news that Song Zian was injured, so she rushed over to find out what happened. Song Zian, how are you? Are you seriously injured? Teacher Su, I'm fine. The doctor has prescribed some medicine for me. I just need to apply it a few times, and I'll be fine. Song Zian smiled easily. I'm glad you're okay. Come on, be careful. Su Xiao stepped forward and held her other hand. Thank you, Teacher Su. Song Zian thanked him obediently. It's okay. Lydia Su smiled slightly. Song Zian's grades were also good. The mock exam is this Thursday. This is a citywide joint exam. It's very important, and both of you have done very well. Don't take it lightly this time. Teacher, don't worry. Classmate Song and I are fine. Shiao Chan smiled. A few people were walking and chatting, and when they reached the bottom of the teaching building, a female teacher with very elegant clothes came towards them. Li Qing, the head teacher of Class 3, is considered to be very beautiful among female teachers. She is also very good at dressing up, and students privately call her the school belle. But after Su Xiao woke up and dressed up a little, Li Qing looked a little inferior. Seeing Lydia Su, Li Qing pretended to come over and say hello. Hello, Teacher Su. Teacher Li, it's you, hello. Su Xiao also replied with a smile. Hey, what's wrong with your student? Looking at Su Xiao's elegant dress, Li Qing felt a little jealous. After all, she was the object of favor among the unmarried male teachers in the school. Su Xiao used to dress in a conservative way, and almost no one paid attention to him. After I dressed up a little, my temperament immediately improved. Immediately, An unmarried male teacher in the office started to show his affection. I accidentally twisted my ankle during physical education class. It's nothing serious. Su Xiao replied. Then you have to be careful. Li Qing looked at Su Xiao. Teacher Su, you are also a teacher, so you have to pay attention to some things. What's the matter? Lydia, Su asked with some confusion. As a teacher, you have to pay attention to your clothing and image. Li Qing said in a teaching tone, don't dress up so flashy. Today's students, especially boys, are full of vigor and vitality. They can't concentrate on studying if they dress too revealingly. Chapter 37. Live alone and don't get involved in anything of the Xiao family. Okay, let's go. Shiao Chan helped her out of the infirmary. When he went out, he ran into Su Xiao. She had heard the news that Song Zian was injured, so she rushed over to find out what happened. Song Zian, how are you? Are you seriously injured? Teacher Su, I'm fine. The doctor has prescribed some medicine for me. I just need to apply it a few times, and I'll be fine. Song Zian smiled easily. I'm glad you're okay. Come on, be careful. Su Xiao stepped forward and held her other hand. Thank you, Teacher Su. Song Zian thanked him obediently. It's okay. Lydia Su smiled slightly. Song Zian's grades were also good. Teachers all like students with good grades, and she's no exception. But the previous rumors might be true. The two in front of me look like a couple. Alas, I really worry so much about the high school students. She then reminded him. The mock test will be held this Thursday. This is a citywide joint exam. It's very important, and both of you have done very well. Don't take it lightly this time. Teacher, don't worry. Classmate Song and I are fine. Shiao Chan smiled. A few people were walking and chatting, and when they reached the bottom of the teaching building, a female teacher with very elegant clothes came towards them. Sun Qing, the head teacher of Class 3, is considered to be very beautiful among the female teachers. She is also very good at dressing up, and students privately call her the school belle. But after Su Xiao woke up and dressed up a little, Sun Qing looked a little inferior. Seeing Lydia Su, Sun Qing pretended to come over and say hello. Hello, Teacher Su. Teacher Sun, it's you, hello. Su Xiao also replied with a smile. Hey, what's wrong with your student? Looking at Su Xiao's elegant dress, Sun Qing felt a little jealous. After all, she was the object of favor among the unmarried male teachers in the school. Su Xiao used to dress in a conservative way, and almost no one paid attention to him. After I dressed up a little, my temperament immediately improved. Immediately, an unmarried male teacher in the office started to show his affection. I accidentally twisted my ankle during physical education class. It's nothing serious. Su Xiao replied. Then you have to be careful. Sun Qing looked at Su Xiao. Teacher Su, you are also a teacher, so you have to pay attention to some things. What's the matter? Lydia, Su asked with some confusion. As a teacher, you have to pay attention to your clothing and image. Sun Qing said in a teaching tone, don't dress up so flashy. Today's students, especially boys, are full of vigor and vitality. They can't concentrate on studying if they dress too revealingly. Su Xiao's face turned red instantly. She realized that Su Xiao was referring to the problem with her dress. Before she could say anything, Sun Qing continued aggressively. Besides, a teacher should behave like a teacher. Otherwise, it would be immoral and corrupt the teacher's ethics. Teacher Sun is right. I will pay attention to it. Lydia se responded immediately. She just graduated and was not good at intrigue. Unlike Sun Qing, who is in her early 30s and is already a veteran in the office. Moreover, she calls herself a senior and always speaks in a tone of instruction. I think there's nothing wrong with Teacher Su's dressing style. How does it have to do with poor teacher ethics? Shiao Chan was unhappy. Su Xiao is very responsible and serious, and has helped me a lot before. Seeing this old woman bullying his teacher, he would definitely not sit idly by. Is this your student? Sun Qing raised her head without even looking at Shiao Chan. Why are you so rude? Shiao Chan. Su Xiao glared at Shiao Chan, meaning to tell him to avoid trouble. But Shiao Chan didn't care. Teacher Sun, now is a society ruled by law, freedom of speech. You are wrong. Can't I refute it on behalf of Teacher Su? What's wrong with Teacher Su's dressing? Is she exposing her chest and shoulders? Or is her skirt too short? If long-sleeve shirts and knee-length skirts are considered revealing, then what about that low-cut V-neck top? You, Sun Qing, didn't expect a student to be so aggressive. Before she could finish her words, Shiao Chan said, besides, Teacher Su is only in his 20s. I don't need to dress up deliberately. My temperament is natural, unlike those in their 30s who dare not go out without putting 2 kilograms of powder on their faces. Phew. Song Zian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, this teacher Sun Qing is a bit old. Although she has a good foundation, her age is there after all. How can your skin compare to Teacher Su's? It probably takes you an hour to put on makeup every day, right? Especially the foundation on her face was so thick and the perfume on her body was so choking that it made people dizzy. Teacher Su, this is the student you taught. Sun Qing's delicate face was almost distorted. Every word Shiao Chan said seemed to poke her in the heart. Sorry, Teacher Sun, he didn't mean that. Su Xiao was anxious. she quickly said to Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan quickly apologized to Teacher Sunday. I'm not wrong, Teacher Su. Look at Teacher Sun's face. There's a thick layer of... Shiao Chan looked innocent. Shiao Chan. Sun Qing's face almost turned green with anger. After all, she's a class teacher and has great authority in Class 3. Especially in front of her students, she had an inexplicable sense of superiority. After all, students were respectful when they saw her, and sometimes she would scold students in order to vent her emotions, and the students would lower their heads and dare not talk back. This was the first time she had met a troublemaker like Shiao Chan. I'm here, Teacher Sunday, Shiao Chan said with a smile. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered some new world. Hey, Mr. Sun, your double eyelids don't look natural. But it's okay, it can still be fixed. I know a plastic surgery hospital that does really good work. Do you want to go and have a look? Sun Qing was completely stunned. Her double eyelids were indeed surgically done, but she never told anyone. And people often praise her beautiful double eyelids. Now she was stripped naked. How could she not be confused? Shiao Chan, what are you talking about? Teacher Sun's double eyelids are natural. Shut up. Lydia Su could hardly hold back, but on the surface she still kept a straight face. Apologized to Teacher Sunday. Oh, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Teacher Sunday. Shiao Chan then pretended to be innocent. But your double eyelids would look better if you fix them. They are nothing like our Teacher Su's, who is naturally beautiful. Song Zian could hardly hold it back any longer. Her face turned red. Only then did she realize that Shiao Chan was really not vague at all when he was confronting people. He managed to make Sun Qing, who is known as Sun Miju, lose his temper. Teacher Su, your students really opened my eyes. Sun Qing calmed down and sneered, but I've heard of Shiao Chan. He ranked first in physics in the last 3-school league. He represented the school in the city physics competition. Yes, Teacher Sun, Shiao Chan's grades are very good. Su Xiao said with a smile. Her students are excellent, and she feels proud as a teacher. But I heard that you got your high grades by cheating. Sun Qing snorted. You don't learn well at such a young age? Can the grades you get by cheating deceive you for a while, but can they deceive you forever? Teacher Sun, who told you this? Su Xiao's pretty face sank slightly. Haha, all the teachers in the school know about it. Do I still need to listen to it? Sun Qing glanced at Shiao Chan with disdain. I advise Mr. Su to check it out. He represents our Tongfang High School. If I really take part in the city physics competition and get nothing on the test, it would be a disgrace to our school. Teacher Sun, if you have evidence to prove that Shiao Chan cheated, please show it to us. Lydia Su was angry. She took a few steps forward and said, if not, please apologize to Shiao Chan now. Chapter 38 Shiao Chan, I will spoil you from now on. Does this require evidence? The whole school knows it. Sun Qing didn't expect that Su Xiao, who had always been gentle, would get angry with her for a student. But she relied on her seniority to be aggressive. Even his biological parents came to the school to make trouble. I heard that he has severed ties with his biological parents, right? Humph. How good can a person be if he doesn't even love his own parents? Shiao Chan was indeed reported for cheating, but the principal personally gave the test questions to prove that he did not cheat. Lydia Su said seriously. And Shiao Chan is helpful, diligent, and studious. As a teacher, I know his character better than anyone else. Teacher Sun, don't just listen to rumors and follow the crowd. If you don't apologize, I will personally seek justice for him in front of the principal. You are insulting his personality. Not just anyone can insult the personality of my student. Shiao Chan and Song Zian couldn't close their mouths. Oh my God, is this their teacher who is always gentle and never gets angry when arguing with others? She was firing on all cylinders, and her aura made Sun Qing almost unable to breathe. Teacher Su, is it necessary to go to the principal for a student? Sun Qing was also surprised, and her tone softened a bit. She also did not expect that Su Xiao, who usually spoke in a soft voice, would blush for a student. As for the groundless accusations, it is an insult to my student's personality and a blow to his self-confidence. Sun Qing's tone was stiff. Now please apologize to my students. Okay, it's my fault. Seeing that Su Xiao was serious, Sun Qing had to back off. She made herself look bad and said awkwardly, the whole city will have a unified mock exam this week. So teacher, Su should pay more attention. After all, there are only 6 classes in the senior year. It would be bad if we were at the bottom. Thank you, Teacher Sun, for the reminder. I will take it to heart, and so will you. Su Xiao said. Then you don't have to worry. Li Jianing from our class was the first in the school last time. Sun Qing said complacently and left. Su Xiao then let out a long sigh. If it wasn't for Shiao Chan, she would not have been willing to argue with others. Teacher Su, you are amazing. Song Zian couldn't help but applaud. I have never seen you like this before. Yes, Teacher Su, you will be my boss from now on. Shiao Chan gave a thumbs up. Okay, stop talking. I was so fierce just now that it must have ruined my image. Su Xiao blushed. Then her face turned serious. You two both have good grades. You must win face for me in this mock exam. Don't worry, Teacher Su. Li Jianing from class 3 will be among the top 3 this time. I guarantee it. Shiao Chan vowed. He has been retaining his strength since transferring here half a year ago. If nothing else, just for my past self, I had to save Shia Ming's face. Shia Ming told him that Shia Ming's achievements were the pride of his parents. If he does too well in the exam, his parents will be unhappy. Therefore, he had been hiding his abilities for the past 6 months, and even managed to get first place in the last physics joint examination without realizing it. From now on, he will no longer hide his strength. He, Shiao Chan, will make a stunning debut. Okay, you take Song back to the classroom. I'm going to the office. Su Xiao said. Okay. Shiao Chan supported Song Zian and walked to the stairs. Can you climb the stairs? Shiao Chan asked. Yes, I guess. I'll try. Song Zian said uncertainly. Class 1 of grade 3 is on the 5th floor. Although her foot is better now, it is still difficult for her to climb the stairs. Shiao Chan squatted down without saying anything, carried her on his back, and then went up the stairs. Ah, Shiao Chan, that's the 5th floor. Song Zian was startled. She protested. Put me down quickly. I can go up by myself. Don't be so stubborn. I'll carry you up and down the stairs for the next few days. Shiao Chan said, but you really need to lose weight. You're too heavy. Hateful. Song Zian lightly hit Shiao Chan. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck and gently fell on his back. A few strands of black hair fell on Shiao Chan's face, making him feel itchy. The youthful scent of the girl filled his nostrils, and even Shiao Chan, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but feel a little moved. After climbing 3 floors in one breath, even though Shiao Chan had good physical fitness, he had to stop and rest for a while. Put me down, I can walk. Song Zian felt a little distressed. It's okay, just take a breath. Shiao Chan smiled and continued to climb with her on his back. Song Zian took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. And so, I went all the way back to the classroom. When I opened the classroom door and walked in, the students in the classroom looked at each other in surprise. Then a burst of booing with rising and falling sounds came from the classroom. These 2 people, their relationship is confirmed. That's great, there's one more couple in the class. After school in the afternoon, Shiao Chan received a call from Bai Wei. He asked him if he had time, and said that the old man surnamed Song wanted to see Shiao Chan last time. I thought it was just communication on the details of the plan. Since I took 50,000 yuan in design fees from others, I must follow up to the end. Shiao Chan took a leave from evening self-study and went to see Bai Wei. The agreed location was a very high-end tea house. The tea house is designed in an antique style, and the tea artists inside are all dressed in Cheongsam. After Shiao Chan arrived, he told the front desk about the private room he had arranged, and a waiter took him to the 3rd floor. Jiangcheng is called Jiangcheng because the Yangtze River flows through the city center. This tea house is located right on the riverbank. In the evening, you can enjoy the river view from the tea house's private room overlooking the river. When they entered the room, besides Bai Wei, there were also Song Yunming and an old man of similar age. The 2 men were glaring at each other over a chessboard. It was originally a tie, but the 2 old men refused to give in to the other. Lao Zhang, you must admit defeat in this game. Song Yunming slammed the table. You beat me every time, so what's wrong with letting me win just once? No. The other old man shook his head. We can't give in. This is the rule. Then let's just fight and see who can outlast the other, Song Yunming said unconvinced. The old man in front of me is Zhang Hongji, the boss of the largest land merchant in Jiangcheng. Almost 90% of the high-end villa projects in Jiangcheng are built by Hongji Real Estate under his name. The 2 old men have been friends for decades, and they are like children when they are together. Mr. Song, Shiao Chan is here. He is still in high school, and his schedule is very tight. You see, Bai Wei reminded softly. Oh, Shiao Chan, you're here? Song Yunming waved his hand and swept the chessboard with a bang. He smiled and said, come on, sit down. Song Yunming, you cheated, and this is what you are doing now that you can't win. Zhang Hongji was a little angry. What chess are you playing? Shiao Chan, whom I introduced to you, is here. Didn't you also buy a villa next to mine? Are you planning to renovate it? Song Yunming pointed at Shiao Chan and said, my design concept and layout were all proposed by this young man. You don't like it very much? I called you here. If you have any questions, just ask them now. I'm studying. Chapter 39, I advise you that this investment will lose all your money. Old Song, are you serious? Zhang Hongji looked Shiao Chan up and down. Finding out that he was just a high school student, she couldn't help but wonder. Are you sure he was the one who came up with your villa layout? Would I lie to you? Song Yunming asked Chechen to sit down. Let me introduce you. This old man is Zhang Hongji, and he develops villas and houses. If you need this, go find him, and he will break your bones for you. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Shiao Chan greeted him respectfully. I was somewhat shocked in my heart. The old man in front of me was not simple at all. The boss of Hongji Real Estate and the landmark buildings in Jiangcheng are all from their company. Moreover, it specializes in the development of villas and bungalows. When we mention Hongji, it represents high-end. But think about it. For Song Yunming, who runs a bank, how bad could his friends be? Okay, young man, I heard from Old Man Song that his villa concept was based on your ideas. Zhang Hongji looked at Shiao Chan. I also have a villa, which is similar to this old man's, but the direction and orientation are different. Can you take a look at it and give me some ideas? Okay. Shiao Chan nodded. By way on the side, quickly handed the notebook to Shiao Chan and opened the picture on it. Shiao Chan read it carefully. In his previous life, he had studied various knowledge very hard in order to please the Shiao family. He has some knowledge of decoration, and a master at Qingyo Temple also taught him some knowledge of feng shui. He can't compare with professionals, but he can still check the feng shui of the house. Moreover, feng shui and decoration are combined, which is something that ordinary designers cannot do. After watching for more than 10 minutes, he already had an idea. He smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, I've seen the villa. Your house is not far from Mr. Song's, and it faces the front. The south is the direction of the vermilion bird, which belongs to the element of fire in the 5 elements. So the explanation is that fire is strong in the south. Most people who live in this house have high moral standards and are very motivated. Hongji real estate will surely reach a higher level in the future. Good boy. Old man Zhang's eyes lit up. No wonder Old Song strongly recommended you. You really have a powerful mouth. But it's useless for you to say these nice things. You have to tell me how to pretend, and I'll be satisfied. Mr. Zhang is in the real estate business, so he must be very particular about feng shui. Shiao Chan smiled and said, so when decorating, you should pay attention to hiding the wind and gathering the energy. It corresponds to the 5 movements and 6 qi, and none of them can be missing, especially here in the Mingtang. It is not advisable to design too many rockery and flower decorations on the drawings. The Mingtang should not be cluttered. What matters is the word emptiness. If too many things are designed, the yin and yang will be unbalanced. Zhang Hongji was instantly attracted by Shiao Chan's theory. Bai Wei on the side quickly took out her notebook and took notes while listening. It took more than half an hour to explain all the directions, layout, and details of the villa, and Shiao Chan was so thirsty that his mouth was dry. Zhang Hongji listened attentively. At last, he slapped his thigh and said, great. He is indeed the person recommended by Old Song. He has such unique insights at such a young age. Then Miss Bai, come up with a plan and do what this young man said. Okay, Mr. Zhang, the design will be ready in 3 days. I will contact you then, Bai Wei said with a smile. Another villa of several thousand square meters and another business worth tens of millions. Shiao Chan is really her lucky star. The company will definitely publicize these 2 villas, and her fame will increase significantly. Good. Haha, young man, no wonder Old Song said it's definitely worth meeting you. I've learned a lot. Zhang Hongji laughed. Are you still studying? Mr. Zhang, I'm still in my 3rd year of high school. Shiao Chan nodded. It's rare. Zhang Hongji sighed. It's not easy for a young man to have such insights. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Zhang. If nothing else, I have to go back. Shiao Chan looked at the time. It was getting late. Okay, young man, this is my business card. If you want to buy a villa or something in the future, don't forget to contact me. Zhang Hongji took out his personal business card and gave it to him. As the CEO of Hongji Real Estate, he doesn't give out business cards to just anyone. You old thing, people helped you, and you still want to make money from them? Sell it at cost price when the time comes, otherwise I will cut off your loan. Song Yunming glared at him. You are ruthless, old man. Don't worry, I can sell it even at a loss when the time comes. Zhang Hongji said with a smile. Mr. Zhang, is Hongji Real Estate bidding for a piece of land in the West recently? Shiao Chan asked. Yes, how did you know? Zhang Hongji was stunned. I saw in the news that the city government is going to auction 9 pieces of commercial land tomorrow. Shiao Chan smiled and said, Hongji Real Estate's development strategy is not difficult to understand. It focuses on the ecological and livable areas in the West. Hey, young man, you have good taste. Zhang Hongji looked at Shiao Chan seriously. Hongji Real Estate itself is a high-end real estate developer with a health and livable area in the western area. Their development strategy is indeed towards the west. This time, Mr. Zhang should take over site number 16 in the west. Shiao Chan said again. We must succeed. Zhang Hongji nodded. I have a small suggestion. I wonder if Mr. Zhang would like to listen to it. Shiao Chan said after a moment of hesitation. You speak and I listen. Zhang Hongji looked at Shiao Chan in surprise. He is also considered a business tycoon, having been in the business world for decades. Moreover, every step of development of Hongji Group has been carefully considered. I wonder what unique insights this young man has. Don't take land number 16. Shiao Chan said. Why? Zhang Hongji's eyes froze. He was determined to get this piece of land, which was an important part of their future development in the Western District. But Shiao Chan asked him to give up this land. Plot number 16 is the most expensive land. Surrounded by a river, 2 lakes, and 3 parks, it has great development potential. Shiao Chan said, but the investment is also huge. Besides, the West District is the site of a lost ancient country in history. When developing the West District before, Mr. Zhang also dug up many tombs, right? Mr. Zhang, Have you ever thought about what would happen if a large tomb complex was discovered and the project was delayed for a year or two? Delay for a year or two? Zhang Hongji almost jumped. There is no time to waste. He has made all the preparations. Once this piece of land was auctioned, it immediately entered a high-turnover development state. We strive to recover funds quickly. If there is a delay, the developer will not be able to recover the money and their capital pool will be difficult to operate. Young man, is there any basis for what you said? Before buying this land, we hired a professional to survey it. Zhang Hongji stared at Shiao Chan. Surveying is not 100% accurate. Shiao Chan explained, I read a book. I know that in ancient times, there was a kind of royal tomb that was sealed with wax and bright oil, which could block the detector's signal. Yes, he knew about this in his previous life. Hongji Group won a piece of land in the West District worth 2.6 billion, which caused a sensation. However, when Hongji Group started the construction ambitiously, they unearthed the ruins of the royal residence of a kingdom that had disappeared in history. Chapter 40, Shia Ming jumps back and forth. Because of the huge development value, even leading companies have to suspend work. As a result, after a full 3-year exploration period, Hongji real estate was almost dragged down by this battle. Moreover, due to the huge investment in this land, the capital chain was almost broken. Now that I see this old man, I feel that he is a nice person, so I'd like to give him a reminder so that we can establish a good relationship. Zhang Hongji fell silent. In fact, he made a huge determination when he decided to invest heavily in the purchase of this land. There were voices of opposition from the surrounding area, but the majority voted in favor at the board meeting. When Shiao Chan mentioned this, he suddenly felt a little hesitant. Of course, I'm just suggesting. I'm a high school student, and I'm definitely no match for Mr. Zhang's think tank. Shiao Chan smiled and said, I'll go back first. Mr. Zhang, I'll go back and sort out my thoughts first. You can talk to Mr. Song first. Bai Wei also packed up her things and left with Shiao Chan. Old Zhang. Seeing Zhang Hongji's absent-minded look, Song Yunming called him. Are you hesitating? Yes, although this young man is young. He speaks sophisticatedly and is very familiar with human relationships. Old Hongji frowned and said, and listening to his views on feng shui, I feel that he is not an ordinary person. I feel the same way. Song Yunming nodded. So, think carefully about what he said. Zhang Hongji hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll go back and convene a board meeting first. Old Song, I'll have tea with you another day. At night, the conference room of Hongji Group was brightly lit. Shareholders and executives are all present. Zhang Hongji's 2 sons also arrived at the scene. The meeting lasted for 2 hours, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Chairman, the facilities around Site 16 are complete, including an international school, a tertiary hospital, and a subway. A shareholder stood up and said, and the environment is excellent, with 1 river, 2 lakes, and 3 parks. This is a great location that you won't find again if you miss it. Yes, Dad. The eldest son also spoke up. You can't question this land just because of what a high school student said. That's right. A senior executive also said there are many ancient tombs in the West, but we have hired a professional survey team. We have surveyed that area with the most advanced equipment, and there is absolutely no tomb complex underneath. Zhang Hongji paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. His expression seemed somewhat solemn, because he knew that the key decision was in his hands. He has been in the business world for many years and built Hongji real estate from scratch to such a large scale. It was not luck that counted. A calm mind, analysis of the situation, and an innate sense of crisis. He felt that this piece of land was perfect. Apart from being expensive, there was almost no flaw in it. This in itself is abnormal because the land is so perfect. When something is too good to be true, people tend to ignore its potential risks. This piece of land is estimated to be sold for more than 2 billion yuan, but this will occupy 80% of Hongji Group's cash flow. After entering the market, high turnover and cash flow are required. Otherwise, even a strong group like Hongji Group will face difficulties in capital turnover. If, as Shiao Chan said, there really is some precious tomb under this land, and it takes 2 to 3 years to dig, the Hongji Group will face enormous difficulties. Now, let's vote by raising our hands. Those who agree to continue developing Plot 16, please raise your hands. Zhang Hongji seemed to have made up his mind. He turned around, put his hands on the conference table, and glanced at the shareholders and executives. With almost no hesitation, nearly 70% of shareholder executives raised their hands. Because the arrow for this piece of land is on a string and has to be shot, their nearly half a year of preparation cannot be wasted. I understand. Zhang Hongji nodded slightly. Chairman, 70% of the people agree to continue. What about us? A shareholder looked at Zhang Hongji with an inquiring look. I'm a chairman of Hongji Group. Zhang Hongji stood up straight and said in a serious tone, I have a veto power. Therefore, I hereby announce that Hongji Group will give up its bid for Plot 16 at the auction tomorrow. Dad, the son was surprised and wanted to say something. The meeting is adjourned. Zhang Hongji waved his hand, turned around, and left the office. The shareholders and executives looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally left in twos and threes helplessly. What's wrong with the chairman? Wasn't he determined to get this piece of land? Who knows? The group has been working hard to develop this piece of land in the past 6 months. Is the advice of a high school student really that important? The chairman is old now, and he's not as bold and energetic as before. Rumors filled the entire company. This time, everyone from shareholders to senior management was very dissatisfied with the chairman's decision. After all, that piece of land is the most perfect piece of land in the West District, and if you lose it, you will never get it again. Shiao Chan, I'll treat you to a meal. Bai Wei caught up with Shiao Chan and said with a smile, thank you. You've helped me sign another big deal. Sister Bai, you're too polite, but I'm indeed a little hungry. Shiao Chan was already hungry. When I was growing up, after talking for more than an hour, my stomach was already empty. They found a fairly high-end Western restaurant. Considering that Shiao Chan was a student, Bai Wei did not order red wine, but ordered 2 glasses of juice. This Western restaurant has good ingredients, but relatively expensive prices. However, the steaks and fresh lobsters imported from Australia taste very good after being cooked by the chef. Shiao Chan, how much consulting fee will you give me this time? Bai Wei cut a piece of steak elegantly. It's free this time. Shiao Chan thought about it. Free? Bai Wei was a little surprised. Hey, a money grubber like you can also get free consultation? But you have to do me a favor and ask Mr. Zhang to meet with me on Thursday afternoon. Shiao Chan thought for a moment and said, I have some money and want to make an investment. That's no problem. Bai Wei nodded. She asked curiously, what do you plan to invest in? Invest a piece of land. If I can convince Mr. Zhang, I suggest that you invest some as well. Shiao Chan said with a smile. If I remember correctly, at this time in my previous life, the Jiangchang East District Business New District project was about to be finalized. A piece of barren land can be sold at a price that is more than 5 times higher than its original price. But he didn't have the funds, so he could only persuade Zhang Hongji to shoot the film, and then he would invest some money. He has said everything he should say today. If Zhang Hongji had been more rational, he would not have fallen into the trap of Plot 16. He will thank himself for the results that follow. It should not be difficult to convince him to invest in the East District. Okay, I'll listen to you. Happy cooperation. Bai Wei raised a glass of juice. He clinked glasses with Shiao Chan, and then they both drank it in one gulp. Hey, my brother is here too. An unpleasant voice sounded, and Shiao Chan turned his head to look. Sure enough, Shia Ming's harmless but very annoying face appeared in front of him. Shiao Chan suddenly lost his appetite. He threw down his cutlery and said, Sister Bai, let's finish eating and leave. I have no appetite. Okay. Bai Wei glanced at Shia Ming and continued eating. Brother, the city will have a mock exam in a few days. I was able to rank among the top 30 in the city this time, so my parents specially took me to celebrate in advance. Shia Ming still looked innocent. My parents and sister are so kind to me. Chapter 41. If you don't get out, I'll slap you in the face. Yeah, it's really good. Shiao Chan nodded. In the end, this guy showed no mercy when he burned his own parents and sister to death for a third-rate drug-addicted female celebrity. Isn't it better to have a dog than this kid? Brother, let's have dinner together. We have ordered bluefin tuna. You must have never eaten this kind of top-quality food, right? Shia Ming appeared to be inviting, but in reality, he was just showing off. Shiao Chan pulled a tissue and wiped his mouth. First of all, I'm not your brother. Secondly, I've already eaten. Besides, if you appear in front of me and jump around again, I will really slap you in the face. Shiao Chan, how can you speak to your brother like that? As an angry voice was heard, the other 4 members of the Shiao family walked over. As soon as Zhao's father and mother arrived, they held Shia Ming in their arms. And this green tea girl complained aggrievedly. I just wanted to invite my brother to dinner, but he was mean to me. Shiao Chan, your brother means well. Why are you so fierce? Mother Shiao said angrily. Why are you so ungrateful? I was having a happy meal here, but he came up to me and made me uncomfortable. Do you blame me? Shiao Chan spread his hands and said, you cry every day and have such an unlucky face. Did someone die in your family? The Shiao family was shocked. What did Shiao Chan mean by this? Was he going to curse the whole family to death? Shiao Chan, shut up and apologize to your brother immediately. Zhao's mother shouted angrily. Don't bother me anymore. I won't have time to bother him. Shiao Chan felt even more annoyed when he saw Bai Lianhua nestling pitifully in Zhao's mother's arms. Shiao Chan, let's go. Bai Wei picked up the bag. She had seen Shiao Chan's family before. They are all unreasonable. The 2 times I invited Shiao Chan to dinner ended unpleasantly. Let's find a private room next time. Shiao Chan nodded, turned around, and was about to leave. Stop. Who told you to leave? Father Shiao pointed at Shiao Chan and shouted. What have you become of you bastard? Do you still look like a student? Who are you? Do you have the qualifications to control me? Shiao Chan frowned. I don't believe you are rebelling. I am your father. Father Shiao said with a sullen face. Don't flatter yourself. Do you deserve it? Shiao Chan smiled. You. Father Shiao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If it were any other time, he would have slapped me in the face. But now Shiao Chan had one hand on the stool, and his eyes were unfriendly. It looked like he would fight back at any time, but looking at Shiao Chan's size, Shiao Chan gave up the idea. He just looked at Shiao Chan with his eyes wide open, and he was about to explode with anger. And Shia Ming, I'm warning you once again, don't show up in front of me and disgust me in the future. Otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as just saying a few unpleasant words. Shiao Chan then let go of the stool in his hand. Sister Bai, let's go. Xiao Yan didn't say a word from beginning to end, and her eyes never left Xiao Chen's body. The moment the photo frame shattered in the morning, countless fragmented memories flooded into her mind. She was in a state of absent-mindedness the whole day. She didn't know where those memory fragments came from. She thought about dreams and hallucinations. But the only thing I could not have imagined was those things were going to happen in the future. It was not until Shiao Chan left that she woke up from her dream. Where is Shiao Chan? Shiao Chan is gone. Sister, what happened to you today? Shiao Chan looked puzzled. That bastard is gone. With him around, our family can't even eat well. Ming, let's eat. Let's order your favorite food today. Only then did Zhao's mother comfort Shia Ming in her arms. Only then did Shia Ming burst into laughter. The family sat down. Shiao Chan first made a wish to a cake, and then said confidently, I will definitely be in the top 30 this time. My son is the best. Humph, Shiao Chan, that bastard cheats in exams. Father Xiao snorted coldly and said, I'll see how many points he can get this time. Sister, to celebrate my ranking in the top 30, can you give me a gift? Shia Ming blinked his eyes and said, I've taken a fancy to a pair of Cougar roller skates, a celebrity co-branded pair. You must buy it for me. Xiao Yan dealt with him absent-mindedly. Her attention was not here. Sister, I'll take that as your agreement. Shiao Chan said with a smile, I've liked this pair of shoes for a long time. If you like it, just find a way to get it yourself, instead of acting cute and asking others to buy it for you. Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. Her tone was a little sharp, a complete change from her previous attitude toward Xiao Ming. What? Xiao Ming was stunned. Sister, why are you speaking in such a harsh tone? Xiao Qin glared at Xiao Yan, also puzzled. Normally, the eldest sister dotes on Xiao Ming second only to his parents. She would basically meet his requests, and her tone was very patient. There was a hint of impatience in her tone today. What's wrong with her? Xiao Ming was also a little confused. Usually his eldest sister doted on him the most. Did she take the wrong medicine today? Mom and Dad. His eyes reddened again, and he looked at Zhao's father and mother. Yin Yan, what are you doing? You are here to celebrate with your brother today. Zhao's mother said reproachfully. Besides, how much can a pair of shoes be worth? Haha. Yes, it's not worth much, just tens of thousands of dollars. Xiao Yan was a little angry. But what else can he do besides asking for it? He's still a child. Can he make money on his own? Father Xiao was also displeased. Why are you speaking so harshly? He is already 18 years old, an adult. Xiao Yan said coldly. Xiao Chun and he are twins. Now Xiao Chan can support himself and even earn 300,000 yuan to repay you for giving birth to him. I can use his name to solve the company's urgent needs. How can it be the same? Xiao Chan is just lucky. Humph. He is a wild boy who grew up in the countryside. It's good enough for him to be lucky a few times. Can he always be lucky? When Xiao Chan was mentioned, Zhao's mother became a little angry. We will definitely be 100 times stronger than him when we grow up. Sister. Xiao Ming pretended to be sensible and said, Don't be angry. At worst, I won't wear roller skates anymore. I must have done something wrong and made you angry. The more Xiao Ming spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. His lips pursed and tears seemed about to flow. Look, Xiao Ming is so sad. You should apologize to him. Zhao's mother felt distressed when she saw her beloved son like this. He is a man, and he is 18 years old. Xiao Yan, who usually fell for this kind of talk, showed no mercy this time. He cries all the time. If you keep pampering him like this, he will definitely be a waste in the future. Chapter 42. Xiao Yan's questioning. Xiao Ming can no longer hide the green tea. Xiao Ming was stunned, and so were everyone else. Xiao Yan, who usually didn't speak loudly to Xiao Ming, was crazy today. She actually said such harsh words. Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you today? How did your brother offend you? Father Zhao's face darkened. He didn't offend me in any way. I was just in a bad mood. Xiao Yan took a deep breath. She's been worried and anxious all day today, especially when seeing the twisted and hideous face overlapping with Xiao Ming's face in the fire. She became even more upset and wanted to find out what had happened. She grabbed her bag and said, I won't eat anymore. You guys eat first. I have something else to do. He left in a hurry, leaving everyone staring at each other in amazement. The expression on Xiao Ming's face was very aggrieved, but a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. The next day, at the land auction, the wealthy Hongji group unexpectedly did not bid for the land this time. Zhang Hongji had no intention of taking any pictures. He was just there to watch the fun. In the end, the plot of land number 16 was bought by competitor Binhu Real Estate at a sky-high price of 2.6 billion yuan. The finale of the Land King auction was announced. Fireworks were set off and applause was thunderous. The banquet after the event lasted until 3 p.m. Wang Changde, CEO of Binhu Real Estate, had a rosy face, as if he was the protagonist of the day. He raised his glass and talked eloquently. When he came up to Zhang Hongji, he smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, thank you for letting me do this. What are you giving into?" Zhang Hongji glanced at this guy. The son of his old rival was fighting his first battle and taking over Binhu Real Estate. We won the title of the Land King. I have to say it was a great battle. If Mr. Zhang hadn't made a move, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to win the bid for this piece of land. Wang Changde became more and more proud. But Mr. Zhang, I heard that you were determined to get this piece of land. What happened today? You can understand that I'm old and can't fight anymore. Zhang Hongji said with a smile. Hey, that's not right. Mr. Zhang is just being modest. Wang Changde laughed. I will develop this land seriously and strive to make it a high-end real estate project that will become a landmark in Jiangxing. I'll reserve the best house for Mr. Zhang. Haha, opportunities are fleeting. I will take this opportunity as it comes. Zhang Hongji snorted, somewhat displeased. After all, he is a senior, of the same generation as Wang Changde's father. This grandson is too arrogant and presumptuous in front of me when he gets a good piece of land. At this moment, Wang Changde's secretary rushed in anxiously. Boss Wang, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Changde was a little unhappy. Mr. Wang, experts from the province have just come out from a survey and found that there may be a group of tombs under plot 16. The secretary took out a file and wanted to open it. But because he was too anxious, the file fell to the ground. How big is the tomb complex? Wang Changde was shocked, but he took the information with all his strength. There is no clear data at the moment, but according to reliable information, this may be a noble from an ancient country that has disappeared in history. The secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, the excavation is very difficult and requires precision. According to preliminary estimates, it will take 3 years. 3 years? Wang Changde's face turned pale instantly, and the red wine in his hand almost fell to the ground. The land auction cost 2.6 billion, which almost emptied all the cash in the company's account. If they don't quickly cash out, their company's capital chain will definitely break. The risks involved are simply not something their company can afford. Zhang Hongji, who was standing by, heard it all clearly. His eyelids twitched, and he broke out in a cold sweat. What Shiao Chan said actually came true. There really is a group of tombs beneath the ground, and the scale is not small. If they had taken the photo for this land and put it aside for 3 years, the consequences would be almost unimaginable. While feeling relieved, he also became curious about Shiao Chan. He felt that this young man was no ordinary person and had an immeasurable future. The news that Site 16 might be shelved for 3 years spread quickly throughout the party. The discourse at the party changed instantly. Originally, Hongji Group did not participate in the land auction because there were rumors that Zhang Hongji was old and could no longer fight. The land auction that was recently completed faces a 3-year suspension. Everyone knows that a 3-year suspension could bring Binhu Real Estate down. So the public opinion once again leaned towards old man Zhang. Mr. Zhang didn't take action. This was predicted long ago. Wow, that's amazing. The older you are, the wiser you are. Mr. Zhang's vision is really first-rate. Xiao Wang, investment is not only about the wind direction, but also about opportunity. Zhang Hongji laughed loudly. Go back quickly and see if there is any way to remedy this. I won't accompany you anymore, he said, and walked out with the driver. As soon as I got in the car, my son called me. Dad, there was a problem at lot 16. Fortunately, you made the decision. Otherwise, I already know, Zhang Hongji said. I will go to the company and have a meeting right away. For several days in a row, Shiao Chan carried Song Zian upstairs and carried her down after school. However, her injury was not serious, just a sprain, and she has almost recovered after resting for a few days. On Thursday, Shiao Chan did not carry her upstairs despite her strong protest. Instead, he followed behind her, protecting her carefully. Afraid that she would fall accidentally, his gentle and caring look made girls on several floors crazy about him. Look, I'm not coming up. After climbing the last floor, Song Zian looked at Shiao Chan with a victorious look. Very good. It seems that you have almost recovered. Shiao Chan nodded. The first mock exam starts today. Song Zian said, come on. You two come on. Shiao Chan made a victory gesture. A day of intense exams is over, and Xiao Qinjue performed quite well. Those who are reborn are blessed by God. He has a good foundation, and now he can read 10 lines of knowledge in the textbook. Plus, he has really worked hard in recent weeks, so he is confident that he can secure a good spot in the city this time. I received a message from Bai Wei saying that old man Zhang had made an appointment to meet up at the same tea house as last time. Xiao Chan packed up and prepared to head to the tea house. Xiao Chan, how did you do in the exam? Song Zian came running over from behind, jumping up and down. It's okay. You can jump? Your legs seem to be really healed. Xiao Chan took a look at her legs. Okay, look. Song Zian opened her arms and turned gracefully. Her long skirt was not below her knees, and her long hair was fluttering, which made Shiao Chan stunned. Little. Just then, Song Zian's driver came to pick her up. When he came to her, he swallowed the word miss and changed his words to Xiao Yan. Song Zian had repeatedly instructed that her identity was not allowed to be revealed, especially in front of Shiao Chan. I almost called out the word miss just now. Ah, my uncle is here to pick me up. Song Zian ran over and said to Shiao Chan, "Where are you going? I'll let my uncle take you there." "No need, I could just scan the share bike myself." Shiao Chan looked at Song Zian's uncle with some confusion. In the Bentley behind him, he was a little confused. Song Zian's uncle drives a Bentley? Chapter 43. Song Zian, do you have a Bentley at home? Moreover, this was an extended version of Bentley. He vaguely remembered that this Bentley Bentayga 4.0 TV8 extended version of Bentley Yudu cost over 4 million. What kind of identity does this uncle have who can afford a Bentley? Song Zian secretly cursed that the driver parked the car too close today. But she responded quickly, "Ah, my uncle drives for the boss. His boss is very nice. He knew that my leg was injured these days, so he asked him to drive to pick me up. Oh, so that's it." Shiao Chan showed a look of sudden enlightenment. "Yes, Xiao Yan, this is your classmate." The driver quickly agreed. "Yes, hello, Uncle Song." Shiao Chan greeted him. "Okay, let's go," the driver said nervously, afraid that someone would notice something. "Goodbye, Shiao Chan." Song Zian waved calmly. "Goodbye." Shiao Chan scanned a shared bicycle, got on it, and rode away. The driver wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, nothing was exposed. "Uncle Lee, please park your car farther away next time." Song Zian was almost scared to death. Yes, miss, I will pay attention next time." The driver said quickly. "Let's go." "Where's my grandpa?" Song Zian asked. "Mr. Song has something to do with Mr. Zhang at Lin Jiangxian tea house. I'll take you home first, and then pick him up," said the driver. "No need, I'll go with you. It's on the way. Let me wait for him for a while." Song Zian waved and got in the car. It was still the room facing the river in the tea house. The two old men and Bai Wei were already waiting there. Seeing Shiao Chan coming in, Zhang Hongji quickly stood up and went to greet him personally. "Shiao Chan, you are here. Please sit down." "Here, this is the malphone I brought from home." "Are you nervous about studying?" "Haha, your grades must be very good." Shiao Chan felt a little flattered by Zhang Hongji's concern and care. "Okay, stop scaring the child," Song Yunming said with a smile. "Shiao Chan, you saved Lao Zhang's life this time. Mr. Zhang didn't bid for the plot of land number 16, right?" Shiao Chan asked with a smile. "I didn't take any pictures. Fortunately, you reminded me." Speaking of this, Zhang Hongji was somewhat relieved. The land was auctioned off by Binhu Real Estate for 2.6 billion yuan. To be honest, the price is not cheap. Even if it is the most expensive land, there is still a premium element in it. And, as you said, provincial experts have discovered that there's a group of tombs under that piece of land. Zhang Hongji said incessantly. More importantly, the excavation requires extremely high precision. It may take more than 3 years to finish the excavation. 3 years. Bai Wei was a little surprised. Then all the money of Binhu Real Estate has been invested in this, right? If they don't quickly turn things around and cash out, won't their capital chain be in danger? Who said it wasn't true? Zhang Hongji sighed. This time, thanks to Shiao Chan, otherwise our Hongji Real Estate would definitely fall into the quagmire. Haha, Lao Zhang is a conceited person. There are not many people he can recognize. Song Yiming laughed loudly. He stared at Shiao Chan and said, "He came here this time to talk to you about which piece of land in Jiangcheng has the potential to appreciate in value in the future." "Yes, I have tens of billions of dollars in my account now. I will definitely not invest in the West District anymore, but the scalability in other areas is not strong." Zhang Hongji looked worried. "So I have no idea about the next trend direction." "Sister Bai, find a map of Zhangjiang City on the computer." Shiao Chen looked at Bai Wei. "Okay, wait a moment." Bai Wei quickly searched for a high-definition map on the computer and then handed the computer to Shiao Chen. "Mr. Zhang and Mr. Song, look, this is the map of Jiangcheng City. This area is the central urban area. It faces Mount Mengshan to the north and has limited scalability. To the south is an industrial area, so the development trend is definitely not here." Shiao Chan pointed to the west. The west is now positioned as a health and livable area, but Jiangxing has a population of nearly 8 million, and a new West District alone is not enough. What's more, Jiangxing has done a good job in attracting investment in recent years, so what else is missing? Business improvement. Zhang Hongji is worthy of being in the real estate business. He saw the problem at a glance. Yes, the high-speed rail and the airport are both in the east. Shiao Chan pointed to the location on the map and said, "In the future, the East District will become a business improvement area. So in the future, the focus will be on this direction." Shiao Chan highlighted a few plots of land on the map and said, "These plots of land have been put up for auction, right? 38, 40, 51. Zhang Hongji spotted these plots of land at a glance. They were auctioned before, but they failed to sell because of their remote locations and the lack of new district planning in the East District. After we acquire these pieces of land, it won't take long for the price to at least quintuple, Shiao Chan said. 5 times. Song Yunming and Zhang Hongji looked at each other and gasped. This boy's really brave. The area east of the high-speed rail station is barren. The land there has frequently failed to be sold at auction, and many developers have lost the land they acquired. This kid actually likes this place? So what you mean is to take over these pieces of land? Zhang Hongji asked. Yes, and fast. Shiao Chan nodded. The faster the better. Zhang Hongji frowned. Obviously, he couldn't digest what Shiao Chan said for a while. In his words, Shiao Chan is as brave as a newborn calf who is not afraid of tiger. How dare he buy the land that had been repeatedly unsold? Shiao Chan must have his reasons for daring to say so. In the previous life, Jiangdong New District was established, and the several plots of land he designated were exactly the center of the district. In the next few years, it will be the district government affairs center and business center. If we can take it over, the sales of land alone can make 5 times the money. It's too risky. Zhang Hongji let out a sigh after a long while. Let me think about it. Mr. Zhang, this opportunity cannot be missed. Shiao Chan took out a bank card. All my assets, 1 million earned from stock trading. I'll leave it here with you now. If you think it through, count me in. Shiao Chan had previously cashed out 300,000 yuan to pay back the Shiao family, but his stocks had shown a gratifying upward trend and the prices rose again in a few days. Now he throws it all in, because he knew that a big shot would soon come to Jiangcheng for investigation, and his arrival would promote the rapid development of Jiangcheng New District. You're betting your entire fortune? Zhang Hongji felt incredible. This young man is very courageous. Why does he like those barren lands? However, thinking back to plot 16 that Shiao Chan had reminded him of before and the extraordinary qualities he saw in this young man, he felt that this matter needed to be considered. Yes, Shiao Chan nodded. I have 500,000 here as well. If Mr. Zhang doesn't mind, I'll join in too. Bai Wei also made up her mind. Good boy. Zhang Hongji smiled. Is that how you play it? Fine. I'll take the card and I'll get back to you later. In this case, I have to join in as well. Song Yunming thought for a moment. I will invest 20% of these plots of land. What do you think, Lao Zhang? Think about it. You are quite confident in this guy. Zhang Hongji laughed. Okay, in that case, I will take a gamble. 3 plots of land, worth $1 billion. Compared to the sky-high land prices in the West District, it's really cheap. The reason why Zhang Hongji dared to gamble was that he saw that Shiao Chan had an aura that was different from that of ordinary people. He decided to trust the boy once more. After decades, he had seen all kinds of storms. He could just start over. Grandpa, aren't you guys done talking yet? Just at this moment, the door opened and Song Zian rushed in with some dissatisfaction. But as soon as she opened the door, she met Shiao Chan's eyes. She stopped talking abruptly and asked in surprise, Shiao Chan, why are you here? Chapter 44, almost exposed. I want to talk about something. Why are you here? Shiao Chan looked at Song Zian in surprise. I was looking for my grandfather, but I went to the wrong door. Song Zian's eyes rolled around, and he winked at Song Yunming desperately. Hey, whose girl is this? Song Yunming pretended to be surprised. Your grandfather doesn't. Zhang Hongji didn't finish his words. When he saw Song Yunming waving his hands repeatedly, he quickly stopped talking. You come to the wrong door, girl. There's an old man next door. Go and see him, said Zhang Hongji. Okay, sorry to bother you. Song Zian bowed quickly and then stepped out. Song Yunming breathed a sigh of relief. This girl was very clever, and it was obvious that she knew Shiao Chan. Could it be Shiao Chen's classmate? It was understandable that she didn't want to reveal her identity in front of her classmates. Okay, these plots of land have not been sold at a discount, and no one is interested in them. I will go back for a meeting today and acquire those plots of land tomorrow. Zhang Hongji stood up with full fighting spirit. Wait for good news from Mr. Zhang. Shiao Chan nodded. Boy, you are very good, very good. Zhang Hongji nodded at Shiao Chan. Just because you dare to use your entire fortune to play this with me, I will take a gamble. He was not surprised that Shiao Chan, a student, could come up with 1 million. After all, this young man is extraordinary in every way. Since he dared to gamble his entire fortune, Zhang Hongji decided to take a gamble as well. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhang. I promise you won't be disappointed. Shiao Chan smiled slightly. Okay, I'm back. Zhang Hongji was going back to attend a meeting to discuss, so he went ahead. Song Yunming looked at the time, and it was almost time to leave. Shiao Chan, do you know that girl just now? He asked intentionally or unintentionally. Yes, Mr. Song. She and I are classmates, and her last name is also Song. Shiao Chan did not notice the strangeness in Song Yunming's eyes. Oh, what a coincidence. Song Yunming smiled and said with a hint of meaning, I have a granddaughter who is also in the 3rd year of high school. It's really a coincidence. Shiao Chan didn't care about the meaning of Song Yunming's words. He was in a hurry to go back, so he said goodbye to Song Yunming and rode the share bike back by himself. Song Yunming got in the car, only to see Song Zian in the car, still looking a little absent-minded. Grandpa, is Shiao Chan gone? Song Zian asked quickly. He didn't get caught, did he? No, I've made it up, Song Yunming said. Is he the classmate you often mention? Yes, Grandpa, it was him. Song Zian nodded shyly. He also helped me by your calligraphy last time. This kid is pretty awesome. Song Yunming's expression became a little complicated. Seeing his granddaughter looking a little shy, he said helplessly, Do you like this boy? Oh, no, no. Song Zian was surprised and stammered to cover up. But she was too nervous and couldn't finish her words. Finally, she covered her face helplessly and stopped talking. Haha, you're still saying no? Song Yunming teased her. Have you confessed your feelings? I'm still a student, in my 3rd year of high school. Grandpa, please stop teasing me. Song Zian really wanted to find a crack to crawl into. Did you transfer here for him? Song Yunming asked. Yes. Song Zian nodded. Did you know him before? Song Yunming stared at her. When I was 8 years old, he saved me. Song Zian's face showed some complicated emotions. Are you talking about the time when you were kidnapped when you were 8 years old? Song Yunming's expression suddenly changed. Yes. Song Zian nodded slightly. Mumbling, after I was kidnapped, you called the police. The incident became a big fuss. Later, the kidnappers got scared and abandoned me in the countryside. At that time, I was thirsty, hungry, bored, and scared. Later, Shiao Chan found me when he came home from school. I was so frightened at the time that I couldn't even remember my family's contact information. So he took me home, and I lived with his grandmother in the countryside for more than half a month. So that's how it is. But why didn't you mention anything when your family found you later and asked you what happened? Song Yunming frowned. At the time, we didn't know who was behind this, and I was afraid of causing trouble for them. So no matter who asked, I didn't tell them the specific reason. Song Zian's eyes were filled with tears, but I had been paying attention to him all these years. It was not until Shiao Chan transferred to Jiangshan that I asked to transfer to the same school as him. My dear granddaughter, I understand. Song Yunming quickly took out a tissue and wiped away her tears. But you've been thinking about him all these years. Is it because you are grateful to him for saving your life? Or do you like him? Song Yunming asked again. I don't know. I always miss him and can't forget him. Song Zian shook her head gently. I just know that I'm very happy and safe with him. Grandpa understands. Song Yunming sighed softly. Grandpa. Song Zian looked at Song Yunming with a pleading look. She wasn't sure if her grandfather could understand her feelings. After all, the Song family is not an ordinary family, and she may not be able to make the decision on her own lifelong affairs. You are an adult now. It is normal to have your own feelings. Song Yunming stroked her head and said, But you have to know that the Song family is not an ordinary family. Shiao Chan is good, capable, and responsible. But he is too far away from the Song family now, so I can't guarantee how far your relationship can go, said Song Yunming. Song Zian's eyes dimmed slightly. But Grandpa didn't react to your dating him. After you graduated from high school, you boldly confessed your feelings. Really, Grandpa? Song Zian's eyes lit up. If he likes you too, I will give you 4 years, and you can be together for 4 years. If your relationship remains unchanged after graduation, the Song family will conduct a formal assessment on him. Why do we still need to take the test? Song Zian suddenly felt a little resentful. You are the daughter of the Song family. The man who marries you is destined to be no ordinary person. Song Yunming looked kind. Grandpa doesn't want to see you become a victim of an arranged marriage, but he also doesn't want you to marry a mediocre person. Fortunately, the talent and ability that Shiao Chan has shown are not comparable to ordinary people, so you have some confidence in him. Song Zian nodded, not quite understanding. She had already made up her mind. For the love of her heart, she will do her best to help Shiao Chan grow. Dad, the 3 plots of land in the east have been sold off several times. In the office of Hongji Group, Zhang Hongji's son Zhang Wei felt that his brain was not enough. What's wrong with my old father recently? The decision is like a roller coaster of ups and downs. Neither he nor his shareholders can keep up with his pace. Giving up Site 16 before was a right move, but now it is definitely a stupid move. Who doesn't know that the East End is a place where even birds are willing to shit? Those 3 plots of land were sold at a low price several times because there was no prospect at all. Our Hongji Group has acquired those plots of land, and it is an absolute mess. Chapter 45, establishing a company and starting to make money. It is precisely because those plots of land are not popular and no one is interested in them that this is a good time to buy them. Zhang Hongji said, Go to the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau tomorrow and ask for it as quickly as possible. The sooner the better. But Dad, why? Zhang Wei felt very puzzled. It's because that high school student said that those pieces of land will appreciate in value. Zhang Hongji said confidently. High school student? Or the high school student who advised us not to shoot for site number 16? Zhang Hongji felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't know where the high school student came from, but the previously predicted plot number 16 did help him a lot. But how much information can he, a high school student, know? If the prediction was correct the first time, could it be correct the second and third time? He didn't believe that a person's luck could always be so good. Yes, it's him. Zhang Hongji nodded. Grandpa, Do you believe what a high school student says? A young man fiddling with a Qing dynasty snuff bottle leaned over. Zhang Hongji's grandson, Zhang Ziang. After graduating from college, I had nothing to do and spent my days fiddling with antiques. If I don't believe him, how can I believe you? He is 5 or 6 years younger than you and is still in high school, yet he can make money with his own ability. Zhang Hongji said angrily. If you had 1/3 of theirs, I wouldn't have to worry about the company's future. Zhang Jiang shrank his head and dared not speak anymore. Zhang Hongji became angrier as he spoke. They're all people of similar age, but my grandson is far inferior to them. He tinkers with antique jades every day, and he doesn't want to get involved in the huge business of Hongji Group at all. Look at you. What have you become from staying up late every day? Your eye bags are as dark as a green-faced beast. Zhang Hongji shouted angrily. Get out of here. I feel upset when I see you. Zhang Zong didn't dare to say a word. He quickly packed up the few pieces of Qing dynasty porcelain he had just laid out and left in shame. Dad, the matter of shooting the East District land is no small matter. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment and said, I'd better notify the executives and shareholders to hold a meeting. What kind of meeting? I'm the boss of the company and hold the largest stake. Do I need their approval to decide matters concerning my own company? Zhang Hongji immediately made the decision. It's settled. Tomorrow you go to the government in person to finalize this matter and transfer the money as soon as possible. Okay then. Zhang Wei sighed helplessly. His father has always been a decisive person, and he has no way to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, the first mock exam was over, and it happened to be the weekend. The results will not be announced until Monday, and after the 10th exam, everyone wants to have a good sleep and relax. I slept until noon on Saturday. Grandma went out to the vegetable market, and there was some rice left in the pot. Corn and sweet potato porridge, pancakes. Shiao Chan drank a big bowl of porridge and ate a few pancakes, and was very full. I took out my phone and saw several messages on it. I replied to them one by one. Just after I replied to the message, I received an unexpected call from Li Mingyu. Shiao Chan, you are truly amazing. I allocated my remaining funds, as you said. Now, not only have I earned back the principal I lost, but my assets have also doubled. There was uncontrollable joy in Li Mingyu's tone. He had lost nearly half of his 2 million yuan in capital, and he really wanted to die. He originally came from the countryside, and his family was not well off. I made money from stock trading the past 2 years, and I was thinking of buying an apartment and settling down in Jiangsheng after earning more. As a result, he almost lost everything because of Xiao Yan's anger. Thanks to Shiao Chen's guidance, not only did his stocks recover, but his principal also doubled. Now he has 4 million in cash and feels his future is bright. Fortunately, the international situation will be tense in the future, so I will continue to increase my holdings of precious metals. Shiao Chan said with a smile. Shiao Chan, let's meet. I want to ask you for advice in person. Li Mingyu said gratefully. Okay, tell me a place. Shiao Chan nodded. Li Mingyu mentioned a place. Shiao Chan packed up and set off. When I saw Li Mingyu again, I found that his whole image had improved a lot. Completely different from the decadent look he had last time, he now looked radiant. He humbly asked Shiao Chan for advice and took out his notebook seriously, writing down every word Shiao Chan said. Shiao Chan, I need to digest what you said first. Li Mingyu took the notebook and Shiao Chan analyzed the future stock market trends. He received too much information. He couldn't digest it for a while, but he believed that if he did as Shiao Chan said, it would be absolutely right. Shiao Chan, thank you. What you said is very helpful to me. Li Mingyu thanked him. I will study it carefully when I go back and allocate the funds reasonably. Shiao Chan nodded and took a sip of coffee. Have you ever thought about setting up an investment company? Start a company? Li Mingyu was stunned. He really had never thought about it. Yes, individual investors working alone are far less efficient than teams. Shiao Chan said, you can ask professionals to work for you, analyze the stock market, and get more lucrative returns. If I start a company, will you invest in it? Li Mingyu said seriously. Now, he didn't even think of Shiao Chan as a high school student. He seriously regarded Shiao Chan as his teacher and even as a partner. If you start a company, I can invest 2 million yuan in it. Shiao Chan said, okay, I'll take out 3 million. Li Mingyu gritted his teeth and said, if you pay 2 million, I'll give you 45% of the shares. You will be at a disadvantage this way. Shiao Chan said with a smile. This company was built based on your investment vision. Ultimately, I'm the one who got the best deal. Li Mingyu shook his head. He said sincerely, you know, Shiao Chan, your investment vision is the best I have ever seen. Even experienced financial experts are no match for you. So with you here, this company will surely prosper. Well, let's celebrate our pleasant cooperation first. Shiao Chan raised his glass. In his previous life, Shiao Chan established a financial company for the Shiao family. With his keen sense of smell, he made Shiao Finance become the top company in the industry. In this life, he is ambitious. He wants to build his own Shiao Group and his own business empire. Li Mingyu is a good investor. His vision and execution are in line with Shiao Chen's requirements. So Shiao Chan chose him, and believed that the two of them would have a promising future together. The two of them used coffee instead of wine, and gently clinked their lips together, creating sparks of the future. In the future, Shingshan Investment, founded by the two, will become a huge success, integrating stocks, bonds, finance, and other businesses, and firmly sits among the top 3 in the same industry. Of course, this is a later story. It's a pleasure working with you. Li Mingyu was in a very happy mood. The two chatted for the whole morning, talking about the company's development and details. When they were about to leave the cafe, they met Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan frowned when she saw Shiao Chan. Because ever since Shiao Chan started living with him, there's been a constant stream of things happening in the Shiao family. This further confirms the claim that Shiao Chan is a disaster star. Shiao Chan glanced at her, and I didn't bother to pay attention to her. Shiao Chan, I will go to register the company next week. Please provide your identity proof. Li Mingyu said, the shareholding ratio is what we agreed upon, 45% for you. Chapter 46, your brother is a genius. Okay, I will transfer the funds to your account on Monday. It is currently stuck in an investment. Shiao Chan said. He gave the money to Zhang Hongji to buy land, and if nothing goes wrong, it will be worth 5 times as much. Take 2 million to invest, and use the remaining money to buy an apartment. After Shiao Chan finished speaking, he left, leaving Shiao Qian with a look of disbelief on her face. After Shiao Chan left, she said in disbelief, Li Mingyu, why did you block me? Also, do you want to start a company with Shiao Chan? I said last time that we shouldn't meet again, and there's nothing between us anyway. Li Mingyu's attitude was a little cold. Besides, Shiao Chan and I are going to start a company together. What's wrong? Seeing his cold attitude, Shiao Qian found it hard to accept. After all, Li Mingyu had pursued her before, but she looked down on Li Mingyu's background. Therefore, he has always maintained a condescending attitude, and Li Mingyu has the potential to be a bootlicker. But now Li Mingyu's attitude is cold, just like a passerby. He's just a student. Do you trust him so much? Shiao Qian suppressed her inner displeasure. Besides, what does he know? Aren't you afraid of losing everything if you start company with him? Lose all your money. Li Mingyu, snadat. I can tell you responsibly that Shiao Chan is one of the people with the most investment talent I have ever met. He has a talent for investment. Even pigs can climb trees. Shiao Qian sneered. You've fallen to the point of hanging out with a high school student. Isn't that shameful? What's wrong with being a high school student? Last time I listened to you so easily, I lost 700,000 or 800,000 yuan of my 2 million yuan capital in the stock market. Li Mingyu glanced at her and said, a high school student can help me make back my lost capital and double it. A high school student was able to earn money on his own during his senior year of high school, and he took out 2 million to start company with me. I don't know how much better it is than someone like you who graduated from college and is still supported by your family. What did you say? Shiao Qian was completely dumbfounded. She knew that Shiao Chan made money, but she never imagined that Shiao Chan could make so much money. It had only been more than half a month since he left the Shiao family, but he was able to pay back 300,000 yuan to the Shiao family. And he can also take out 2 million to start a company with Li Mingyu. Shiao Qian, I don't know why you have such a big prejudice against Shiao Chan. Li Mingyu's tone softened a little, but his future achievements will definitely be beyond your reach. From now on, Shiao Chan and I are friends and business partners, so I don't want to hear you slander him. Li Mingyu, have your stocks really recovered? Shiao Qian calmed down. Yes, if it weren't for Shiao Chan, I would have lost everything now. Li Mingyu said, I don't know why your family doesn't like him, but you really missed a genius. Li Mingyu. Seeing that he was about to leave, Shiao Qian hurriedly called him. Why are you ignoring me? We are not from the same world. Li Mingyu said tiredly. Shiao Qian, I have been pursuing you for 3 years. If you don't like me, you should just reject me directly and we can be friends. But you don't reject me, but you don't agree with my pursuit. I feel tired. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Li Mingyu. Shiao Qian lowered her voice. Can we still be like before? No need. I know you too well. You don't like me, but you don't reject my pursuit either. Li Mingyu said mercilessly. You just like the feeling of being pursued by others. But my life shouldn't be just about you. From now on, let's stop contacting each other. After saying this indifferently, Li Mingyu turned around and strode away. Shiao Qian stared at Li Mingyu's leaving back in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. In the afternoon, Song Zian went directly to Shiao Qian's house for extra lessons. There was a pergola in the yard, and a table was placed under the pergola. On the table were various study materials, as well as some Sephora Flavescence tea that Grandma Wu had made specially for the two of them. Rock sugar is added to the Sephora Flavescence tea used to dispel heat, which makes it sweet. A fat orange cat was lying lazily on the side basking in the sun. A little yellow dog was lying next to it. The whole yard looks extremely warm. In order not to disturb the two people's studies, Grandma Wu made tea for them, and then took the basket of vegetables and went out. Shiao Chan, is Deju really a stray cat? Why is he so clingy? During the break, Song Zian hugged the fat orange cat and stroked its head. The big orange cat, weighing about 5 or 6 pounds, lay comfortably in her arms, making snoring sounds. Yes, my grandma saw it when she was buying groceries. I gave it some food, and it lay at my grandma's feet and acted cute. Shiao Chan smiled and said, so grandma brought it back. There was also Xiao Huang, who was also a stray dog from the market. He was very humane, so I brought him back as well. Grandma is so loving. Song Zian touched Xiao Huang, and Xiao Huang stood up and shook his tail with an affectionate look on his face. I'm worried that this small yard will become an animal shelter in the future. Shiao Chan smiled bitterly. Wouldn't it be better to have so many little animals around? Song Zian said with a giggle. The two chatted for a while, and Song Zian put down the big orange and lowered his head. She said faintly, Shiao Chan, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? Take the college entrance examination and go to Tsinghua University or Peking University, said Shiao Chan. Then what? Song Zian stared into Shiao Chan's eyes. Is there anything you want to do? Ever since talking with his grandfather, Song Zian has had more worries. She hoped that Shiao Chan would become stronger, so that she and him would face fewer obstacles in the future. Make myself stronger and bigger. Shiao Chan said without hesitation. Don't let anyone bully me. Thinking back on my past life, it seems as if it happened yesterday. That humble one who accepted everything in the Xiao family and tried his best to please me. He listens to his parents and doesn't mind even taking away things that belong to him. But I can never integrate into their family. His ears and nose were cut off, and his hands chopped off by the robbers still seemed to be in pain. At this moment, his aura suddenly became fierce. His inner demon quietly arrived at this moment. Shiao Chan. Song Zian was surprised. She had never seen Shiao Chan like this before. He was like a cat whose fur suddenly exploded. It was as if he had sensed extreme danger and was using this to protect himself. His emotions became complicated at this moment. Anger, sadness, fear, as if he was trapped in a nightmare and couldn't extricate himself. I haven't seen him for 10 years. What happened to him that made him so alert? I don't deserve my sincere treatment. The Xiao family doesn't deserve it. Shiao Chan clenched his fists tightly. I want to be myself again. I want to become strong. I want to live a good life. Shiao Chan, don't be afraid. I'm here. I will always be with you. Song Zian opened her arms and gently hugged him from behind, just like the little boy who protected her behind him 10 years ago. Chapter 47. You regret asking me to come home? Where does the Xiao family get the face? The girl behind him had a body as warm as jade, and his dead heart was also wrapped in warmth. Unprecedented tenderness seemed to melt him at this moment. Shiao Chan suddenly woke up. It was over. All the past events were over. He hesitated for a moment, and with trembling hands, he gently held Song Zian's hand. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Just then, there was a knock on the door, waking them both up. Song Zian suddenly woke up. She quickly let go of Shiao Chan, her pretty face flushed. Xiao Yu also woke up. He scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, I'm sorry. I just remembered some bad things. It's okay, go open the door. Song Zian almost didn't dare to look directly at Shiao Chan. While Shiao Chan was opening the door, she quickly tidied up her messy hair. Thinking about what she had just done, she felt that she could hardly look Shiao Chan in the face. Shiao Chan opened the door and saw Shiao Chan standing at the door. What are you doing here? Shiao Chan's mood suddenly turned bad. Now he even felt disgusted when he saw the Xiao family's dog, let alone these people. I came to see Grandma, and to see you by the way. Shiao Chan raised the fruit in her hand. There were just a few oranges and apples in it, and it was obvious that they were bought on the roadside. Look, they're fake. There are other things that are real. If you have something to say it. If not, just leave. Grandma is not at home. Shiao Chan said in a stiff tone. Because Zhao's mother didn't like Grandma, the Xiao family left the old lady alone in the countryside. The Xiao family lives in a villa and frequents high-end places. But my grandmother only had a few dilapidated tiled houses in her hometown, and they leaked when it rained. The Xiao family was all wearing branded clothes, and Grandma's clothes were almost faded from washing. Moreover, Shiao Qian has always had princess syndrome, and she has always disliked her grandmother. Would she be so kind as to come and visit Grandma? Shiao Qian didn't believe it anyway. Shiao Qian, I'm your sister. Why do you have such a big opinion of me? Shiao Qian was a little angry. Sister? I can't bear it. Shiao Qian looked at Shiao Qian with contempt. When at home, the second sister is not as rational as the eldest sister. She suspected herself of everything, especially the Cartier bracelet that she lost inexplicably. Until now, she has always believed that she stole the bracelet. Shiao Qian, I'm here now. Don't you want to invite me in to sit down? Shiao Qian frowned tightly. She has a bit of spoiled brat temperament, but now she is speaking patiently. If she hadn't thought about how much money she had lost in the stock market, she would have thrown her things and left. Bang! Shiao Qian half closed the door. Either you tell me why you're here, or leave. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Shiao Qian you. Shiao Qian's face turned red with anger. But she still endured it. I bought a few stocks like Ling Mingyu before, and now I'm stuck. I met Ling Mingyu today. He made a lot of money. He said it was you who recommended him, so you are here for money? Shiao Chan looked disdainful. In her previous life, Shiao Qian was a person with high expectations but poor skills. I devoted myself to learning design, but after graduation, I worked in several design companies for several years without achieving anything. After that, I wanted to sell products on Douyin, but it ended up being a complete mess. She invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in the stock market and now has lost everything. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have spoken to me in such a humble tone, right? I'm not doing this for money. I just want you to give me some advice. Shiao Qian defended with a blushing face. I don't have any suggestions. If you must ask, then just buy the one that turns green. That's bargain hunting, Shiao Chan said with a laugh. Can you be serious? Shiao Qian understood that Shiao Chan was teasing her. She frowned. Shiao Chan, let's not be angry, okay? I took the initiative to come to you. Why don't you come home with me? Are you done? Shiao Chan looked at her jokingly, then pointed outwards. Let's go when you're done. You. Shiao Qian's face turned pale. She really wanted to turn around and leave, but thinking about her recent financial situation, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Shiao Chan, what exactly do you want to do to talk properly? I can tell you that no matter what, I can't talk nicely to your Shiao family. Shiao Chan shook his head gently. You are a stranger to me now. This is my best attitude towards strangers. I'm being polite by not kicking you out directly. To be honest, I do understand finance and stock trading. I also started a company with Ling Mingyu. All the money was earned from the stock market. If I were to invest your little money, I could get my money back within a week and double it in 15 days. I'm not bragging. I believe you do have this ability. Shiao Qian was delighted. If it were in the past, she would definitely sneer at Shiao Chen's words. But now Shiao Chen is different from before. She believes that Shiao Chen has the ability. Well, I'll put all my money here with you, and you help me. Before she could finish, Shiao Chen interrupted her. Why should I help you? Do I know you well? Shiao Chen. Shiao Qian was choked and almost passed out. She angrily said, We are all family. What's wrong with you helping me? Now that you see the benefits, we are a family now? What did you think of me when you called me a disaster star before? Shiao Chen said coldly. Are all the people in the Shiao family so unwilling to get up early for no benefit? Shiao Chen. Shiao Qian bit her lip and whispered, I was wrong before. I apologize to you, okay? Don't be angry with us. We are family after all. Hey, Miss Xiao also knows how to speak to others in such a humble manner. Shiao Chan seemed to have discovered some new continent. But even if you're apologizing, are you so reluctant? What do you want? Shiao Qian was a little anxious. She rarely showed a sincere attitude. I apologize to you. Can you come home with me and help me? No. If you have nothing else to do, let's go. I'm not used to eating the fruit from your Xiao family. I'm afraid I'll have indigestion. Shiao Chan said as he slammed the other door shut, not giving Shiao Qian any chance to react. Only after locking Shiao Qian's face outside did Shiao Chan breathe a sigh of relief. Really out of sight, out of mind. Shiao Chan, is this your second sister? Song Zian asked curiously. In terms of blood relationship, yes, but this is the only relationship between us. Shiao Chan spread his hands. Song Zian knew the relationship between Shiao Chan and the Shiao family, and she nodded slightly. Then she asked curiously, You started a company? Yes, the investment company is called Star Capital and plans to engage in stocks, funds, and bonds. Shiao Chan nodded slightly. You are so amazing. You became a boss before you even graduated. Song Zian's eyes became eager. She felt relieved that Shiao Chan was ambitious. After all, Grandpa told her to give Shiao Chan 4 years to grow. If 4 years later, the two of them are in love with each other, and Shiao Chan has achieved some success, then he will test Shiao Chan to see if he is qualified to become the son-in-law of the Song family. To be honest, Song Zian has been thinking a lot these days. How to help Shiao Chan, and even consider eloping if it really doesn't work. Now seeing Shiao Chen's ambition, she is really happy. This is just the beginning. Shiao Chen smiled. He murmured, Zian, didn't you ask me if there was anything I wanted to do? Well, do you have any goals? Song Zian nodded. I want to establish a Shiao family and create a wealthy family of my own. Shiao Chan said in a deep voice. He looked up at the sky. I want to ride the wind-up, step on the sky, and see the peak of snow and moon. I want to make this world, the mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon and the stars, more beautiful because I have Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan stared at her and silently engraved the last words in his heart. I wish you could be generous in this life with my partiality. Song Zian stared at Shiao Chan in front of him, and his eyes gradually brightened. Many years later, when she recalled this scene, she still couldn't calm down. Even though time flies and years pass, she will never forget the little brother who protected her behind her. I also can't forget this spirited young man on that sunny afternoon. Chapter 48, Shiao Chen's Goal. Shiao Chen, you can do it. You are really strong. If you have the ability, you should never return to the Shiao family. Shiao Qian, who was locked outside the door, threw the fruit in her hand heavily to the ground. She felt unsatisfied and stomped on the fruit a few more times. Then she left angrily, but as soon as she turned around, she saw Xiao Yin in the corner. Xiao Yin was in a daze, hiding in the corner with a hesitant look on her face. Sister, why are you here too? Xiao Qian was slightly stunned. Are you here to see Xiao Chun too? Yes. Xiao Yin nodded hesitantly. She'd had come to find Xiao Chun, but she couldn't muster up the courage. Don't look for him. He's become arrogant after making a little money and doesn't even care about his family anymore. Xiao Qian said angrily. Xiao Chun is an ungrateful villain. He's ungrateful? Xiao Yin smiled bitterly. She raised her head and said with some melancholy, Did we ever treat him as a family member before? Sister, what do you mean by that? We brought him here from the countryside, provided him with food and clothing, and let him study. How can we be ungrateful to him? Xiao Qian was a little angry. Our family has never had peace since he came. Xiao Yin was in a daze. She slowly raised her head and looked at Xiao Qian. My parents gave birth to him, but sent him to the countryside, and we only saw him a few times a year. Taking him home is like doing him a huge favor. He's in our house. Apart from eating a few meals, have we fulfilled our responsibilities as sisters to him? Sister, Xiao Qian was stunned, as she tried hard to recall. It seems not. After Xiao Chun came home, she was disgusted with him in various ways. He also called him a disaster star. Before, Xiao Chun had always been careful to please him, but all he got in response was endless disgust. Disaster star, country bumpkin, unsophisticated, these were the words she often used to curse Xiao Chun in front of him. The shoes he wore were from a street stall in the countryside and had been repaired many times. He does odd jobs during his spare time at school, just to earn some living expenses. Xiao Qian, if it were you, would you still have any hope for this family? Xiao Yan looked a little painful. Then he can't break things at home and deny it, and also steal things. Xiao Qian said stutteringly. All these things were done by Xiao Ming. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment. Xiao Ming broke the vase and deliberately put the blame on Xiao Chun. On the day your bracelet was lost, Xiao Ming was the only one who entered your room. How is this possible? Xiao Qian was dumbfounded. Sister, don't talk nonsense without evidence. I don't believe that Xiao Ming did all this. I have evidence. I asked someone to restore the surveillance video. Xiao Yan's words made Xiao Qian shut up. Why would you do this? He's a good kid. After a long while, Xiao Qian murmured, he must be afraid that Xiao Qian's arrival will take away his love. Yes, that's right. It must be like this. But he's not short of money, so why would he steal my bracelet? There must be another reason. Look, without any evidence, we only rely on Xiao Ming's words to determine that these things are relied on by Xiao Chun. Xiao Yin smiled miserably. When we have evidence to prove that it was Xiao Ming who did it, you desperately try to find a way to exonerate him. Xiao Qian, we have always been prejudiced against Xiao Chun. Xiao Yan's eyes turned slightly red. He tried so hard to please us just to integrate himself into the family that should belong to him. And even if we knew he was innocent, we would not immediately clear his name, but would think about how to save Xiao Ming's face. Sister, Xiao Qian was speechless. Self-blame? Maybe a little bit. She couldn't empathize with the grievances Xiao Chan had suffered, but she knew that if anyone wronged her or framed her, she would fight to the death with that person immediately. Prejudice, naked prejudice. Also, Xiao Yan took a deep breath. Xiao Ming's grades are not as good as they appear. How is this possible? Xiao Qian couldn't believe it. He got straight A's in school. I've investigated and found that he cheated in every exam or paid a lot of money to find someone to take the exam for him. Xiao Yan said, he stole your bracelet and sold it just to spend money to maintain his image of having excellent grades. Xiao Qian was silent. For a moment, she couldn't accept her well-behaved, sensible, and academically excellent younger brother. He turned out to be a hypocrite who was full of schemes and disguised himself everywhere. No, Xiao Ming is not like that. Xiao Qian gritted her teeth. If he really is such a person, I will not let him go. If you don't believe it, let's investigate it again. Xiao Yan raised her head with a decisive look. Okay, the first mock exam results will be out soon. This time, let's see how he does. Xiao Qian nodded and decided to start with the results. Although she may have a temper like a spoiled brat, it doesn't mean that she is a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. If these things come true, she will not let Xiao Ming go. In the evening, Grandma Wu came back with her basket full of things. She shouted from a distance, Xiao Chun, come and help. Grandma, you bought so many things? Xiao Chun hurried out upon hearing that. Seeing the mountain of things in Grandma Wu's vegetable basket, he hurried over to take them. Grandma Wu was also exhausted and sat in the yard to catch her breath. Grandma Wu, drink some water. Song Zian quickly poured a glass of water and handed it over. Oh, okay. Thank you, Zian, that's so nice. Grandma Wu took the water with a smile and drank a few sips. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. Did the old lady move the vegetable market back? A pile of things, while vegetables, ribs, various greens, and a bag of fresh shrimps. Hey, the food in the afternoon is cheaper. I bought too much without realizing it. Grandma Wu stood up and showed off her achievements. It's okay. We'll eat slowly. This is enough for a week. Shiao Chan smiled bitterly. It's okay. Zian will come to our house for dinner next week, and we'll treat you as much as you want. Grandma Wu said with a smile. Okay, okay. Song Zian was delighted. Shiao Chun let his grandmother rest while he went to prepare the wild vegetables and greens. The yellow leaves were picked off, and Song Zian took a kitchen knife to chop them into pieces. Then he ran happily to feed the chicks. The chicks in the chicken coop have grown into the size of stick. Song Zian, who's grown up in a wealthy family, loves feeding the chickens and ducks the most. Xiao Chun, how is Zian? Grandma Wu took the opportunity to sit next to Xiao Chun during the break. Very good, what's wrong? Xiao Chun looked at Song Zian with some confusion. He just saw her happily feeding the chickens, and he didn't understand why her grandmother asked that. Very good, just seize the opportunity. You will graduate soon and become an adult. Grandma Wu said with a smile. It's time to think about finding a good daughter-in-law. Chapter 49. While your time is right. Grandma, what are you talking about? Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Song Zian and I are just classmates. When it comes to the words classmate relationship, he is obviously lacking in confidence. The two eat together, study together, and exercise together. We were hardly apart for a single day during the weekend. Is this really a normal relationship between classmates? No, in fact, he knows it all in his heart. But now, he subconsciously doesn't want to think about these things, because he hasn't grown strong enough yet. He was afraid because after his rebirth, the trajectory of many things had changed. No matter whether it is someone he loves or someone who loves him, without complete certainty, he can only keep everything silently in his heart. You were raised by Grandma. Grandma Wu looked at Xiao Chan lovingly and reached out to touch his head. Grandma knows what you were thinking. That girl is interested in you. And in your heart, you also like that girl. Chin Chin, your grandfather passed away early. People of our generation didn't have any love that supported each other. Once you tie me up, it lasts a lifetime. Grandma Wu said leisurely. So, I know best that youth is fleeting. You and she are now in the best time of your life. So you must seize the opportunity and not leave any regrets in the future. Xiao Chun was somewhat shocked. He had not expected that his grandmother, who had always lived in the countryside and could barely read, could actually say such words. Grandma, I will seize the opportunity. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the cheerful Song Zian. It's just that the time is not right now. Yes, the timing is not right because he still needs to grow up. It may not be a good thing to break this window paper too early. A knock on the door interrupted the tranquility in the courtyard. When I opened the door, I saw a young man I didn't recognize standing at the door. Hello, who are you looking for? Xiao Chun looked at the young man in front of him with some confusion. His clothes and demeanor were beyond comparison with ordinary people, but the bags under his eyes were dark, as if he had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, he looked a little ferocious, but he stood at the door politely. Excuse me, are you Xiao Chun? Yes, I'm Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded and asked in confusion. Who are you? Hello, I'm Zhang Xiang, and my grandfather is Zhang Hong. The young man at the door said politely, my grandfather asked me to come find you. It's you. Xiao Chun suddenly realized and quickly invited Zhang Hongji in. Hey, Song Zian, why are you here too? Zhang Xiang saw Song Zian feeding chickens as soon as he entered the door. In his impression, the little princess of the Song family has always been an otherworldly being. Why are you here in this shabby little yard feeding chickens? Do you know each other? Xiao Chun asked with some confusion. Ah, isn't my uncle a driver? His boss is Zhang Xiang's father, so we have met. Song Zian desperately winked at Zhang Xiang. Oh yes, my driver is her uncle. Zhang Xiang reacted quickly and quickly followed Song Zian's suggestion. So that's how it is. Xiao Chun suddenly realized. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was Zhang Hongji calling. Xiao Chun, did Zhang Xiang come to see you? Asked Mr. Zhang on the phone. He's here, Mr. Zhang. Is there something you want him to come to me for? Xiao Chun asked puzzledly. Nothing much. This kid has nothing to do since graduating from college, so he just tinkers with antiques every day. Zhang Hongji said angrily, I don't want to get involved in the company's affairs at all. So, I asked him to get in touch with you more, so that he can understand the differences between people and inspire his fighting spirit. You have to help me train him well. Mr. Zhang, I'm just a student. How can I teach a young master? Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're not an ordinary student. I had someone acquire that piece of land on Friday, and I'm just waiting for your words to increase its value. Mr. Zhang said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun looked at Zhang Xiang helplessly. Should I call young Master Zhang? In his previous life, he relied on his talents to expand the Xiao family and devoted himself to his work. I don't have much interaction with these rich second generations, so I don't know how to deal with them. What are you missing? My grandfather thinks highly of you, so we are brothers. Zhang Xiang waved his hand carelessly. Just call me by my name. Xiao Chun smiled. Zhang Xiang did not have the dandy air of those rich second generations. In fact, Zhang Xiang likes antiques and hangs out in the antique street every day. He deals with all kinds of people, and he is considered an outlier in the circle. Xiao Chun, I have booked a room. A friend of mine just happened to be back from Beijing University. Shall we go and have a chat? Zhang Xiang said. Ziyin can come with us. I'm fine with anything. Song Ziyin nodded. Then Grandma, I won't be back at night. Shiao Chan nodded in agreement. Went out the door and got into Zhang Xiang's car. A 7 Series, while expensive, isn't too flashy. As soon as he got in the car, Shiao Chan saw a copper coin placed right in front of the car. It was a talisman coin. At the same time, a bad aura rushed towards him. Shiao Chan frowned and stared at the money for evil averting. Brother, do you know this? Zhang Xiang started the car and saw Shiao Chan staring at the money in front of the car. He couldn't help but said proudly, Do you know the origin of this thing? Shiao Chan stared at it for a long time before retracting his gaze. He took a deep breath and said, This is not an ordinary consecrated ornament. It looks like an antique. It can't have been unearthed for too long. Besides, there should be more than one string of these evil-averting coins. Hey, sure, brother. Zhang Xiang looked at Shiao Chan with some surprise. This thing was unearthed no more than 3 months ago. I bought it from an antique dealer. Zhang Xiang said proudly. It is said to be the funeral object of Empress Wu Dao of the Western Jin dynasty. It was held in 2 hands when it was unearthed. I spent a lot of money to get it. The other one is hanging on my hand. How about it? As he spoke, he raised his hand, and sure enough, there was another string of talismanic coins hanging on his wrist. Zhang Xiang, turn off the air conditioner. I feel a little cold. Song Ziyin in the back row shrank back. I didn't turn on the air conditioner. Zhang Xiang was stunned. Are you wearing too few clothes? Shiao Chan took a deep breath, feeling a little uneasy. He knew that it was not just cold, but there was a cold and gloomy atmosphere. The 2 strings of talisman coins from Zhang Xiang were not auspicious. No wonder this guy's eye sockets are blue, like a green-faced beast. He must be affected. Mr. Zhang, have you felt unwell in the past few months? Shiao Chan asked. No, Zhang Xiang said in confusion. It's just that I can't sleep well. I have dreams all night long. They were all nightmares, bizarre and strange. When I woke up, I was covered in sweat. Then have you ever thought about the reason for this? Shiao Chen's heart moved, and his inner uneasiness became more and more obvious. It seems that he guessed right. This guy was indeed affected. I'm just weak. I just need to take some rest. Zhang Xiang smiled and didn't take it seriously. Chapter 50 Shiao Chen's former white moonlight. Mr. Zhang, I advise you to sell these 2 talisman coins. Shiao Chen said. Why? Zhang Xiang was stunned. I got it with great difficulty. You also mentioned the burial objects of Empress Wu Dao. Have you heard the story of Empress Wu Dao? Shiao Chen said. No, I only know that she was the 2nd empress of Sima Yin, the Emperor Wu of Jin. Zhang Xiang turned his head and asked, Do you know? Tell me about it. Empress Wu Dao, Yang Ji, was favored by Emperor Wu of Jin. Shiao Chan said. After Emperor Wu passed away, because Yang Ji's father abused his power, the successor Emperor Hui was dissatisfied. So he launched a mutiny, killed Yang Ji's father Yang Jun in the name of treason, and exterminated the 3 clans of the Yang family. Emperor Hui said that Empress Dowager Yang Ji and her father Yang Jun were plotting to harm the country and were not worthy of serving the ancestral temple and the late emperor. The Empress Dowager's title should be demoted and she should be exiled to Jinyong City. Afterwards, Yang Ji was fasted for 8 days and starved to death. She was only 34 years old when she died. Zhang Xiang was stunned. He didn't expect that the owner of this talisman money would have such a tragic fate. Because they were afraid that she would complain to Emperor Wu of Jin after her death, they pasted a talisman on her coffin and covered her body with a talisman to ward off evil spirits. Put the evil money in both hands, so that the soul will be locked in the body forever. Shiao Chan, you don't talk anymore, it's quite scary. Song Ziyin trembled. Of course, these are all unofficial historical stories, but Master Zhang, these unearthed objects from burials are called funerary objects. Being with the dead for hundreds of years without seeing the sun will breed some bad aura, which will affect people's fortunes and even their health. When Shiao Chan said this, Zhang Xiang shuddered and quickly stopped the car on the side of the road. What you said seems to be right. I haven't slept well for a single day since I bought this thing. Zhang Xiang was really scared. No wonder he felt a chill running down his neck whenever he drove recently. What should I do with it? Throw it away? Zhang Xiang asked. I'm afraid it won't work. Shiao Chan shook his head. He had read Taoist songs with the master of Qingyo Temple and learned some Taoist knowledge. You know, once a person's destiny is affected, it is difficult to change. What should we do then, Shiao Chan? Zhang Xiang's face turned pale with fright. Well, go to Qingyo Temple and find an old Taoist priest. He is my master, Shiao Chan said. He can treat illnesses and perform rituals. Give it to him, and he will help you solve it. Okay, give me the address, and I'll go there tomorrow. Zhang Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and continued driving. Shiao Chan, does the Taoist really understand magic? Song Ziyin in the back row asked curiously. She and Shiao Chan had been to Qingyo Temple to help out, and felt that the Taoist priest there was skinny and bony, and did not have the aura of an immortal master like in the movies. I don't know, but he looked like this when I met him. Shiao Chan said, it has been many years, and he has never changed. Oh, that should be an expert. Song Zian nodded seriously. Anyway, the Taoist priest who raised more than a dozen orphans on his own must be a hermit. When we arrived at our destination, it turned out to be a club. Eating and singing. After all, Zhang Xiang is not a student anymore, so the way he goes out to play may be a little different. As soon as I entered the door, a surprised voice came. Brother, why are you here? There was a hint of surprise in Charlie Cha's voice. Who else could it be but her green tea brother Shao Ming? In addition, there was a girl sitting in the box. She and Shao Ming sat very close to each other, and their words and actions were very intimate. Su Muyu, who is 1 year older than Shiao Chan, is currently a freshman at Peking University. In his previous life, this woman was the white moonlight that was indelible in his memory. In my 3rd year of junior high school, I came to Jiangshan with my grandmother to do some business. She was in a car accident and had lost too much blood. Due to her special blood type, the blood bank did not have her blood. It just so happened that Xiao Chen's blood matched hers. So Xiao Chen drew a full 500 cc of blood for her. Due to excessive blood drawing, Xiao Chen's face turned pale and he almost fainted. Although he did good deeds without leaving his name, he only gave her a quick glance. But this stunning glimpse made Xiao Chen fall in love with her. He originally thought that they would never meet again, but he didn't expect that he would see her several times after he came to live in the Xiao family. But Shao Ming saw that Shiao Chan was interested in Su Muyu, so he tried desperately to sow discord between them. So much so that Su Muyu felt very disgusted with Shiao Chan. In the previous life, Shiao Chan pursued her madly, but in return he was only met with endless ridicule. What qualifications do you have to chase me? You're just a bad person. If you were 1/10 as good as Shao Ming, I wouldn't mind giving you a chance. Xiao Chun, someone like you doesn't deserve to be by my side. The darkest memories of my previous life came flooding back to my mind at this moment. Xiao Chen's hands were a little cold, and Song Zian looked at Xiao Chan in surprise. She could clearly sense Xiao Chen's emotional fluctuations. She quietly reached out and held Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chan recovered from his painful memories and sat down with her. Su Muyu came from an extraordinary family, and the Su family was one of the largest families in Jiangxing. It's just that her relationship with Shao Ming seems to be very good. It's hard to understand how two families so different can have such a relationship. Oh, you know me? No need to introduce yourself then. Zhang Xiang said with a smile. Miss Su, sorry for the long wait. This is Xiao Chun. Miss Su is the princess of our Jiangchang circle. She is a top student in the physics department of Peking University. It's only been half a semester, and she has already finished her freshman year courses. Now she's back home to rest. I know him. No need for introduction. Su Muyu's eyes were cold, and she even disdained to look at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun didn't care at all. After being reborn, he no longer felt that he couldn't live without Su Muyu. It was just that when I suddenly saw her, my emotions were a little agitated for a moment. And her attitude towards herself has always been like this. After all, Shao Ming, this green tea girl, might have said many bad things about herself in front of her. Haha, this is the little brother you're talking about? Zhang Xiang looked at Shao Ming. Hello, brother. My name is Shao Ming. Shao Ming smiled harmlessly. Okay, we're all friends. I'll treat you tonight. Have fun. Zhang Xiang smiled indifferently. Since they were all students, he didn't order any wine, but served drinks instead. Although Song Zian and Su Muyu are both from the same circle, they have no intersection. And out of woman's intuition, she felt that Xiao Chun and Su Muyu must have some past. So she felt an inexplicable hostility towards Su Muyu. Shao Ming moved closer to Zhang Xiang and tried his best to find topics to talk about. Song Zian received a phone call from home and went out to answer it. So Xiao Chun and Su Muyu just sat there, neither of them saying a word. Finally, Su Muyu broke the silence. Xiao Chun, have you severed ties with your family? The first thing he said was such a heavy topic, and his tone was full of contempt and disdain. Yes, it's broken. Xiao Chun nodded. Su Muyu said coldly. I wonder what kind of person is it to be able to break up with his biological parents so easily. First of all, I'm the master of my own life, and I don't need anyone else to tell me what to do. Secondly, everything has its cause and effect. If you don't understand the cause and effect, I advise you not to make too many comments. Chapter 51, Shao Ming got beaten. Su Muyu was stunned. She had been to the Xiao family and met Xiao Chun many times. In her impression, Xiao Chun would blush whenever he saw her. He was always submissive to his own cold words and never opened his mouth to refute them. But she and Xiao Chun haven't seen each other for half a year. Why has he changed so much? There's nothing to understand. People like you can only be described as cold-blooded. After being stunned for a moment, Su Muyu regained her superior demeanor. Xiao Chun, you and Shao Ming are born of the same mother. Why is there such a big difference between you? If you were 1/10 as sensible as he is, you wouldn't have fallen to this point. But for someone like you who doesn't care about your relatives, it seems that nothing matters. Xiao Chun glanced at her, and it was indeed Su Muyu. The princess in Jiangxing's circle always spoke in such a condescending tone. then Miss Su should stay away from me, lest a cold-blooded person like me pollute your noble eyes. Su Muyu frowned. Shiao Chan's sarcasm made her very uncomfortable. At this time, Zhang Xiang said with a smile, Muyu, you are good at this song, come over and sing it. Su Muyu ignored Shiao Chan, took the microphone, and started singing. After singing a song, Shia Ming turned around and ran over. He sensibly handed over a drink. Brother, why don't you come and play? Are you unhappy? Shiao Chan glanced at him and said, I am annoyed by the Shiao family's dogs now. Do you think I'll be happy if you, such a big person, show up in front of me? Brother, when will the misunderstanding between you and your family be resolved? Shia Ming said aggrievedly. Then he smiled and said, Brother, how did you do in the mock exam this time? I can be among the top 30 in the city this time, but my brother cheated in the past. I'm afraid he won't do well this time, right? Jump, then jump. Shiao Chan looked at Shia Ming as if he were a clown, only to see that the other party continued to chatter. Brother, things that are not yours after all. Don't you understand this principle? As he spoke, he smiled playfully at Shiao Chan. His meaning was very clear. Everything in the Shiao family belongs to me and has nothing to do with you. But no matter how he provoked, Shiao Chan never responded. He stared at Shia Ming with a faint smile from beginning to end. That look is just like looking at a mentally retarded person. Shiao Chen's indifference made Shia Ming completely annoyed. The other person's eyes seemed to see through everything about him. The feeling of being naked made him very uncomfortable. Su Muyu was about to finish singing a song. He grabbed the drink in front of Shiao Chan and splashed it on his face. With a scream, Shia Ming stood up suddenly. His tone was panic, uneasy, and cautious. Brother, I'm sorry. I know you don't like me. I will try to stay away from you in the future. But you really should stop being angry with your family. You're out there alone, and I'm really worried about you. Wow, the methods have been upgraded. Sure enough, Su Muyu came over angrily and stopped in front of Shia Ming. Shiao Chan, what are you doing? Then she said in a distressed tone, Shia Ming, are you okay? Wipe it off quickly. I'm fine, sister. Don't blame my brother. He didn't mean it. Shia Ming looked aggrieved. He is just in a bad mood. I will persuade him to go home later. After all, he lives alone. I'm worried about him. Shiao Chan, can you understand something? Su Muyu looked at Shiao Chan with a disappointed expression. Your brother is just worried about you. But how could you do this? So you think I bullied him? Shiao Chan said lightly. Isn't it? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Su Muyu said angrily. Apologize immediately. Sister, brother really didn't mean it. Don't blame him. Shia Ming tried to persuade her hypocritically. But in fact, he was just fanning the flames. I just mentioned the results just now, and he felt disappointed. Apologize. Su Muyu became even angrier. She believed that Shiao Chan was bullying Shia Ming. I think you were wrong. Shiao Chan stood up slowly. He smiled and said, if I were to bully Shia Ming, I really wouldn't use such a low-end method as throwing a drink at him. That's all I know. As Shia Ming spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Shia Ming's face hard, which looked harmless but was actually disgusting. Snap! Shia Ming staggered and took several steps back. 5 bright red slap marks suddenly appeared on his fair face. He was seeing stars, feeling dizzy, and almost fell to the ground. The room suddenly became quiet. Zhang Xiang opened his mouth wide, staring at everything in astonishment. Shia Ming was in a state of confusion. Shiao Chan actually took action? Shiao Chan was very careful when speaking in the Shiao family, fearing that his loud voice would upset his family members. Now you dare to attack Shia Ming, who is the doted on by the whole family. Shiao Chan, are you crazy? Su Muyu reacted and reached out to push Shiao Chan away. Don't touch him. But at this moment, a figure flashed and Song Zian, who had just finished a phone call, pushed the door open and walked in. She stood in front of Shiao Chan and stared at Su Muyu coldly. Su Muyu was stunned. She had no connection with Song Zian and did not know her. At this time, Zhang Xiang also hurried over to mediate. Hey, what's going on? We are all family, so don't hurt the harmony. Shia Ming's eyes were full of stars, and he was furious inside, but he had to pretend to be magnanimous and sensible. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he cried, Sister Muyu, don't be angry. Brother didn't mean it. He's already started fighting, and you're still defending him? Su Muyu was extremely angry. Shiao Chan wouldn't hit anyone for no reason. Since you hit him, he deserves it, Song Zian said in a sharp tone. Then she grabbed Shiao Chan's hand and said with some concern, Shiao Chan, how are you? Did his face hurt your hand? Shia Ming's face twitched suddenly. Did he hurt Shiao Chan's hand with his face? You can't bully people like this, right? Sister, let's go home. They're all bad people. Shia Ming cried in grievance. It's okay, Shia Ming. I'll take you home now. Does it hurt? Su Muyu said with some pity. It hurts, but if sister can apply some ice to me, it won't hurt. Shia Ming said pitifully. Okay, I'll take you to apply ice. Su Muyu glared at Shiao Chan fiercely. Shia Ming, this time, it's just a warning. I won't go too far. Shiao Chan said calmly. If you dare to jump around in front of me in the future, it won't be as simple as a slap. I mean what I say. Shia Ming shuddered. Shiao Chan's tone was cold, and he didn't sound like he was joking. Chapter 52 exam results announced. He didn't even have the courage to respond. He just reached out and pulled Su Muyu, urging her to hurry up. Shiao Chan, if you dare to touch Shia Ming again, I won't let you go. Su Muyu said coldly. He saved my life. If you mess with him, you're messing with the Su family. Him? Saved your life. Shiao Chan was a little surprised. Several years ago, I was in a car accident and lost too much blood. My life was in danger. It was Shia Ming who drew 500 cubic centimeters of blood to save me. Don't bully him again in the future, or I won't let you go. After Su Muyu finished speaking, he pulled Shia Ming over and left. Shiao Chan was left alone in a mess. I understand. I understand everything. No wonder a wealthy family like the Su family would have this relationship with the Shiao family. It turned out that 3 years ago, after I saved Su Muyu, Shia Ming appeared and impersonated me. In past and present lives, Su Muyu has always been very kind to Shia Ming, and even came forward to protect him every time he got in trouble. So this is the reason. Shia Ming took away everything from me, even this. He is a weakling who can only attend half a quarter of his favorite basketball class. Can he draw 500 cc of blood to save people? However, Shiao Chan soon felt relieved. It was a mistake, so it was a mistake. It doesn't matter anyway. To him, the most important person is Song Zian, who once sent him to the hospital when he had a fever, saved his life, and took care of him in every possible way. Apart from her, there is also Grandma, and the rest of the people are not important to me. After leaving the box, Su Muyu found some ice and applied it to Shia Ming personally. She blew gently on his swollen face and asked distressfully, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, sister. I'm really happy to have you taking care of me." Shia Ming was secretly delighted. He didn't expect that getting beaten would win him more sympathy from Su Muyu. This slap is really worth it if I can win her sympathy and favor. After that, he will be able to go further by leveraging the power of the Su family. Shiao Chan is such a bastard, such a scumbag. Su Muyu said coldly, "Stay away from him in the future. If he dares to bully you again, tell me. I won't let him go." "Sister, my brother is just sad. His relationship with his parents is so bad, and his grades are not good." Shia Ming looked as if he didn't blame Shiao Chan. "So, I really don't blame him. You are just too kind." Su Muyu was somewhat helpless. "What if you are bullied in society in the future? Then, sister, can you always protect me? Protect me for the rest of my life." Shia Ming took the opportunity to say, "Okay, I'll protect you forever." Su Muyu was a little angry and amused, but Shiao Chan just happened to have a face that could arouse people's desire to protect him. She touched his head helplessly and sent him home. Shia Ming smiled with a look of success. It was a good game, but ended in a bad way. Zhang Xiang was also a little embarrassed. After sending Shiao Chan back, he apologized repeatedly and then drove Song Zian home. "In the future, when there's a party with Su Muyu, don't call me and Shiao Chan," Song Zian said with a stern face. "Okay, I got it." Zhang Xiang answered perfunctorily. The relationships between these people are indeed complicated, especially when it comes to women. He didn't want to get involved, but his perfunctory attitude made Song Zian very unhappy. "Are you being so perfunctory? Do you believe me? I'll ask my grandfather to cut off your Zhang family's loan." "No. Auntie, can I answer you seriously?" Zhang Xiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I didn't know these people were so incompatible. This lady is really ruthless." The Zhang family started out in real estate. Every year, she must have borrowed tens or even hundreds of billions from Song Zian's bank. If he really takes his anger out on me because of this, wouldn't the old man break his legs? "Do you know now?" Song Zian glared at him. "I understand now. Don't worry, I will never let them meet us again." Zhang Xiang nodded. "That's more like it," Song Zian said angrily. "By the way, Song Zian, you and Shiao Chan?" Zhang Xiang asked tentatively about their relationship. But when he saw Song Zian's unfriendly expression through the rearview mirror, he quickly said, "Okay, I know, I won't ask questions that I shouldn't ask." The next day was Monday, and the results of the mock exam were out. Shiao Chan was struggling with a math problem when Su Dachui ran over breathlessly. Shiao Chan, hurry up." "What's wrong?" Shiao Chan stared at him in confusion. "What big thing has happened to this guy again?" "It has been announced. The results have been announced on the playground." Su Dachui took a breath and then announced the result. "Oh, how did you do in the exam?" Shiao Chan asked. "Me? Don't ask about my grades. Don't you want to know how many points you got?" Su Dachui asked. "How many points did you get in the exam?" Shiao Chan turned his head and looked at him, still looking unhurried. "Are you really not in a hurry to know the result?" Su Dachui looked at Shiao Chan depressedly. "Haven't you already checked it for me?" Shiao Chan said with a smile. "I won't tell you." Su Dachui snorted and turned his head and said, "Song Zian, do you know how many points you got in the exam?" "Oh, how many points?" Song Zian poked his head out from a pile of thick books. Her expression was almost as calm as Shiao Chan's, and it seemed that neither of them was in a hurry to know the results. "You two, are you so synchronized?" Su Dachui felt speechless. He said helplessly, Okay, I surrender." Shiao Chan scored 688, first in the school, and first in the city's first mock exam. Song Zian, 670, second in the school, fifth in the city in the first mock exam. Su Dachui finally dropped the bomb. You know, you two have become famous. You're the most popular people in the school. Shiao Chan smiled slightly. This result was expected. He is a person who was reborn, and he has natural bugs. And after coming back, I will be able to learn the textbook knowledge at a glance. But Song Zian's comprehensive science scores have improved a lot. Keep up the good work next time. Well, I hope you can be on par with me. Only fifth in the city. Song Zian was not very satisfied with this result. Fifth, Tsinghua University and Peking University are already waving to you. Su Dachui felt incredible. Is this the attitude of a great person? He beat more than 49,000 candidates out of 50,000 in the city, and he was still not satisfied. Try harder next time and get a better score. Song Zian smiled slightly. You know, Sun Jining, who ranked first in the school last time in Class 3, has been squeezed out of the top 3. Su Dachui said proudly. Sun Miju from Class 3 is so angry that he is cursing in front of the class. And this time our class's average score has risen a lot. We are ranked third in the stage, just a little behind the second place. Won't Teacher Su be very happy? Shiao Chan said with a smile. Will Teacher Su fulfill his promise this time and let us skip the third subject? Chapter 53. Teacher Su's jump in Subject 3 is really good. Yes, it's necessary. Su Dachui's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, the class bell rang at this time, and Su Xiao walked into the classroom wearing high heels and a fashionable yet elegant new outfit. Her brows were filled with joy because this time there were two top students in the class, the top one and the fifth one in the city. This is a grand occasion that Tongfang High School has never experienced in the past 5 years. The whole office was in an uproar, and all the teachers looked at him with envy. She has only graduated for a few years, so this is a chance for her to show off. Subject 3. Some classmates have already started to make a fuss. Lydia Su couldn't hide the smile on her face. She pressed her hands down, signaling for silence. I think everyone knows the result, so I won't go into details here. The average score of our class has improved a lot, and students Shiao Chan and Song Zian have also achieved top 5 scores in the city. Su Xiao put down the book in his hand, but everyone must not be proud. Keep up the good work. And I will also fulfill my previous promise and skip the third subject for everyone. There was a cheer from the classroom. Su Xiao put down the music on his phone and swayed his body to the music. Her body twisted to the music, and no one expected that the always conservative teacher Su had such good dancing skills. Charming yet not vulgar, and completely natural. The students in the audience applauded and twisted their hands along with the music. The atmosphere was so intense that dozens of students followed Su Xiao and started a party together. This class is destined to be an unforgettable one. After class, Song Zian asked, Shiao Chan, which school do you choose? Kingdom. Shiao Chan thought for a moment. That Su Muyu is a physics student at Peking University. Song Zian's eyes suddenly became unfriendly. They were all women, and she could tell that Shiao Chan and that woman definitely had a special relationship. What are you thinking? Shiao Chan smiled bitterly. Beijing University itself is my dream. I definitely didn't go there for anyone. If I had to say who I was going there for. When Shiao Chan said this, his expression suddenly became serious. That can only be for you. For me? Song Zian was surprised and happy. She read other meanings from Shiao Chen's words. Just as she was savoring the meaning of these words, someone outside the door shouted through the window, Shiao Chan, someone is looking for you. The delicate relationship was interrupted again. Shiao Chan stood up and said, I'll go out and take a look first. Looking at Shiao Chen's hurriedly leaving back, Song Zian's heart was pounding. She sat down quickly and couldn't calm down for a long time. On the playground, Shiao Chan met the person who was looking for him. What he didn't expect was that the person who came to see him was Sun Qing, the head teacher of Class 3. That's right, it was Sun Qing who mocked Shiao Chan for cheating a few days ago and was chased by Su Xiao to apologize. Today, Sun Qing still has exquisite makeup on and dresses very elegantly. Teacher Sun, are you looking for me? Shiao Chan asked with some surprise. Although she had conflicts with Sun Miju, she was a teacher in the school after all. You still have to be polite, otherwise people will find fault with you and say that the students taught by Teacher Su are uncultured. Yes, Shiao Chan, you did very well in the exam this time. I formally apologize to you for what happened before. Sun Qing smiled. Well, it's okay. I don't take it to heart. Shiao Chan smiled. Judging from Sun Qing's expression, it was definitely more than just apologizing to him. She asked me to come here. Maybe she has something else. Shiao Chan heard that the student who had previously been number 1 in her class was squeezed out of the top 3 this time. Sun Qing flew into a rage in class and cursed very harshly. It's like this, Shiao Chan. Sun Qing did not hide anything. Your class has a weak foundation and has been dragging down the entire grade. Besides, your teacher Su has just graduated and has no experience in teaching and management. So what? Shiao Chan sneered to himself. I understand. This woman is here to recruit me to the 3rd shift. I've been in this profession for more than 10 years, and have been rated as an outstanding teacher for several consecutive years. His teaching experience and class management are better than your teacher Sue's. So I would like you to transfer to our third class. Sure enough, poaching. In his heart, Shiao Chan despised such people. They may be polite to you on the surface, but they may stab you in the back without you realizing it. But he still said politely, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Sun, but I'm doing well in a class now." Shiao Chun, if you have any concerns, tell the teacher. Sun Qing thought Xiao Duo had concerns. Don't worry about the class transfer. As long as you agree, I will talk to the principal about other matters. I'm sorry, Mr. Sun. I don't have any concerns. I just don't want to turn around. Xiao Chan was too lazy to waste time talking to her and explained the reason directly. Don't want to come? Xiao Chun, can you tell me the reason? Sun Qing was stunned. She's a popular girl in school, so it should be easy for her to deal with a student, right? In order to persuade Xiao Chen today, she even dressed up carefully. Anyway, she used every possible means to poach top students from other classes. But Xiao Chen refused without even thinking about it. First, Teacher Su is very good to me, and I don't want to transfer. Secondly, the atmosphere in our class is also very good. There is no intrigue, and no one is deliberately plotting against you. Third, Xiao Chen glanced at Sun Qing deeply. The putty on Teacher Sun's face is really too thick. Didn't I remind the teacher last time? Applying foundation too thickly will affect your face and cause blackheads over time. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Goodbye, Teacher Sunday. Without waiting for her to react, Xiao Chen quickly turned around and ran away. Only Sun Qing was left alone, disheveled in the wind. By the time she reacted, Xiao Chun had already disappeared. Xiao Chun. Sun Qing stomped her feet in anger. Xiao Chun, big brother. After school in the afternoon, a phone call came. Before I could figure out who the other person was, he started calling me big brother. I really admire you so much. No wonder the old man asked me to learn more from you. You are really a god of prediction. Please accept my knee. Zhang Xiang. After a long time, Xiao Chun asked uncertainly. The voice sounded like Zhang Xiang's, but what was wrong with him this afternoon? It's me. I've decided. I'm going to follow you from now on. You're my big brother. Zhang Xiang couldn't hide his excitement. No, what's wrong, brother? Xiao Chen was a little confused. Why is this guy so crazy? Did the pair of 5 Emperor's coins affect his sanity? You don't know yet, right? This morning, a leader from Yinjing who was conducting research decided to take the lead in promoting the development of Jiangcheng East District. Zhang Zong shouted excitedly. The 3 plots of land you asked my grandfather to buy last week have skyrocketed in value now. It has increased at least 5 times, and the new district is being planned. All the land has been sealed and will be auctioned after the planning is completed. Chapter 54, please accept my knee. Now our Hongji real estate has made a big splash. My father received more than a dozen calls in the morning, all asking if he had any inside information. I thought something went wrong. Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this guy wasn't mentally ill, it would be fine. Isn't this a big deal, Xiao Chun? My grandfather is hosting a banquet tonight and invites you to dinner. You must come. I'll pick you up then. Back in the classroom, Song Zian came over and asked, "Did someone come to poach you?" "How do you know?" Xiao Chun looked at Song Zian in surprise. "Sun Miju from class 3? Song Zian's eyebrows were curved, his eyes full of smiles. "Yes, she looked for you too, right?" Xiao Chun said with a smile. "They found me when there was no public list and asked me to join their class." Song Zian said, and he also said a lot of bad things about Teacher Su. "What are you talking about? Teacher Su is young, lacks teaching experience, and behaves improperly. How dare you say that about Teacher Su? Didn't you scold her?" Xiao Chen was angry. "Although I've only been transferred here for a short time, I respect Su Xiao from the bottom of my heart. Because no matter in the last life or now, she is capable of shouldering the responsibility of a teacher. How dare this old woman, Sun Qing, say this to Teacher Su?" She cursed without using any curse words. Her face turned pale. Song Zian laughed. "What about you? I ridiculed her and didn't look at her when I left. I guess her face didn't look very good either." Xiao Chen chuckled. "Perfect." The two of them clapped their hands in unison. In the evening, Zhang Xiang drove to pick up Xiao Chen again. When he came here, he also brought a lot of supplements for Grandma Wu. The supplements he brought were not the kind of IQ tax that comes from not accepting gifts during the holidays this year. These boxes of genuine bird's nest and dried abalone gifts would probably cost tens of thousands. Grandma Wu immediately returned with half a box of local eggs, which she bought at the vegetable market. "Take Xiao Chun with you and rush to the north of the city. I see that you are in much better spirits today." Xiao Chen glanced at Zhang Xiang. This guy must have gone to Qingyo Temple to find his master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such good spirits. He had 2 big bags under his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a green-faced beast. Now he looks radiant and is a very energetic young man. "Xiao Chun, I have to thank you very much for this." Zhang Xiang became excited. "Your master is really amazing. I said you introduced me, and then I explained my purpose." He looked up at me. and then asked me to kneel down in front of the three pure ones. He took the whisk and swept my head a few times, and my spirits improved. Do you think this Taoist priest is a master? Does he know magic? I don't know about that, but he saved my life, and his medical skills are very good. Shiao Chan said with a smile. You've met him. Thank God for that. By the way, he also said that I have a lot of yin energy, so he wrote a talisman for me on the spot, and I've been wearing it on my body ever since. Zhang Xiang pulled out a brocade bag from his neck, which contained a talisman. Where's your money for warding off evil? Shiao Chan asked. The Taoist priest buried it in the ashes. He said I could take it away in half a month. Zhang Xiang said with lingering fear. How dare I take this thing? Before I left, I donated money for the repair of the Taoist temple. Shiao Chan nodded. His master was no ordinary person. By the way, Shiao Chan, do you know about antiques? Zhang Xiang became excited when he mentioned this. Shiao Chan could tell the origin of the two talisman coins at a glance, and he could tell the story behind them, so he must be knowledgeable about them. Understand a little, Shiao Chan said. Great. I'll have to ask you for advice when I buy things next time. Zhang Xiang slapped his thigh. Arrived at Jiangcheng Kaiyuan Hotel. There was a red carpet and balloons at the entrance of the hotel, and the whole place was filled with joy. At the same time, there was a banner hanging horizontally. Congratulations to Mr. Xiao for entering the top 30 in the city. Is there a banquet in the hotel today? Shiao Chun was stunned. Yes, I heard that the family surname is Xiao Yu, and their son ranked among the top 30 in the city in the first mock exam. Zhang Xiang said, they're having a banquet here. It has nothing to do with us. We are in the VIP box on the top floor. Come on, my grandfather is waiting. Shiao Chun laughed. Oh my god, could it be that Shia Ming is holding a celebratory banquet here? If so, that would be fun. When we got to the top floor, we saw two old men, Zhang Hongji and Song Yunming, waiting in the largest private room. Haha, Shiao Chun, you're here. Please take a seat. Seeing Shiao Chun, Zhang Hongji stepped forward enthusiastically and shook Shiao Chun's hand. Then he pulled him to sit next to him. His enthusiasm was so great that even Zhang Xiang, his grandson, was envious and jealous. What is the old man's identity? When the mayor of Jiangcheng came, he might not take the initiative to stand up and greet him. It seems that he likes Shiao Chun very much. Mr. Zhang, from the looks of you, you seem to have some great news. Shiao Chan said with a smile. You kid, you are still pretending to be confused. Song Yunming scolded with a smile. Ever since he learned about Shiao Chen's identity and his granddaughter's true thoughts, he has been secretly paying attention to Shiao Chun. He liked this boy very much. If he really had this fate with Song Xian, he wouldn't mind helping him secretly. But there will definitely be a lot of tests, and I will deal with them slowly later. Mr. Song, if I take the initiative to talk about these things, it will seem like I am seeking credit. Shiao Chun chuckled. Okay, Lao Zhang, just tell me, how many times has the value of this piece of land increased? Song Yunming said with a smile. What is the specific situation? Come on, sit down and eat and chat. Zhang Hongji asked someone to serve the dishes and opened a bottle of red wine. Shiao Chan can actually drink quite a bit, but he is still a high school student, so he declined and drank the beverage instead. Old Song, you don't know, the things in the East District are really coincidental. Zhang Hongji poured 2 glasses of wine. Originally, Jiangcheng intended to develop the East District and establish a high-speed rail business district. But because of disagreements within the government, some people think the development cycle is too long and the investment is too high. Instead of setting up a new business district, it is better to invest energy in the health and wellness district in the West. Yes, I have heard about these things. Song Yunming nodded. But why did they suddenly make the decision this time? The higher-ups have come to Jiangcheng for research. The visitor is one of the 5 members of the State Council, the youngest one. Zhang Hongji raised his glass and clinked it with his. The youngest one? According to the personnel changes after the last Congress, could the youngest one be surnamed Xiao? Song Yunming quickly understood. Yes, the last name is Xiao. Coincidentally, it's the same last name as Shiao Chun. Zhang Hongji's face was full of red. No wonder the country wants to promote younger cadres. This member, surnamed Xiao, is in his 40s and is very courageous. We immediately initiated the promotion of Jiangcheng's planning map and included Jiangcheng in the radiation range of Yanjing. To provide blood transfusion for Jiangcheng's development, we will build a high-speed railway in the future, which will reach Yanjing in 1.5 hours. The new district was established by chance, and it caught everyone off guard. No wonder, Lao Zhang, you are so lucky to have met Shiao Chun. Song Yunming looked at Shiao Chun with a sharp gaze. Shiao Chun, you were so sure that the East District would appreciate in value. Do you have any inside information? Chapter 55 Investment increased 6-fold. Mr. Song, I'm just a high school student. How can I have any inside information? Shiao Chun smiled bitterly. Inside information? He was a reborn person. The high-speed rail business new district is a done deal. There's no way it can be wrong. Then how can you be so sure? Song Yunming asked again. Jiangcheng is not far from Yanjing, and the country conducts macroeconomic regulation every 5 years. Shiao Chan said, we have vigorously developed the economy around Beijing, so the development of Jiangsheng is expected. Amazing, really amazing, Zhang Hongji said, and then stood up and toasted Shiao Chan with a glass of wine. Now the land has increased 5 or 6 times. Shiao Chan, what do you want to do with the money you invested in me? I plan to develop these 3 plots of land, and the cycle may be long. Mr. Zhang, please give me a discount. Shiao Chan said, for now, I still want to try to do other things. Well, if you invest 1 million here, the current value of the land will increase 6-fold. Zhang Hongji said, I will give you 7 million. The extra 1 million is the consulting fee. Don't refuse it. This is what you deserve. Okay, I won't refuse. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Shiao Chan replaced wine with tea and clinked glasses with him. Shiao Chan, I will follow you from now on. Zhang Xiang was also full of admiration. He toasted Shiao Chan and drank it all. You should learn more from Shiao Chan in the future and stop tinkering with antiques every day. Can those things be eaten? Old Zhang said with a look of disappointment. Yes, yes, Grandpa, I understand. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Zhang Xiang nodded repeatedly. Mr. Zhang directly asked the finance department to transfer 7 million to Shiao Chan, and the bank card number started with 7. Shiao Chan felt relieved and transferred the 2 million to Li Mingyu to invest in a new company. Invest the remaining 5 million in the stock market first. Then he would wait for the right time. After his rebirth, he would not be stupid enough to buy lottery tickets. This is just like playing rock, paper, scissors. If the other person goes first, how do you play? You have to take your time on this road. In the previous life, you were able to make the Shiao family the top family in Jiangsheng through your own efforts. With the memories in this life, he believes that he will go further in the future. After dinner, the 2 old men were drunk. The driver took them both home, and Zhang Xiang ran to the front desk to pay the bill. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, not too late. Shiao Chan went downstairs and saw that the hotel was still bustling. At this time, he had already confirmed that it was Shia Ming who would host the celebratory banquet. Because this guy's photo was already placed at the door, the Shiao family invited all their relatives and friends, and the event was quite a big fuss. If you don't know, you might think that this is some rich young man who has become the top scorer in the province. Shiao Chan sneered. How dare he brag about his fraudulent grades? Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Yan, who answered the phone, stopped him. Shiao Chan, wait a minute. Xiao Chan was about to leave, but she caught up with him and forcibly held him back. What? Xiao Chan stopped. We're having a banquet at home today, and you happen to be here too. Let's have dinner together. Xiao Yan's attitude was very sincere. I also hope that the misunderstanding between us can be resolved. There is no misunderstanding between us. It is just your prejudice, so it doesn't matter whether it is resolved or not. Xiao Chan glanced at the enlarged photo of Shia Ming and said, also, this is a celebration banquet for the young master of the Shiao family. I'm an outsider. Why would I join the fun? Am I asking for trouble? No, Xiao Chan, it's really not true. I wanted to contact you, but you blocked me. Xiao Yan explained hurriedly. I was wrong about what happened before. I apologize to you. And your second sister also knows she was wrong. What's the point of knowing you're wrong? Don't you still have to take care of Shia Ming's face? Shiao Chan said sarcastically. What if you and I couldn't help but offend Shia Ming at the banquet? Wouldn't you be heartbroken? Xiao Chan. Xiao Yan felt heartbroken when she saw her appearance. She knew that Xiao Chan used to trust her very much, because he is the most rational person among the Shiao family. Just because she suggested taking a family photo, Xiao Chan remembered her kindness. But now Xiao Chan no longer trusts her at all. I know it was our fault before, Xiao Chan. I'm sorry. Xiao Yan took a deep breath. Come with me in. I'll go find my parents and clarify this matter in front of Xiao Chan. Okay? It doesn't matter whether it's clear or not. Xiao Chan shook his head. I don't want to disturb your family's happy moment. Unless you say again that I asked you to hold a banquet, and you couldn't do it peacefully. Xiao Chan, can you please not leave? Xiao Yan reached out to pull Xiao Chan. But at this moment, Xiao Chan paused because a cold and almost otherworldly face appeared in front of him. Su Muyu, her eyes swept over Xiao Chan coldly. Then she ignored Xiao Chan as if she was watching air. Xiao Ming on the side held her hand and said something happily. Xiao Chan suddenly felt unwilling. Why? In the previous life, I established the Shiao family's empire, and the credit goes to Xiao Ming. Because I have become a top star and my parents are living a life of luxury, they are now mocking me? The people he saved can continue to live carefree lives because of him. But she looks down on herself because of a few dirty words from others? They are wrong, not me. Why should I escape? Why should Xiao Ming, this vicious green tea, feel at ease and enjoy all this happily? Hey, brother. At this moment, Xiao Ming also saw Xiao Chan. He seemed to have forgotten that Xiao Chan slapped him hard the day before yesterday. She ran over happily and said, Brother, you are here too. I was just about to call you. As he spoke, he pointed to the enlarged photo of himself and said proudly, Look, I was ranked in the top 30 in the city. My parents went to so much trouble to hold a celebration party for me. I feel a little embarrassed. Mom and Dad are so good to you. Xiao Chan smiled. I wasn't going to endure it anymore. Yes, but brother, if you are more sensible and obedient, mom and dad will like you too. Xiao Ming laughed. You should come and join us, even if it's just to celebrate for me. I really want my brother's blessing. Is this convenient? The smile on Xiao Chen's face gradually widened. Why is it inconvenient? We are a family, Xiao Ming said. You are here, and your parents will definitely be very happy. Although you didn't do well in the exam this time, you're still their child. Xiao Chun, please don't go. Xiao Yin walked over, her face full of hope. Okay, I won't leave. I'll go in and attend Xiao Ming's celebration banquet. The smile on Xiao Chen's face became more intense. I am really happy for him too. Great, I'll go tell my parents. Xiao Ming ran out with a happy face. But in his heart, he was already thinking maliciously about how to make Shiao Chan save face in front of his relatives and friends. Chapter 56. Tell me about the questions you have taken in the exam. Xiao Yin breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the banquet hall. But Sun Weiyu's face looked a little gloomy. After all, last time, Xiao Chun beat the good brother she wanted to protect. Moreover, she felt that something was wrong with Xiao Chun. He did not come simply to congratulate Xiao Ming. Xiao Chun, I warn you, be well behaved when attending the banquet. Sun Weiyu warned with a cold face. Why am I not being honest? Xiao Chun looked surprised. My family strongly invited me, so I came. After all, we are a family. I'm very happy that Xiao Ming did so well in the exam. So I wish my brother good grades, isn't that right? Sun Weiyu was unable to refute. There was nothing wrong with every word Xiao Chen said. But she really felt that Xiao Chen's purpose was not simple, and she couldn't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time. So she had no choice but to glare at Xiao Chun, gave him a warning look, and then walked in. The Xiao family celebration banquet was indeed grand. They invited almost all of their relatives and friends in Jiangcheng. In addition, a group of cousins from Zhao's mother's family also came. The banquet was a very high standard with lobsters, king crabs, and fresh seafood, and each table was estimated to cost tens of thousands. From this we can also see that Zhao's father and mother really favor Xiao Ming. At this time, Xiao Ming was snuggling up to his parents and greeting all the relatives. It is indeed amazing to be able to get into the top 30 in the city. At least the major double first-class universities are already beckoning to you. How many relatives envy Zhao's father and mother for giving birth to such a smart son? And he even scolded his own child for being so disappointing. Xiao Ming's face was filled with an extremely happy smile. This was truly the peak of his life. Brother, you are here? At this moment, Xiao Ming saw Xiao Chun. He immediately ran over, took Xiao Chen's hand, and came to the relatives. Mom, Dad, and my brother also wish me good grades this time. Zhao's father and mother were stunned. They didn't expect Xiao Chun to come. But the Xiao Chun now is no longer the Xiao Chun of the past. He was able to make money and start a company, so their attitude toward Xiao Chun was not as disgusting as before. Hey, is this Xiao Chun? He's grown so tall. A relative said in surprise. Look, he's a head taller than your brother. Yeah, it's been so many years since we last met. When I saw you back then, you were still holding me in your arms. The relatives looked at Xiao Chun in surprise, came over to greet him, and Xiao Chun responded one by one. Xiao Chun, your brother did so well in the exam, so your grades must be pretty good too, right? A relative asked with a smile. His grades are average. Father Xiao glanced at Xiao Chun, but didn't directly say that Xiao Chun got his grades by cheating. But the disdain in his eyes was not concealed at all. My family's achievements are not comparable to anyone. Zhao's mother said, Xiao Chun, if you can change your attitude and apologize to your family, we will treat you equally. It seems that she misunderstood. She thought that she and her husband were holding a banquet for Xiao Ming, and Xiao Chun was envious. He came this time because he longed to be loved by his parents. You're overthinking it. I didn't come back to apologize to you. The smile on Xiao Chen's face gradually grew bigger. What did you say? The couple was stunned. I just came here to congratulate my brother. Xiao Chun continued. After all, he did so well in the exam, which really brought honor to the Xiao family. Thank you, brother. Xiao Ming smiled wickedly. The next second, he said loudly, my brother's previous cheating on the exam is in the past. As long as you sincerely repent, Mom and Dad will forgive you. This guy did it on purpose. In front of all the relatives, he loudly threw dirty water on Xiao Chun. Sure enough, his shout attracted the attention of all the relatives. Xiao Chun actually cheated? Is this true? Is this true? I heard from his parents before that he not only cheated, but also had dirty hands and feet. They're both born of the same mother, so why are they so different? That's right. How dare he come to this occasion today? The relatives pointed fingers at Xiao Chun, as if Xiao Chun was really an unforgivable person. Xiao Chun was not angry either. He smiled and said, Xiao Ming, how many points did you get in the exam this time? 650 points. I still have room for improvement. Xiao Ming said proudly. How many points did you get in math and comprehensive science? Xiao Chun asked again. These are all my strengths. I got almost full marks. I just got one multiple choice question wrong. Xiao Ming's expression became even more proud. That means you have done almost all the difficult points correctly, right? The smile on Xiao Chen's face became even more intense. Yes, I did almost everything right. Xiao Ming nodded heavily, not hiding the pride on his face at all. This is this year's math problem. Since you got it right, then teach me. I'll teach you right on the spot. Shiao Chan took out his cell phone and found the electronic version of the test paper. Find the most difficult math problem with the highest score. You. Xiao Ming was stunned. His grades were actually just in the upper middle range. He couldn't even make it into the top 300, let alone the top 3,000. The reason why he got such good grades was that he bought high-tech glasses and collaborated with people outside to get good grades during the exam. Moreover, his previous scores were either obtained through cheating or by having someone take the exam for him. Having lived 2 lives, Xiao Chen really knows Xiao Ming's methods too well. And with his talent, even if he had done this math problem once, he still wouldn't be able to do it again. After all, complex formulas and algorithms cannot be learned by rote memorization. Yes, cousin, I also took the mock test. The teacher explained his questions several times, but I still couldn't do it. Since you have done so well in the exam, tell us about it. A child from a relative's family spoke up. Yes, show your skills on the spot and make Xiao Chun convinced. Don't tell me you suddenly don't know how to do it again. This is the original question. I haven't changed it at all. As Xiao Chun spoke, he flipped out a few electronic test papers. This is the physics test point this time, and this is chemistry. Well, I heard that you got full marks in English. Please repeat the oral part of this paper again. Xiao Chun took out the test paper as if it were his own treasure and placed it in front of him. He has the habit of reviewing and will go over the questions again after taking the exam. See what the difficulty of the wrong questions is and why they are wrong. This is the thinking of a top student. However, for Xiao Ming, this was simply the end of him. Xiao Chen, what do you mean? What do you want to do? Zhao's mother said angrily. Today is your brother's good day. Do you have to mess with him at this time? I'm just asking Xiao Ming for advice. This doesn't count as trouble, right? Xiao Chen spread his hands and said, don't you agree? Chapter 57. Yes, I am the first in the city exam. Yes, Xiao Chan is asking for advice. Tell me about it. We also want to listen. Several children from relatives' families who were about the same age as Xiao Chun also came over. Because of attending this crappy banquet, they were scolded by their parents along the way. They talk about other people's children and how smart Xiao Ming is. Why is their child so stupid? They would be so lucky if he was half as smart as Xiao Ming. Now someone is trying to make things difficult for Xiao Ming, and they would be letting their ears, which are almost calloused, down on their backs if they don't join in the fun. Son, talk to them on the spot and pass on your experience. Seeing that the atmosphere was created, Zhao's father immediately encouraged Xiao Ming. After all, this is a good opportunity for his son to show off, and he plans to record the video and upload it online to show off. Xiao Yan and Xiao Qian stared at Xiao Ming closely, watching his next move. The two sisters investigated Xiao Ming's grades, but there was no progress. She also asked someone to investigate this mock exam, but no problems were found. This time it depends on whether Xiao Ming can stand the test. Deep down, they still hope that Xiao Ming can solve these problems. They really don't want their well-behaved brother to be a scheming person. Xiao Ming picked up the pen with difficulty, his hands roaring and his face turned a little pale. He knew nothing about these questions. Although he wrote them once to cheat during the exam, he had forgotten them long ago. If you ask him to rewrite it now, he simply can't do it. Xiao Ming, write it. I'm waiting. Xiao Chan encouraged him. Look, this is a great opportunity to show off. Don't you want the chance to make your parents proud? Xiao Ming raised his head, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Then his hands began to tremble, and his face looked confused. Ming, what's wrong with you? Seeing that something was wrong with her son, Zhao's mother asked hurriedly with concern. Mom, I don't feel well. I have a headache, and my hand is shaking uncontrollably. Xiao Ming was terrified. Am I going to die? I've been in poor health since I was a child. Well, pretend to be sick. Xiao Chan sneered and said, okay, I was nervous last time. This time I just pretended to be sick. Shut up. Zhao's father also quickly supported Xiao Ming. It's obvious that his health has been poor since he was a child. It's all because of you. Look, you're over 1.80 meters tall, and he is only over 1.6 meters tall. If you hadn't taken away too much nutrients, how could he be like this? Get out right now. Zhao's mother screamed. Xiao Ming's appearance made her feel heartbroken, as it reminded her of Xiao Ming, who had been frail and sickly since childhood. Why aren't you leaving? Zhao's father roared. If you have the ability, get a good rank in the exam. If you don't have the ability, don't embarrass me here. Embarrass you? Don't think too much. Xiao Chen sneered. Is it worth making a fuss about a mere 29th place who cheated in the exam? If you don't know, you might think that the son of some rich family has won the provincial exam. Shut up. You have no right to say that. You cheated in the exam, and no one could save you. Zhao's father scolded. We are proud of Ming, and you will always be our shame. Really? Then Xiao Yuanhe. You don't know what the person who gets first place in the city's unified examination is called. Xiao Chun sneered. What's your name? Father Xiao was a little confused. Call me Xiao Chun. The smile on Xiao Chen's face began to widen. What? His name is Xiao Chun? Could it be him? A relative was surprised. How is that possible? They just have the same name. Cousin, are you in Tongfang High School, Class 1, Grade 3? Suddenly, a relative's child exclaimed. Shiao Chan from Class 1, Grade 3 of Tongfang High School ranked first in our city's unified exam. Yes, I am Shiao Chun from Class 1, Grade 3 at Tongfang High School. Shiao Chan nodded. He turned around and scanned the place coldly. The first place in the city's unified examination, the person with 693 points, is me. You, what did you say? How is this possible? Zhao's father and mother widened their eyes and looked at Shiao Chun in shock. You, what did you say? How is this possible? Zhao's father and mother widened their eyes and looked at Shiao Chun in shock. Surprised? Unbelievable. Shiao Chun was very satisfied with the performance of everyone present. He pointed at Shia Ming and smiled. I got first place in the last physics test and participated in the city physics competition. Because I pushed him out of the top 5, he reported me to the principal for cheating. I proved myself in front of you and the principal. Last time the principal gave him a physics question, he pretended to be stupid. This time he pretended to be sick. What about next time? Pretend to be dead? Shiao Chun, what did you say just now? You said that you got first place in the city's mock exam. Zhao's mother held her breath, a look of disbelief on her face. As a parent, which one doesn't want their child to be successful? The reason why Shia Ming is doted on so much is, firstly, because he knows how to act like a spoiled child, and secondly, because he has good grades. Shia Ming was also able to understand his parents' mentality very well and tried his best to make his grades look good. But no matter whether he cheated or took the exam for someone else, he could only make it into the top 30. However, Shiao Chun, who grew up in the countryside, actually ranked first in the city. Do you want me to call my class teacher to confirm? Shiao Chun immediately responded, Oh no, you don't have my class teacher's phone number either. Yes, this couple didn't care about Shiao Chun at all. They even only went to school once. How could I possibly know the head teacher's phone number? You did so well in the exam. Why didn't you tell us? Father Shiao was also stunned. He instinctively thought that Shiao Duo was cheating again. But when he thought about the last time in front of the principal, Shiao Chen's confident look formed a huge contrast with Shia Ming. That kind of confidence cannot be faked. Why should I tell you? Am I very familiar with you? Shiao Chun spread his hands. Then he glanced at Shia Ming. Shia Ming, show us your skills. He approached Shia Ming and sneered. If I were you, I would definitely not be ashamed to show off this fake achievement. Why is Shia Ming silent? Is what Shiao Chun said true? Dad, you keep praising him, but I always thought he was fake. Now you're exposed, right? Top 30 in the city. The discussions in the room gradually became harsher. The children of these relatives finally got rid of their anger. Given the current situation, anyone with a normal mind could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Shia Ming. He performed very poorly when faced with the test questions. There is definitely something wrong with his grades. Instead of loving their son who is the best in the city, they love this fake one. Are all the Shiao family members blind? Shia Ming, don't be afraid. I'm here. Sumiyu stepped forward and said, Tell everyone what's going on. Sumiyu still refuses to believe that Shiao Chan is a fraud, and she tries to get back at Shia Ming. Sister Su, Shiao Chan stammered and was unable to utter a word. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back and he dived to the ground. Chapter 58, Pretending to be Sick? You might as well just pretend to be dead. Shia Ming. Sumiyu was startled and quickly supported him. Ming, what's wrong with you? Call an ambulance. Zhao's father and mother panicked and called for an ambulance in a hurry. The scene suddenly became a mess. Finally, the ambulance arrived and Shia Ming was taken away. This carefully prepared celebration banquet ended completely in this way. Zhao's father and mother still loved their son, so they followed him to the hospital. Xiaoyan took Shiao Chan to look for relatives everywhere to express her apologies. Sumiyu glanced at Shiao Chan with a cold gaze, and she said, Shiao Chan, do you think this is fun? It's not fun. To be honest, it's quite boring. Shiao Chan shrugged. But he keeps accusing me of cheating on the exam. Can't I clear it up? You can clarify, but why do you have to do it in this way? Sumiyu fronet daitri. Then tell me, what method should I use? Shiao Chan approached Sumiyu. I'm not like you, who have to take care of his face everywhere. I'm upset, so I have to vent it. Why should I hold it in? Sumiyu's cold gaze swept across Shiao Chan and finally stopped on his eyes. Shiao Chan also met her gaze calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. The humble Shiao Chan of the past is no longer seen, and instead, there exists a Shiao Chan who lives for himself in everything. You've changed. You really disappoint me. Sumiyu looked away, with a hint of weariness in her tone. I originally thought that you would slowly become sensible and become like Shia Ming. But look at yourself now. Do you look like a brother? First of all, whether you're disappointed or not has no effect on me. Shiao Chan said in a flat tone. I am who I am. I will do whatever I want and whatever I like to do, and I will not compromise myself to please anyone. Secondly, brother, Shiao Chan felt amused. I was only born a few seconds earlier than him. Just because he was born a few seconds earlier, all the love from his parents and relatives was focused on him. And I am reviled and regarded as a disaster. Miss Su, have you ever thought about whether this is fair to me? Sumiyu was speechless. She raised her head and looked at Shiao Chan seriously. She wanted to get to know Shiao Chan in front of her again. Miss Su, he is clearly awake. Just at this moment, Zhao's mother called. He didn't say a word. We are very worried about him. He usually listens to you the most. Can you come and see him? Okay, I'll be there right away. Sumiyu hung up the phone without even looking at Shiao Chan and walked away. Shiao Chan stared at Sumiyu's back, smiled, turned around and left gracefully. He would never feel heartbroken for such a woman again. It was not until this moment that he truly let go. Star Capital was officially established. Shiao Chan invested $2 million and held a 45% stake. Li Mingyu, $3 million, 50%. The remaining 5% of the shares are temporarily vacant and are reserved for future senior executives of the company. Of course, if the company grows and continues to receive capital injections, the shares will also be diluted. After Li Mingyu registered the company, he started to get busy with selecting a location, renting a house, and recruiting. Shiao Chan invested the $5 million in his hand into the stock market again, waiting for the next opportunity. Tuesday is Grandma's birthday. Shiao Chan took leave early in the afternoon and went home, put on an apron, and started to work. Killed chickens and fish, preparing to make a sumptuous meal. His grandmother has taken good care of him for 18 years, and now it's his turn to show his filial piety. Su Dachui and Song Zian also came to celebrate Grandma Wu's birthday. Song Zian held the chicken wings in both hands, while Shiao Chan was sharpening a kitchen knife on the side. A big red rooster was struggling and cackling in Song Zian's hands. Shiao Chan, do you really want to kill it? Song Zian was so scared that he didn't dare to open his eyes. Kill. The atmosphere has been set to this point. Of course we have to kill. Shiao Chan sharpened a knife and felt that it was about time. This chicken was bought from a stall outside the market. I forgot to take it to the market to kill it, so now I have to do it myself. Song Zian is a rich lady. When has she ever killed a chicken? The rooster struggled in her hands and clucked, and with a scream from her, it broke free from her hands and ran away. Ah, Shiao Chan, it ran away. Catch it quickly. Shiao Chan quickly put down the kitchen knife and went to catch the chicken. Su Dachui, who was butchering fish, also put down what he was doing and chased after them. Finally, Shiao Chan pressed the rooster to the ground, took the sharpened knife, and gestured on its neck. Come, help me press it. Shiao Chan was not skilled either, so he had to ask Song Zian for help. Song Zian held the chicken tremblingly, a little frightened. Shiao Chan, can you not kill it? It looks so pitiful. Feeling the rooster struggle in her hand, she said pitifully, we have enough food to eat. It doesn't matter if it's missing. Then don't kill him. Shiao Chan scratched his head. That's fine, just keep him. Okay. Song Zian breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she loosened her grip, the rooster suddenly pounced on her and pecked her hand hard. With a scream, a large area of her white hand was pecked red. She gasped in pain. Are you okay? Shiao Chan was startled. He held down the chicken that was trying to escape with his backhand, then looked at her hand with concern. It hurts. Song Zian's tears came out. She cried, kill it, and I'll hold it down. No, give me the knife, and I'll do it. Shiao Chan looked at Song Zian depressedly. How come this woman suddenly opened up her run and do meridians? After a lot of trouble, the table of dishes was finally ready. As soon as Grandma Wu entered the house, a firework burst out. Then Shiao Chan put a crown on Grandma Wu, and Song Zian came out holding cake. Grandma, happy birthday, Shiao Chan said with a smile. You scared me, kid. Grandma Wu looked at Shiao Chan helplessly. Then he greeted Song Zian with a smile. Thank you, Zian, for coming to celebrate my old lady's birthday. Grandma, you are Shiao Chan's grandma, and you are also our grandma. Su Dachui said sweetly. It is our duty to celebrate your birthday. This child is so sweet. Grandma Wu couldn't stop smiling. Grandma, let's go in. The food is ready. Shiao Chan pulled Grandma Wu in. There was a sumptuous meal on the table. Shiao Chan, who was reborn, had cooked delicious dishes in his previous life in order to please Su Muyu. Chen, when did you learn to cook? Grandma Wu asked in surprise. The quality of the dishes on this table is so good that they can rival those of a chef. I learned it secretly, Grandma. This is my gift to you. Shiao Chan took out a box. I opened the box and found a pair of lightweight shoes inside. Okay, my Chen has grown up and can buy shoes for Grandma. Grandma Wu said, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 59, The Shiao Family Asking for Trouble. Shiao Chan has been living with her since he was less than a month old. He has grown from a child in her arms to an adult who is now 185 centimeters tall. The affection between the grandparents and grandchildren cannot be expressed in words. Grandma Wu, this is my gift. Su Dachui presented some supplements. Thank you, Grandma Wu said with a smile. I have one too. The gift Song Zian gave was quite expensive. A bucket of top-quality dendrobium, which is an excellent tonic. Adding some to it when cooking porridge or soup is good for the body. Okay, thank you everyone. Grandma Wu smiled from ear to ear. The old lady had never celebrated her birthday before. This was her first time, and she was celebrating it with her most beloved grandson and his classmates. which made her very happy. Light the candles and sing birthday song. Shiao Chan said, Grandma, can you make a wish? Okay. Grandma Wu clenched her hands and closed her eyes. Make a wish silently, imitating the way people make wishes on TV. Then everyone blew out the candles together. Grandma, what wish did you make? Shiao Chan asked. Won't it stop working if you say it out loud? Grandma Wu said, it may not work for others, but it will definitely work for Grandma. Song Zian said with a giggle. My wish is that the little ones who came to celebrate my birthday today can grow up safely, find the people they love, and live happily forever. Grandma Wu said with a smile, her eyes falling on Shiao Chan and Song Zian. The two of them were stunned and looked at each other involuntarily. They looked at each other and then turned their heads away as if they had been electrocuted. The atmosphere became subtle at this moment. Su Dachui covered his eyes and looked around as if he was looking for something. What sledgehammer are you looking for? Shiao Chan asked. I'm looking for some dog food, so I can put some in my mouth, said Su Dachui. Okay, let's eat, Grandma Wu said with a smile. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I'll go open the door. Shiao Chan ran out and opened the gate of the yard. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned. He saw Father Shiao standing at the door holding some fruits. What are you doing here? Shiao Chan's tone was full of displeasure. The Shiao family is not done yet, right? I came to see your grandma. Father Shiao raised the things in his hand. Some fruits bought on the roadside. After Shiao Yuanhe got married, he left his grandmother at home and never took care of her. He hasn't gone back to see his grandmother for several years. Can he remember his old mother now? It was Grandma's birthday, and Shiao Chan didn't want to make things awkward, so he moved aside to make way. Father Shiao walked in, but he was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he looked at Shiao Chan deeply and said, Your brother is fine, don't worry. I am worried. Are you mistaken? Shiao Chan was a little puzzled. This is just making small talk. Why is he worried about Shia Ming? That green tea girl was pretending to be sick to escape yesterday. Everyone could see it, but this couple couldn't see it? I just went to your school. Father Shiao hesitated for a moment and said, I also asked your teacher about your grades. You really got first place in the city. So, are you here to see my grandma? Or are you here to tell me this nonsense? Shiao Chan said coldly. If you are here to see my grandma, leave as soon as you are done. If you're here to tell me this nonsense, then don't bother. I don't want to listen. Father Shiao was in a surprisingly good mood today. Even if Shiao Chan talked back to him impatiently, he could still speak calmly. He has always had a bad temper, especially toward Shiao Chan. He would get aggressive if he was not satisfied. I just came by to see how you were doing. Father Shiao looked at the courtyard. It was quite clean, but certainly not as clean and bright as his villa. You live here. I live with my grandma. Even though we live on an overpass, I still feel like it's a palace. Shiao Chan said coldly. You go home. Father Shiao looked at Shiao Chan and said this with a complicated expression. Go back with your grandma. After all, your home is a villa, big enough for you to live in. What do you mean? Shiao Chan looked at his father warily. Has Shiao Yuanhe changed his personality today? I don't mean anything. I just worry that you won't have a good life out there. Father Shiao explained. You're worrying too much. I'm living very well. Shiao Chan sneered and said, No one calls me a disaster star. No one frames me. And I don't have to be careful to please anyone. So if you're fine, just leave. You're not welcome here. Shiao Chan pointed outside. Mom. Father Shiao did not go out. When he saw Grandma Wu coming out, he hurried to meet her. What are you doing here? Grandma Shiao got angry when she saw Father Shiao. What did you say when you took Shiao Chan away? You said Shiao Chan was your biological son and you would treat him well. But he had been with you for less than half a year, and you kicked him out? Grandma Shiao was very angry. Thinking of how helpless Shiao Chan was when he was driven away, she said in a trembling voice, He is still a child. He is also your son. Why are you so cruel to him? Mom, no, he... Father Shiao wanted to explain. Grandma, it's your birthday today. Don't be angry, be happy. Shiao Chan stepped forward and supported his grandma. It's all in the past. There's no point in talking about it again. We just need to live happily from now on. Let's go in. Grandma Wu nodded. She glared at Father Shiao and ignored him. Mom, I brought you some fruits. Father Shiao quickly handed over the fruit in his hand. No, I can't digest it. Go home and let your wife eat it. Grandma Shiao shook her hand away angrily and strode into the house. Zhao's father had no choice but to live separately from his mother after marriage. Moreover, he didn't go back to see the old lady for several years because Zhao's mother was domineering and didn't get along with her mother-in-law. He has not fulfilled his filial duties at all over the years. Looking at his son's back, he felt mixed emotions. I didn't expect that my son, who had always been left alone, would have such good grades. Now he wanted to try to repair his relationship with Shiao Chan, but it seemed a little too late. Shia Ming stayed in the hospital for a day and then went home. He underwent a full range of examinations, but no problems were found. He just lay on the bed, eyes closed, breathless. The doctor consulted for a long time and then said to Zhao's mother helplessly, Why don't you go to the psychiatric department? Psychiatry? My son is not a psychiatrist. Zhao's mother suddenly became agitated. That's not what I meant. I meant to check if your son has depression or something. The doctor explained, because he's in good health, there is nothing wrong with him. So there's no point in staying here any longer. After the doctor finished speaking, he left, leaving Zhao's mother alone in a daze. Mom, I'm Fine. Let's go home. At this moment, Shia Ming on the hospital bed suddenly spoke. Chapter 60, Shia Ming gradually goes crazy. You're obviously fine? You really scared your mother to death. Zhao's mother was overjoyed and rushed over. I'm Fine. It's my fault. I let you down. Shia Ming apologized carefully. He knew that there was no point in pretending to be okay any longer in a hospital. Fortunately, I didn't reveal the truth, and my parents still love me. Shiao Chan poses no threat to his position. Just at this time, Zhao's father came back. Zhao's mother quickly pulled him aside and asked softly, how is it? Did he agree to go home? It still doesn't work. He is very resentful towards me. Father, Xiao, shook his head. I didn't expect his grades to be so good. Why'd he hide his grades? Mother Xiao was worried and anxious. He is also our child. I carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him with great difficulty. Don't be anxious. Take your time. Father Xiao said. Try to ease the relationship with Shiao Chan. Keep your voice down. Don't let Ming Ming hear it. Otherwise, you will feel disappointed. Father Xiao said tiredly. I have to go to the catering giant, Han Dynasty, to discuss orders in the next few days. The company's business has declined too much recently. Lying on a hospital bed, Shia Ming listened to his parents' whispered discussions, and a sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. His eyes gradually became resentful, and his expression became ferocious. Xiao Chun, everything in the Xiao family is mine. It's mine. Don't even think about taking it away. After school in the afternoon, Xiao Chun took the bus to Wanjun Antique Market. Zhang Xiang now admires Xiao Chun very much. Especially after the incident with the money for evil averting, he really regarded Xiao Chun as his elder brother. Today, Zhang Xiang made an appointment with someone to buy a piece of blue and white porcelain, but he was not sure about it. So he asked Xiao Chun to come over and take a look. Xiao Chun. Just at this moment, a girl on the roadside waved to him. Zhong Jejia, why are you here too? Xiao Chun stopped. This is a classmate from the second class next to him. They have participated in club activities together before. I'm delivering a cake for my mother. Zhong Jejia said with a faint smile. Zhong Jejia looks sunny and loves to laugh. Her family runs a cake shop. Xiao Chun was not familiar with her, so after chatting for a few words, he waved and said, Classmate Jia, someone is waiting for me. I have to go. Goodbye. Hey Xiao Chun. Zhong Jejia stopped him and said, your grades are so good. Can you help me with my studies? Let's go to my house. We could be alone in a room and no one will disturb us. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After 2 lifetimes as a human, this little girl's thoughts have been completely exposed. A room all to myself? Something's going to happen, right? He smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, classmate Jejia, I may not have much time. Then, I can go to your house too. Zhong Jejia refused to give up. Well, let's talk about it later. I'm leaving now. Xiao Chan said a few perfunctorily and left quickly. Ever since he got the first place in the city in the exam, more and more girls came to chat with him for unknown reasons. Song Xian was sulking about this, but there was nothing she could do because he was too handsome and his grades were too good. I had just turned around and taken a few steps when I heard a scream from behind. Xiao Chun turned his head and saw Zhong Jejia, who was pushing a shared bicycle, staring at a suitcase overturned on the ground in amazement. The suitcase was overturned on the ground, with several pieces of porcelain falling out. A big man ran out immediately with 2 ruffians. Oh, my yuan blue and white porcelain. The big man slapped his thigh, looking distressed and angry. I only spent more than 200,000 yuan to buy it, and you broke it for me? I didn't mean to do that. I didn't know there was a box here. Zhong Jejia was dumbfounded. She was a little clever, but when she met a tattooed, burly man and 2 yellow-haired guys, she was scared out of her wits. Where are your parents? Call them and ask them to come over. The big man said fiercely. You broke my antiques. You have to pay for it. I really didn't mean it. I didn't even see the box. Zhong Jejia turned pale with fright. Stop talking nonsense and call your parents to come over. The big man said fiercely. You broke an antique worth more than 200,000 yuan. You can't leave without compensation. What's wrong? Xiao Chun hurry back. Xiao Chun. Zhong Jejia was about to cry. I scanned a bicycle to go back, but I didn't see a box here. Who are you to her, kid? The big man stared at Xiao Chun with a bad look. I'm her classmate. Just tell me if you have anything. Xiao Chun stood in front of Zhong Jejia. What happened? My vase cost 200,000 yuan, and she broke it. The big man pointed at the suitcase that fell to the ground. Yuan blue and white porcelain, a real antique. This kind of behavior is not new. It is most common in railway stations and antique markets. If you didn't see it and touched it, the vase inside would break into pieces. The other party immediately ran out to blackmail me and call the police. Sorry, the vase inside is really an antique. They can also provide formal invoices. Anyway, there's no fixed price for antiques, so they asked for a very high price. Xiao Chen, what should I do? I really didn't mean it. Zhong Jiajia cried anxiously. Stop pretending to be pitiful here. Ask your family to come over and compensate you, otherwise you can't leave. A gangster threatened and tried to pull Zhong Jiajia away. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't use violence. Shiao Chan stretched out his hand to stop him. Hey kid, you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. The yellow-haired man looked at Shiao Chan and put out his cigarette. I'm warning you not to meddle in other people's business. Shiao Chan, I should call the police. Zhong Jiajia wiped her tears. She had already realized that something was wrong. Report it. Call the police immediately and take it for identification. The big man pointed. It's useless to call the police. Let me handle it. Shiao Chan smiled. He turned around and said, Friends, we are both students. How can we possibly come up with so much money? How about you change a target? What target? Do you mean we are scammers? The big man cursed. You little bastard, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. How about this? I have 3,000 yuan here. Although it's not much, it's enough for your costs. Shiao Chan smiled and took out the money. Most of these antiques used for fraudulent activities are not valuable, and 3,000 yuan is a lot. Are you fucking sending away that beggar? The big man knocked the money out of Shiao Chan's hand. He pointed at Shiao Chan and said fiercely, Call your parents over. If you don't have 200,000 yuan today, I will break your legs. Does it have to be this way? Shiao Chan was helpless. He took out his cell phone and said, Okay, I'll call. Shiao Chan said as he flipped through the address book. Shiao Chan, I'll call my mother. Zhong Jiajia said tearfully. Shiao Chan remembered that she came from a single-parent family and her mother ran a cake shop, which was quite hard work. So he smiled and said, Don't worry, Zhong, I can handle this matter. As he said this, he called Zhang Xiang, who hung out at the Wanjian antique market every day and had a good life there. Brother Chun, have you arrived? Why didn't I see you? Zhang Xiang really recognized Shiao Chan as his elder brother. I'm at the gate of Wanyuan Garden, and something happened here. Shiao Chan told Zhang Xiang what happened. What? Who the hell bullied my brother? Shiao Chan, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Zhang Xiang was furious when he heard this. Chapter 61, Who Dares to Bully My Brother? He is well known in this area and has dealings with all kinds of people. His presence is more effective than the police. After hanging up the phone, he brought a few friends and rushed over. Hey, are you calling for help? The big man looked at Shiao Chan with contempt. It's useless even if you call the king of heaven to come today. Why don't you ask around to find out who my Liuzi is? Liuzi, it's you who's committing fraud again, right? Zhang Xiang hurried over with a group of people. Hey, young Master Zhang. Liuzi, who originally had a fierce look on his face. When she saw Zhang Xiang coming, her face immediately smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He hurried over to greet him. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? Faced with his attentiveness, Zhang Xiang didn't give him any face at all. He reached out and knocked away the cigarette that Liuzi handed over and said sullenly, You are trying to scam me again. Young Master Zhang, this isn't a scam. This is our job. Liuzi said with a bitter face. People are smarter nowadays. We brothers have been waiting here for a week and haven't encountered any. This is not easy. Shut up, do you know who this is? I have to call you brother whenever I see you. Zhang Xiang pointed at Shiao Chan. You don't want to stay in this area anymore? How dare you set your sights on my brother? Oh, young Master Zhang, this flood has flushed the Dragon King Temple. Liuzi was surprised. He didn't expect that this high school student actually knew Zhang Xiang. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Liuzi bowed and apologized to Shiao Chan. Brother, if you had told us earlier that you knew young Master Zhang, we wouldn't have dared to confront you. Is Shiao Chan okay? Zhang Xiang ran to Shiao Chan and asked. It's okay. This is my classmate. The little girl didn't know better and fell into their trap. Shiao Chan pointed at Zhong Jiajia, who was somewhat stunned, and said, For a single-parent family, this group of people asked for 200,000 yuan right out of the gate. That's too much. 200,000? How dare you ask for it? Zhang Xiang was furious. He had invested in many stores in the antique street, and he often hangs out here. To put it bluntly, this area is under his protection. He couldn't control other people's business, but since it involved Shiao Chan, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Mr. Zhang, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Liuzi forced a smile. You misunderstood your mother. From today on, get out of Wanyuan Garden. Zhang Xiang's expression darkened slightly. If you dare to bring your gang here to commit fraud again, I will break your legs. I mean what I say. Mr. Zhang, this. Liuzi looked embarrassed. They specialize in making money through illegal means. There are all kinds of people in the Wanjian area, and their connections are also here. So they are adept at doing anything from bumping into someone's car to stealing someone's wallet. If you want to change place, you have to start all over again. Get lost. Zhang Xiang's face darkened, showing no mercy at all. Helplessly, Liuzi had to leave here dejectedly with his two younger brothers. There is no way. Zhang Xiang is rich, and his father is Zhang Hongji, the grandson of a real estate tycoon. The real one who gets along with both the black and white worlds is nobody can afford to offend these petty troublemakers. After driving these people away, Zhang Ziong smiled. Shiao Chan, let's go. I'll be waiting for you. Wait for me a moment. Shiao Chan turned around and walked to Zhong Jiejia. Student Zhong, go back quickly, everything's fine. Okay, thank you Shiao Chan. Zhong Jiejia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looking pitiful. It's okay, we are all classmates, let's go. Shiao Chan waved his hand, then left with Zhang Ziong. Looking at Shiao Chan's leaving back, Zhong Jiejia couldn't take her eyes off him for a long time. In the largest antique shop in Wanjiayuan, several people were already waiting here. One of them was a man with a mustache and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was waving a folding fan in his hand and wearing a jade ring from the Qianlong period on his finger. He looks very impressive in his outfit. This is today's seller. Mr. Zhang is back? Has the eye-opener you hired arrived? The man with gold-rimmed glasses spoke with a Minnan accent. Here he comes. Let me introduce you. This is my brother Shiao Chan. Zhang Ziong pointed at Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan nodded to everyone present, then sat down with Zhang Ziong. Mr. Zhang, is this the master you hired? The speaker was Shia Ming, the owner of the store. He looked at Shiao Chan and felt a little unbelievable. Shiao Chan is 185 centimeters tall and looks quite tall. But after all, there's still a hint of childishness on his face, and you can tell at a glance that he is a high school student. Zhang Ziong called a high school student to help him check whether the porcelain was genuine. Yes, this is my brother. He is here to help me today. Zhang Ziong nodded. Then he said, Brother, this is Shia Ming, the owner of this store. The man wearing glasses is his friend Mr. Wang, who specializes in antique business. Today I want to buy a piece of Song Dynasty porcelain from Mr. Wang. Please take a look at it. I can only say I can help you take a look, but I can't guarantee that I can help you. Shiao Chan said. It's okay, just take a look. Boss Wang, please take out the things. Zhang Ziong turned his head and looked at Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang waved his hand, and a subordinate behind him took out a box. Inside the box was a palm-sized porcelain bowl wrapped in foam. Carefully take out the bowl and place it on the table. Look, this Northern Song Dynasty roux kiln celadon glazed teacup is the latest unearthed item. Mr. Wang introduced himself in not very fluent Mandarin. The starting price is 20 million. No bargaining will be accepted. Mr. Zhang, please. Shiao Chan, please let me take a look. Zhang Ziong turned his head and looked at Shiao Chan. Mr. Zhang, we have been friends for many years. I have seen this thing before, and it is definitely not wrong. Shia Ming spoke. He said somewhat displeasedly, Why, you don't trust me? It's not that I don't trust you, Manager Sure, but I feel like something is wrong. Zhang Ziong shook his head. What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. Boss Wang said in Mandarin with a heavy accent. If it's fake, I'll pay you 3 times the price. He and shopkeeper Wang looked at each other, and they exchanged glances in tacit understanding. That's right. I've known Boss Wang for many years. He has a very good reputation in the antique circle. Shia Ming added, Buy it with confidence. You won't go wrong. Shiao Chan, why don't you say something? Zhang Ziong was undecided and turned to look at Shiao Chan. He couldn't tell what was wrong with the porcelain, but his intuition told him that things were not simple. Shiao Chan could tell from the looks exchanged between Boss Wang and Shia Ming that these two were setting up a trap for Zhang Ziong. After all, a son of a real estate boss like Zhang Ziong is rich, but also naive and playful. As long as you make a high-quality imitation that is acceptable, you will most likely be able to scare the other party and make them pay for it willingly. Shia Ming and Boss Wang sneered inwardly, thinking that their piece of porcelain was a high-quality imitation forged by professionals. Even experts find it difficult to tell the real from the fake. So why does Zhang Ziong think that Shiao Chan, a high school student, can tell the difference? Chapter 62. You are stupid and have a lot of money. Who else should I cheat if not you? Hey, this young man seems to be a professional. Come on, tell me if there is any problem with my bowl. Boss Wang looked at Shiao Chan. Okay, I'll say a few words, but Boss Wang, I'm just a student, so please don't mind if I say something wrong. Shiao Chan said with a smile. It's okay, go ahead. Boss Wang waved his hand magnanimously. He believed that a student would not be able to say anything. Roux kiln, the sky blue glaze, is famous throughout the ages. The ancients believed that sky blue is precious, powder blue is the best, and sky blue is extremely precious. It is said that it is the place where the clouds break after the rain. Shiao Chan pointed at the bowl on the table and said, This roux kiln celadon glazed teacup, judging from its color and appearance, can indeed be called a fine product. Look, your little brother has said so, Mr. Zhang. Why are you still hesitating? Boss Wang slapped the table and praised Shiao Chan. Little brother, you have good vision. So I can get in? Zhang Ziong was delighted. I haven't finished talking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Shiao Chan interrupted him and continued. But this bowl lacks some charm. As soon as the words lacking in verve came out, the expressions of Boss Wang and Shia Ming changed slightly. Everyone in the industry knows that lack of verve means it's fake. Kid, Boss Wang's face darkened. You say my stuff lacks charm? I've been traveling around for many years, and no one has ever dared to say my stuff is bad. Boss Wang, let's get down to business. Shiao Chan smiled and said, The glazed color of your treasure is too bright. The real Ru kiln unearthed has a warm and calm color because it has not seen the sun for too long. Zhang Ziong finally reacted. He said in disbelief, Shiao Chan, are you saying that this antique is a replica? Shiao Chan was speechless. He had said so much, but didn't Zhang Ziong understand? With his level of skill, he still wants to learn how to collect antiques. Won't he be cheated to death? The workmanship is good. If it is something worth a few $1,000s, it would be nice to collect it. Shiao Chan said again. I see, so it means it's fake? Zhang Ziong suddenly realized. His face darkened at that moment. Boss, sure, you have repeatedly emphasized that this Boss Wong will not have any fake goods. And it was also highly recommended. What's going on now? Misunderstanding, brother, this is all misunderstanding. Shia Ming's attitude immediately took a sharp turn. The antique business is complicated. No one can guarantee 100% accuracy, right? Besides, Boss Wong has always had a good reputation. Well, all the responsibility has to be put on Boss Wong. It seems that Shiao Chan is not someone who can be easily fooled. Boss Wong immediately laughed out loud. Mr. Zhang, it was just a joke, don't be angry. How dare you make such a joke about tens of millions of dollars? Zhang Ziong slammed his palm on the table. He reacted quickly and realized that Shia Ming and Boss Wong were setting him up. After all, a rich second generation like him with such wealth and power is simply a walking fat sheep. Mr. Zhang, don't be angry. Come sit down and have some tea. We'll talk slowly. Boss Wong still has some good stuff here. Shia Ming apologized with a smile on his face. Boss, sure, I don't want to drink tea anymore. I have to go back. Zhang Ziong laughed angrily. It seems that the door of Gufang's High is not easy to enter. It's better for me to come less often in the future. Mr. Zhang, you're joking. The door of my Gufang's High is always open to you. Boss Wong's heart skipped a beat and his scalp went numb. Zhang Ziong must have been extremely angry when he said this. The Zhang family is not easy to mess with. As a real estate agent, what connections can't be made? If this person gets angry today, he will never be able to survive in Wanjiayuan. Okay, brothers, let's go. Zhang Ziong called Shiao Chan to leave together. Before leaving, he turned around and said, Boss, sure, let's go to another place tomorrow. I don't plan to rent your house anymore. Don't, Mr. Zhang. Shia Ming was shocked and hurriedly chased after him, but Zhang Ziong got in the car and left. Shia Ming stamped his feet in anxiety. This Wanjiayuan was developed by Hongji Real Estate. There are 3-story Hui-style buildings on both sides of the street. His house is also rented, and he has been running this business for 7 or 8 years. Zhang Ziong's words could really make him close the door. I'm afraid he has messed up this time. You bastard, you've cheated me a lot over the years. Zhang Ziong was still cursing on the way back. Don't take it too seriously. A rich second generation like you who is not good at playing and loves to play. Isn't it said that you are a fat sheep? Shiao Chan said mercilessly. Brother, please be gentle when you criticize me. Zhang Ziong felt so ashamed after being criticized. Forget it, everyone has a hobby. Shiao Chan shook his head helplessly. You are a rich second generation. You grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth. It's normal to have such a hobby, but it's also okay if you turn your hobby into a career. Yes, I treat this as a career. Zhang Ziong's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Your 2 antique shops only deal in antiques, and their business model is single. Shiao Chan said, you might as well make a change, set up a company, build a brand, and expand the jewelry and gold projects. Gold will be a major trend in the next few years. Gold plus antiques will bring a wave of marketing, and the future prospects are immeasurable. Xiao Yu, tell me in detail. Zhang Ziong immediately became interested. On the way back, Shiao Chan talked about the future development of his life before his rebirth. The new business philosophy and model immediately attracted Zhang Ziong. He has a talent for business, but he has wasted it in recent years because of his obsession with antiques. If he regroups in the future, he will definitely achieve success in his career. Finally arriving at the doorstep, Zhang Ziong stopped the car and said, Shiao Chan, the ideas you mentioned are so novel. I'll go back and sort out my thoughts. When a new company is established, I'll ask you to invest in it. Also, there will be an auction at Wanjiayuan building in a while. You must come then. Come over when you have time. I'm in my 3rd year of high school, brother, and I have to take the college entrance examination. Shiao Chan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay for a nerd like you to be delayed for a day or 2. Zhang Ziong chuckled and turned to leave. The next morning, Song Zian was waiting for Shiao Chan in the classroom with some pastries prepared for him. With Grandma Wu around, Shiao Chan doesn't need to worry about breakfast. But the morning tea snacks made by the pastry chef at home are really good, and Shiao Chan also likes them very much. So every morning she would pack some food and bring to Shiao Chan. Even the takeaway lunchboxes are in the shape of a heart. I made some new pastries today, and I'm sure Shiao Chan will like them. Classmate, is Shiao Chan sitting in this position? Just then, a girl's voice came from the window. Zhong Jejia took a breakfast and stuck her head out to ask Song Zian. What's the matter? Out of a woman's intuition, Song Zian quickly became alert. Ever since Shiao Chan got the first place in the school, more and more girls started to chat up with him. I'm from next class. My name is Zhong Jiajia. Zhong Jiajia said with a smile. I brought him some breakfast. Can you help put on his desk? Sweet, with a hint of clip in the voice. After confirming with my eyes, I know it's the type that boys like. Chapter 63, Shiao Chan's Pursuer. And he took the initiative to show goodwill. Song Zian immediately became alert. He is not here now, and he always comes to school after eating. It's okay, just throw it away if he doesn't want to eat it, and put it on his table. Zhong Jiajia said with a smile. Helplessly, Song Zian had to take the breakfast from her and put on Shiao Chan's desk. She looked at the top of the breakfast with a ferocious look. There was actually a heart-shaped greeting card. Thank you, classmate. Zhong Jiajia thanked Song Zian, then ran away happily. Song Zian took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. Looking at the pink love greeting card, she suppressed the urge to open it and take a look. Her upbringing did not allow her to do that. Shiao Chan arrived 5 minutes later, and these 5 minutes were simply torture for her. Good morning. Shiao Chan greeted warmly, seeming to be in a good mood. It's getting late. Class is about to start. Song Zian responded sullenly. Well, then I'll come earlier tomorrow. Shiao Chan was stunned. Why did he feel that Song Zian was in a bad mood? Turning his head and seeing the breakfast on the table, he exclaimed, There's breakfast. It's Long Fu Ji's steamed dumplings. I heard that you have to queue up to buy it. He picked up a bun and took a bite, then handed one to Song Zian. Try it, it's delicious. Shiao Chan. Song Zian did not answer. She looked at Shiao Chan with gritted teeth. This guy actually ate it? He actually ate the breakfast sent by another woman? Oh, what's wrong? The buns are delicious. Would you like to have one too? Shiao Chan handed the bun in his hand to her. Song Zian didn't answer, and at the same time Shiao Chan also felt a hint of resentment coming from her. And that look almost stabbed Shiao Chan. What's wrong with you? Shiao Chan panicked and looked at her in confusion. Nothing. Breakfast was brought to you by someone from the next class, a pretty lady. Song Zian said in a pinched tone. She also left you a message. It's a pink love greeting card. This is... Shiao Chan took a bite of the bun and choked on it. He swallowed the bun in his mouth with a red face and a thick neck. He choked and started coughing, and only after taking a few gulps of water did he feel better. I thought you brought it. Shiao Chan was a little embarrassed. There was only a thin layer of window paper between him and Song Zian. He was also used to her bringing him some pastries every day, but he didn't expect such a big mistake to happen today. Looking at the breakfast on the table, he felt it was a little hot. Don't you want to see what's written on the greeting card? It's sent to you by the beautiful girl named Zhong Jiajia from the next class. Seeing Shiao Chen's reaction, Song Zian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhong Jiajia. Shiao Chen reacted. Wasn't this the same person he met at Wanjiayuan yesterday? Yes, there are indeed more and more admirers of the great talent Shiao. Song Zian said unhappily. Well, I'm not familiar with her. Shiao Chan explained awkwardly. I just ran into her yesterday. Okay, stop explaining. Look at what message people left for you. Song Zian urged. Shiao Chan didn't dare to look anymore. He turned around and saw Su Dachui walking towards him carelessly. He picked up the breakfast in his hand and threw it to Su Dachui. Dachui, you didn't have breakfast? This is for you. My brother. Su Dachui took the breakfast and his eyes widened. He picked up the buns and ate one in one bite. It's Long Fu Keys. It's really delicious. This guy was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Shiao Chan, you don't know, I always thought people only eat 2 meals a day. Because my mother never cooked for me in the morning. Shiao Chan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then there will be breakfast on my table in the future. You could just take it and eat it. Don't be polite. Okay, brother, I'll remember this favor. Su Dachui nodded moved. Then he saw the pink greeting card, exclaimed slightly, picked it up and read, Shiao Chan, you have to eat breakfast on time. Zhong Jiajia. Song Zian's gossipy heart was satisfied and she rolled her eyes. Shiao Chan, this is breakfast someone gave you, and I ate it. Su Dachui felt something was wrong. It's okay, I've already eaten. Shiao Chan said quickly. Don't feel burdened. If there are any snacks or breakfast in the future, you can solve them for me. I believe this little problem won't be difficult for you, okay? Okay. Su Dachui calmly accepted the entrustment of his good brother. Shiao Chan, have you had breakfast? I asked your desk mate to put it on the table for you. A message came on WeChat, along with a smiley face. Shiao Chan was helpless, as the two of them had participated in club activities together before and had their WeChat accounts. He replied with an emoji, Thank you, Mr. Zhong, but my grandma makes breakfast for me every morning. So, I'm full, and you don't have to bring me more in the future. It's okay, you can eat at school next time. The cake my mother makes is delicious. I will bring it to you at noon. Zhong Jiajia replied. Shiao Chan pressed his forehead speechlessly. It seems that being too handsome can sometimes be a problem. Seeing Song Zian still pouting, Shiao Chan asked tentatively, Did you bring me some noodles today? You've already eaten steamed buns. Why do you still want to eat pastries? Song Zian said unhappily. The buns are not tasty. I still prefer the ones you bring. Shiao Chan said cautiously. I brought it. Song Zian then took out the lunchbox with a smile on his face. I opened the bento and found barbecued pork buns and osmanthus cake inside. Shiao Chan took a piece of barbecued pork and stuffed it into his mouth. Is it tasty? It's delicious. It's so delicious. Shiao Chan nodded. Then for now on you can only eat what I bring you. Okay, I'll give all the things others bring to Su Da Chui. Shiao Chan nodded. Brother, at this moment a voice came. That annoying sound. Shiao Chan looked up suddenly and saw Shia Ming standing at the door of the classroom. What are you doing here? Shiao Chan looked at Shia Ming warily. His younger brother has never been an easy person to deal with. He had embarrassed Shia Ming at the banquet before. Was this guy here to get back at him this time? And before class? Brother, I came here today to apologize to you. I apologize to you in front of all your classmates. Shia Ming always had that aggrieved tone, and he also has a face that inspires protectiveness. His arrival also aroused discussion among a group of classmates. Shiao Chan has a younger brother. He's quite handsome, but a little shorter and thinner. I heard they are twins. Oh no, they look so different. What are you apologizing for? Shiao Chan frowned. He was sure that Shia Ming was here to cause trouble. I didn't know you got first place in the exam. If I had known, you should have been the protagonist of yesterday's celebration banquet. Chapter 64, Is Your Face Itchy Again? Shia Ming pretended to wipe away his tears and said, Brother, please go home. My parents are doing this for your own good. Even if you're angry with them, you can't cut off your relationship with them, right? There was silence in the classroom for a moment, and then the discussion started with a bang. Shiao Chan actually cut off relations with my parents? Why? I don't know. Even if I'm angry with my parents, it wouldn't get to this point. The classmates looked at Shiao Chan sideways with different expressions. There are doubts, confusion, and contempt. Because although students of this age are rebellious, no one would be so rebellious as to sever the parent-child relationship with their parents, right? They gave birth to you and raised you, brother. I know you don't like me. Shia Ming then wiped his tears and said, I promise you, if you go home, I will leave. Shia Ming now looks like a younger brother who is bullied for his family. Shiao Chan became the biggest factor causing instability in the family. I know my grades aren't as good as yours, so I promise not to compete with you in the future, okay? My goodness, in an instant Shiao Chan became a little bully who relied on his academic performance to do evil things at home. And he, Shia Ming, became a sensible younger brother who compromised for the sake of the family. How could Shiao Chan do this? Even if you have good grades, you can't bully your brother? That's right. I hate this kind of people the most. They always want to take all the love from their parents at home, just like my brother, who always snatches everything from me. Haha, so what if you have good grades? You have to learn how to be a good person before doing anything. Are you finished? Shiao Chan raised his eyes and looked at Shia Ming. Well, the tactics have changed again. He became a victim when he accused his evil deeds in front of his classmates. I'm done, brother. Come home with me and mend your relationship with mom and dad. Shia Ming said sensibly. After all, they gave you life. Shia Ming, since you said so, let's have a debate in front of all my classmates. Shiao Chan sneered. What you mean is that I bullied you at home and took away all the love from your parents, right? You said I was rebellious, talked back to my parents, and severed ties with them, right? Shia Ming didn't say anything and looked at Shiao Chan pitifully, but he agreed. Yes, that's what he meant. Well, I'll do the math with you today. Shiao Chan said, we are twins. After our parents gave birth to you, you were thin and weak and sickly. Your parents thought that I took away too much nutrients from your stomach, so they took care of you since you were young. Do you admit these things? No, brother, don't talk nonsense. Mom and dad treat you very well. Shia Ming shook his head desperately. You're very nice to me? Shiao Chan smiled. He pointed at Shia Ming and said, this sportswear of yours, co-branded with basketball stars, must be worth 20,000, right? The shoes you're wearing are AJ's, worth tens of thousands, and you also have basketball signed by NBA stars and a Trek butterfly bicycle at home. You're not denying this, are you? Look at what I'm wearing. I bought this dress at a street stall last week for 120 yuan. Shiao Chan stretched out his feet. My grandma bought this pair of shoes for less than 200 yuan. Oh, the previous shoes have been worn for several years and have been repaired several times. They cracked during a basketball class, and all my classmates knew about it. I know about this. Shiao Chan's previous shoes were very old. Grandma bought this pair not long ago. Su Dachui said. Yes, last time Shia Ming went to class with a basketball, he even boasted that it was the same one that NBA stars had. Song Zian also testified. You guys, Shia Ming was stunned. He had thought of all his lines, but he forgot to change into ordinary clothes, and he didn't expect Shiao Chan's classmates to defend him so much. Yeah, look at his clothes. TSK, I pestered my dad for a long time, but he still couldn't bear to buy them for me. These shoes are not something that most families can afford. If his parents really didn't treat him well, how could they afford to buy them? The students were not fools, and they reacted quickly. Because she didn't like me, I was sent to my grandmother's house in the countryside when I was born, and she raised me. The Shiao family didn't care about me. My tuition and living expenses were all raised by my grandmother's farming and the neighbors. Shiao Chan continued. Because I got first place in the physics league and squeezed out your place. Your parents forced me to admit that I cheated and give up the competition in 2 months to give you the spot. I disagreed, and your father slapped me hard. From then on, I decided to cut off all ties with him. You witnessed this with your own eyes. The statement of severing parent-child relations has your parents' signatures. Do you dare to deny it? You have thrown dirty water on me more than once, saying that I broke my eldest sister's vase and stole my second sister's bracelet. Isn't your purpose to force me to leave? Now, I have left the Xiao family as you wished. But you still won't let me go? What do you want to do? Shia Ming was panicked. He was really panicked. Seeing that all the students in the class were looking at me with disdain, the discussions were getting louder and louder. This person is so shameless. Does he want to win the competition? That's a competition that can directly guarantee admission to Peking University or Tsinghua University. This kind of person is too cunning, and he pretends to be pitiful to gain sympathy right from the start. I said, Shiao Chan is usually so nice, and he even shared his grandma's cooking with us. How could he be as hateful as Shia Ming said? Shia Ming was completely confused. Things were not what he expected. He wanted to fabricate Shiao Chan's evil deeds and tell them in front of the whole class. Let his reputation be ruined, and he will be isolated. But he didn't expect the result to be like this. Not only did it not cause any harm to Shiao Chan, but it also got himself into trouble. Shia Ming, go take a shower and go to bed. Shiao Chan let out a sigh of relief. I let out all the unhappiness hidden in my heart in one breath, and it felt great. You scored 650 points in the first mock exam, ranking 29th. I don't need to tell you how you got that score. It's not so easy to fool people when taking the college entrance exam. You better take care of yourself. That's my real score. Shia Ming was angry. What he cares about most is his grades, because as long as his grades are good, he is a good child in the eyes of his parents. That way he could be more unrestrained and ask for more. That's why he didn't hesitate to try every possible means to cheat and find someone to take the exam for him. Real score? That night, I found the test paper and asked you to tell me. Why didn't you tell me? Shiao Chan sneered. I was not feeling well that day. Now I can tell you all the questions in front of you. Shia Ming clenched his fists. He had prepared well in advance and had memorized the questions on that day's test by heart. This time he wanted to prove to Shiao Chan that his achievements were real. Okay, this test was handed out yesterday, and the difficulty level of the questions is about the same as the first math test. Shiao Chan casually picked up a test paper from the table and said, "Explain the last question of this test paper to the students." Shia Ming was dumbfounded again. He roared angrily, "Shiao Chan, why don't you play according to the rules?" Chapter 65, Shia Ming humiliates himself. 29th in the city. That's pretty good. This question is out of range. Come on, let our top student explain it. Some classmates started to make a fuss, and Shia Ming's face was covered with bruises. He really didn't know how to step down. He pretended to be stupid before, and pretended to be sick last time? What excuse would he make this time? Just when he was in a dilemma, the bell for class rang. The ringing of the bell saved his life. He bowed deeply and said, "I'm sorry for wasting your time." "Why don't you leave now?" someone said disdainfully. "Waiting to kick you out?" Amid the ridicule of the crowd, Shia Ming fled in panic. He was very unwilling to fail to steal the chicken and end up losing the rice. "Shiao Chan, I won't let this go, I promise." Shia Ming clenched his fists tightly, not disguising the resentment in his eyes at all. "Shiao Chan, are you having such a hard time at home?" Song Xian's voice was small, her eyes full of heartache. "It's okay, it's all in the past." Shiao Chan smiled. "I didn't want to talk about my past in public, but I had no choice." Song Xian wiped her tears sadly. She secretly decided that she would treat Shiao Chan well in the future and make up for the grievances he had suffered over the years. At noon, Shiao Chan took Song Xian's lunchbox as usual. Today's dishes are particularly rich, and they are delicious and fragrant. Shiao Chan was really afraid that his taste had become spoiled. What if he couldn't get used to eating a certain food in the future? Tell Grandma not to send me home at noon anymore. It's too tiring for her. Song Xian grabbed a wrap. I'll ask my mom to make more at noon. By the way, Annie, aren't you surprised that your appetite has become so big? Shiao Chan asked. No, I'm just wondering why I don't gain weight even though I eat so much. Song Xian said with a giggle. Shiao Chan. Another sound of a clip came from the window. Song Xian's mood suddenly turned bad. She turned her head and saw, sure enough, Zhong Jiejia was standing outside the window holding a small cake. Student Zhong, why are you here? Shiao Chan was surprised and stood up. This is a cake my mother made. I'm giving it to you. Zhong Jiejia said happily. Student Zhong, I've already eaten, and I don't eat sweets. Shiao Chan said stiffly. Is that so? But my mother uses animal cream in her cakes, and she is very particular about the ingredients. Zhong Jiejia said seriously. Try it. If it doesn't taste good, I won't take it next time. Shiao Chan was helpless. He felt that if he didn't take it over today, Zhong Jiejia would probably not leave. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the cake from Zhong Jiejia. Zhong Jiejia's eyebrows curved and her smile was like a crescent moon. Unexpectedly, Shiao Chan turned around and saw Su Dachui running in. He raised the small cake in his hand and said, Dachui. What's wrong, Shiao Chan? Su Dachui ran over excitedly. Is there more food to eat? Yes, this cake was given to me by classmate Zhong. I can't eat it. It will go bad if left for too long. Shiao Chan said seriously, it can't be wasted. Please fix it for me. Ah, that's no problem. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. Su Dachui reached out to take the cake and thanked Zhong Jejia. Then he opened his mouth wide and swallowed 1/3 of it in one gulp. You! Zhong Jejia's face turned green. This cake was carefully selected by her and specially given to Shiao Chan. How come this fat guy ate half of it in one bite? Ah, Mr. Zhong, thank you for the cake. Su Dachui took another bite. Zhong Jejia's heart was bleeding. She really wanted to scream hysterically, Fatty, give me back my cake. But thinking that she still had to maintain the image of a sweet and lovely lady in front of Shiao Chan, she endured it. She forced herself to put on a smile. You're welcome, but this cake is for Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan has already eaten, and girls often bring snacks to his desk. Su Dachui's eyes rolled. Also, classmate Song brings food to Shiao Chan every day, so you don't have to worry about him having nothing to eat. Zhong Jejia was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Song Zian. Song Zian smiled sweetly. Yes, Mr. Zhong, you don't have to bring him anything in the future. Well, you'll get tired of eating the same thing too much. I'll bring something else for Shiao Chan. Zhong Jejia pouted. She was not given so easily. After all, it is normal for a guy as outstanding and handsome as Shiao Chan to be pursued by many girls. The dishes my mother cooks every day are not important. Song Zian dropped another bomb. Did your mother make this? Shiao Chan, I can cook. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Zhong Jejia's eyebrows curved like crescent moons when she heard this. She finally found the opponent's weakness, and without waiting for Shiao Chan to react, she jumped away. It's really not my fault. Shiao Chan looked at Song Zian nervously. The latter responded with a fierce look. The meaning was very clear. Try it if you dare. Shiao Chan smiled bitterly and had to turn his gaze to Su Dachui on the side. The meaning is very clear. Brother, only you can save me. Don't worry, I will be responsible for the meals that Zhong delivers from now on. Su Dachui patted his chest and promised. Just as they were about to eat, a classmate came over and said, Shiao Chan, someone is looking for you. They say it's your sister. My sister? Shiao Chan frowned. Another member of the Shiao family? Yes, he seems to be in a hurry. Go and have a look. You eat first, I'll take care of it. Shiao Chan put down the chopsticks in his hand and walked out. After going downstairs, I saw Xiao Yin downstairs of the teaching building. She was replying to messages from time to time, looking anxious, as if there was something urgent. What are you doing here? Shiao Chan frowned. Didn't I tell you not to come to me again? Shiao Chan, I came to you to ask you for a favor. Xiao Yin said a little awkwardly. Ask me for help. Shiao Chan was a little surprised. In his memory, his elder sister was considered to be very capable. Even without her, the Xiao group can still hold on. And she wouldn't ask for help easily. So what happened this time? It's like this. The company's top salesman, Lian, has negotiated a big deal. Everyone is happy, so we had a lunch together at noon. Xiao Yin explained in a low voice. As a result, everyone drank a little too much and had a conflict with others when they went out. Lian lost control of himself and hit the man on the head with a bottle. So what does this have to do with me? Shiao Chan felt incredible. The performance of Xiao family's crappy company has been average in the past 2 years. He also knew that Lian, in his previous life, this guy relied on his good performance to make all kinds of demands. Later, he was sentenced to 6 months in prison for beating someone and causing minor injuries. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, right? You are very familiar with a police officer named Zhou. He is now the deputy director and has a say in the Linxi branch. Xiao Yin pleaded, so please help me. The company will pay to get him out. Chapter 66. The Xiao family comes to ask for help. Then you've got the wrong person. I've only met him a few times. Shiao Chan refused directly. Besides, even if the Xiao family goes bankrupt, it has nothing to do with me. Shiao Chan, I really have no other choice. Liang just signed a big deal. If he is detained, the deal will be lost. And he's the top seller. If something happens to him, 1/3 of the company's orders will be in trouble. Xiao Yin looked a little anxious. The company is going through a turbulent period as it had been defrauded before and a large portion of its funds had been frozen. Moreover, orders were declining. We finally signed a big order, but something went wrong before the contract was finalized. So, hurry up and rescue that person. Xiao Chan looked like he was looking at a stranger. What do you want from me? Oh, by the way, isn't your Shia Ming quite smart? You often praise him for being a genius. He will definitely have a bright future. So go find him. Hey, he is just a student. Xiao Yin was stunned. Am I not a student? Xiao Chen asked back. This question left Xiao Yin speechless. Yes, Xiao Chun is just a student. But the ability he demonstrated was enough to stand on his own. However, Xiao Ming always tried to please others and pretended to be wronged. I made it very clear. From the moment we sever our parent-child relationship, we are no longer family. Xiao Chen said, so don't come to school to disturb me if you have nothing to do, otherwise I will scold you. Shiao Chan left such a blunt remark and turned away. Xiaoyan stared at Xiao Chen's back in a daze. She gritted her teeth and decided to go find Zhou Jun in Xiao Chen's name. Although this is not a good idea, she has no other choice now. I'll explain it to Xiao Chan when I have the chance later. Xiao Chan returned to the classroom, and Song Zian opened the lunchbox. The meal was still prepared by the Song family's private chef and included sweet and sour pork tenderloin, white choy sum, steamed pork with rice flour, and a few prawns. Xiao Chen didn't let his grandmother bring him lunch at noon, even though the school was not far from where he lived. But it's quite tiring to prepare one meal every day. Song Zian also asked the family to increase the size of the meals sent from home so that they would be enough for 2 people. What's wrong? You look a little depressed after coming back. Song Zian saw Xiao Chan lowering his head to eat. It's nothing. I just feel a little annoyed that the Xiao family keeps pestering me. Then ignore them and eat. Song Zian smiled sweetly and handed the peeled prawns in her hand to Xiao Chan. Thank you. Xiao Chan reached out to take it. Just open your mouth. Song Zian retracted his hand. Xiao Chan was a little confused. Peel the shrimp and feed it to him? Isn't this something only lovers do? What? Open your mouth quickly. Song Zian was a little unhappy. Xiao Chan had no choice but to open his mouth and let her feed the shrimp into his mouth. Click, a photo-taking sound was heard. Xiao Chan glared at Su Dachui, who held his phone and smiled. This photo is so beautiful. I'll send it to you later. Xiao Yan went all the way to the police station, claiming to be Xiao Chen's sister, and then met Zhou Jun smoothly. Director Zhou, this is how it is. We will pay the money and accept the penalty. Xiao Yan explained the whole story. Just ask that they not be detained, okay? I've already asked. Zhou Jun put down the landline phone on the table. His brows furrowed. The other party's injuries were not light. The legal standard for minor injuries has already reached the standard for criminal prosecution. So this matter may be a little complicated to handle. Did Xiao Chun ask you to come to me? Yes, Director Zhou. My brother's in school and can't come. He asked you to come find me. Xiao Yan looked a little flustered. After all, this trick was used last time to successfully solve the Xiao Group's funding problem. Now they use the same old trick again, but Zhou Jun is not so easy to fool. As soon as he saw Xiao Yan's expression, he knew something was wrong. Your colleague's actions were too harsh. This has reached the standard of criminal prosecution. Now we can only actively compensate and strive for the other party's forgiveness. The court may sentence us to probation. Director Zhou, please help me think of a solution. The other party is determined not to reconcile. Xiao Yan said anxiously. Wait a moment. I'll ask about the condition of the injured. Zhou Jun stood up and walked out of the office. However, he did not contact the injured person, but called Xiao Chun. Brother, your sister is here to see you. Zhou Jun explained the situation. She went to your place? Xiao Chun was stunned. When he realized that Xiao Yan had asked Zhou Jun for help in his name, he couldn't help but get angry. Brother Zhou, don't pay attention to her. She is my sister by blood. But I severed my parent-child relationship with the Xiao family a month ago. From now on, if anyone from the Xiao family comes to you to do something in my name, you should ignore them. Oh, okay, I understand, brother. So Yun is next. If it was really Xiao Chan who asked, he would definitely help. He stepped forward to mediate and even lowered himself to personally go to the injured person to speak in good words. But since this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Chun, he won't care about it. Back in the office, Xiao Yan quickly stood up and asked, Director Zhou, how is it? Zhou Jun's face was a little serious, and he spoke in an official tone. I have already asked about this matter. The other party is determined not to reconcile, so there is no other way. You should try to negotiate with the family. But Director Zhou, Xiao Yan was anxious. Okay, I have a meeting later. You go back first. Zhou Jun waved his hand. Xiao Yan had no choice but to nod slightly and walk out. After school in the evening, Zhang Ziong came to find Xiao Chun again. Xiao Chun, you don't have to eat tonight. My friend's flagship restaurant will open in a few days, and we'll be trying out the food tonight. Zhang Ziong said excitedly. So we're going together? Iva Itan. Xiao Chun hesitated. Yes, there was an extended class during dinner time, so Song Zian's family sent me an extra meal, and I'm still full now. I'm taking you to expand your network, not to have a real meal. Zhang Ziong rolled his eyes, and without saying anything, he pulled Xiao Chun into the car. My buddy is hosting a banquet specially for me tonight. You can't not go. Xiao Chun had no choice but to say, okay, you must be home before 9 o'clock. No problem, let's go. Zhang Ziong pulled Xiao Chun into the car. Located in the center of Jiangchang City, next to the most prosperous commercial area, there is a hotel with extremely luxurious decoration. The Han Dynasty, the majestic gate, and the stone lions on both sides of the gate. The precious dry-hanging stone on the exterior facade highlights the boldness of the owner of this store. The Han Dynasty? The most famous catering company in Jiangcheng. Xiao Chan was slightly stunned. Yes, Boss Li Yongyuan, my buddy. Zhang Ziong smiled. Xiao Chen's expression was stern. The Han Dynasty had 16 branches in Jiangcheng. This store is a flagship store. The founder, Li Yongyuan, is determined to become a benchmark in Jiangqing's catering industry, and his ultimate goal is to go public. But he remembered that in his previous life, the flagship store was crowded with guests on its opening day. However, more than 10 people died on that day due to a natural gas explosion. Chapter 67. Hey, Xiao Yuanhe went to do business in person? Li Yongyuan, whose career was on the rise, was arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison. When he was released from prison, he was only in his early 30s but had a head full of white hair and disappeared from the public eye since then. He also remembered that the cause of the explosion was due to non-standard construction of the main pipeline interface. Zhang Xiang, you're here at last. Just at this moment, a young man in his 20s came out. He gave Zhang Xiang a bear hug enthusiastically. It's really hard to invite you, Mr. Zhang. That's right. If you hadn't set up a table for me to taste the dishes tonight, I wouldn't have come. Zhang Xiang chuckled. After the two hugged, he pointed to Shiao Chan beside him and said, "This is my buddy, Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan, this is Li Yongyuan, the young and promising boss." "Hello. I heard about you from Xiang." Li Yongyuan smiled and stretched out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Li." Shiao Chan responded politely. "What do you mean by always or not? They're all my friends. I heard from Xiang that the 3 new plots of land they bought were all your suggestions." Li Yongyuan gave a thumbs up and said, "Great. Let's go in." As you enter the door, you will see the luxurious hall. The decoration is extremely luxurious. The crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling alone costs several million. And the young waitresses, all dressed in Cheongsam, bowed to greet them. "Well, I'm aiming for listing this time," Li Yongyuan said proudly. "Within 3 years, I want to open 66 branches and go public within 5 years." "You're good, not bad." Zhang Xiang gave a thumbs up. "Come on, little brother, let's go in," Li Yongyuan said with a smile. Shiao Chan nodded, and just as he was about to go in, a person squeezed in from the door. He was none other than Father Xiao. He was dressed in formal attire and ignored the security guards at the door. He said, Mr. Li, just give me a few minutes. Your company needs a good promotion plan. Our Xiao's planning is top-notch in the industry. You can take a look at my plan." Shiao Chun was stunned. "Xiao Yuanhe, he is here to do business by himself?" "Yes, he himself is a salesperson. Now that their company's sales champion has been arrested, their performance has declined sharply. If he didn't come out to do business himself, how could he support Shia Ming's rich life?" Li Yongyuan glanced at Zhao's father and didn't respond at all. A new store has opened, and it's a flagship store. These days, the people in charge of decoration and marketing are almost blocking the door and refusing to leave. Especially the new store promotion planning and the linkage of 16 stores involve marketing expenses of tens of millions. But the Han Dynasty wanted to build an image brand, and they had a special planning team, so these people were not needed. "Hey, Xiao Chun, this is my son. My son knows your CEO, Li. Don't stop me." When Father Xiao accidentally saw Xiao Chun standing with Li Yongyuan, he immediately became alert. He broke free from the security guard who was blocking him and ran to Li Yongyuan. He smiled flatteringly. "Mr. Li, you know Xiao Chun? You were talking about Xiao Chun? Is this your father?" Li Yongyuan looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. If he is really Xiao Chun's father, he should be given face. "Xiao Chun, I was just about to go to the school to see you. I didn't expect you to come here." Father Xiao looked at Xiao Chun eagerly, hoping that Xiao Chun could give him some face on this occasion. Xiao Chun glanced at Father Xiao and shook his head. "No, he's pretending to be me." "You?" The smile on Father Xiao's face suddenly froze. He said angrily, "Xiao Chun, stop being angry. Wait until I'm done, and then we can talk. Your mother wants you to come home now, too, so don't try to get close to me." Xiao Chun said with disdain, "We are not related at this level. Shia Ming is your good son. Your son is so outstanding. If you have any problems, go to him, not me." Xiao Chun, even though he was furious, Father Xiao had to suppress his temper. "We are a family. If there were any misunderstandings in the past, we can sit down and explain them slowly. We are a family. There's no need to make things so awkward. Besides, I am your father after all. What is your attitude towards me? I just gave you 1% of the attitude you used to have towards me. Can't you accept it?" Xiao Chun sneered. "There is no misunderstanding between us, and there is no need to explain. You don't need to try to establish a relationship with me. We are not familiar with each other." "Xiao Chun, what's going on?" Li Yongyuan was a little confused. "It's okay, Mr. Li. The biological father has severed the parent-child relationship." Xiao Chun explained with a faint smile. "Let's go." "Oh, I understand then." Li Yongyuan suddenly realized. He waved his hand and said, "Please ask him to leave. Also, drive away anyone who is waiting for me at the door in the future. If I encounter this situation again, the security captain will be laid off. Do you understand?" Yes, Mr. Li, I understand." A subordinate quickly called the security guard and asked Xiao Yuanhe to leave. Father Xiao looked angry and unwilling, but he could do nothing about it. Li Yongyuan brought the two of them to the largest private room. The box is over 100 square meters in size and is very exquisitely designed. There were already more than a dozen dishes on a large table. "Look, these are the new dishes developed by the chef I invited from Shandong province. Li Yongyuan said proudly. We also invited the big boss of the Chefs Association to give us personal instructions. They're all signature dishes. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Xiang was not polite, picked up the chopsticks, and called Shiao Chan. Shiao Chun, come and try it. What is this? He picked up a piece of food closest to him and put it into his mouth. Is this the large intestine? Yes, tofu fried intestines are stir-fried over high heat to retain their tenderness and crispness, with red oil to enhance the flavor, green onions to stir-fry, and green and red peppers to garnish, Li Yongyuan introduced. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Xiang nodded repeatedly. It's moderately salty and sweet. I wouldn't have known it was large intestine if I hadn't eaten a bite. Xiao Chun, you try it too. It's really delicious. Xiao Chun nodded, but Mr. Li, I have a question. What's the problem? Li Yongyuan asked humbly. That large intestine was clean, too clean. Xiao Chan said. It should retain some of the flavor. This way it will be more different. Xiao Chun is a foodie, and he did a lot of research on food in his previous life. Although he is not picky about food, he can predict the taste of food. I see. Li Yongyuan slapped his thigh and said, I thought this dish was delicious but lacked some flavor. This is the reason. I have to write it down and ask the kitchen to improve it. As he spoke, he quickly took out his notebook and wrote this down. Then he ran to Xiao Chun and turned a large plate of food towards him. Come on, brother. Try this dish again. The dragon tendons are made from the bone marrow extracted from the spine of a 7-year-old Russian sturgeon. Specially supplied organic green onions, seasoned with spices to make red oil, boiled, and then put in dragon tendons, seasoned with appropriate amount of salt and sugar. Xiao Chan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece, and put in his mouth. Chapter 68, Jade Burning Dragon Tendon. It's just the right amount of salty and fresh. There's nothing wrong with this dish. After taking a bite, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Then he said, but Mr. Li, you can definitely make this dish into a lighter flavor. Dragon tendon was a tribute to the emperor during the Qing dynasty. The taste is definitely on the lighter side. Although braised food tastes good, it is on the heavier side and lacks the health benefits. Good idea. Li Yongyuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately wrote down the suggestion. Next, Xiao Chun tasted 7 or 8 dishes in a row. Liaosi cucumber, abalone, matsutake mushroom, and yellow croaker. The Han Dynasty is worthy of its reputation as the #1 catering company in China. With top-quality ingredients and top-notch chefs, Xiao Chun couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If it weren't for the explosion caused by gas leakage in his previous life, Li Yongyuan would definitely be a successful catering entrepreneur. He can even promote China's high-end dining culture to the world. Okay, thank you, brother. Li Yongyuan wrote on a whole page. Xiang also has to thank you for introducing this little brother. The person recommended by my grandfather can't be wrong. Zhang Xiang smiled. Okay, I'll have someone improve these dishes tomorrow, and I'll invite you to come and try them later. Li Yongyuan said with a smile. Come on, enjoy your meal. Yongyuan, have you contacted your family? Li Yongyuan asked after dinner. I contacted him, but he's still the same. Li Yongyuan said. The old man said that if I fail this time, I should go home and get married and inherit the family business. Tsk. Then you have to work hard. Otherwise, you will have to go home and inherit billions of dollars. Zhang Xiang chuckled. Brotherly, when will the business open? Xiao Chen saw that the time was almost right and thought about reminding Li Yongyuan. It will open in 3 days. Brother Xiao must come then. Li Yongyuan said with a smile. 3 days later, Xiao Chen's brows were tightly locked. What's wrong, Xiao Chen? Zhang Xiang was stunned. Brotherly, I have something to remind you of, Xiao Chan said after thinking for a while. You said brothers. Li Yongyuan said carelessly. If you have something to say, just say it directly. We are all brothers. Brotherly, I see that your face looks rich, but your eyebrows are slightly furrowed, vaguely forming the Chinese character Chan. Xiao Chan said. In numerology, this is a sharp change in the number 9 of the main life palace, and you are in the catering business, and the 5 elements are dominated by fire. So, Xiao Chan said, shaking his head slightly. I'm afraid there will be a disaster. Disaster? Li Yongyuan's face changed drastically. Then he calmed down and smiled. Brother, can you also read faces? Don't tell me. Xiao Chen has a master, a Taoist priest from Qingyo Temple. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiang became excited. You don't know his master is really an expert. Is this true? Tell me about it. Li Yongyuan became interested. I don't like antiques, but I ended up buying 2 strings of evil-repelling coins by mistake, which are funerary objects. Zhang Xiang said, You don't know that during that time, I had nightmares all night long and couldn't sleep well. My health was getting worse and worse, but luckily I met Xiao Chun, who reminded me that there was something wrong with the thing in my hand. Then he introduced me to the Taoist priest at Qingyo Temple. Guess what? How was it resolved later? Li Yongyuan became more interested. The Taoist priest was over 80 years old. He swept his whisk over me a few times, and I felt better immediately. Zhang Xiang said mysteriously. After that, I slept until dawn, and I was able to eat and sleep. Look how energetic I am now. Is it really that powerful? Li Yongyuan was surprised. Zhang Xiang didn't look like he was joking. Is it possible that Shiao Chan really has something extraordinary about him? So you have to take Brother Zhao's words seriously and don't be careless. This is something you spent all your fortune on. Zhang Xiang said, Brother Xiao, can you tell me what happened in detail? Li Yongyuan became serious. I can only say that something catastrophic might happen to Mr. Li. Since your industry belongs to the element of fire, then go to the kitchen and take a look. Shiao Chan organized his words, trying to make his words as clear as possible, but without exposing himself. Otherwise, if people knew that he was reborn, wouldn't he be captured and sliced up for research? That's right, your house is newly renovated, so you should check the gas pipes and other things just in case. Zhang Xiang also said, Okay, brothers, let's go to the kitchen and take a look. Li Yongyuan stood up immediately. Several people came to the kitchen together. The restaurant had not yet opened, and all the equipment in the kitchen was new. Apart from a few dishes I cooked just now, there was almost no smell of cooking fumes in the house. Besides, the wind had just blown through, and the kitchen was bright and odorless. Several people carefully checked the gas pipeline and called in the construction party to join in. After careful inspection, there are no problems with the construction standards. No problem. Li Yongyuan was a little confused. The problem shouldn't be here, right? No. Zhang Xiang's brows suddenly frowned. Smell carefully. There is a smell in the kitchen. It's very faint. After hearing what Zhang Xiang said, several people immediately took a deep breath and identified the smell in the air. Sure enough, there was a faint smell of mercaptan in the air. In fact, Shiao Chan had smelled it before, but he couldn't say out loud. If the others really couldn't smell it, he would remind them. It's a mellow smell. Shiao Chan said the odorizer added to natural gas is to detect gas leaks in time. There is indeed a problem. Li Yongyuan's face changed drastically. Mr. Li, I will call the engineering team over right away to investigate the problem. The project manager's face turned pale. This is the kitchen. Not to mention anything else, there are dozens of chefs and handymen in the kitchen alone. If there really was an explosion due to a gas leak, the consequences would be disastrous. They will also be held accountable for the projects they are responsible for. Notice, the opening will be delayed by 1 week. Li Yongyuan calmed himself and instructed the person in charge behind him. Yes, Mr. Li, I'll go and notify them. The person in charge also knew the seriousness of the problem, so he hurried to get to work. Shiao Chan, thank you so much. Li Yongyuan said seriously. If it weren't for your reminder, if something really happened, the consequences would be disastrous. It's good that the problem can be found. I was just giving you a casual reminder. You're welcome, Brother Li. Shiao Chan smiled. Okay, after this matter is over, I will thank you very much. Li Yongyuan nodded heavily. Subsequent inspections on the project revealed that the main pipeline interface was loose. Fortunately, the gas leakage during the food tasting was not much, and no major problems occurred. Otherwise, once an explosion occurs, human lives will be at stake. When Shiao Chan left, Zhao's father was still standing at the door. Seeing Shiao Chan, he quickly came forward. Shiao Chan, I'll go drive. Zhang Xiang glanced at Zhao's father, turned around, and drove away. What else do you want to do? Shiao Chan frowned. Are all members of the Shiao family so shameless? Chapter 69. Belated repentance can't save anything. Well, tomorrow is the weekend. Can you come home for dinner? Father Shiao organized his words. Your mother made your favorite dishes herself, and our family hasn't sat down to have a meal together in a long time. Really? Then tell me, what is my favorite dish? Shiao Chan asked, looking up. This is. Father Shiao was speechless when asked. You don't even know what I like to eat, and you still cook my favorite dish? Shiao Chan laughed. Her best dishes are shredded pork with fish flavor, bone soup, and braised spare ribs. These are Shia Ming's favorite dishes. Your favorite program is the sports channel because Shia Ming likes basketball. I've been living with you for half a year now, and you know nothing about my preferences. Of course, you don't care at all. In that case, why are you still pestering me now? Shiao Chan, I know we ignored your feelings in the past. We will definitely change that in the future. Can you come home with us? Father Shiao slowed down his tone. Okay. Shiao Chan looked up. Really? Father Shiao was delighted. Kick Shia Ming out of the house. Either I or him. Shiao Chan raised his eyebrows. Can you do it? Father Shiao was stunned. He didn't expect Shiao Chan to make such a request. He is your brother. Don't talk nonsense like that to me. It's meaningless, and I don't want to listen to it. Shiao Chan glared at him coldly. Your precious son will always be the apple of your eye. If you hadn't seen my value, would you have spoken to me in such a servile way? Based on my current attitude, if it were you in the past, you would have slapped me in the face, right? Father Shiao was speechless. He wanted to make a final effort, but at this time Zhang Xiang drove over. Shiao Chan ignored him, opened the car door, and got in. The car drove away, leaving only a taillight. On Saturday morning, Shiao Chan and Song Xian agreed to meet at Swan Lake in the south of the city. Swan Lake is a little far from the city, and is an ecological protection area. Also, there was Su Dachui, who set up a grill, brought charcoal, his own grilled sausages, and some chicken wings, acting as a barbecue chef. Ah, Shiao Chan, I can't control the direction. Save me. Song Zian, who had just been able to ride a bicycle and pedal a few times, tilted the handlebars and crashed to the side. Shiao Chan was quick-witted and quickly stepped forward to hold the handlebars. Oh, I'm so scared. Song Zian touched his chest. Use a little more strength with your hands, look forward, and don't always look down at your feet. Shiao Chan corrected. Let me try again. Don't let go, follow me. Song Zian rode on again, tremblingly. Look forward, eyes straight ahead. Shiao Chan corrected while holding the back seat and jogging. Su Dachui had already ignited the charcoal. As he grilled the food, he sighed. Why do you think I'm here to be your light bulb? He was thinking about inviting a classmate next time, either male or female. You can't be a light bulb by yourself. Not only is it boring, but you also have to be forced to eat dog food by others. It feels so uncomfortable. More than half an hour later, Song Zian was finally able to get on the road. She was also sweating from exhaustion. She put her bicycle aside and ran to Su Dachui. Is it done? Wow, it smells so good. Okay, you can eat it now. It's yours. Su Dachui picked up a sausage and put on a bamboo skewer. Well, Dachui, the grilled sausages at your house are really delicious. Song Zian gave a thumbs up. If nothing unexpected happens, I will inherit my family's business. Su Dachui laughed and said, I won't be able to get into university. Good luck to you too. There's nothing wrong with inheriting the family business. Shiao Chan said, I'll create a brand later. Haha, okay. Su Dachui nodded. I'll go buy some water. You guys eat first. Shiao Chan stood up and said, Swan Lake is located in a remote area with only one small shop, which is quite far away from here. He got on his bike and ran to the store. Just after buying some water, I turned around and saw Shia Ming, wearing sportswear and carrying a badminton racket, walking towards me. Shiao Chan frowned. Is this world so small? Why can I see people from the Shiao family everywhere I go? Originally, he didn't want to meet him and turn away, but the sharp-eyed Shia Ming had already seen Shiao Chan. Brother, you come here to play too. The sound of the tea made Shiao Chan instantly feel nauseous. He ignored the guy and was about to leave with the water, but Shia Ming stepped forward and blocked his way. Brother, why are you ignoring me? I'm your brother. How can you do this? Get out of the way. Shiao Chan's face turned dark, and he turned aside and walked away. Brother, please don't be like this. Shia Ming followed him relentlessly. There was a misunderstanding between us before. We just need to explain it clearly. There's nothing to explain. If you must explain, then just jump into the lake. Shiao Chan pointed towards the lake. Shia Ming is a landlubber and is extremely afraid of water. Not to mention swimming, he didn't even dare to put too much water in the bath. Brother, you know I can't swim. Shia Ming felt wronged for a moment. But as long as you are willing to listen to my explanation, you can ask me to do anything. Can you stop talking so much nonsense? Shiao Chan couldn't stand it anymore. This guy looks so harmless. I don't know how many people he has fooled. But only after he was reborn did he realize how cruel Shia Ming's methods were. To be with a female celebrity who takes drugs and has promiscuous sex. He even burned his own family alive. The darkness in the heart of such a person is simply unbearable to look at. Shiao Chan. Shia Ming's face gradually became sinister. He raised his head and stared at Shiao Chan's face, not hiding the hatred in his heart at all. Shiao Chan, I was actually living a very good life before you appeared. Shia Ming curled the corners of his lips in a sneer. But since you came, a lot of my things have been taken away. You will get half of the love of your parents and sisters, and even half of the Shiao family's assets. Why? Shia Ming gritted his teeth, looking like he wanted to bite Shiao Chan to pieces in his mouth. You live well in the countryside. Why do you want to fight with me for these things? Why don't you die in the country? Why don't you die? That's right, this is the real you. Shiao Chan sneered. You are obviously a ferocious wolf. Why do you have to pretend to be a little white rabbit? Shia Ming, now that I've spoken out loud, I will not hide it from you. The things of the Shiao family, as well as your father and mother, are all yours, and I have no intention of snatching them from you. So stay away from me in the future. I promise not to set foot in the Shiao family. But Shiao Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold at this moment. If you dare to have other ideas, if you dare to hurt anyone around me, I want you to die. Chapter 70 Shia Ming, if you are tired of living, I will send you away. The cold voice seemed to come from hell, and Shia Ming couldn't help but tremble. No matter how vicious Shia Ming is, he is only 18 years old now. But Shiao Chan is different. Having lived 2 lives, he has tried to please others and been abandoned by others. Moreover, he would never forget the piercing pain he felt when he was brutally killed by the kidnappers. There's a sharp knife hidden deep in his heart. When he or someone around him is hurt, he'll take out the knife without hesitation and stab the other person to death. The two of them stared at each other, with faint sparks flying between them. Shia Ming. At this moment, Su Muyu's voice came from a distance. The moment he heard her voice, Shia Ming's eyes suddenly turned harmless. He stared at Shiao Chan intently, with a smile on his lips. You like Su Muyu, right? Without waiting for Shiao Chan to answer, he took 2 steps back. Then I can tell you, she is mine. Shiao Chan frowned, and he suddenly realized what Shiao Chan was going to do. Sure enough, before Shiao Chan could react, Shia Ming suddenly took 2 steps back and exclaimed, "Brother, I can't swim." Splash. He dived into the cold lake water, then struggled desperately, and his body sank into the water. "Shiao Chan, what are you doing?" Su Muyu's angry voice came from behind. She didn't have time to settle accounts with Shiao Chan, so she rushed to the lake and dived into the water without hesitation. Su Muyu is a very good swimmer. She dragged Shiao Ming to the shore. Shiao Ming was coughing violently, and he drank a lot of water. Su Muyu turned him over and induced vomiting for him. Wow! Shiao Ming suddenly spat out a large mouthful of water, then lay weakly on the grass, gasping violently. "How is it?" Su Muyu asked with concern, despite being soaked all over. "Sister Su, I'm fine." Shiao Ming grabbed her hand and said, "Don't blame my brother. He didn't push me on purpose." Sure enough, Su Muyu became furious when he heard this. She stood up suddenly and walked toward Shiao Chan. The eldest daughter of the Su family is a top student and a third-degree black belt. She suddenly threw off her shoes while walking and rushed to Shiao Chan in a few steps. She then slapped Shiao Chan in the face. Shiao Chan quickly took a step back, and the slap did not land on his face. Su Muyu looked incredulous, as if she had not expected Shiao Chan to hide. Then she took another step forward, grabbed Shiao Chen's hand, and tried to lock him to the ground. Shiao Chan didn't give in to her either. He twisted her hard and threw her back several steps. A third-degree black belt is still a third-degree black belt, but women are never as strong as men. Besides, Shiao Chan is tall and strong, and Su Muyu will be unable to do anything to him if he wants to fight back. "If you come over here again, I won't be polite," Shiao Chan warned. "Shiao Chan, are you still human?" Su Muyu panted slightly. "You know Shiao Ming can't swim. Do you want him to die?" "Wouldn't it be better if he died?" Shiao Chan spread his hands. Shiao Ming was too lazy to explain, or rather, he was disdainful of it. This was the only trick he had. In the past, Shiao Chan would care and give in, but not now. Because there is no one in the Shiao family that he cares about. "He is your brother. Why are you so cruel?" Su Muyu acted as if she had just met Shiao Chan. She remembered that Shiao Chan was not like this before. Shiao Chan blushed when he saw himself and couldn't speak clearly. And he would share his good things with himself, such as a hand-woven star. She knew that the other person liked her. It is precisely because of this that she appears more and more superior in Shiao Chan's eyes. So she didn't hold back at all when she slapped Shiao Chan just now. But what she didn't expect was that Shiao Chan would dodge and even fight back. "Yes, I am so cruel. In Shiao Ming's mouth, I am a vicious person anyway." Shiao Chan smiled. He walked up to Shiao Ming and asked with pretended concern, "Shiao Ming, are you okay?" Shiao Ming is a ruthless man. He is obviously afraid of water, but in order to frame himself, he actually jumped into the lake. But Shiao Chan didn't care. He just became the villain. "I'm fine, brother. I know you didn't mean it. You were just too emotional," Shiao Ming said, pretending to be sensible. "Oh, then you are wrong." Shiao Chan spread his hands. "Actually, I did it on purpose." There was a gleam of sharpness in Shiao Chan's eyes, and suddenly, he kicked hard. Splash! Shiao Ming screamed and was kicked into the water again. "Shiao Ming." Su Muyu felt confused. "Is Shiao Chan crazy?" She shouted and was about to jump into the water, trying to pull Shiao Ming out. "Miss Su, don't be anxious." Shiao Chan stretched out his hand to stop him. "Since he dared to jump into the lake just now, it means he can swim. Why don't we see if he can climb out by himself? He will drown. Get out of the way." Su Muyu pushed Shiao Chan away with his backhand, then jumped into the lake with a splash and pulled Shiao Ming out. Shiao Ming was breathing heavily and lying on the ground, spitting out water. "Shiao Chan." Su Muyu was furious and stood up to find trouble with Shiao Chan. "Go check on your good brother." Shiao Chan said, "He is so weak. He must have a fever after falling into the water twice, right?" Su Muyu was stunned and turned his head to look. Sure enough, Shiao Ming was shivering from the cold. His lips were a little purple, and he looked unwell. This time he was not pretending. He had a weak constitution and was often sick. It's still spring now. It would be strange if you don't get sick after falling into the water. "Shiao Ming, go back and change your clothes." Su Muyu really didn't care about Shiao Chan anymore. He helped Shiao Ming up, glared at Shiao Chan fiercely, and then left. "It's really boring. Next time you want to act, just use a knife to cut your thigh. That will be exciting." Shiao Chan shouted at their backs. Shiao Ming shuddered, but he didn't dare look back. He left trembling with the support of Su Muyu. Shiao Chan shrugged and turned back. But when he returned to the picnic site, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Song Xian looked at Shiao Chan expressionlessly, and there was one more person at the camping site. Zhong Jejia. "Shiao Chan, you're back? My grandmother's house is nearby. I met classmate Su when I came here to play, and I asked and found out that you were here too." When Zhong Jejia saw Shiao Chan, she ran overexcitedly. "I also cooked some food. Come and taste my cooking." "Come to play, bring food? What a coincidence." Shiao Chan felt that this matter was definitely not that simple. He glanced at Su Dachui, who looked guilty. "Well, Su Dachui just posted a circle of friends, including the location and a photo of himself. This must have been seen by Zhong Jiajia. Classmate Zhong, I just ate a lot of sausages. I'm not hungry now. Shiao Chan touched his stomach. Thank you, we are almost going back. No, I just got here. Zhong Jiajia said enthusiastically. Try the dishes I made. I'm a great cook. Shiao Chan looked embarrassed. He had promised Song Zian that he would only eat what she brought. What's more, it was obvious that the little girl in front of him was interested in him. Eat her food. Shiao Chan didn't want to die yet. He grabbed Su Dachui, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, and said, Dachui, you can eat. Come on, don't let Zhong Jiajia down. Chapter 71 Dachui, if you don't want to be a bachelor, take the initiative. Aye. Su Dachui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how thick-skinned he is, he would not be embarrassed to eat there. After all, the girl worked hard to prepare the food and came here just for Shiao Chan. But there was nothing he could do. He was the one who had recruited the person, so he had to bite the bullet and answer. That classmate Zhong. Shiao Chen's taste is the same as mine, so I can eat it for him. That's fine. Zhong Jiajia looked at Su Dachui with murderous eyes. It was this fat guy who ate the cake she gave to Shiao Chan last time. Do you still want to eat the food she cooked for Shiao Chan? Okay, let's all come together. After all, Mr. Zhong means well. Song Zian saw the embarrassment of the two men at the scene. I could only sigh helplessly. Yes, I prepared a lot, and we can eat together. Zhong Jiajia finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go get some grilled chicken wings as an extra side dish. Su Dachui breathed a sigh of relief. They came out today for a barbecue and brought a lot of ingredients. I'll go and help. Shiao Chan also hurriedly followed. There were only two girls left at the scene, although both girls appeared polite on the surface. But the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Dachui, do you have a girl you like? Shiao Chan asked while grilling wings. No, my dream is to eat and sleep after eating. Su Dachui shook his head and concentrated on grilling the chicken wings. Dachui, you can't do this. Shiao Chan said seriously. The current generation in China is unbalanced. In the future, there will be 30 million men who will remain single. If you don't hurry up, you'll be single forever. But we are still studying now. Su Dachui was stunned. Does studying have anything to do with you? Go to a junior college, and I'll help you make money after you graduate. Shiao Chan said, you must not lose at the starting line. Okay, but I don't have a girl I like. Su Dachui scratched his head. Student Zhong Jiajia, what do you think? Shiao Chan asked quietly. It's quite beautiful. The cake you brought is delicious, and your voice is nice too. Su Dachui belu set instanti. Chase. Shiao Chan encouraged without hesitation. Don't. She is interested in you. Su Dachui was not fooled. Brother, you can see that classmate Song and I. Shiao Chan hesitated. So please help me. Look at Zhong Jiajia. She is pretty and gentle. You won't find a girl like her even with a lantern. If you don't work harder, you won't have another chance. Try your best before you graduate. Okay. Su Dachui gritted his teeth and said, for my brother's happiness, I will fight for it. After saying that, he really dropped the half-baked food in his hand and ran over. Mr. Zhong, thank you so much. Today is my birthday. I will treat everyone to singing in the evening, said Su Dachui. Singing? Zhong Jiajia was a little embarrassed. She was a good girl and never came home after 10 o'clock at night. It's okay. We'll just play for a while. We'll be back around 8 or 9 at the latest. Shiao Chan will go too. Su Dachui gestured to Shiao Chan, who was walking over. Yes, I'll go too. Shiao Chan nodded repeatedly. Well, okay. Zhong Jiajia nodded. That's great. Why don't you, Song, come with us? Su Dachui said. If you all go, I will definitely go too. Song Zian nodded. By the way, is it your birthday today? Shiao Chan asked. Well, my birthday, according to the Gregorian calendar, is today, but we all celebrate according to the lunar calendar. Su Dachui gao get lai di. Why do we have to go sing? That's not a suitable place for us to go. Shiao Chan said. It's okay. I have a cousin who works in a bar. He can guarantee safety. Besides, we'll just sing and not drink. Su Dachui said with a smile. After they finished eating, they packed up their things and agreed on a meeting place in the evening. At 7 o'clock in the evening, we met at the bar street. Su Dachui even changed his clothes and got his hair done. Although he is a little fat, he has a good figure. After dressing up like this, he instantly becomes a lively young man. Everyone is here. Let's go. My cousin has already arranged everything for me. Su Dachui walked in front to lead the way. At a bar called Maple Leaf, Su Dachui contacted his cousin. His cousin is the manager here and arranged a room for him. Don't play too late, or I won't be able to explain to your mother. Okay, it's okay, cousin. We'll just play for a while. Your classmates are all adults, right? My cousin was still a little worried. I'm an adult. I'm already 18 years old. Su Dachui said, how about I show you my ID card? Okay, the bars have been under strict inspection these days. If anyone under the age of 18 comes in, you'll be in trouble. My cousin gave a few more instructions before turning around and leaving. A group of students who naturally don't drink alcohol ordered a lot of sparkling water. Come on, let's sing. Jiajia, what song do you like? I'll order one for you. Su Dachui turned his head and asked, I'm fine with either. The most important thing is what song Shiao Chan likes. Zhong Jejia looked at Shiao Chan shyly. I can't sing very well. You guys sing, and I'll just listen. Shiao Chan smiled awkwardly. I don't know how to sing either, classmate Zhong. Shiao Chan and I will discuss the question, and you guys sing. Song Zian smiled slightly and pulled Shiao Chan to his side. They're all women. How could Zhong Jejia not understand what Song Zian meant? She smiled shyly. Then I will sing a song first. She immediately ordered Madame Shixiang. Hey, you like this song too? What a coincidence, I like it too. Su Dachui picked up the microphone without hesitation and handed it to Zhong Jejia. Shall we sing together? Okay. Zhong Jejia hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Shiao Chan was indeed not in the mood to sing, she took the microphone. The melody sounded, and the two of them took the microphone and began to sing along with the rhythm. As soon as Su Dachui opened his mouth, everyone was stunned. There are cliffs facing each other on the river, and buckwheat flowers are blooming in the sea of grass and waning. Who hung the moon in the sky, so that the words I want to say flow into the sea. The deep and irrepressible bass voice is surprisingly comparable to the original singers. Shiao Chan was stunned. Really? This kid is so talented in singing? Zhong Jejia also looked at Su Dachui in surprise. She also didn't expect Su Dachui's singing to be so beautiful. Along with the melody, she began to sing. Across the endless mountains, across the endless sea, if the expectation is still there, spring will always come and the flowers will bloom. Oh my god, this is the original singer. Shiao Chan was also surprised. Zhong Jejia's voice is also very good, and she can sing with the feeling of Linghua. Su Dachui also looked at Zhong Jejia in surprise, with a hint of surprise flashing in the corner of his eyes. He applauded repeatedly, indicating that she sang very well. So the two of them sang together, and soon they reached a climax. Wuming Mountain is connected to other mountains, and the moonlight shines on Shangshui Beach. Can anyone tell me that the heavens are calling you? As the song was sung, even Song Zian couldn't help but applaud. It's so beautiful. You sang better than the original singer. Chapter 72, The Police Must Also Be Reasonable. I feel like I found a soulmate. Jia, let me toast you. Su Dachui raised a glass of sparkling water with shining eyes. Thank you, you sing really well. Zhong Jejia raised a glass of sparkling water shyly. When Shiao Chan saw this situation, he knew it was a done deal. If Su Dachui was forced into it before, this time he was willing to pursue Zhong Jejia. Anyway, everyone is about to graduate, and many people will confess their love before graduation. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Come on, let's have a drink together. Shiao Chan saw that the atmosphere was getting better and raised his glass. Four bottles of sparkling water clinked together and cheered in unison. Although it wasn't alcohol, the atmosphere was right, and after a few bottles of sparkling water, the group felt less unfamiliar. Anyway, they were having a lot of fun, but at this moment, the door of the box opened and a serious voice came from it. Can minors enter a bar? Come out, police raid. The lights in the box came on, and a policeman and a few others were seen standing at the door. The leader was in his 30s, with a serious face. Come out and go to the hall. Captain Wu, that's my nephew inside. He is 18 years old, and his classmates are also 18 years old. Su Dachui's cousin smiled apologetically. Don't talk to me about this useless stuff. They are obviously students. Captain Wu said with a dark face, someone has reported that your bar allows minors to enter. Notify your boss and immediately suspend business for half a month for rectification. This, Captain Wu, let's talk it out. These guys are really adults. Su Dachui's cousin was surprised. How much money will be lost if the business is closed for half a month? Call your boss. You can't handle today's matter. Captain Wu showed no mercy at all. Helpless, cousin Su Dachui had to call his boss. Officer, we are all over 18 years old. Shiao Chan stood up and said, we are only here to sing, and the bar didn't sell us any alcohol. We only drank sparkling water. This isn't considered a violation, right? Isn't a half-month suspension a bit too harsh a punishment? Hey, you dare to talk back to the police? Captain Wu glanced at Shiao Chan in surprise. He pointed at Shiao Chan and said seriously, do you believe me? I will inform your school and parents. As a policeman for more than 10 years, he knows that what students of this age fear most is notifying the school and parents. I have used this trick before, and it has always worked when I encounter troublesome children. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Zhong Jejia and Su Dachui became obviously panicked. Song Zian was fine. After all, she came from a wealthy family. Not only was she not afraid, but she walked forward. First, we did not fight or cause any disturbance. Secondly, we didn't drink and didn't violate any rules, so why did you notify our parents? We are 18 years old. We are adults. When did the law stipulate that adults cannot come to the bar to sing? All of you, take out your ID cards to register, and then bring them to the bureau for urine test. Captain Wu's face was stern. Also notify their parents to go to the police station to pick them up. Song Zian was angry and was about to retort, but was stopped by Shiao Chan. I'll handle it. Officer, we were just singing. We didn't do anything illegal. Take it away. Urine tests are not appropriate, right? Oh, who knows if you guys took drugs in there? Captain Wu snorted coldly. This is the normal process I should follow. Why do you have a problem with it? He looks like he can't hear you yet. Just then, the bar owner came. He was none other than Qin Xiao, whom Shiao Chan had met before. He saw Shiao Chan as soon as he entered the room and was slightly startled. Shiao Chan? Mr. Chan. Shiao Chan nodded at him. What's going on? Qin Xiao turned and asked Su Dachui's cousin. Mr. Chun, my cousin and some classmates came here to hang out, and someone reported the bar for hosting minors. Su Dachui's cousin looked worried, and we have to take my cousin and several classmates to get a urine test and notify their families. They just came to sing, and they didn't even order any wine, but they just asked for a few bottles of sparkling water. Isn't that unnecessary? Okay, I got it. I'll handle it. Qin Xiao knew it well. He owns this bar, and he also manages the bar street. But recently a bar opened across the street, which seems to be a good idea. The fire department, industrial and commercial bureau, and police come to check every now and then, making it impossible to do business. Moreover, the Captain Wu in front of him seemed to be somewhat related to the other party. It's really hard to deal with this situation if you keep pulling at the small braid. Captain Wu, long time no see. Let's have dinner together some other day. Qin Xiao said with a smile. I know this little brother. He helped me before. Besides, a few kids just came here to sing, so it's not against the rules. Don't try to establish a relationship with me. We don't have that kind of relationship. Captain Wu warned Qin Xiao. You let minors in here, you must suspend business for half a month, not a day less. Captain Wu, I'm doing legitimate business. Isn't this inappropriate? Qin Xiao's face looked a little gloomy. I'm also following the rules. If you're not satisfied, you can go and complain to me. Captain Wu pointed at his police number. Qin Xiao took a deep breath. He had connections in the underworld. But the people should not fight against the officials, especially when the other party is the police. At worst, this bar will just close down in the future. Take them to the police station and take their statements. Captain Wu turned and pointed at Shiao Chan and the others. Officer, do we have to go to this police station? Shiao Chan frowned. The round trip, plus the record keeping, will take several hours. And notifying the school and parents, although not a big deal, is still troublesome. He also realized that Captain Wu was deliberately causing trouble. I can tell you responsibly that you have to go and notify the school and have the parents pick up the children. No step can be missed. Captain Wu turned around and said seriously. Okay then, I'll make a call. Shiao Chan smiled. Sure, hit me as much as you want. Captain Wu looked indifferent. He didn't believe that a high school student could have any connections. Shiao Chan picked up the phone. Brother Zhou, this is Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan, huh? I would just want to contact you to have dinner together. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Zhou Jun's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. Brother Zhou, I was singing with a few classmates at a relative's bar. One of your colleagues came and said we were underage and insisted on taking us to the police station. We were just singing. There's no need to make such a big fuss, you see. Call him. Zhou Jun understood. Officer, answer the phone. Shiao Chan handed over the phone. It's useless no matter who you ask today. Captain Wu sneered. He didn't believe that Shiao Chan could find any hard connections. I'm Zhou Jun from the Jinshi branch. Which branch are you from? As soon as I answered the phone, Zhou Jun's voice came over. Director Zhou? The smile on Captain Wu's face suddenly froze. Wu Changyong. Zhou Jun also recognized the other party's voice. Chapter 73, Shiao Chan, be my grandson-in-law. Yes, it's me, Director Zhou. Beads of sweat instantly flowed down Wu Changyong's face. He had just been transferred to the Linshi branch. He replaced Zhou Jun's previous position. Zhou Jun was his immediate superior, but he never expected that a high school student who was making trouble during a routine inspection actually had a relationship with Zhou Jun. And the other party called Zhou Jun, Brother Zhou? How familiar were they? The person standing opposite you is one of my younger brothers. I know him well. Zhou Jun said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Besides a few students singing in a relative's bar, what's the big deal? Do we have to come up with a set of procedures? Yes, Director Zhou, I was inconsiderate. Wu Changyong said quickly. I will send them home now. Besides, why do you go for routine liquor inspections so often recently? Did the city assign you tasks? Zhou Jun continued. I know your relative opened a bar, but don't go too far. You are wearing this police uniform to do practical things for the people. I'm not asking you to use your position to do other things. Understand. Director Zhou, I will seriously reflect on this when I return. Wu Changyong was shocked and immediately broke out in a cold sweat on his back. It turns out that the leaders knew everything he did. This time Zhou Jun was giving him a hint and a warning. If he continues like this, it won't be just a warning. After hanging up the phone, he quickly handed the phone back with both hands. This little brother knows Director Zhou? Look, the flood has washed away the Dragon King temple. Then can my classmates and I leave? Shiao Chan asked. You can go now. I'll have someone drive you home. Safety is important. Wu Changyong had a smile on his face, which was completely different from his attitude just now. No need, we can go back by ourselves. Shiao Chun turned around and said, Mr. Chun, we'll go back first. Okay, Shiao Chun, I haven't thanked you properly for what you did last time. I'll treat you to a meal later. Chen Chao said with a smile. Judging from Wu Changyong's completely different attitude, the relationship Xiao Chun is looking for is of great importance. And Xiao Chun just said that he was hanging out at a relative's bar. If Wu Changyong had been sensible, he wouldn't have come here to check every now and then. My uncle is here to pick me up. Should I send everyone back first? Song Zian asked. No need. You should go back soon. My home is not far from here. Xiao Chen winked at Song Zian. It means to leave some space for Su Dachui and Zhong Jejia. Song Zian immediately understood. She giggled, waved at a few people, and then left quickly. Dachui, please send classmate Zhong home. I'll go back first. Xiao Chen looked at Su Dachui. Su Dachui immediately made an okay gesture to Xiao Chen, and then took the initiative to send Zhong Jejia home. Xiao Chen smiled. Su Dachui and Zhong Jejia had some common topics. Besides, this guy speaks humorously, so there should be a show. Xiao Chen didn't stay for lunch and went to school. It was a critical time in my senior year of high school, and after my rebirth, my reading speed seemed to have skyrocketed. But Xiao Chan still wanted to stay in school longer, as these long-lost student days were really not much left. When they rushed back, it was time for dinner. Song Zian took out the lunchbox with a smile on her face and started taking out the dishes. But at this moment, a timid voice came from the window. Student Song Xiao Chun. There was a very distinctive sound of the clip, and the smile on Song Zian's face froze, and he turned his head to look. Sure enough, Zhong Jiejia was standing at the window holding a small cake. Xiao Chen's scalp tingled. He felt that Song Zian's mood had turned bad in an instant. But there's nothing we can do. Things have to be resolved, right? He turned his head and said with a wry smile, Mr. Zhong, is there anything wrong with you? Is Su Dachui here? Unexpectedly, Zhong Jejia's words left Xiao Chun stunned. Then he responded, he went to the bathroom and will be back soon. Student, is the cake in your hand for him? Give it to me. I'll give it to him later. Well, thank you. He said he especially liked the cake I brought, so I brought him one today. Zhong Jejia then smiled. His grilled sausages are also delicious. He will bring them to you someday. Xiao Chun took the cake. Thank you, goodbye. Zhong Jejia left with a smile on her face. Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt secretly happy in his heart. Su Dachui can do it. It's only been a few days, and Zhong Jejia's attitude has changed immediately? Is this a gift for Su Dachui? Song Zian also looked incredulous. Yes, the sledgehammer can do it. Xiao Chun said proudly. Fortunately, he pushed Su Dachui out in time. And fortunately, Zhong Jejia was just grateful to him and did not completely fall in love with him. Now that she has found someone who shares the same hobbies with her, Su Dachui will no longer have to follow her and Song Zian as a light bulb. Just at this moment, Su Dachui ran in happily. Cake, Xiao Chun, my cake. Here, Xiao Chun raised the cake in his hand and jokingly said, what should I do if I want to eat it too? You? Su Dachui hugged the cake tightly and said, I'll buy it for you later, but not this one. Forget about friends when you see a beautiful woman. Xiao Chun gave Su Dachui a harsh evaluation. After class in the afternoon, Bai Wei contacted Xiao Chun. He said that the plan for the two old men had been finalized and invited him to come and take a look. Xiao Chun was quite satisfied with his design, so he called his grandmother to report it and then ran to Bai Wei's company. In the conference room, Bai Wei was playing the design plan on the slides. These design schemes integrate multiple elements, blending feng shui and classicism into one. Song Yunming and Zhang Hongji were very satisfied with what they heard. The two old men have been friends for many years. The houses were bought close together, so the decoration styles should also be similar. It is said that they even bought a piece of land for a cemetery, so that they would be buried together after death. Haha, okay, this is the plan, it's settled. In the office, Zhang Hongji looked at the picture scrolling on the big screen and seemed very satisfied. He turned his head and asked, Old Song, what do you think? I think it's not bad. Don't worry, Xiao Chan is personally guiding you, so it won't be bad. He is your lucky star. Song Yiming laughed. Okay, then let's decide on this plan, sign a contract, and start work right away. Zhang Hongji made the decision immediately. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. I'll go get the contract for you now, Bai Wei said with a smile. Zhang Hongji's plan was finalized, and she was truly relieved. Xiao Chun, the plots of land you asked us to buy have been planned to be used as shopping malls and office buildings. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Hongji said with a smile, it will be developed within 5 years. By then, the landmark building in the East District will be built by our Hongji group, and you will be our great contributor. Then congratulations to Mr. Zhang first. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Xiao Chun, do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Hongji suddenly asked again. No, I'm still in my senior year of high school, Mr. Zhang. Xiao Chun was stunned. What a pity, I don't have a granddaughter, otherwise I would definitely invite you to be my granddaughter's son-in-law. Zhang Hongji said to himself. Chapter 74, Xiao Qian. Do you know that you have princess syndrome? Shiao Chan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you ask your sons to get one right away? Haha, you kid. Old Zhang laughed. I'm telling you not to set your sights on Shiao Chan. Song Yunming said seriously. Why? Zhang Hongji asked. Don't ask why, it just won't work. Song Yunming snorted. The more he looked at Shiao Chan, the more he liked him. This old man Zhang Hongji would compete with him for everything. Fortunately, he doesn't have a granddaughter, otherwise Ziyin would have another competitor. Although there is a big gap between Shiao Chan and his favorite candidate. The more he looks at this kid, the more he likes him. Just at this moment, Xiao Qian came over with a kettle and refilled water for everyone in the meeting room. Her internship period in the company has not yet been completed, so she is still an intern. I usually just take meeting notes and serve tea. She looked at Xiao Chan with a complicated expression and wanted to speak to him. But Xiao Chan was chatting and laughing with the two old men and ignored her completely. Xiao Qian's heart twitched. The person in front of her was her brother. I used to listen to her very much and try my best to please her and get her approval. But unfortunately, she didn't cherish it well. However, he is now out of her reach. Mr. Zhang, this is the contract. Bai Wei walked in. After pouring the water, Xiao Qian stood in the meeting room without leaving. Do you have anything else to say? Bai Wei looked at her strangely. Teacher Bai, I'll stay here and see if I can help you with anything. Xiao Qian said. No, I don't need your help. I'll call Xiaoli over if there's anything. You just go ahead and do your work. Bai Wei said calmly. She knew the relationship between Xiao Chun and Xiao Qian and also knew some things about the Xiao family, so she sent Xiao Qian away. Okay, teacher Bai. Xiao Qian had no choice but to nod and walk out. Zhang Hongji signed a contract. I'll ask the finance department to transfer the money, and you guys should start the work as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Zhang, please rest assured, Bai Wei said with a smile. Next, I need to discuss some details of the furniture layout with you too. Okay, thank you, Xiao Chen. You go back first, and we'll talk later. Song Yunming said with a smile. Okay, I'll go back first. Xiao Chen nodded and left the meeting room. Xiao Chen. Before I got into the elevator, Xiao Qian ran over. What? Xiao Chen frowned. No one paid attention to her in the meeting room just now. Doesn't she understand what he meant? I want to talk to you. Xiao Qian leaned sideways to block the elevator entrance. In the tone of an elder, she said, I am your sister, and your last name is Xiao. I don't think our relationship should be so strained. Excuse me. Xiao Chen looked up at Xiao Qian with a cold expression on his face. Where did you come from? Xiao Chen you. Xiao Qian couldn't help but clench her fists. But then she let go again, her expression calmed down. If you think this can help you vent your anger, you can even scold me. I was wrong about what happened before. Wait, what's wrong with you? Xiao Chun asked with a frown. My bracelet was lost, and I suspected you did it without any evidence. I was wrong in this matter, and I apologize to you. Xiao Qian rarely lowered her proud head. So, do you want to ask me something? The corners of Xiao Qian's lips curled up, his face full of sarcasm. What did you say? Xiao Qian was hurt by his words. Yes, she needed Xiao Qian's help. Otherwise, even if she felt a little guilty toward Xiao Chun, she would not show it. However, Xiao Yu saw through her at a glance, which made her feel very uncomfortable. I know your Xiao family too well. Xiao Chen said calmly. Everyone is the same. No one will get up early without profit. Maybe you feel a little guilty towards me, but if you didn't ask me for anything, you wouldn't apologize to me for that. You won't lower your self-proclaimed noble head so easily, right? Xiao Chun. Xiao Qian screamed as if her tail was stepped on. Can you not be like this? We are all family. We are blood relatives. If you encounter any problems, the only ones who can help you are your family members. Then thank you so much. I don't need your help. I've already written the blood letter, and it is signed by Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Yunhe. The mockery on Xiao Chen's face became more obvious, and he didn't even try to hide it. Wouldn't it be nice for us to be strangers from now on? Xiao Qian was so angry that she couldn't speak. She gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Chun, I need your help with something. Seeing that Xiao Chun didn't say anything and just showed a hint of mockery, she resisted the urge to turn around and leave. I have been in this decoration company for more than 2 months. I have been helping the top designer, even serving tea and water and doing some simple record-keeping work. So what? Xiao Chen asked. Your design ideas have been recognized by Elder Song and Elder Zhang, which shows that you have outstanding qualities, so I would like to ask you to introduce me to some high-end clients. Xiao Qian said, if I can sign a big order before the end of the month, my internship will be over and I can become a full-time employee. Then I will have the opportunity to meet various customers. Without waiting for Xiao Chun to answer, Qian said in a pleading tone, you also know that my dream is to be a designer. I graduated from a prestigious university with a degree in design. I should be pursuing my dream instead of doing a job serving tea and water here. So what does this have to do with me? Xiao Chun ruthlessly shattered her fantasy. You think that you have a high degree and graduated from a prestigious university, but your talent is being wasted in this company? Then why don't you just change jobs? Why not? Because, Jingyan is a big company and you need to have experience working here. On the one hand, you want experience, but on the other hand, You feel that this internship is a waste of your talent? To be honest, people like you who have princess syndrome but are not destined to be princesses are really rare. Xiao Chun, shut up. Xiao Qian was angry. She never thought that Xiao Chun could actually belittle her. Wait until I finish speaking. Xiao Chun sneered. Besides, what does your experience have to do with me? Why are you telling me all this? To gain my sympathy? I'm sorry, I won't sympathize with you. I will only laugh at your high expectations and your unrealistic ambitions. Not only will I not sympathize with you, I will even add insult to injury. Do you believe it? Starting tomorrow, you won't even be able to be the assistant of a top designer. Xiao Chun, what do you want to do? Xiao Qian raised her head suddenly. Sister Bai. Xiao Chun took out his phone and called Bai Wei. The girl named Xiao Qian here is not satisfied with her current job situation. She feels that she is a talented person, but you only let her do record-keeping work, which is a bit of a waste of her talent. Glancing at Xiao Qian, whose face was pale, Xiao Chun continued. Yes, she came to harass me again. If she continues to show up here next time I come here, I will turn around and leave. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun ignored Xiao Qian, whose expression looked extremely ugly, and turned to enter the elevator. Ding! News of personnel transfers was circulated in the company group. Xiao Qian will be in charge of logistics from tomorrow onwards. She will no longer need to go out with the gold medal designer. Xiao Li will take over the meeting record-keeping work. Chapter 75, Su Muyu's doubts. Xiao Qian's voice is so familiar. Xiao Chun. Xiao Qian stomped her feet in anger. She really regretted going to find Xiao Chun. After scolding Xiao Qian, Xiao Chun was in a particularly good mood. After going downstairs, I met Song Zian again in the coffee shop downstairs. Why are you here? Xiao Chun asked in surprise. Waiting for someone. Song Zian said with a smile. Who are you waiting for? I seem to have met you here several times. Xiao Chun was puzzled. Do you have any relatives working here? I guess so. Song Zian changed the subject. Xiao Chun, I'm so hungry. Let's go to the mall to eat something. Okay, I'll treat you. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. He felt a little embarrassed to eat the food cooked by Song Zian's mother every day. And those ingredients are all first class. What do you want to eat? The two of them walked to the mall. Well, I want to eat maopshuang and boiled pork slices. Song Zian thought for a while and named several dishes in one breath. Hey, these are all heavy-tasting dishes. I didn't expect you to like this. Xiao Chun smiled. Okay, I'll treat you. Thank you, my deskmate. Let's go. Song Zian cheered. The dishes her nanny cooks tend to be light in flavor, but she prefers dishes with strong flavors. I've been holding in for a long time, and finally I got the chance. The two of them walked towards the mall, talking and laughing. As soon as they entered the mall, they heard a loud noise. Then there was a noisy sound behind me. The glass is broken and hit someone, including a child. Hurry, call an ambulance. The mall security guards rushed to the door in a hurry, and the entrance of the mall was quickly surrounded by people. Someone's hurt, go check it out. Xiao Chun and Song Zian were shocked and quickly rushed to the scene of the accident. I saw a little boy of 8 or 9 years old being hit by a piece of fallen glass. A palm-sized piece of glass was stuck in his shoulder, and the ground was covered with blood. A group of people were watching here, but no one dared to step forward. Oh my God, this is serious. Where are the adults? My master is not here, so I came out alone to buy things. Have you called an ambulance? Yes, but it's rush hour right now, so I'm afraid it will delay things. Is there a doctor? He's losing so much blood. If the bleeding isn't stopped, he'll go into shock. The onlookers were anxious, but most of them just stood aside pointing and taking pictures with their mobile phones, but no one dared to come forward. After all, the little boy was already unconscious, and his aorta was injured, so he was bleeding profusely. If we meddle in other people's business at this time, and something happens to the boy later, his family will definitely make a fuss. Sometimes we can't blame the Chinese people for being indifferent, but rather the cost of doing good things is too high. Xiao Chun, what should we do? He is bleeding a lot. Song Zian was shocked. Xiao Chun quickly took off his coat, rushed forward and put the coat on the little boy. Then he tore off his collar and pressed it against the wound. This piece of broken glass is embedded in the wound and has damaged the aorta. It cannot be easily pulled out. Xiao Chun frowned. What should we do? I'll call an ambulance. Song Zian said anxiously. The hospital is not far from here, and the ambulance can't get there. The best way is to take him there immediately. Xiao Chan gritted his teeth. He leaned over and picked up the boy. Song Zian, hold his wound. We will take him to the hospital now. Okay. Song Zian looked at the boy's wound that was bleeding profusely. Even though she was so scared that her scalp was numbing, she still gritted her teeth and reached out to press on the piece of collar that Xiao Chan had torn off. Xiao Chun held the little boy carefully and rushed out. I've already made a call. Someone will be here to pick you up soon. Just head towards the hospital. A kind-hearted person reminded. Xiao Chun nodded in thanks, then picked up the boy and ran towards the hospital. Song Zian also followed along, pressing the little boy's wound with his hand. Her hands were covered in blood. Although the flowing blood made her feel cold inside, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Fortunately, after running a few hundred meters towards the hospital had already sent medical staff pushing a cart to meet us. They took the boy, put him on a cart, and then stopped the bleeding while rushing towards the hospital. Shiao Chan was worried, so he followed him. As soon as I arrived at the emergency room on the first floor, Su Muyu and Xiao Ming came towards me. Xiao Chun, Su Muyu froneth. Because Xiao Chun pushed Xiao Ming into the lake, Xiao Ming got a fever. She accompanied Xiao Ming to the hospital to see a doctor and get medicine. Xiao Chan glanced at the two of them without saying anything, and just followed the medical staff to the emergency room. All the way, he was calling out to the little boy, trying to wake him up from his sleep. Su Muyu frowned and followed. Finally, when he arrived at the door of the emergency room, the little boy woke up. He shouted with difficulty, "Brother, don't be afraid, the doctor is here." Xiao Chan shouted loudly, "Hold on, you'll be fine." Su Muyu, who was following behind him, was shocked and looked at Xiao Chan in disbelief. "Hold on, you'll be fine. This voice is so familiar. 3 years ago, she was in a car accident and fell into a coma." In the haze, a voice lingered in her ears. The familiar voice and familiar words once gave her great encouragement when she was on the verge of death. This voice even pulled her back from the brink of life and death several times. She was in a coma for 3 full days before she woke up, and the person who was with her was Xiao Ming. She also learned that Xiao Ming had donated blood to her, and she subconsciously thought that it was Xiao Ming who saved her. The voice that woke her up countless times when she was half asleep and half awake was also Xiao Ming's voice. But when she heard Xiao Chen's encouraging words to the little boy, it seemed so familiar. The little boy was pushed to the emergency room, and Xiao Chun then sat down on the steps, breathing slightly. He was too nervous. After all, it was a human life. If he was any later, he might have died. Song Zian sat down and leaned against him, breathing nervously. Xiao Chen smiled and reached out to pull her hair. "Good job. All girls will be scared by the bloody scene just now, right?" But Song Zian was able to overcome his fear and helped him send the little boy here. This is tantamount to a race against death. Seeing that half of his and Xiao Chen's bodies were covered in blood, Song Zian revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Xiao Chen, my hands are shaking. It's okay, it will be fine in a while." Xiao Chen reached out and held his hand. "Brother, you are so dirty." Xiao Ming spoke in a teasing voice. "If you don't want to get beaten, shut up." Xiao Chen glanced at him coldly. This weakling, maybe he caught a cold after falling into the water last time? He was so sick, but he still had a dirty mouth. Why didn't he drown? "Sister Su, let's go. I'm afraid of blood." Xiao Ming pretended to be weak again. Su Muyu had a lot of things she wanted to ask Xiao Chun, but she didn't know where to start. At this moment, the door of the emergency room opened and a doctor came out in a hurry. "This little boy has lost too much blood and needs a blood transfusion. He has AB-type blood. There's a shortage of AB-type blood in the blood bank." "Who has AB-type blood?" AB blood type accounts for a very small proportion, only about 7% in the country. Moreover, blood banks have been in short supply in recent years, so there is no AB-type blood at all. "I have AB-type blood, take mine." Xiao Chen stood up. "Okay, follow me." The doctor quickly took Xiao Chen in. Su Muyu remained silent. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Ming. She also had AB-type blood, and, according to Xiao Ming's confession, he was the one who donated blood to him. Then he should also have AB-type blood. But now Xiao Ming stood aside, completely indifferent. Chapter 76 question from Su Muyu. "Xiao Ming, is it really you who gave me blood transfusion?" This is quite unlike the enthusiastic man Xiao Ming described when she woke up that day. "Sister Su, I'll go have my blood drawn too. I'm also type AB." At this time, Xiao Ming spoke hesitantly, but he looked like a sickly person, and after taking just 2 steps, he started to see stars and break out in a sweat. "Don't go. You are weak and have a fever. Your body won't be able to withstand having your blood drawn now." Su Muyu felt a little relieved. She didn't know that after hearing her words, Xiao Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It almost got exposed. A moment later, Xiao Chun came out of the emergency room. His face was a little pale, and he walked a little unsteadily. "Xiao Chun, are you okay?" Song Zian rushed over and supported him. "It's okay." Xiao Chun forced a smile. "I'll go buy you some milk." Song Zian helped him sit down and rushed out. Xiao Chun sat on the steps to rest. Su Muyu was silent for a moment and then asked, "You also have AB-type blood?" Xiao Chun closed his eyes, did not answer, but nodded slightly. Seeing that Xiao Chun looked frighteningly pale, Su Muyu asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay, I won't die." Xiao Chun shook his head. The last time he had his blood drawn, his face was also pale and he had stars in his eyes. "My body became weak, and it took me more than half a month to recover." He has always been in good health, so he shouldn't be so weak after having his blood drawn. He didn't know what exactly happened. Su Muyu's concern for Xiao Chun attracted the attention of Xiao Ming. He stared at Xiao Chun with vicious eyes, wishing he could pull out Xiao Chen's tendons and skin him alive. At this moment, the door of the emergency room was opened again. "There is not enough blood. We need at least 200 milliliters. Does anyone have AB-type blood?" Xiao Chun frowned. and he stood up with the help of a pillar. How about I smoke some more? Are you going to die? You've already drawn 400 cc. The doctor was stunned and scolded. Sit down and rest. I'll go ask some more questions. Shia Ming stood aside in a daze. He even felt Su Muyu's gaze on him. He had no choice but to act sickly again. I feel dizzy. Su Muyu was helpless. She withdrew her gaze with a hint of disappointment in her expression. She walked forward and rolled up her sleeves. Please take mine. I also have AB-type blood. Okay, come with me. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief and took her in. Shiao Chan glanced at Su Muyu in surprise. He lived 2 lives. In the previous life, he loved this woman to death, but he never really understood her. In his opinion, Su Muyu is the princess in Jiangcheng's circle. She is high and mighty, detached from the world, arrogant and cold. But he didn't expect that such a person would actually draw his own blood for a boy he didn't know. As soon as Su Muyu walked in, Song Zian came back with milk. Shiao Chan drank the milk and felt better. Seeing Song Zian's worried face, he smiled and said, I'm fine. Don't worry. I just feel a little dizzy. Maybe it's because of the blood draw. Are you really okay? Song Zian still looked worried. It's okay, look. Shiao Chan wanted a punch to show off his biceps. However, the moment he raised his arm, he discovered that there was a purple mark on the wound on his arm. The mark was not obvious, only the size of a baby's fist. Several blue veins coiled around the mark, like several leeches penetrating into his muscles and sucking blood. He was stunned for a moment. He had discovered the same mark after having his blood drawn 3 years ago. I originally thought that this was due to blood vessel constriction caused by blood drawing, but today it seems that is not the case. This mark is more like some kind of symbol. And when he was weak, this part of his arm would turn faintly blue. What's wrong with you? Seeing Shiao Chun stunned, Song Zian asked with concern. It's okay, let's go back. Shiao Chun withdrew his arm and smiled relaxedly. He didn't take the mark matter to heart and went back to ask his master. He should know what was going on. Song Zian breathed a sigh of relief, nodded slightly, and left with Shiao Chun. At the Shiao family, Shia Ming suddenly screamed while taking a shower. What's wrong, Ming? Zhao's father and mother were surprised and rushed to the bathroom. Shia Ming was shirtless, and he looked in horror at a mark the size of a baby's fist on his arm. The mark was raised, as if it was deeply embedded in his body. The mark was exactly the same as the one on Xiao Chen's body, but in a different direction. Xiao Ming's was facing upwards while Xiao Chen's was facing downwards. Mom, what's wrong with my arm? Am I going to die? Xiao Ming howled in horror. Father and Mother Xiao were stunned, then looked at each other. Father Xiao quickly comforted him. Ming, don't be afraid. This thing is to protect you. Bless me? Xiao Ming asked anxiously. Yes, I will bless you. Don't worry, you will get better soon. Father Xiao comforted him with a few words, and then the two of them walked out. Did it work? After exiting, Zhao's father was both happy and worried. It looks like it's working. God bless you. Mother Xiao kept saying, may my Ming be healthy. But will Xiao Chen's health get worse? Father Xiao was a little worried. I don't care. I just want Ming to be fine. Zhao's mother's originally gentle face turned ferocious at this moment. She breathed rapidly and her voice was hoarse. As long as Ming is fine, the life and death of others has nothing to do with me. That ungrateful bastard. Why are you worrying about him? Okay, as long as he's fine, don't get excited. He will get better. Father Xiao was surprised and quickly helped her sit down. The next day, in physical education class, after playing basketball for a while, Shiao Chan felt a little tired. He threw the basketball to his classmate and then sat aside to rest. Shiao Chan, what's wrong? You're the most active in physical education class. Su Dachui dropped the basketball in his hand and ran over to ask with concern. Are you feeling unwell? He put his hand on Shiao Chen's head. Do you have a fever? I don't have a fever. Stop worrying about me. Shiao Chan pushed his hand away. Why do you look a little listless? Are you feeling unwell? Su Dachui really cared about him. No, I'm very strong. It's because of the blood draw yesterday. Shiao Chen cheered up. Don't worry about me. Go practice your ball. Look at this body of yours. If you don't exercise more, you won't be able to get rid of it. How are you going to chase girls then? You're right. I'll go exercise now. Upon hearing this, Su Dachui stood up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Xiao Chun, are you still weak? Song Zian ran over and sat next to Xiao Chun. I feel a little weak, but it's not a big problem. I had this problem once before when I drew too much blood. Xiao Chun pretended to be relaxed and said, don't worry about me. You knew this, but you still drew so much blood yesterday. Song Zian felt more and more distressed. We can't just watch the child die. Xiao Chun smiled and said, it's okay. He will be fine after a few days of nursing. You are so kind. Song Zian murmured, supporting his chin and looking at Xiao Chun. Patting her head, Xiao Chun smiled and said, go on exercise. Cherish your physical education class. Song Zian nodded, stood up, and ran away. At this moment, someone shouted, Xiao Chun, someone is looking for you. When Xiao Chun was wondering who would look for him during physical education class, he unexpectedly turned his head and saw Su Muyu at the edge of the playground. Chapter 77. Su Muyu, what are you doubting? What do you want from me? Xiao Chen was puzzled. Why did Su Muyu come to the school to find me instead of accompanying her good brother Shao Ming? I want to talk to you. Su Muyu's face still looked as if he was keeping people at a distance. But there was a strange look in her eyes. Doubt, confusion, or perhaps struggle. Just tell me if you have something to say. Xiao Chen leaned on a piece of sports equipment. Here, Su Muyu froneth. How about that? Find a high-end coffee shop, stir the coffee, and listen to you talk to me in a soft voice. Xiao Chan grinned. No need. People with my background are not that elegant. If you have something to say, just tell me. I still have to go to class. You started living in Shao Ming's house half a year ago. Su Muyu's expression became unusually serious. That's right. You were there on the first day I went to the Xiao family. Xiao Chan said calmly. As Shao Ming's confidant elder sister, you know everything about the Xiao family. Then I want to ask you. Su Muyu lowered his head. Have we met before this? Xiao Chun looked at Su Muyu, and Su Muyu also raised his head and looked straight into his eyes. He didn't understand why Su Muyu asked such a question. I've met you. Xiao Chun uttered 2 words. Really? Where have we met before? Su Muyu's breathing became rapid. The answer that she longed for, but did not want to be true, seemed to be right before her eyes. Forgot in the dream. Xiao Chun looked up at the sky, seeming to be thinking hard. Xiao Chun, can you be serious? Su Muyu was a little angry. I'm serious. You are the daughter of the high and mighty Su family, a princess recognized by everyone in Jiangqing's circle. And I'm just a country bumpkin who was abandoned by my parents and fostered in my grandmother's house since I was a child. If it weren't for the kindness of the Xiao family, which allowed me to enjoy wealth and glory for half a year, we would never have seen each other in this life. Don't you think? Xiao Chen's tone was calm and mocking, which instantly angered Su Muyu. Xiao Chun, you don't have to be so sarcastic. I just want to confirm something with you. I am now sure that person is not you, because he is kind and upright, and you are a despicable villain. Su Muyu turned around and left. She even wanted to laugh. She thought she must be crazy. Why did she suspect that the person who saved her was Xiao Chun? This guy is hostile to everyone. The kind, gentle, and considerate Shao Ming was the one who saved her that year. Watching Su Muyu leave without looking back, Xiao Chen shrugged indifferently. He knew that Su Muyu had already become suspicious when he donated blood yesterday, but she was conflicted, afraid that she had wasted her feelings over the years. After all, she has regarded Shao Ming as her savior and has been taking care of him all these years. And she was unwilling to believe that Shao Ming was the despicable person who pretended to be someone else. Otherwise, with her identity, she would be able to find out what happened in minutes. He was unwilling to explain himself. For one thing, he no longer had the passionate love he had for Su Muyu in his previous life. Furthermore, if he tried to explain himself, the other party would most likely not believe him. Why bother? These people are so boring. After school in the evening, Xiao Chun went to Qingyo Temple alone. With the donation from the Song family and the attention of many people in society, Qingyo Temple is now under renovation. Moreover, the temple became more popular, so the Taoist priest no longer kept the door of the temple closed all day. Instead, they opened their doors to welcome pilgrims from all directions and set up a consultation table to pray for people and treat their illnesses. He also changed his tattered Taoist robe that had been patched up in the past. Instead, there was a brand new green Taoist robe, and he had a Hunyuan scarf tied around his head. The so-called Hunyuan scarf is one of the 9 scarves and 3 crowns of Taoism. He was also wearing a pair of small sunglasses, which made him look a little more playful. Looking at the mark on Xiao Chen's arm, he sighed softly. He casually picked up a bowl of water and lightly drew a few times in the air with his right hand above the bowl, finally forming a Taoist seal. Then he held the bowl in one hand, scooped some water from the bowl with the other hand, and gently sprinkled it on Xiao Chen's arm. Good fortune and misfortune come from nowhere, but are brought upon oneself. As the water splashed onto Xiao Chen's arms, he immediately felt a sense of relief, and the mark seemed to have faded a lot. Rester it for 3 days after you return, and this thing will disappear. However, the karma that binds you may not be so easy to offset. Master, what's wrong with me? Xiao Chun asked puzzledly. Do I have to ask the reason? The Taoist priest took out 3 incense sticks, knelt down in front of the 3 pure ones, and then inserted them in front of the altar. I want to know the reason. Xiao Chun nodded. He felt that this was his life, and he needed to find out the reason. After all, he has lived 2 lives now, and he wants to figure out what happened to him. You will understand later, but now is not the time. The Taoist priest shook his head gently. Remember, don't let yourself get hurt or lose too much blood in the future. Because once you're injured or lose too much blood, you are at your most vulnerable time. At that time, they have the opportunity to take advantage of you. Xiao Chan was a little confused by what he heard. He didn't know who the Taoist priest was talking about were. But after knowing the master for so many years, he understood that there was a reason for everything the master did. Since the master didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. After leaving the Taoist temple, Xiao Chen met Shao Ming at the door of his house. This guy looked pale, as if he had just recovered from serious illness. but he seems to be in much better spirits than before. Brother, I came to see you specially. Seeing Shiao Chan, Shia Ming smiled harmlessly. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart. Shiao Chan said coldly. Then get out of here right now. I feel unlucky when I see your face. Brother, Shia Ming looked aggrieved again. There's no one here. Don't pretend like you've been raped before. It makes people feel sick. Shiao Chen's face darkened. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Shia Ming's face gradually became distorted. Shiao Chan, why are you trying to steal things that belong to me? Shia Ming asked. What did I steal from you? Shiao Chan was puzzled. He actually didn't understand where Shia Ming's hatred for him came from. He had always thought that this guy was just a vicious person, but now it seemed that besides being vicious, there must be something else about him that made him hate him. Sister Su came to see you today, right? Shia Ming was shaking all over. From this we can see that his hatred is very strong. Yes, you came to me. What's the matter? Shiao Chan asked again. It is mine. Shia Ming clenched his fists tightly. I will marry her in the future. Everything in the Su family is destined to be mine. You know what, Shiao Chan, you shouldn't have appeared. You shouldn't have been born. Chapter 78, your rank is really not good enough. If it weren't for you, I would have everything to myself. But because of your appearance, everything has become uncertain. It's all your fault. Shia Ming's face was hideous and distorted, and even from a distance, Shiao Chan could feel his hatred. Ah yes, the world should revolve around you. You are the center of the world. No, the universe. Shiao Chan grinned. He half mocked. Everyone who meets you in this world should make way for you. But to be honest, if Su Muyu really liked someone like you, even sows would climb trees. She has been very good to me and has always been protecting me. Shia Ming said angrily. That's because she doesn't know the truth. If she knew, you don't have AB-type blood at all. The savior she's cared for 3 years turned out to be an imposter. What do you think will happen to her? You? Shia Ming was completely frightened. This is a secret. How did Shiao Chan know it? Yes, by chance, he was considered by the Su family to be Su Muyu's savior. When he knew that the other party was the eldest daughter of the Su family, he pretended to be the savior without hesitation. But how did Shiao Chan know about this? You are almost invisible to me. Shiao Chan patted his face a few times and grinned. There is no secret at all. I have warned you many times. Next time, I won't warn you. Although the slap was not heavy, it was extremely humiliating. Shia Ming's lips turned white with anger, but he didn't dare to refute. You're not going to fight back? Shiao Chan grinned. You're such a loser. Sometimes I really doubt whether you and I have the same parents. Okay, get out of here. If you dare to throw dirty water on me again, I will not be polite to you. Shiao Chan sneered, then turned and left. Only Shia Ming was left at the scene, trembling with anger. When I got home, Grandma had already cooked a pot of old hen soup. She served Shiao Chan a large bowl of chicken soup and placed it in front of him. Look at you, your face has turned pale. Have you forgotten that you lost half your life when you gave someone a blood transfusion before? Grandma Wu felt sorry for Shiao Chan. Why did you give someone a blood transfusion again this time? The boy's condition is quite critical. If he doesn't get a blood transfusion, he might not survive. Shiao Chan took a sip of the chicken soup, and it tasted extremely delicious. Did you go to see the Taoist priest? What did he say? Asked Grandma Wu. He said some incomprehensible words that I couldn't quite understand, but he sprinkled some water on the mark on my wrist, and now I feel much better. Shiao Chan rolled up his sleeves as he spoke, only to see that the mark on his arm had become much lighter in color. The master is definitely a hidden master. He should know what this symbol on his arm means. But since he didn't say anything, he must have his reasons, and Shiao Chan couldn't force him to ask. After drinking a bowl of chicken soup and just putting the bowl down, Zhang Xiang drove over again. Grandma Wu, I'm taking Shiao Chan to a party and we'll be back later in the evening. Zhang Xiang shouted to Grandma Wu. Where are you taking him again? The college entrance examination is almost here. Grandma Wu came out. She was holding a bowl of chicken soup in her hand and said with a smile, Come back early. Xiao Zhang, would you like to have a bowl of soup before you leave? I don't want to drink Grandma Wu anymore. I'm taking Shiao Chan away. Zhang Xiang didn't say anything and pulled Shiao Chan away. Where are you going again? Shiao Chan asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Xiang really doesn't treat him as a high school student. The classmates study and stay up until 1 or 2 o'clock every day, but he goes out to hang out every night. He still has to take the college entrance examination. Okay? Shiao Chan, there's an auction tonight. There are a lot of good things in it. You must go with me. Zhang Xiang stuffed him into the car. What kind of game? Antique auction? Shiao Chan asked. Yes, it's a very high-end event, organized by Shunga International Auction Company. The stuff inside is top-notch. Zhang Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shiao Chan's heart moved, and he began to feel a little excited. He knew that Shunga International Auction Company Limited was one of the top 10 auction houses in China. A comprehensive auction company that mainly deals in cultural relics and artworks, it is a very influential brand in the auction industry. Antique auction transactions, collection identification and evaluation, and other businesses. Although they're not the best in the industry, they have an excellent reputation, because as long as the collections and cultural relics are authenticated by them, you can buy them with your eyes closed. Moreover, at today's auction, there will be a big bargain waiting for someone to pick up, and there's a hidden treasure inside an inconspicuous collection. It was bought for 50,000 yuan, but the 2 walnuts carved from mutton fat jade inside were sold for 10 million yuan. This opportunity cannot be missed. We must make a fortune tonight. The venue was set up in the banquet hall of a 5-star hotel. It is called an auction site, but in fact it is more like a banquet. After all, those who were invited here were only a small group of people from the top society in Jiangxing. Soothing music played at the banquet, and many well-dressed people toasted each other and chatted happily. Xiang, you're here too? As soon as the two arrived at the scene, a fat, middle-aged man greeted them with a smile. Hey, Mr. Wu, you're here to join the fun too? Zhang Xiang stretched out his hand in surprise and shook hands with the boss. Haha, I have nothing to do, so I came to join the fun. Boss Wu laughed. Let me introduce you. This is Shiao Chan, my brother. Zhang Xiang introduced. This is Wu Zitso, Mr. Wu. You have heard of him, right? Mr. Wu, the boss of Jiangxing's retail industry. Of course I have heard of him. Xiao Chen's heart moved slightly, and he greeted the other party. This Wu Zi has a nickname, Wu Banqing. The Century Wanja supermarkets under his name are spread all over Jiangxing, with a total of 63 public stores. He also bought a piece of land in a bustling area in the city center and built the Century Wanja shopping mall. This large commercial complex, covering an area of 600,000 square meters, is the largest commercial center in Jiangxing. Unfortunately, he suffered from a tumor in his previous life, and it was already in the late stage when it was discovered. He died at the age of 45. Okay, your little brother is still studying, right? Is he also interested in antiques? Wu Zitsong said with a smile. Brother Wu, this is not my little brother. This is my big brother. Zhang Xiang said seriously. Don't look at him as he is still studying. His vision is first class. If it weren't for my brother, I would have been cheated by those bastards last time in Wanyuan Garden. Really? Sure, young man. I'm going to pick out 2 good things later, so you have to check them for me. Mr. Wu, my vision may not be accurate, but since we are all friends, if you trust me, I can take a look. Xiao Chun smiled modestly. Okay, come on, sit here. Wu Zitsong smiled and led the 2 of them to sit down. Brother Wu, I see that you don't look well. Do you have regular physical examinations? Xiao Chun asked thoughtfully. He had to remind Wu Zitsong that, after all, tumors can be treated early if discovered early. Chapter 79 Auction Scene. Yes, I had a physical examination half a year ago. Wu Zitsong said casually, but apart from fatty liver, there are no other major problems. Wu Ge is recognized as the god of wine in the circle, and his body is first class. Zhang Xiang laughed. Xiao Chun, when you graduate, I will teach you how to drink. Xiao Chun is good at drinking. In his previous life, for the Xiao family's business, he almost risked his life for socializing. As a result, he had a lot of health problems by the time he was in his 30s. After being reborn, he must take care of his body. Brother Wu, I have a few pieces of advice, but I don't know whether I should say them or not. Xiao Chan pondered for a moment. Brother, you talk. I'm listening. Wu Zitsong had a cheerful personality and did not look down on Xiao Chan because of his age. Brother Wu, I see that you look a little thin and your cheeks are red. The redness on the right cheek is especially obvious. In physiognomy, the right cheek governs the lungs. Generally speaking, this situation is caused by excessive fire in the lungs, but I feel that the redness of your right cheek is a bit abnormal. So if you have time, I suggest you go to the hospital to check your body, especially your lungs. Xiao Chun said. Is that so? Okay, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup right away. Thank you, brother. Wu Zitsong responded. Seeing that his attitude was somewhat perfunctory, Xiao Chun knew that he didn't listen. But there was no other way. He could only help the other party to this point. If the other party really doesn't take you to heart, then you can only leave it to fate. At this time, Zhang Xiang said seriously, Brother Wu, don't take Xiao Chen's words lightly. Let me tell you, he has a master who is very powerful and can exorcise evil spirits and pray for blessings. Xiao Chun has inherited his master's true teachings. The money I bought for warding off evil almost cost me my life. Also, Li Yongyuan's new store had a gas leak. It was Xiao Chun who warned me about it. Brother, do you have this ability? Wu Zitsong looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. He didn't take it seriously at first, but seeing Zhang Zizui said it so seriously, he had to take it to heart. I'm very capable. Let me tell you, the land in my family. Zhang Xiang became excited when he mentioned this. The auction has started. You can meet Angkor one other day. Xiao Chun interrupted him. He is now Zhang Xiang's idol. If he were really allowed to continue talking, he said he could talk for hours without getting tired. Okay, Angkor, let's look at the auction first, and I'll tell you later. Zhang Xiang said with some lingering feeling. Hey, Zhang Xiang, you're here too? Just at this moment, a young man in his 20s came over with a girl with an internet celebrity face. Zhou Zhenghua, the young master of Tianyi real estate, is a competitor of Zhang Xiang. Zhou Zhenghua, if I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Wherever you are, The level of the place is lowered. Zhang Xiang glanced at the other person with disdain. Zhang Xiang, I know why you came this time. Unfortunately, my goal this time is the same as yours. Zhou Zhenghua was not angry either, and said triumphantly, I advise you to give up. This Buddha statue is mine. It hasn't even started yet, and you're so confident? Zhang Xiang glanced at the girl next to him and said, Take it easy, Zhou Zhenghua, don't die in a woman's belly one day. The two of them glared at each other fiercely, and then left. After taking his seat, Zhang Xiang took out a booklet, opened it, pointed at one of the Buddha statues and said, Shiao Chan, there's a bronze gilded green Buddha statue at the auction today. This thing is from the Xuanda period of the Ming dynasty. I want this. My grandfather's birthday is coming soon. I want to give it to him. Okay, I'll take a good look when I come out later. Shiao Chan nodded. Qing dynasty, Qianlong blue and white moon-shaped vase, starting price 3 million. The host started bidding, and because there were foreigners at the auction, she introduced the jade bottle in English. The audience was crowded with people, and those who were interested in this collection were whispering to each other. Shiao Chan, how about this? Zhang Xiang asked. The moon-shaped vase originated during the Hanwu reign of the Ming dynasty and was most popular during the Yongle and Xuanda reigns. Shiao Chan looked at the collection carefully. It was popular during the Ming and Qing dynasties and was highly praised by emperors. This piece has a delicate and pure body, and the white glaze is slightly green. The wall is painted with blue and white colorful plum blossom patterns, flower and bird patterns, and a magpie perched on a blooming plum branch, implying that the magpie is climbing the plum tree, and the decoration is bold and unrestrained. It's a fine piece of blue and white multicolored porcelain. You can buy it for around 6 million. As soon as this proposal came out, Wu Zizong raised the sign without hesitation. Someone made a bid, and immediately someone else started bidding. After several rounds of competition, the price had soared to more than 5.8 million. Encore, the price is about right. If it's any higher, it won't be worth it. Zhang Xiang reminded. I bought this thing for collection, not to make money. Wu Zizong chuckled. 6 million. Mr. Wu is offering 6 million. Is there anyone who can offer more than that? The host smiled and said 6 million for the first time, 6 million for the second time, and the third time deal. Congratulations to Mr. Wu for winning the collection he liked. As the hammer fell, there was applause at the scene. Wu Zizong stood up and waved to all parties. What followed were several rounds of fierce bidding, and finally, it was the gilded Buddha statue that Zhang Xiang had been dreaming of. The bronze gilt green Buddha statue has a starting price of 2.6 million. The host introduced the origin of the Buddha statue and then waited for the bidding. Shiao Chan, how is it? Zhang Xiang turned his head and asked. This Buddha statue. Shiao Chan stared at the Buddha statue, looking thoughtful. The memory of the previous life was very clear, and this Buddha statue was finally sold for 12 million. But later, when the rich second generation who took the photo of the Buddha statue gave it as a gift to his grandfather on his grandfather's birthday, it was discovered that the statue was a fake. A modern replica, a one-to-one reproduction of the original, then made to look aged. Although it has collection value, it would cost at most hundreds of thousands of yuan, and it caused quite a lot of jokes at the time. Hey, could that evil guy be Zhang Xiang? How is it? Seeing that Zhou Zhenghua had already made a bid, Zhang Xiang was anxious. He and Zhou Zhenghua were not on good terms, but this time they had the same goal, and he was determined to get the Buddha statue. If the other party really buys it, won't I have to be better than him from now on? Zhang Xiang looked carefully. Shiao Chan pointed at the Buddha statue under the light. Although this Buddha statue looks old, it looks like an old item. But the lotus pedestal beneath the Buddha statue is too brightly colored. The surface is smooth, the copper is evenly distributed, and the sculpture is too clear. What, brother, you mean that this thing is not authentic? Wu Zizong understood what Shiao Chan meant. Is it a replica? How is that possible? Shiao Chan, please look carefully. Zhang Xiang was stunned. This is the product of Shengda International Auction Company. Chapter 80. This is not the real thing. Their appraisal is very professional. How could they make mistakes? Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. And this statue is so realistic that you can't tell without professional tools. Shiao Chan shook his head and said, so, you should give up on bidding on this thing. Zhang Xiang was completely confused. He had been asking about his grandfather's birthday for a long time. Didn't expect this thing was fake? I'll offer 3 million. Zhou Zhenghua has already raised the sign. This gentleman is offering 3 million. Is there any price higher than this gentleman's? No. Zhang Xiang gritted his teeth. Even if I don't want it, I can't let Zhou Zhenghua get it easily. So he held up a sign and said, I'll give you 5 million. 5 million. Everyone looked sideways. It's not that you can't increase the price, but that's not how the price is increased. Increasing the price nearly doubles it at once. What the hell is this? 5.5 million. Zhou Zhenghua glanced at Zhang Xiang coldly and raised the sign. 7 million. Zhang Xiang raised the price directly. 7.5 million. Zhou Zhenghua raised the sign calmly. He always has 500,000 more than Zhang Xiang. 9 million. Zhang Ziong continued to raise the price. He didn't plan to take it anyway. He just wanted to make things difficult for Zhou Zhenghua. The two sides competed with each other, and after a while, the price had soared to 11 million. Shiao Chan touched Zhang Ziong, indicating that he was almost there. Zhang Ziong chuckled. He knew his opponent's character, so he added another 500,000. Mr. Zhang has already raised the bet to 11.5 million. Do you still want to follow? The host asked. Follow me, I'll offer 12 million. Zhou Zhenghua raised the sign with trembling teeth. He believed that Zhang Ziong had already